Chapter 1. An Absurd Beginning. Greetings, everyone. My name is Youqian, an ordinary high school student who has just completed the college entrance examination. I have long harbored discontent with my name. You see, it may have just a hint of being somewhat rustic. To be frank, it is downright cringe-worthy. The origin of my name is rather ludicrous. Initially, it was supposed to be Li Zhaoxin, which signifies flourishing under the illumination of 3 golden mountains. However, my father, in all his wisdom, thought it merely conveyed a wish for wealth. With a grandiose flourish, he simply named me Li Youqian. Upon learning about the tumultuous journey behind my name, I couldn't help but applaud with the enthusiasm of a panda. Fortunately, despite the name's lack of sophistication, I have not faced ridicule throughout my life, largely thanks to my good friend and neighbor. His name is Peiqi, and we have traversed through primary school, middle school, and now high school together. In our earlier years, we were shielded by the obscurity of our small town names. After all, in such a place, everyone bore names that lacked glamour, making it difficult to mock one another. However, upon entering high school, I was initially anxious, fearing that my name would become a source of derision. Ironically, that year, a pink-haired character from an animated series soared to popularity. As I braced myself for my friend Peiqi's jest, he was suddenly taken aback, realizing he had become a mere stand-in. With the names Peiqi and Long, both evocative and grand looming over me, my name, Li Youqian, faded into the background. I blissfully navigated through high school, even relishing the moments when others mistakenly called me Youqian, which secretly delighted me. I often consoled my friend Peiqi, who bore the brunt of the name ridicule, lamenting for him. After the college entrance examination, despite my answers being largely guesswork, I felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, convinced that my guesses were indeed correct. The night before the results were to be announced, I slept soundly, dreaming of reaching the pinnacle of success upon receiving my scores. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding jolted me awake as I became acutely aware of my surroundings, realizing I was in a dark alley. Have I time traveled? Is this truly the moment? Are the construction trucks and delivery vehicles no longer operational? This hardly seems like a proper time travel scenario. And what my parents? What will they think of my examination results? A scream echoed from the shadows. No unbeknownst to me, the following day, upon checking my dismal scores, my parents were left in a state of shock. The results were abysmally low, particularly in the multiple choice section. The notion of my guesses being correct was a deception. It was more accurate to say that I had guessed all wrong. As for my sudden disappearance, my parents believed I had fled upon realizing my dismal performance. They were unconcerned for my safety, as they were confident that I would survive by writing novels, assuring themselves I wouldn't starve, given my routine of instant noodles and my modest earnings as a struggling author. With my original identity seemingly lost, my parents decided to adopt a new persona, showing no signs of sorrow. I, on the other hand, was oblivious to their lack of concern, comforted by the belief that they would assume I had embarked on a grand adventure. At that moment, a connection between my parents and me reached its zenith. Standing in the dark alley, I closed my eyes, clasped my hands together, and then abruptly opened them. "I choose you. Come forth, system." I called out, but there was no response. Attempting another approach, I strained to summon the system, utilized the golden finger. "System, by the heavens, why is there still no reaction? Surely, I haven't forgotten to bring the system with me. What is the difference between time traveling without a system and eating instant noodles without seasoning?" Despair washed over me, my frustration palpable enough to sustain an entire malevolent spirit. Just then, a melodious voice resonated within my mind. Host has successfully checked in, receiving the first special reward, a template for humorous and absurd world characters. A surge of energy coursed through me, igniting a wave of excitement. Indeed, I possess a system. I knew it. I was destined to be the protagonist. How could I possibly be without a system? Though I was unfamiliar with the specifics of the humorous character template, the presence of a system filled me with reassurance that I closed my eyes to examine my system, and a flood of information filled my mind. The system was named the Infinite Realms Check-In System. By residing in any given world, I would have a daily check-in opportunity, granting me rewards. Special events, grand spectacles, or notable achievements would also provide additional check-in chances. This system, dubbed the Infinite Realms Check-In System, allowed for traversal to other worlds, contingent upon my ability to check in and earn a travel card. These check-in opportunities could also be accumulated for later use. Pleased with the simplicity of the check-in system, I nodded in approval. However, the requirement to achieve tasks for additional check-ins seemed left to chance, much like the initial release of a popular game, where one could only guess how to achieve the seemingly absurd accomplishments. The recent check-in had brought me to this world, along with a unique special reward for being a first-time user. "System, what time is it?" I inquired, but the system exhibited a rather unresponsive demeanor that I couldn't help but think that it resembled a rather dim-witted artificial intelligence. However, I soon realized that an unassuming system might not harbor ill intentions. Feeling somewhat rude for constantly referring to it as merely system, I casually proposed, "Can I give you a name? Calling you just system feels rather impersonal." Since there was no response, it seemed to tacitly agree. In my mind, I declared from now on, "Your name shall be Guang." After all, in my imagination, a system would likely resemble a glowing, white orb. Guang, the luminous orb, what a fitting name. Satisfied with my naming choice, I turned my attention to the alley's exit, taking a deep breath. The life of a protagonist begins here. Suddenly, an unexpected figure emerged from the alley's entrance, a man of African descent, who appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing me. However, upon noticing my pajamas, he licked his lips with a mischievous grin and said, "Brother, you smell delightful." Chapter 2. The Power of My Thoughts. Upon hearing these words, Youqian's eyes narrowed sharply, and his facial features seemed to leap from his face in exaggerated surprise. His mouth, nose, eyebrows, and eyes expanded dramatically, as if they had a life of their own. What the devil? The African-American man stood there, dumbfounded. When confronted with the bizarre, what should one do? No need to panic. The grandmother's summoning device. Let us take a look. The man promptly retrieved a gun from his trousers. To be honest, Youqian was puzzled. Who keeps a handgun in their pocket without fear of causing themselves harm? Where on earth has he found himself? While carrying a firearm aligns with foreign customs. Indeed, the United States is known for its abundance of talent, and gun violence is a daily occurrence. Placing a handgun so casually in one's pocket seemed utterly absurd. Had he perhaps crossed into the talent-rich realm of Florida? Nonetheless, he couldn't help but notice his own features leaping in astonishment. So this is what a comedic character template looks like. Youqian thought of the indestructible Tom and Jerry, and the legendary cousin who achieved physical immortality. A series of legendary figures flashed through his mind, and indeed, he felt incredibly brave. With a confident expression, Youqian was about to speak when the African-American man, lacking any sense of sportsmanship, fired several shots. Youqian clutched his abdomen. Pain surged through him. So painful. At that moment, the shooter's eyes were filled with regret. In his mind, he had expected to seize this enticing fellow before him. He then said, "Let me see." The man before him shouted loudly, "No. Please no." The more he resisted, the more excited the shooter became. Regrettably, the sight of this fellow just moments ago had been too terrifying, triggering his reflex to shoot. Before the man could ponder further, the next scene left him utterly astounded. Youqian spread his hands, gazing down at his abdomen, where several gaping wounds were visible. Being shot and having a few holes seemed quite normal. Yet these wounds were completely through and not a single drop of blood flowed. What sorcery is this? Why aren't you bleeding? Youqian suddenly realized, of course, there should be blood. In the next moment, the openings began to spout blood like a fountain. The African-American man fell silent for a moment, pondering that while being shot does result in bleeding, this is rather excessive. I senti it? And why is your blood green? Youqian glanced at his own blood, and in an instant it began to change color, black, pink, a myriad of shades, yet would not turn red. Perhaps it was because Chinese parents disallow it. Wait a minute. Why am I feeling embarrassed? At that moment, Youqian's wounds healed instantaneously, and he revealed a confident smile, emitting a cackling sound. "I hear you're quite brave." The African-American man instantly realized that when faced with such a bizarre entity, one should not linger to mock, but rather flee at once. Thus he turned and ran, as if he had made a resolute decision in that very moment. Seeing this, Youqian shouted, "Trying to run away? You, my friend, are indeed lacking." The next second, Youqian began to run wildly on the spot, only to realize that his legs were not moving at all. Why aren't they moving? Before Youqian could react, his upper body shot forward with a swift motion, while his legs remained rooted in place for a moment. After a brief interval of 2 seconds, his legs finally responded, propelling him forward. The black man who had just fled was met with Youqian's powerful strike, sending him flying. Youqian rubbed his head, feeling a lump form almost instantaneously, only for it to vanish moments later. Surveying the dimly lit street outside the alley, he noticed a few pedestrians. Upon witnessing Youqian's remarkable feat of sending the black man soaring, they were filled with disbelief. "I'm not brave." "No, don't," the black man exclaimed, clutching his rear in sheer shock. Youqian approached, delivering a series of punches that left the man unconscious. Rummaging through the black man's belongings, Youqian disdainfully picked up a wallet. Glancing at the meager amount of dollars inside, he spat, "Pauper." It is often said that one must possess wealth in the outside world, and this unexpected encounter presented him with his first windfall. Determined not to let this opportunity slip away, Youqian resolved to explore his newfound abilities, using the black man as his test subject, rather fittingly, a little black mouse. Reflecting on the pain from the recent gunshot, he realized that while it was indeed painful, his healing seemed almost effortless, reminiscent of the indestructible characters found in comedic animations. After all, one never sees characters in such cartoons meet a gruesome end. That would be too graphic, potentially drawing parental disapproval. Moreover, he had just discovered his ability to comprehend English, only now realizing that the man's words had been automatically translated into Chinese for him. Fluency in language? It seemed trivial now. After all, even a bald man wielding a chainsaw could communicate with two foul-smelling bears. If Tom and Jerry, beings of different species, could converse, then his understanding of English was hardly remarkable. Youqian continued to pummel the black man's head, only to find that despite his efforts, he merely left him battered and bruised, yet still alive. Is it true that characters from comedic animations cannot die? This is quite a predicament, he mused. He then picked up the black man's handgun and, with a resounding shot, struck him in the rear, jolting the man awake from his slumber. Youqian Umfaza delivered 2 more punches, sending him back into unconsciousness. Was it possible to effectively attack, perhaps even kill, with the aid of external forces? Gazing at the firearm in his hand and then at the incapacitated black man on the ground, he clasped his hands together and whispered, "I'll use you for a little experiment. Perhaps by sacrificing yourself, you might absolve your sins and ascend to heaven." But wait, are there black people in heaven? Oh well, such thoughts are inconsequential. What was he even pondering? Without further ado, Youqian aimed the gun at the man's forehead and pulled the trigger. With a sharp report, the unfortunate black man met a grim fate, his demise shockingly tragic, akin to any typical scene of a fatal gunshot. Nodding to himself, Youqian concluded, "So it seems I can leverage external objects for attacks, potentially striking low while defending high. Forget it, this is no longer important. Perhaps later, I might discover an attack skill or item that suits me." Youqian cast aside this concern, reflecting on his recent transformation. Should he conjure forth blood and its hue? Although he could not produce the color red, there was an exhilarating sense of potential within him. Chapter 3. First, earn money. With this thought, Youqian glanced at the firearm in his hand and felt the pangs of hunger in his belly, perfect for an experiment. He concentrated intently, envisioning himself as a chicken leg. A chicken leg, a chicken leg. In the next instant, with a resounding pop, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and the gun morphed into a chicken leg. By the heavens, it truly worked. Absolutely invincible. Ecstatic, Youqian took a bite of the chicken leg. However, he slowly withdrew the morsel from his mouth, only to find his teeth splitting apart like bricks. Though his teeth returned to their original state a moment later, the lingering pain remained. Ouch, it hurt. Gazing at the chicken leg that had reverted back to a pistol, Youqian realized that his newfound ability was somewhat erratic. It required further exploration. Despite its inconsistency, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had achieved a form of immortality. What was there to fear? With his head held high and an unyielding stride, he stepped out of the alley, observing the darkening sky. Youqian fell into contemplation. Should he first seek a place to stay? He made his way towards the vibrant lights in the distance, noting that while this area was rather secluded, the other side appeared to be bustling with life. As he strolled into a lively commercial district, he noticed the multitude of foreigners around him and absent-mindedly stroked his chin. He couldn't help but mutter, "Why are there so many foreigners here? Up close, they seem so hairy, not even a fraction as handsome as me." Just then, a foreigner who had brushed past him halted in irritation. "My mother says I'm very handsome. The most handsome." Youqian quickly covered his mouth, realizing with a jolt that whatever he said could now be understood in any language. How embarrassing. He feigned nonchalance, whistling and casting his gaze elsewhere, only to suddenly appear enlightened as he looked back at the foreign man. "I don't understand, what you just said." The foreign man, clearly displeased with Youqian's antics, turned away in annoyance. Youqian instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his brow, clutching his racing heart. Not merely a metaphor, but a factual statement. It truly felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. What a bizarre situation. He desperately pressed down on his heart, reflecting on his own cleverness for not bringing shame upon his homeland, instead scoring big points for himself. With a sense of aimlessness, Youqian wandered around the commercial area, casually purchasing some hamburgers and a few snacks, which amounted to half of the little money he had. Youqian discovered a remarkable advantage of his current physique. No matter how much he ate, he could never feel full, even after consuming an excessive amount. His stomach would swell temporarily before quickly returning to its original state. He was exceedingly pleased with this Luffy-like constitution and exclaimed, I can eat and eat. As he indulged, he pondered, what a strange world this is. Why have I yet to uncover any clues? Suddenly, a rather obnoxious man appeared on a large screen in a shopping mall. Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries. Youqian felt a peculiar itch in his mind, as if his intellect was expanding. Robert Downey Jr., Tony Stark? One easy question. This is the Marvel Universe. If he had indeed entered the realm of Marvel, surely there must be a bald giant who would be aware of his presence. After all, this fellow was known for monitoring the timeline like a peculiar old man. What Youqian was unaware of was that, at that very moment, the supreme sorceress, Gu-Yi, atop the Himalayas, was furrowing her brow in deep contemplation. The eye of Agamotto, hanging around her neck, emitted a faint green glow. Gu-Yi gazed at the suddenly altered timeline, lost in thought. The timeline was inherently complex and varied, yet she had reviewed it thoroughly, witnessing all sorts of bizarre occurrences, observing Youqian being sliced into 5 or 6 pieces, only to reassemble in an instant, was astonishing. She contemplated the consequences of apprehending Youqian, realizing that offending him could lead to dire repercussions. If she couldn't kill him, she would have to seal him away. Yet, what if one day he broke free from his confinement, intent on delivering a thorough beating? Especially when he could casually toss a rope that latched onto a tree on a distant continent, pulling the two landmasses together. This scene sent chills down Gu-Yi's spine. It defied magic. It was not even scientific. Let be, she thought, resigning herself to the chaos. As long as I do not provoke Youqian, he is not inherently malevolent. She decided to disregard this peculiar individual, fearing that further observation would shatter her own understanding of reality. This was no different from the Taoist priests believing that milk could vanquish ghosts. At this moment, Gu-Yi closed her eyes, seeking to solidify her worldview. Meanwhile, Youqian, eager to mark his presence as the clock struck midnight on his newly purchased phone, was impatient to check in. With a chime, a Taoist robe suddenly adorned him. Through the message conveyed by Aguang, Youqian grasped the robe's purpose. The Taoist robe of fortune reveals a person's recent good and bad luck, as well as methods to resolve misfortune. Youqian was taken aback, pondering the utility of such an item. Is this meant to help me masquerade as a fortune teller for profit? After some contemplation, he found it a viable option, considering his current income from illicit activities was rather unstable. A side job could prove beneficial. As for his former aspiration to write novels, please, who would write novels unless they were on the brink of starvation? 100 authors, 90 failures. There is no need to elaborate, for such discussions only lead to tears. Youqian sought refuge in a public restroom, donned a robe, and strode purposefully towards the commercial district, intent on finding a park. After all, is it not customary for a mystic to seek patrons in a park? This appears to be the norm domestically, and likely holds true abroad as well. As Youqian pondered this, he activated the half-empty phone he had purchased from a street vendor, glancing at the map. Indeed, he was now utterly penniless and desperately in need of a small fortune. Ever since he realized that no matter how much he consumed, he never felt satiated, his hunger dissipated almost immediately. Youqian had indulged himself, having bought yet another phone, only to find himself devoid of funds. The device, procured from the hands of an African vendor at a bargain price, appeared pristine. The allure of such a low price for a seemingly authentic product was too tempting to resist. After all, it was a classic case of $0 shopping in America. After wandering for a while, hunger struck once more, though perhaps it was merely a craving. What meaning does life hold if one cannot indulge in food? Having idly conversed with passersby, Youqian grasped the current moment. Marvel's grand events had yet to commence. Thus, it was paramount to earn money at present. Upon arriving at the park, he discovered he had arrived too early, finding the place devoid of any fellow practitioners. Save for a few homeless individuals who had pitched small tents. Well, they weren't entirely homeless. They resembled those plump, gold-credentialed instructors. Observing them as they enthusiastically patted the grass, Youqian waved his hand in refusal. Although he had entered this line of work, he believed that begging should carry a certain dignity, especially since he had received generous support from the benevolent. Yet, he was a time traveler, the protagonist. He could not afford to tarnish the reputation of his kind. Chapter 4. A life where sustenance and shelter are guaranteed. One ideal existence for a worker. At noon, Youqian sat despondently on a small stool, lamenting how challenging it was to earn money in these times. Life was indeed arduous. He sighed, wishing that his name could serve as an adjective for his existence. Throughout the morning, he had only 2 clients, one of whom yielded a meager $10 from an elderly lady. Perhaps it was time to engage in a little subterfuge. Indeed, the world is filled with those who seek to take without giving. Youqian stood up, dusted himself off, and returned the stool to a homeless man lingering in the park. Yes, it was borrowed from him. Feeling somewhat unfortunate, he realized that he could only act with chivalry while earning a little extra on the side, grateful for the selfless contributions of the nefarious. As he walked towards the park's exit, an epiphany struck him. His robe possessed the ability to foresee fortune and misfortune, and could even dispel bad luck, ensuring a person remained fortunate. Why couldn't that person be himself? It dawned on him that he had discovered a glitch in his reality. Instead of merely acting as a mystic, he could predict his own fortune and buy a lottery ticket. With this thought igniting his excitement, he closed his eyes and, donning his robe, began to assess his own luck. A touch of misfortune befalls me. No wonder business has been scarce. I ponder ways to remedy my ill luck and summon fortune. The path to transforming my misfortune into prosperity lies in pursuing that direction. Huh, my little treasure, Youqian exclaimed with exhilaration as he dashed towards the park's exit. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a crimson sports car struck Youqian, sending him soaring through the air. He was flung several meters before crashing heavily against a building's wall, slumping against it like a puddle of mud. After a moment's struggle, he sprang back from the wall, staring at his flattened form in bewilderment. With a perplexed gaze, he scrutinized his robe, questioning whether this direction truly held the promise of good fortune and wealth. Had I not just been hit by a car? Yet in the next instant, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Indeed, he was invulnerable. His Taoist attire had orchestrated this collision to enable him to feign injury for financial gain. Such a swift route to riches suited his unique constitution perfectly. Although he mused it might be a tad embarrassing, Youqian felt that traversing such a distance, merely to resort to deception, was somewhat disheartening. In the next moment, the sports car's door swung open, and Youqian rolled on the ground with exaggerated fervor. After all, what was a little shivering for the sake of money? Certainly, the driver of such an expensive vehicle must be affluent. Having sped past the park entrance without a hint of caution, he deserved to be taken advantage of. Perhaps exhaustion or the burdens of the previous night had led to this unfortunate incident. However, what astonished Tony the most was witnessing the seemingly flattened individual dust himself off and restore his original form. Oh no, had last night's revelry taken a toll on my senses, leading me to hallucinate? Tony opened the car door, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Youqian. Sprawled on the ground, Youqian, engrossed in his phone, was oblivious to the world around him, casually inquiring whether payment would be made by card or cash. Although a flicker of guilt tugged at his conscience, upon glancing at rental prices displayed on his phone, he dismissed it entirely. The sensation of pain vanished in an instant. Tony observed Youqian, who remained absorbed in his phone, seemingly unaffected by the incident. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked that money was not the issue, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of being duped. Had Youqian truly just been flattened? Was he an extraterrestrial? For Tony, parting with a little money was inconsequential, but encountering someone who could bounce back from such an ordeal was indeed remarkable. Hearing a familiar voice, Youqian lifted his gaze and, pointing at Tony, exclaimed in astonishment, "Tony Stark, what a surprise!" Tony felt a surge of irritation at the sharp tongue of this peculiar individual, contemplating a retaliatory strike. However, having just collided with him, such an action felt inappropriate, so he restrained himself. Realizing he had spoken his thoughts aloud, Youqian cleared his throat and quickly regained his composure. Ahem, I am undoubtedly human. How could I possibly be an alien? Nonsense. I have never encountered someone quite so flattened, Tony quipped with a tone of amusement. Youqian remained unperturbed by Tony's complaints. Since you have sincerely inquired, allow me to generously enlighten you. Indeed, I am the fabled superpower wielder. Your encounter with me is fortuitous, yet I perceive your countenance is as dark as coal. Misfortune surely awaits you. Here's the deal. You shall provide me with $100,000 each month, and I shall ensure your well-being. Youqian calculated in his mind. His frail body bore no wounds, and while Tony may be indifferent, he might still offer some compensation. However, a steady stream of income is far more advantageous than a one-time payout. Moreover, there are matters of passports and personal identities. In this world, I am akin to an undocumented individual. Such issues may be troublesome for me, but for the affluent Tony, they are trivial. Tony Stark, utilizing the reflection from the car window, scrutinized his face. It wasn't particularly dark. After contemplating the peculiar behavior of this odd individual post-accident, he mused, why not befriend him? You can serve as my bodyguard, especially since Happy has been lamenting his busy schedule. Initially, I intended to offer you several $1 million. You surprisingly declined, which is quite amusing. I find myself slightly regretting that decision. Might you reconsider and give me the money? Youqian, in his dire financial straits, had underestimated the affluent Tony. Oh, the pain. This simply will not do. We had just reached an agreement. Thus, I request my salary for this month up front, along with accommodations. Youqian patted Tony's shoulder, assuring him, rest assured, you will indeed encounter great misfortune soon. I shall aid you in overcoming this tribulation, and you'll be grateful. By the way, I am not a bodyguard. I merely assist you with matters you may face in the future. Tony regarded the confident Youqian and called out to the car, Jar, Vice, have Pepper assist in managing the affairs of this peculiar individual. Of course, sir, came a somewhat masculine mechanical voice from the vehicle. Youqian felt elated. The first step in his new life was securing a job that provided meals and lodging while allowing him to be somewhat idle. Most importantly, being in proximity to Tony would afford him ample opportunities to encounter significant events and achieve milestones. It was a splendid arrangement, quite delightful indeed. Chapter 5. A bit of a nuisance. At Tony Stark's seaside villa, Youqian basked in the sun on an expansive balcony. What a transgression it was to be so idle. All blame rests on Tony Stark, for his extravagant lifestyle was nearly corroding my cheerful disposition. Youqian reflected on the rewards he had amassed over the past 6 days of leisure. A small world behind, an empty expanse capable of storing items. Simply place your hand behind you to retrieve or deposit objects. The suffocating handkerchief, placing it before an enemy's mouth, induces a choking effect, conceptual technique. Disregarding whether their mouth, nose, or airways are sealed, merely placing it in front will cause suffocation. Reversed pistol. The first bullet is discharged from the muzzle, while the second requires the barrel to be turned around for the bullet to be fired from the rear. Each shot necessitates a change in direction, and so forth. The water cup that can never hold water. A large pack of tissues. Youqian scratched his head, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. Aside from the first item having some utility, the rest seemed rather superfluous. Could it possibly rival the efficacy of a handkerchief that suffocates a shadowy tyrant? The concept was rather abstract, indeed. At that moment, the sound of high heels approached from behind Youqian. It was Pepper Potts, the girlfriend of Iron Man, exuding an air of displeasure as she approached. She gazed at the languid Youqian on the balcony, exasperation etched across her forehead. Her boss was already a notorious playboy, and now she found herself burdened with a colleague who seemed equally lackadaisical. Originally, Happy, Tony's hefty bodyguard, had been relieved to hear that Tony had found someone else to ensure his safety, thinking perhaps he had not performed well enough and might be dismissed. However, in recent days, it became abundantly clear that this Youqian was merely a layabout, a friend of Tony's who squandered his time, effectively a slacker. I must ensure that Tony dismisses you. Surely not, surely not. Youqian, in truth, possessed formidable talents that remained undiscovered by you. At that moment, a disheveled Tony emerged from his sprawling mansion, seemingly from an unknown room, winking at Youqian. His disarray indicated he had indulged in some nocturnal escapades the previous night. Nevertheless, this arrangement proved advantageous. Youqian resided in a seaside villa without the burden of rent, living off the fat of the land. Yet the sole drawback was the Marvel narrative had yet to commence, leaving him in a state of perpetual ennui. Youqian nodded, conceding, very well. I shall accompany Tony on his outing. After agreeing, he resumed his languid repose, the essence of lethargy permeating the atmosphere. Pepper, in a huff, stormed out, seemingly unwilling to witness her flamboyant boss with his equally lackluster colleague. Tony, observing the indolent Youqian, approached with a grin. How's it going, my extraterrestrial subordinate? You're coasting on a salary, while even Pepper can't bear to watch. Here is a thought. Offer me a sample of your blood. I'll conduct some research, and it will count as your contribution, providing Pepper with some reassurance. Tony had come to believe that Youqian was indeed an alien, appearing on Earth without any trace of habitation, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Furthermore, his physique was remarkably peculiar. After several days, Jarvis had noted that no traces of biological matter, such as skin flakes, remained in the areas he had occupied. He could not possibly be an ordinary human. And even among Earth's superhumans, it was implausible for one to leave no sign of life whatsoever. Youqian pondered when the plot of Iron Man would finally unfold. When the moment arrived, he would save Tony, and for that act of salvation, he would feast on the fruits of gratitude for a lifetime. He. Tony, observing Youqian's eerie smile, felt a shiver run down his spine. What kind of good person smiles like that? Inside an armored vehicle, Youqian gazed out at the desert, where Tony, clad in sunglasses and holding a wine glass, evoked a sense of familiarity. Coupled with the recent missile launch experiment, the scene felt all the more reminiscent. Though I had been momentarily lost in reverie, the scene around me felt oddly familiar. Youqian instinctively inquired of Tony, What brings you to this place? Tony, somewhat speechless, retorted that he wasn't daydreaming, leading Youqian to realize he was indeed wandering in thought. Observing his surroundings, he recalled a scene from a movie where a soldier from the Army sat beside Tony Stark, seeking autographs and photographs. Ah yes, now it was he who occupied that seat. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, jolting him back to reality. Damn it, I wasn't prepared for this. Whereas the honor in battle. In the ensuing chaos, Youqian was flung far from the blast, grateful for his invincibility. He stifled a laugh at the sight of Tony, who was cowering behind a large rock in utter disarray. Realizing he couldn't be killed, but still feared pain, Youqian darted behind the stone for cover. Amid the sound of gunfire, he shouted to Tony, "I'll save your life this time. Surely, I can retire comfortably in your company, right? Let us go, everyone." In that moment, Youqian felt an exhilarating surge of power. He reached behind him and pulled out a handgun, rising to fire with fervor. Yet, beneath the onslaught of the terrorist's firepower, his actions seemed somewhat feeble. The assailants roared with laughter, mocking, Someone's trying to shoot us with a little pistol. What do they think this is, a game at home? Youqian Chocolat. What of it? Today, I shall demonstrate the true meaning of firepower with this pistol. The following spectacle left Tony utterly astounded. Youqian continuously drew handguns from behind him, firing them into the air without concern. It was as if an unseen force guided these weapons, each shot echoing with seemingly infinite ammunition. Tony watched in disbelief as the firearms began to look increasingly familiar. They were indeed part of his personal collection. The Golden Desert Eagle confirmed his suspicion. Wait, these are my prized possessions. I don't recall them having unlimited ammo. Youqian explained that under the influence of his latent powers, the guns required no reloading. Was that not a perfectly reasonable notion? Chapter 6. Buried in sand under Tony's bewildered gaze, Youqian continued to produce handguns, firing into the air and suppressing an unknown number of terrorists single-handedly. He relished the feeling of having successfully impressed Tony, modestly asserting, "I've told you. I'm a superpowered being. These mere terrorists are insignificant to me." As he spoke, he retrieved another gun from his rear pocket, aiming it skyward. Tony, momentarily stunned, questioned, "I can't help but wonder how you managed to fit so many items in that pocket of yours. Its capacity seems impossible." And the positioning of Youqian gave Tony the middle finger, then proceeded to perform a peculiar act before him. With a swift motion, he produced a grenade from thin air. With a whoosh, he hurled it outside. "I must say, Tony, why do you keep so many arms at home?" Tony clearly understood that Youqian possessed some form of spatial ability. "Damn it, I've been assimilated by this fool," he thought. "My family deals in arms. Is it not normal to have a surplus?" Youqian found Tony's explanation quite reasonable. At that moment, a chime echoed in his mind, signaling that Iron Man had completed a desert battle checkpoint and earned a chance to check in. Suddenly, Youqian realized he had almost forgotten his purpose. If his interference caused Tony to miss capturing the cave and not become Iron Man, how many check-in opportunities would he lose? Caught between his conscience and the opportunity to check in, Youqian was deeply conflicted. Unbeknownst to him, a missile manufactured by Stark had whizzed past and struck nearby, specifically at Youqian's feet. He stood frozen for a moment, and then, boom, the missile exploded. In the next instant, only the shattered remnants of Youqian and Tony, who had a piece of missile shrapnel embedded in his chest, remained. Several handguns continued to float in mid-air, firing ominously. After the terrorists eliminated several stubborn soldiers from Country M, they gazed nervously at the floating, eerily firing guns, feeling as though they were being pursued by ghosts. Observing the rapidly retreating terrorist forces, Youqian sprinted after them, his legs moving as if they were wheels. He truly did not intend for things to unfold this way. His sole motivation had been the check-in opportunity. What malice could a pitiable and helpless student like Youqian possess? The desert night was exceptionally cold, and Youqian, panting heavily, was grateful he was not an ordinary person. Despite running alongside the vehicle, he was still alive. In the distance, he spotted the terrorist base glowing ominously, and he internally urged himself, "Come on, Youqian, you're only a kilometer or two away. Just hold on a little longer." He quickened his pace, mindful to keep quiet, as he hadn't eaten amidst the run, feeling as though he had lost dozens of pounds in an instant. After a few more strides, he collapsed onto the ground, waving his hand. I can't go on. I'm too exhausted. I'll rest for a bit. Tony will be fine. After all, I remember he has been held captive for several days. A day's rest should suffice. I'll go tomorrow." In the next moment, a large bubble of mucus appeared at the tip of Youqian's nose. As the saying goes, youth is a blessing. He fell asleep instantly. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, Tony was abruptly awakened by the terrorists splashing water on him. He was confronted by a bearded terrorist leader demanding that he manufacture missiles. Initially, Tony refused outright, declaring defiantly that even if he were to die at their hands, he would not produce missiles for them. However, after enduring a few punches, he begrudgingly acquiesced, not out of cowardice, but as a strategic feigned compliance. Tony clutched his abdomen and requested some materials from the bearded man. After watching him lead a group of terrorists out of the cave and shut the iron door, he finally sat down, feeling a sense of relief. Youqian, you are utterly unreliable. If you do not rescue me soon, your retirement plans will vanish. At that moment, Youqian, deep in slumber, suddenly sneezed. Surely someone was thinking of him. After all, he was quite handsome. He turned over and continued to sleep, oblivious to the fact that, during the night, the desert winds grew stronger, threatening to bury him in sand. Tony had now grasped the general situation inside the cave. He had a doctor named Ethan with him. The battery lodged in his chest was installed by Ethan, intended to save his life. Yet under such dire circumstances, Tony could hardly fathom how he had come to such a pitiable state. Where are you, Youqian? You haven't been blown to bits by a missile, have you? This is so annoying. Can you please stop mentioning me? Let me sleep in peace, all right? Youqian intended to scratch his back, but something fell amiss. He opened his eyes to discover that he appeared to be buried in sand, unable to move. The only way out was to burrow through the sand and escape. He felt exasperated, but reassured himself that he would not perish. He had the strength to find a way out. After an indeterminate amount of time, Youqian grew weary of waiting. How long must I dig here? Suddenly, the bearded leader of the terrorists exchanged a glance with his henchmen. One of them instantly understood and delivered a punch to Tony, making him feel as if he might be crushed. It will be ready soon. This missile is my sole creation. A slower pace is perfectly normal. The bearded man scoffed. It better be so, if I find you meddling in anything else. He issued a few harsh words before departing with his subordinates. Tony surveyed the chaotic blueprints and unfinished components on the table, gritting his teeth as he muttered. It seems I must hasten the process. Let me assist you. Ethan, the doctor, nodded at Tony, determination evident in their eyes. They began feverishly utilizing salvage tools to fabricate the parts. In the heat of their work, the two men even shed their shirts, vigorously wielding hammers to forge the components. Chapter 7. I'm starving. This is a grave mistake. Thus, the two labored intensely to create the parts, ignoring the sounds of gunfire from outside. After all, what did gunfire mean in a terrorist camp? They persevered until the final component was completed. Tony gazed at the nearly finished piece in his hands, exclaiming in excitement. We're almost there. I will get you out of here, Ethan. Just watch as I don my armor and take down this band of scoundrel terrorists. As he spoke, he assembled the components into a suit of armor. Though somewhat rudimentary, its appearance unmistakably hinted at a formidable war machine. Who are you planning to take down? The voice of Youqian resonated from beyond the imposing iron gate, leaving Tony, who had secretly presumed Youqian to have perished in an explosion, momentarily dumbfounded. Staring blankly at Youqian's frenzied antics, Tony finally managed to utter, "What about those terrorists?" Youqian brushed off the yellow sand clinging to his body, repeatedly spitting in disdain. "I dispatched them. They couldn't possibly kill me. I simply opened fire and eliminated them. It's as straightforward as that. But, you all carry on. I didn't witness a thing." With that, Youqian firmly shut the door, standing outside and casting a glance into the dim cavern where two men stood bare-chested. A scene brimming with unrestrained camaraderie. "Apologies, Tony. I never imagined you harbored such tastes. No wonder you offer me your abode. You weren't plotting something nefarious, were you? What is the matter? You're not exactly Brother Gia. One can know a person's face, but never their heart, right? Nonetheless, it is only natural for a person to embrace a bit of transformation. That is entirely understandable. Get lost. Don't spread rumors about me," Tony retorted in exasperation, pushing the door open. Upon seeing Youqian's jovial expression outside, Tony realized he had merely been jesting. After extending a middle finger in a playful gesture, he stepped out into the sunlight, which he had not seen for several days, finally feeling a wave of relief wash over him. However, upon turning back to observe the pristine parts within the cave, he felt a sense of time wasted over the past few days. Glancing at Youqian beside him, he remarked, "Had you not shown up, I might have found a way to escape myself. I've crafted my own weapons. Your arrival makes me suspect you wish to deprive me of the chance to show off." The expression on Tony's face radiated relaxation, clearly indicating he had truly unwound. Even finding the time for banter, Tony remained silent, gazing at the sunlight outside, his face reflecting a sense of rebirth. Yet, from behind, Ethan's astonished voice broke the moment. Sir, what have you done? Where's the armor? Huh? What armor? I had no idea there was armor here. Tony turned around, realizing that the space where the armor once lay was now utterly empty. Where on earth is that massive armor? You better return it to me. That was my groundbreaking creation of immense sentimental value. Youqian spun in place. Don't accuse me. Look at me. There's no armor on my person. Unless your armor is a figurine, or perhaps a mini version that could fit into my pants pocket. As Tony and Youqian playfully bickered while heading outside, Ethan closely followed. Youqian stroked his chin. I thought you knew. Oh no, I almost forgot that Tony was also lost in the desert in the storyline. But I can lead you to my village. Youqian and Tony exchanged a glance of mutual understanding, and with a shared resolution, they set off toward Ethan's hometown. Simultaneously, the crisp chime of a gong echoed in Youqian's mind. Another opportunity to check in had arisen. Hiding behind the two, Youqian swiftly utilized all the check-in chances accumulated over the past few days, drawing out 5 packs of tissue and a prop card. Wait, why so much tissue? Is the probability of this paper too high? With resolute determination, I demand a modification. This paper is hardly manageable. Unfortunately, the Guang system remains impervious to the host's pleas. How outrageous! Nonetheless, this item card is rather splendid. The summoning card of 100,000 troops, capable of conjuring warriors of remarkable combat prowess. Quite impressive. A day later, amidst the swirling sands of the desert, the trio trudged towards a common destination. Tony glanced at Youqian beside him. Are you all right? At that moment, Youqian appeared as fragile as parchment, drifting aimlessly, his face etched with hunger, reminiscent of a famished Luffy after 10 days without sustenance. I'm fine, just haven't eaten in several days, feeling a bit peckish. A chicken leg? Please don't bite me. How could I possibly be a chicken leg? Which chicken leg is this large? Tony felt himself on the brink of madness, desperately pushing Youqian's face away. By the way, you possess spatial abilities and even store my arsenal. Did you not consider stashing away some food? Youqian's paper-like form instantaneously reverted. Let me check. In the next moment, he began to pull out various items from behind him. A plethora of handguns, explosives, and several submachine guns materialized before Tony and Ethan. Yet, disappointingly, no food emerged. Even the rudimentary battle armor had been excavated by Youqian. Tony's expression darkened. I just saw it. I'm not blind. You hoarded it all and expect me to regurgitate it? Impossible. However, Youqian learned a profound lesson from this incident. Next time, he would ensure to include some provisions in his spatial inventory. The sensation of hunger was genuinely discomforting, and if this continued, he might as well be eating dirt. Cannibalism was out of the question. His tender heart had yet to reach such depravity. As for mistaking Tony for a chicken leg, that was purely an accident. Indeed, it was as such. Ethan, perhaps intimidated by Youqian's alarming demeanor, feared for his own safety and sprinted desperately with the 2 others. He pointed towards a distant village, exclaiming loudly, "We've arrived. We've arrived." Chapter 8. Ignoring Youqian's wisdom leads to imminent regret. A day later, Youqian languished in a dilapidated house, riddled with drafts. To say that Ethan's hometown village was in disrepair would be an understatement. There was no food, no drink, and no entertainment to be found. Youqian could only lie there in despair, though he had heard that Tony had established contact with the American military, and they were expected to arrive by afternoon. Youqian, bored, decided to utilize the updated check-in opportunity for today. Luck increase card. Upon usage, luck is augmented by 1. At last. It was not merely paper draws. Youqian felt a surge of vitality. Hence, while men might utilize paper at an alarming rate, if you keep drawing paper for me, I shall no longer need to purchase it. The check-in draws will suffice. Youqian promptly activated the luck increase card, and after a flash of light, he patted his body, wondering why he felt no change whatsoever. He wandered around Ethan's village for quite some time, finding not a single penny. Why did it seem that this slight increase in luck made no difference at all? Could it be that misfortune clings to him, rendering him devoid of even a modicum of luck? Youqian fell into deep contemplation, then reached behind him to produce a coin. How could someone like me, the protagonist, possibly be unfortunate? It must merely be a subtle manifestation, a mere facade. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the coin, which landed on the ground, displaying its numeric side. Luck is an ethereal concept, and the act of coin tossing is not entirely reliable. A second attempt is warranted. One must adhere to scientific principles, for luck sounds utterly unscientific. Youqian's forlorn figure meandered through the village, observing Tony and Ethan in a state of bewilderment. Tony, unfazed, had grown accustomed to such occurrences. At the airport, Pepper Potts shed tears as she gazed upon the two hapless souls emerging from the plane. Youqian, upon spotting Pepper, donned a confident smile, saying, "Comrade Pepper, I have quite literally saved Tony's life this time. You have no objections to my leisurely pursuits next time, do you?" "Of course not. I truly appreciate your efforts." Pepper's eyes sparkled with tears, leaving Youqian, who had intended to tease, feeling rather bashful. Choosing not to linger, Youqian accepted the reward Tony had given him and cheerfully set out for a lavish meal. He found a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, where the fare was somewhat pleasing, though a few dishes were rather hard for him to accept. Particularly, the pork exuded an overwhelming odor that was difficult to mask. It was evident that one must travel to the eastern lands for authentic cuisine. This was far from satisfactory. After satisfying his hunger, Youqian hailed a cab and soon arrived at the venue where Stark Industries was convening a press conference. Inside, Tony's voice resonated. "I hereby announce the closure of the Weapons Development Division of Stark Industries." With a chime, the moment was marked as Tony Stark's declaration of the cessation of arms manufacturing. As Youqian pondered, having received Tony's check, which could be deemed a bonus, he realized it was sufficient to purchase a luxurious residence, thus allowing him a comfortable life of leisure for the remainder of his days. Reflecting on his identity as a time traveler, he found it absurd that he had to work for a living and spend money on housing. It was all due to the constraints of his current persona. One could say his abilities were sporadic at best, forcing him to live cautiously. Oh, when would he have the liberty to abstain from beef? With the goal of earning money accomplished, he set a new modest aspiration to fully master his template, achieving the feat of not consuming beef. With Pepper's assistance, Youqian sought out a reliable real estate agent to embark on his home-buying journey. Adhering to the principle of browsing incurs no loss, he spent his days house hunting and his nights at Tony's home, enjoying free meals and lodging, a delightful arrangement that continued for several days. It's worth mentioning that this was indeed a salaried house hunting endeavor. Haha. Along the way, he also achieved several milestones, including the birth of Mark II. Furthermore, news outlets reported the emergence of a figure clad in a golden and crimson armored suit vanquishing terrorists. Youqian thus gleaned insights into the unfolding narrative of Iron Man. Without hesitation, he conveyed to Tony that the true mastermind behind his abduction by terrorists was none other than his uncle Obadiah. Youqian gazed at Tony's flickering eyes and understood that he had indeed believed, yet was unable to summon the resolve. After all, Tony was a man of deep loyalty. Alas, Obadiah was incapable of discussing matters of the heart. He was a villain through and through. Observing Tony's obstinacy, Youqian decided to leave him be, as this might present yet another opportunity for a timely intervention. As night fell, Youqian forcefully kicked open the door to Tony's seaside abode. He secretly envied Tony's exquisite residence, for the view was simply breathtaking. It was a pity that, in the face of his life-saving benefactor, that scoundrel was unwilling to bestow upon him this splendid home. Upon breaching the door, Youqian was greeted by an ominous darkness. Suddenly, a frantic mechanical voice echoed through the silence. "Mr. Lee, hurry! You must save Mr. Tony. Obadiah has seized the arc reactor from his chest, and time is of the essence." Guided by Jarvis, Youqian located Tony, who was writhing on the ground, desperately attempting to crawl forward. In his path lay an antiquated arc reactor. "Ah, Tony, do you still have an affinity for such things? Quite a peculiar taste you have." Tony's eyes lit up at the sight of Youqian, as though he had encountered a glimmer of hope. However, upon hearing Youqian's words, his expression soured instantly. While Youqian was a decent chap, his tongue was as sharp as a dagger. "Enough. Quickly retrieve that reactor for me, or I shall perish. Your cushy job of lounging around and leisurely relieving yourself will vanish." Youqian grasped the old arc reactor and, after a brief inspection, tossed it to Tony. "Saved you once more. I no longer require any monetary compensation. Simply craft me an Iron Man suit and ensure it includes after-sale service. If you choose not to respond, I shall consider it an implicit agreement." Tony's face darkened to the hue of coal. One might mistake him for a different species entirely. Taking a deep breath, he placed the arc reactor against his chest without uttering a word. As the reactor settled into place, Tony felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. With a sudden motion, he stood upright. Chapter 9. The sole vulnerability of the mighty man Tony moved his body, recalling the excruciating sensation of near death. It was truly unbearable. He cast a grateful glance at Youqian, uttering a heartfelt, "Thanks, buddy." Youqian patted his own chest, declaring, "We are brothers. I would gladly take a blade for you. A small favor is nothing. Just remember to craft me a suit to play with." Initially touched, Tony found himself unsettled by the peculiar phrasing of Youqian's words. At that moment, Jarvis interjected, "Mr. Lee, what you meant to say was that you would take a knife for him, not stab him with one." Unfazed, Youqian replied, "It's all the same." "All the same, you say? How utterly absurd," Tony lamented, feeling as though he had encountered the need to vent his frustrations about Youqian no fewer than 8 times in a single day. "Pepper might be in danger. Stay here and do not move. I will resolve this crisis." As Tony spoke, he dashed toward the location of the Iron Man's suit, and with a spectacular assembly sequence, he donned the armor. Soon, he soared into the sky, crashing through the ceiling of a luxurious seaside residence, leaving a gaping hole. Youqian stroked his chin, urging me to remain still and not move. Why did I feel as though I was being taken advantage of? Setting aside that feeling, ever since meeting Mr. Lee, Tony had frequently delved into Eastern cultural knowledge. He was merely jesting with you. Youqian, very clever. So this is how we play, is it? No, something felt amiss. Youqian realized the oddity. Tony was about to confront Obadiah, which undoubtedly presented a perfect opportunity for a showdown. I must go and see. Youqian swiftly dashed out of the seaside residence, retrieving a bicycle from the spatial pocket behind him without a moment's hesitation. With powerful strokes, he pedaled furiously, the bicycle racing away like a motorcycle possessed. Curiously, hadn't he stored the Mark-I armor in his space as a collectible? How could Obadiah still be following the original plot, seizing Tony's arc reactor? Had he somehow constructed the Ironmonger without the remnants of the original armor? How could that hefty individual have managed to create the Ironmonger? The narrative's correction force was truly frightening, and Youqian felt an acute displeasure towards Obadiah. Each time that rotund figure visited Tony's home, he would lounge about with disdainful remarks, and now, it seemed he had unequivocally become the antagonist. "Just wait until I unleash the righteous iron fist upon you, and you shall know justice." Meanwhile, on the highway, 2 American police officers were leisurely seated in their patrol car. They had heard tales circulating in recent days about a remarkably fast bicycle, rumored to rival the speed of cars. They were skeptical of its authenticity. "It's all nonsense, I tell you. If such a bicycle existed, look at my service pistol here. I'd eat it." One officer scoffed. The other officer rubbed his eyes and pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "But I just saw it." Before them, a figure pedaled furiously, legs nearly sparking as he propelled an incomprehensibly fast bicycle, zipping past them in an instant. The officer who had just rubbed his eyes silently took hold of his partner's service pistol, offering it to him. The officer who had just sworn now stared at the weapon, swallowing nervously. Youqian observed the 2 individuals engaged in combat in New York City, letting out a sigh of relief as he finally caught up. Thankfully, due to his relentless practice over the past few days, he had managed to exert a modicum of control over that mysterious power. While it was beyond his capabilities to achieve the extraordinary, he could still accelerate the bicycle to car-like speeds and alter his body at will. Youqian watched as Tony engaged in a friendly exchange of force with Obadiah. In such a scene, his DNA seemed to stir within him. "Please stop fighting. You mustn't continue." Youqian sensed the impending rain. Tony was nearly at his wit's end. Could they not refrain from such tired tropes? The discovery of their humor felt like a slip, revealing the similarities between this world's Eastern nation and his homeland. Even down to their jokes. Tony maneuvered the Iron Man's suit, which, despite its once striking gold and red appearance, had become quite battered. Unfortunately, this suit paled in comparison to Obadiah's Ironmonger, appearing too fragile in contrast. Although Obadiah lacked knowledge of creating an arc reactor, he was undeniably adept in the arms trade, understanding that durability and firepower are the hallmarks of a formidable weapon. Thus, the Ironmonger he operated, when juxtaposed with Tony's Mark III, resembled a robust giant against a frail youth. Tony found himself at a significant disadvantage, and the 2 were engaged in a verbal sparring match. "I should be the rightful owner of Stark Industries. I have dedicated my life to it. Yet you, with a mere utterance, seek to shut down the weapons development department. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the loss you are inflicting? Oh, is that so? Given your awareness of Stark Industries, you should know who the true master is. Is this the extent of your abilities? You are nothing but a fool." With that, Obadiah propelled the Ironmonger forward, executing a charge followed by a powerful fist, sending the Mark III soaring several dozen meters away. Obadiah was elated. Should he eliminate Tony, he would become the sole authority at Stark Industries, the undisputed leader. "Stark Industries flourished under my stewardship. Why do you assume you are the rightful owner? It is simply unfair." "Unfair? What does fairness even mean? It has always been the same for years. Reflect upon your own performance over these years." A sarcastic voice emerged from behind Obadiah, laden with contempt. Youqian brandished a conceptual weapon, covering the Ironmonger's face with a handkerchief. This unexpected action left Tony, who had just been knocked away, utterly bewildered. Are you serious? Seeing this absurd method of attack, Obadiah erupted in laughter. Huh, you must be joking. This is an iron suit, do you understand? My armor lacks a nose, and yet you attempt to cover my face. You are hilarious, Tony. Where did you find such talent? However, as Obadiah laughed, he began to sense something amiss. He struggled to breathe. Was it a psychological issue? No, something was genuinely wrong. He fought desperately to control the ironmonger, attempting to dislodge the ridiculous Youqian from his back. Unfortunately, the ironmonger's size, with its multitude of weapons and high defenses, became a hindrance. Obadiah had not anticipated that this very advantage carried a singular weakness. He could not reach his own back. Chapter 10. All right, so this is how we play, is it? The sensation of suffocation intensified for Obadiah, and panic set in, setting aside the question of mortality. The thought of being suffocated by a mere handkerchief while donning a mask was utterly humiliating. If this were to become public knowledge, it could easily be chronicled among the most ludicrous methods of demise, a subject for ridicule long after humanity's extinction. Let me go, and I will offer you a fortune, more than you could ever earn in your lifetime. Upon hearing the words, Youqian was instantly enraged. Who are you calling poor? You are the one impoverished. Your entire family is destitute. Moreover, you claim to be wealthy. Can you truly rival Tony? You are but his employee, and a second-generation one at that. Youqian's words struck deep, leaving Obadiah with a sense of profound emotional injury, compounded by an overwhelming feeling of suffocation. He felt as though he was on the brink of demise, prompting him to frantically commandeer the ironmonger, launching a chaotic barrage of missiles and rockets in all directions. Just as Tony managed to rise, prepare to commend Youqian's sharp tongue, he was struck by an explosion that sent him flying several dozen meters away. Jarvis's voice resonated from the suit, stating, "Sir, remaining energy at 7. It was evident that the energy was nearly depleted. As Tony observed the crimson alerts flashing within the helmet, accompanied by various alarms and notifications. Impact systems offline, missiles offline, multiple soft tissue injuries. He cursed under his breath. He could not allow Youqian to confront the ironmonger alone. Jarvis's mechanical voice continued, "It may not be necessary, sir." Following Obadiah's frantic yet futile attempts at firing various heat weapons, the colossal figure of the ironmonger began to topple to the ground. Indeed, Youqian had utilized a handkerchief to suffocate the formidable foe of Iron Man 1. Gazing at the handkerchief in his hand, Youqian marveled, truly, a conceptual weapon. When wielded skillfully, there is no weakness to be found. Tony approached the motionless ironmonger. His eyes filled with confusion as he examined what appeared to be an ordinary handkerchief. With a sense of wonder, he remarked, "Witnessing his demise in such a manner has broadened my horizons. By the way, the ventilation of this suit is clearly not in the helmet area. It possesses no nose. How did you manage to suffocate him?" Youqian tucked the coveted handkerchief into a compartment behind him. "I told you, I'm a superhuman. Is it not normal to suffocate someone with a handkerchief?" He then inquired, "By the way, how did he manage to create the ironmonger? Did you leak the blueprints to him?" Tony nodded. "He copied some of my data during his prior visit." Youqian comprehended now why the remains of Mark I were absent, allowing this rotund individual to forge the ironmonger. As Tony surveyed the surroundings, the sounds of mobile phones capturing the scene and the chatter of live streaming began to fill the air, indicating that reporters would soon arrive. Youqian and Tony exchanged glances. With a nod from Lee, he concealed the ironmonger behind him, watching as the massive suit vanished from sight. Tony's face twitched, murmuring under his breath, "Is this reasonable?" Subsequently, he and Youqian soared towards the seaside villa, observing the door marked with significant footprints for being kicked. Tony looked at Youqian, who seemed entirely detached from the situation, and pointed at the prints. "Did you kick this?" Youqian waved his hand dismissively, "Mother hen. How would I know? Perhaps someone entered after I left." In the next moment, Colonel Rhodes emerged from the seaside villa, asking, "Tony, are you all right?" Youqian waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "I knew there would be others who followed me in." A befuddled Rod asked, "What transpired?" Within the dim confines of SHIELD headquarters, a seemingly deserted room housed screens displaying the combat sequences of Youqian, Tony, and Obadiah. The tranquility was interrupted by a knock, and a voice commanded, "Enter." Gradually, a one-eyed African-American figure emerged from the shadows. Why had he seemed invisible moments before? Perhaps it was merely because he had just sealed his lips. He was none other than Nick Fury, the king of Earth's agents and director of SHIELD, a level 10 operative. The newcomer, with sparse hair and the demeanor of a congenial individual, was none other than Phil Coulson. an essential figure in the Marvel Universe and a level 8 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Observing his stoic superior, Coulson inquired, "Director, did you summon me for purpose?" Fury regarded Coulson and slowly articulated, "You were investigating the mysterious armored suit incident, which has now confirmed that it was indeed created by Tony Stark. Thus, I entrust you with the task of engaging with Tony Stark and this individual, namely Youqian." As Coulson perused the transmitted documents, he nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart when Fury's voice cut through the air once more. "Exercise caution with that Youqian. His methods of attack are exceedingly peculiar, and he seems to possess foresight. His origins are also questionable. Be vigilant in your interactions. Remember, trust no one. My own eyes serve as a testament to that." Coulson observed Fury, shielding his eye-patch-covered eye, and nodded resolutely. It was evident that Fury had endured a harrowing calamity, having suffered a profound betrayal. Truly, he was the director. Fury, satisfied with Coulson's demeanor, permitted him to leave. Coulson was undoubtedly an exemplary subordinate, diligent and selfless. A veritable tool in the organization, as evidenced by his thinning hair. Fury contemplated whether it would be too cruel to allow Coulson to serve a lifetime at S.H.I.E.L.D. and decided to postpone such thoughts. He focused once more on the scant data displayed on the screen, which chronicled Youqian's activities since his arrival in the Marvel Universe. Meanwhile, on the floor below Fury's office, another similarly dim room housed two level 8 agents, John Garrett and Sitwell. John Garrett was a rather unassuming operative, exuding the aura of a sincere middle-aged man, while Sitwell, sporting a bald head and glasses, presented a stark contrast. It was indeed curious that among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s few elite agents, two were bald, alongside the Mediterranean-haired Coulson. Perhaps this was a facet of the agency's ascent. Suddenly, a large screen within the room flickered to life, revealing the Hydra insignia. A man's voice resonated. "We must leverage S.H.I.E.L.D. to acquire the production methods for the iron armor. Hydra's grand ambitions require such power. There's also that enigmatic individual, Youqian, who may possess the ability to foresee the future. If we cannot persuade him or abduct him, then we must eliminate him." Chapter 11. The Attack of Clichés. Outside the seaside villa, a crisp knocking echoed, and Youqian, visibly displeased, went to answer the door. Tony and Pepper had been indulging in a fervent display of affection the previous night, which left Youqian, a solitary soul, feeling a touch of discomfort. He had to resort to his sharp tongue to drive the pair away from the villa, hoping to enjoy a lazy morning. Yet he was awakened early by their antics. How infuriating! It was high time to consider purchasing a property. Perhaps that one would suffice, conveniently located in the heart of New York City, surrounded by an abundance of dining options, and ripe for significant events, ideal for his own escapades. As he pondered this, he reluctantly opened the door. Standing there was a rather affable-looking middle-aged man with a receding hairline, who beamed a radiant smile at Youqian. As a man well-versed in Marvel lore, Youqian recognized him immediately as Agent Coulson, the village chief of the Novice Realm. Pepper had informed him the night before that a Mediterranean government official had previously assisted her. Youqian feigned ignorance, questioning the purpose of this morning visit. "Are you delivering a package?" Coulson seemed momentarily taken aback before swiftly producing a rather sophisticated-looking identification. "Greetings, I am from the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics. Here to inquire about a matter. Ms. Potts should be familiar with me." Youqian waved his hand dismissively. "Pepper and Tony have gone out, leaving me here alone. How would I know if what you say is true?" He wished to avoid any association with S.H.I.E.L.D., primarily because it was more akin to Hydra than a legitimate agency. Of the 10 agents, at least half were affiliated with Hydra, which seemed utterly absurd. Moreover, the ever-suspicious Nick Fury was a particularly troublesome character. He preferred to keep his distance. Coulson, ever the village chief, maintained his smile despite the circumstances. "You can verify with Ms. Potts. Our department wishes to discuss certain matters with you." Youqian abruptly shut the door, muttering, "What kind of strategic defense agency has a name so long and cumbersome? It hardly sounds like a legitimate organization." Moments later, he glanced at Tony, who stood beside Coulson, his expression one of disbelief. Inside the seaside villa, Youqian settled onto the sofa, watching a report on the television about the battle that had unfolded in New York the previous night. The two dazzling iron mechs had sparked considerable discussion among onlookers, while the footage of Youqian suffocating an iron mech warrior with a handkerchief ignited a frenzy of speculation. On one hand, some believed it to be mere special effects, deeming it implausible that one could incapacitate a mech with a handkerchief. On the other hand, Various videos and photographs from the scene confirmed that it was indeed a genuine occurrence in New York. While the iron mesh somewhat aligned with the urban aesthetic, albeit slightly ahead of their time, Youqian's peculiar abilities, as well as the fact that he had arrived on a bicycle that rivaled the speed of a car, added an element of the surreal. Thus, the netizens affectionately dubbed Youqian as the handkerchief war god and the king of bicycles. Later, an elderly lady personally came forward to promote him, proclaiming in a video that the young man was a master with the ability to foresee the future. Consequently, Youqian acquired yet another moniker, Taoist Youqian. With a furrowed brow, Youqian pondered the peculiar nature of these bizarre nicknames. And as for the elderly lady, despite her advanced age, she still surfed the internet. How trendy! Was she not concerned for her well-being? Speaking of which, the Taoist robe had been languishing in his space for quite some time, and used. Meanwhile, Tony stood by, gleefully mocking Youqian, exclaiming, "Oh, how splendid my name, Iron Man sounds. My superhero companion, the king of bicycles, how do you fare?" He continued, "And brother, now that you're famous, why not don a mask or something?" "Ha ha!" Youqian clenched his fists, realizing that this fellow's remarks were increasingly tinged with sarcasm. Had he somehow caught this affliction from me? However, in the heat of the moment, while focusing on defeating Iron Tyrant with a handkerchief, he had neglected to bring a mask. What a blunder. At that juncture, Coulson cleared his throat to draw their attention. "Mr. Stark, I represent the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I am here to assist you. Your father has significant ties with our agency, and we will help you navigate this public relations crisis. However, Mr. Youqian, your face has been captured quite clearly, which may complicate matters." Youqian, Baba dismissively. And Tony echoed his sentiments. What is this so-called strategic defense whatever? It sounds long and rather unpleasant, definitely not a reputable department. Coulson maintained a stoic expression, though internally he was at a loss. Why was it that every stranger he encountered seemed to find the name of their department utterly ridiculous? It was frustrating, to say the least. Clearly, Coulson had come to alleviate the media frenzy. In the afternoon, he collaborated with the military to hold a press conference, providing Tony with an alibi. Subsequently, he engaged in idle chatter, seemingly probing for information. Annoyed, Youqian decided to escape and went house hunting. Later, while watching the television news, he witnessed Tony break from convention, boldly declaring the iconic words that would herald the Marvel Universe. "I am Iron Man." Youqian couldn't help but reflect on the significance of that phrase, marking both the inception and conclusion of Iron Man. If only he had the power to intervene. Despite being a troublesome friend, Tony was, in fact, a good person. During his house hunting escapades, Youqian utilized all his previously saved opportunities for draws. Unsurprisingly, he amassed a plethora of paper towels. Truthfully, the sheer quantity was staggering. Moreover, this item bore a striking resemblance to a certain village game, lacking even a minimum guarantee. How ridiculous! Nevertheless, amidst the multitude of paper towels and absurdly useless items, one particular prop card stood out as distinctly unique. The grand spectacle of justice manifests itself in a remarkable ability. With a mere slap upon the adversary's visage, one can exert dominion over them for a fleeting 3 seconds. A mere child, yet endowed with such power. This is nothing short of a miraculous skill, and I find myself in high spirits today. Subsequently, with the assistance of the fiery little pepper, Youqian procured a luxurious flat in the heart of New York City. Although he could have opted for a villa, he favored the convenience of stepping out directly onto a bustling commercial street, where delectable treats awaited. Youqian indulged in a culinary spree along this vibrant thoroughfare. After assisting Tony in vanquishing the Iron Tyrant, he was granted a share of the profits. Remarkably, he found himself unburdened by the constraints of employment, his bank balance swelling ominously each day. With newfound confidence, he boldly proclaimed, "Money is but a number." Oh, the exhilaration! I pondered when I might eloquently express such sentiments, basking in the intangible glow of superiority. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the commercial street, reminiscent of a horrific attack. As explosions and thunderous roars filled the air, military forces began to intervene. Observing the chaos, Youqian recognized it as a grand spectacle, a fortuitous opportunity to witness the unfolding drama. He mused, indeed, this is Marvel-esque New York. Once Iron Man takes the stage, calamity is sure to follow. In an unexpected turn, a mangled car was hurled through the air, crashing onto the vehicle of a nearby man. The unfortunate soul instantly spiraled into madness, lamenting, "My car loan isn't even paid off yet. You scoundrel. What a tragic fate to have one car wrecked before the debt is settled." Some onlookers displayed sympathy. while others reveled in schadenfreude. The distraught man shouted to the crowd, "Are you all amused? You heartless wretches, I shall never forgive you." Such melodrama reminded Youqian of a jester's lament, and he struggled to suppress laughter, covering his mouth in an effort to stifle his mirth. In the next moment, yet another dilapidated vehicle careened through the air, crashing directly into the luxurious flat Youqian had just acquired. Stunned, he became overwhelmed with despair, exclaiming, "How can one remain sane in such a world? My newly purchased home." Without a second thought, he dashed toward the source of the wreckage, determined to confront whoever was responsible. "Whoever it is, I shall make them pay. Not even Jesus can save them, mark my words." Meanwhile, the erstwhile wretched car owner, now somewhat uplifted by the sight of Youqian's retreating figure and the extravagant flat, found his spirits lifted. Nearby, an elderly man chuckled at the turn of events, remarking how delightful. One has lost a home, and the other a vehicle. Ah, the folly of youth. Just then, a loud crash echoed, followed by a cry of despair. My supermarket. It must be said, the reckless individual who carelessly discards vehicles is, in a certain sense, quite equitable in his indiscriminate assault on everyone. Youqian felt as if he were on the brink of madness. Ever since he arrived in the Marvel Universe, his fortune had taken a turn for the worse. Previously, he had been struck by a vehicle while out and about, encountered issues with manhole covers while walking, and a series of unfortunate events continued to plague him. Just when he had finally managed to earn some money, the house he purchased was unexpectedly damaged. His uncle could endure it, but his aunt could not. Dosha. At this moment, amidst the chaos of a street, military forces began to intervene. A grotesquely twisted creature, colossal in size and adorned with bony protrusions, was engaged in battle with a massive figure entirely enveloped in green. It was abundantly clear that the green entity had transformed into the Hulk, while the yellow one was the villain known as Abomination. Abomination felt an overwhelming surge of power, having finally attained the strength he had long coveted, albeit at the cost of his appearance. Suddenly, Abomination sensed a chilling sensation creeping down his spine, as if a peril was imminent. Several American soldiers were busy evacuating the crowd, while simultaneously restraining a few reckless journalists and fame-hungry influencers. Out of nowhere, a man, his eyes ablaze with fury, charged into the street. The soldiers were utterly powerless to stop him, bewildered by the intensity of his gaze. There were literal flames burning within his eyes. It was quite extraordinary. At this moment, Abomination shook off the unsettling feeling that had gripped him and resumed his one-on-one confrontation with the Hulk. Their colossal fists collided with tremendous force, creating shockwaves that rippled through the air. Various walls, concrete streetlights, and shop fronts were reduced to rubble in the wake of their ferocious clash. These two titans were akin to two pile drivers or demolition teams, nearly obliterating an entire block. Suddenly, Abomination felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Instinctively, he turned to see no one, only a hand. Following the elongated hand downwards, he discovered a remarkably tall and peculiar young man who was patting his shoulder. Abomination spun around and roared at him, saliva nearly splattering onto Youqian's face. Youqian, visibly disgusted, took a step back, then swung his arm back dramatically, declaring, "Behold my righteous slap." With a resounding smack, Abomination was rendered momentarily dazed. How could this mere mortal dare to strike him? Yet something felt amiss. Abomination realized he could not move his body. Youqian looked on with satisfaction at Abomination, who seemed as if he had been immobilized by a spell. Truly, a product of Ague, it was of exceptional quality, though regrettably only effective for 3 seconds. Nevertheless, there was no cause for alarm. Youqian rubbed his hands together and began to unleash a flurry of slaps upon Abomination, delivering him his favorite treat, an abundance of resounding slaps. As he struck, he bellowed, "You, with your foul yellow hue, dare to destroy my house? I shall have my vengeance." In that instant, the surrounding military personnel, as well as the distant onlookers and survivors taking refuge in various hiding spots, stood in stunned silence. After all, the spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. High above, in a helicopter, an elderly man clad in high-ranking military attire stared in disbelief, pondering how it was possible for this individual to best his super soldiers. General Ross, the individual responsible for the super soldier program, also happens to be the father-in-law of the formidable Hulk. He has long believed that the Hulk represents the pinnacle of combat potential, albeit a force that remains exceedingly difficult to control. The creature known as Abomination is, in fact, the monstrous transformation of his subordinate, Emil Blonsky. Driven by an insatiable desire for power, Blonsky coerced a scientist who assisted Bruce Banner, the Hulk's alter ego, into injecting him with a substantial amount of Hulk serum during a mission aimed at capturing the Hulk. This reckless act transformed him into a terrifying abomination. At this moment, Youqian is striking Abomination with fervor, but under the influence of his overwhelming strength, even the bullets meant to incapacitate Abomination are rendered ineffective, leading to a rather comical result where Abomination's face becomes grotesquely swollen. Observing Hulk's condition, it seems that Youqian's relentless assault may soon render him unconscious. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his own abilities, he cannot truly harm his adversary. How infuriating, he laments, blaming his despicable upbringing. Meanwhile, having been suppressed by Abomination's might, Hulk finally reacts. Anger fills his countenance, fueled by the knowledge that General Ross had previously injected him with a copious amount of sedatives in an attempt to subdue him. This interference has significantly hampered his strength, leaving him feeling as though he might explode with rage. With bloodshot eyes, he charges toward Youqian and the beleaguered Abomination. With a resounding smack, Youqian's hand elongates unnaturally, delivering a powerful slap to the approaching Hulk, momentarily halting him in his tracks. Yet, Hulk's fury remains palpable. After 3 resounding slaps, Hulk's eyes clear, resembling a freshly graduated student. At this juncture, Youqian ceases his vigorous assault, and Hulk, regaining his faculties, instinctively recoils in fear. Witnessing Youqian's increasingly menacing demeanor, Hulk transforms on the spot, reverting back to Bruce Banner. Youqian, undeterred, turns his attention to Abomination, relishing the opportunity to hurl nearby vehicles at him during this confrontation. His actions have caused significant damage to my property. Watch as I render him unconscious and swiftly eliminate him with a handkerchief. Unbeknownst to him, this absurd display of improvised weaponry has coalesced into a remarkable combination technique. Fueled by Youqian's fervent spirit, as Abomination's eyes lose their luster, Youqian finally halts his barrage. As anticipated, Abomination collapses, his form gradually diminishing until he transforms into the aged human, Emil Blonsky. Youqian, undeterred by this transformation, resolves to eliminate him now that he has reverted to human form, thus sparing himself the need to use a handkerchief. Spare him, he declares, and with a swift shot from a pistol he retrieves from behind, he decisively ends Blonsky's life. Observing the lifeless Emil Blonsky alongside the trembling Bruce Banner, he can't help but marvel at the remarkable durability of their undergarments. How absurdly resilient. Youqian scratches his back with the pistol, glancing toward the direction from which the voice calling for mercy had emanated. Chapter 13. A scene unfolds. At this moment, General Ross, filled with fury, hurriedly descended from the helicopter, which had not even come to a complete stop. His eagerness nearly caused him to tumble unceremoniously. Regaining his balance, he rushed to Youqian's side, demanding, "Why did you kill him? What department produces such super soldiers?" Divine gold. Youqian, with disdain, stuffed the loathsome corpse into his spatial pocket. He then swiftly retrieved a bicycle from his back pocket and, with a burst of speed, pedaled away from the scene. Ross was about to utter more words, but was abruptly silenced by the clouds of dust kicked up by Youqian's hasty departure, leaving him momentarily speechless. With everyone watching in astonishment, Youqian rode off on the bicycle. However, an unexpected delight awaited him. The information flooding his mind brought him such joy that his legs almost sparked with energy. He had completed a special achievement by brutally defeating the Hulk and the loathsome creature, earning 10 random rewards. Youqian chuckled, but then suddenly realized something was amiss. "Guang, wait. You never mentioned anything about special achievements." For a moment, Youqian found himself at a loss for words, exclaiming, "What a foolish system." As he stared at Guang's foolish visage in his mind, a sudden inspiration struck him. "Is there anything else you haven't told me? Speak up now." Guang began relaying a plethora of information, causing Youqian's lips to twitch. Indeed, there was more. The special achievement rewards were essentially modifications to the original storyline, with more ludicrous changes yielding greater opportunities for rewards. However, altering the world's narrative would invite its rejection, the most significant consequence being a downturn in fortune, with the gravest risk of being struck by lightning. Youqian finally comprehended why he had been so unlucky in recent days. Damn, I had planned to engage in more activities and rack up special achievements, but with such evident side effects, I must tread carefully. Next time I buy a house, I must also purchase insurance. How infuriating. Although Youqian's mood had improved, Tony's mention of his predicament instantly darkened his expression. At that moment, the watch on Tony's wrist chimed with Jarvis's voice. "Mr. Lee, your property has just been severely damaged due to a recent special incident." "Haha, how are you so unlucky? This is killing me with laughter." Tony, ever the unsympathetic friend, mocked him without restraint. After giving Tony the finger, Youqian made his way toward the villa. Tony trailed closely behind, casually remarking, "Did you catch the news today? I was simply stunning at that press conference." Youqian ignored Tony's boastful comments and entered the house. As dusk settled, the room grew dim, and suddenly a pair of white teeth appeared, floating in the air. Both Youqian and Tony were taken aback. And in the next moment, Youqian pressed a switch on the wall. As the lights illuminated the room, a bald black man wearing an eye mask materialized before them. He was none other than Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Fury's face. He had intended to gradually approach the two individuals, revealing his presence in a manner that would instill a sense of intimidation. However, he did not expect Youqian to turn on the lights so abruptly. Indeed, as the data analysis suggested, he was a person who defied conventional expectations. Nevertheless, Fury remained unperturbed. This was merely a minor encounter. "Good evening to both of you." Youqian nudged Tony beside him. "Isn't it curious that the thief seems utterly unperturbed at being discovered?" Fury's expression darkened further. "Tony, I am your elder. You ought to show me a modicum of respect. And Mr. Youqian, your origins are rather enigmatic, are they not?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "I do not recognize you, nor have I heard my parents mention you. Moreover, it appears you have stealthily infiltrated my home and disabled J.A.R.V.I.S. Such behavior is unbecoming of a supposed elder." Fury seemed well prepared, tossing a USB drive towards Tony. "Your father was once my colleague, but due to the secretive nature of our department, he never disclosed this to you. The contents of this drive should suffice to convince you of my credibility. I have come to invite both of you to join an alliance, the Avengers." Youqian's eyes sparkled with interest. "Why call it the Avengers? I find that name quite unappealing. Why not rename it the Justice League? Just imagine, transforming the Avengers into the Justice League might even unlock a special achievement." Fury shook his head, dismissing Youqian's suggestion, while Tony rolled his eyes. "Really, Youqian? How fond are you of DC? Do you possess the rights to such a name?" Youqian's mind raced. Indeed, there are comics from DC in the Marvel Universe, and vice versa. These two worlds have such absurd crossovers. He groaned, "My special achievement." Instantly, his interest waned. "In that case, I shall decline. The Avengers sounds rather troublesome." "Agreed." Tony nodded in affirmation. Fury's expression remained unchanged. This was merely a single refusal, and time was still on his side. After leaving his contact information, he promptly leaped out of the window. Tony was filled with confusion. Why did he have to jump out of the window? He could have simply used the front door. Youqian pondered for a moment. Well, the agent, being who he is, likely adheres to certain professional norms. Imagine him arriving early, scaling walls and windows, setting up equipment, only to tire himself out and play on his phone, then having to drop it and strike a pose upon hearing our voices. Quite a task indeed. Enough said, it paints a vivid picture, and that nickname, Black Egg, is quite fitting. Tony chuckled. He seemed to envision the earlier incident with Black Egg, sneaking into the room, only to find himself utterly bored. Playing on his phone, he would have had to scramble to hide it and assume what he perceived to be a cool pose. What a scene. Chapter 14. As a villain. Did I really get deceived? The ability to fly grants one the capacity to soar through the skies like a bird. Upon binding an arbitrary door, one is granted access to any corner of their world simply by stepping through it. After utilizing the body enhancement card, an individual's physique undergoes a significant augmentation. Among these items, 3 in particular seemed exceedingly useful. Without hesitation, Youqian employed them all, and before him materialized a pink portal. He couldn't help but suspect that this arbitrary door had been pilfered from some blue feline, given its unchanged hue. In a flurry of light, Youqian sensed a newfound ability to soar. His strength and speed appeared to have improved remarkably. However, due to the peculiarities of his original physique, the effects of the enhancement card were not immediately apparent. Without further ado, he leapt from the window, utilizing the technique of inward foot positioning, and with clenched fists, ascended into the sky. Initially, he shot straight up, only to hover in place, momentarily perplexed. Waving his arms, he resembled a swimmer navigating through the air. Alas, he was still unfamiliar with this newfound skill. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, tirelessly working on the latest Iron Man model, emerged from his basement, weary and drained. Upon glancing upwards, he was astonished to witness Youqian swimming through the sky. Stunned, he promptly retreated to his room, panicking at the thought of impending madness. Utterly bewildered by the sight of Youqian soaring above. After a short while, Youqian had mastered the art of flight, no longer needing to adopt a swimming posture. He instinctively controlled his body, allowing for the freedom to fly in any position. Experimenting with various stances, he discovered that the Superman pose was most aerodynamically efficient. To his astonishment, this ability enabled him to reach supersonic speeds. After soaring through the skies for quite some time, he reluctantly prepared for descent. For there was an unparalleled thrill in the freedom of flight. Suddenly, a pressing question arose. While takeoff and flight were now second nature, how would he land? In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the ceiling of his seaside villa was breached. Youqian nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his attire, vowing to descend more cautiously next time and choose a suitable landing spot. The following day, as the renovation workers gazed in disbelief at the gaping hole in the ceiling, they could only wonder at the frequency of such incidents in the villa, fearing that onlookers might perceive them as unprofessional. Meanwhile, Youqian dashed from the villa, enlisting the assistance of Pepper Potts to find a repair team to mend his expansive residence. He wandered about, indulging in snacks and enjoying leisurely strolls, savoring the opulent lifestyle. One must acknowledge the efficiency of the beleaguered repair teams of New York. Within just a few days, the repairs were completed. They even secured insurance, ensuring that in the future, he would no longer fear damage from superhero battles. At last, Youqian settled into his home, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, a phone rang, and he casually answered it. A raspy voice emanated from the phone. "Hello, Mr. Lee. I represent a mysterious and formidable organization, extending an invitation for you to join us." There was a moment of silence on the other end. Why such an eager acceptance? Although one would typically feel elated at such an offer, the immediacy of the response felt oddly unsettling. Suppressing this disquiet, the voice continued. "It seems you're destined to join our organization. Wait, I have conditions." Youqian interjected. "Oh, please state them. Our organization can fulfill any request." The tone brimmed with unwavering confidence and pride, almost fervent in its conviction. The strange feeling within Youqian dissipated. After all, having conditions was quite reasonable. He boldly declared, "I am Youqian, and I demand 50 million to assess my worth." "Very well. If you assist us in acquiring Tony Stark's Iron Man technology and provide future intelligence, you shall receive your due recompense." "Payment first," Youqian retorted, abruptly disconnecting the call. Such extravagance, shrouded in secrecy, could only belong to Hydra. But what did it matter? If Hydra truly sent the money, he would revel in the windfall of $50 million, fully embracing the notion of getting something for nothing. However, he pondered the request for future intelligence. When he first arrived in the Marvel Universe, he had merely earned $10 by observing the fortunes of others. Surely, those individuals did not misconstrue his abilities as foresight. That would be troublesome. While still mulling over this, a notification from his bank arrived. To his astonishment, Hydra had indeed transferred 50 million to him. Instantly, he blacklisted that phone number. Meanwhile, within a hidden base, a man on the other end of the line stared at his unresponsive phone, lost in contemplation. "Unbelievable," he muttered, reporting the incident to his superior, Alexander Pierce. The former director of SHIELD and a high-ranking Hydra operative listened intently. His subordinate had not only failed to recruit Youqian, but had also been duped out of 50 million. The realization nearly caused him to suffer an aneurysm. He had always been the one deceiving others. It was a first for him to be outsmarted. After ordering his subordinate to be disposed of in the sea, he casually instructed, "Since he refuses our offer, capture him and imprison him. Let him contribute his strength to the grand vision of Hydra." It was the perfect opportunity, as he was currently living alone. "Yes, sir." At that moment, Youqian was at home, lounging without concern. He had made no preparations for Hydra's retaliation. After all, he was indestructible and possessed the ability to escape at will. He had even insured his house. If Hydra provoked him, he would simply inform Black Egg that his SHIELD had transformed into a Hydra shield. Though this might lead to the potential loss of certain achievement opportunities, Youqian remained unperturbed, speculating that he might inadvertently stumble upon some unique accomplishments. Of course, he had also stashed away some valuable items from his home into his storage space. As Youqian was lost in thought, a sudden idea struck him. Could he actually enter the space behind him? Without hesitation, he bent his body, utilizing his unique ability, and with a swift motion, he found himself inside the vast expanse behind him. To his astonishment, he discovered that exiting was as simple as a thought. And with a snap, he reappeared outside. What absurd concept! Chapter 15, The Obsession with Wealth. Youqian surveyed the expansive space behind him, which was impressively large, comparable to 5 football fields combined. The end of the space was shrouded in a thick, white mist that felt surprisingly solid to the touch. He gazed at the mountains of weapons and an array of snacks piled within. Taking a deep breath, he noted the freshness of the air and instantly felt a pang of regret. Had he known that the space could accommodate people, he would have reconsidered purchasing a house. Calculating his expenses, he realized that buying a home would be a waste if it could not be utilized efficiently. With a mere thought, he returned to his original position, performed a somersault, and vanished once more. Look, I've appeared again. Oh, and now I'm gone. He continued to experiment with his newfound ability, akin to a child discovering a fascinating new toy. Meanwhile, a squad of heavily armed soldiers, exuding a high-tech aura, stealthily infiltrated the premises. This team comprised agents from Hydra, led by the formidable Crossbones. As a seasoned Hydra operative, Crossbones had performed countless covert operations against S.H.L.D., and his confidence was palpable. He was well-versed in the art of subterfuge. Their mission targeted an individual with extraordinary abilities. Although his methods of attack were peculiar and his regenerative capabilities formidable, he lacked widespread offensive power. Capturing him would be straightforward as long as they could bind him without incident. To prevent Youqian from utilizing any special abilities, Crossbones devised a plan to sneak into his home and apprehend him while he slept. As the team quietly entered the expansive apartment, Crossbones couldn't help but remark on the opulence of the place. The dimly lit room, sparsely furnished with pristine white walls, exuded an eerie atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. He swallowed hard, reassuring himself that in this modern age, ghosts were merely figments of imagination, until a sudden scream pierced the air. Startled, Crossbones stumbled backward, collapsing onto the floor, drenched in cold sweat. Just moments before, the center of the room had been devoid of any presence. To make matters worse, the face that had appeared was upside down. His team instinctively raised their weapons. Youqian, with a sly grin, declared, "Here comes my little flying palm." His arms elongated to an extraordinary length. The squad, standing in a perfect line, fell victim to his swift strike, rendered immobile in an instant. Crossbones, still reeling from the shock, managed to evade the blow, retreating in fear as he witnessed his team being effortlessly subdued. "You, don't come any closer," he shouted in terror. But the other hand of Youqian was already on its way. Youqian realized that enhancement cards could indeed be quite useful. For instance, the current grand competition could even conjure phantoms. In just a minute, this group of fully armed Hydra agents had their faces swollen, with one of them lying on the ground, fast asleep, their faces resembling oversized heads. Observing Crossbones, Youqian was lost in thought. He recalled this minor antagonist, especially as he donned attire emblazoned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia. Dispatching him directly could pose complications, given that he ostensibly remained an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. There was only one solution. "Hey, Black Egg, what are your agents doing, fully armed, at my place in the dead of night? Was it someone from your Homeland Strategic Office that called me today? When did your bureau change its name to Hydra? Are you ashamed of your lengthy and odious title? Why not simply abbreviate it to S.H.I.L.D.? Youqian's call was a veiled admonition to Black Egg, subtly hinting that he was in trouble. Hydra was still very much alive. Fury received the call, momentarily taken aback. Who was this Black Egg? Instinctively, upon hearing Youqian's familiar voice, he grasped the situation, his expression darkening. In the office, Coulson, who stood ready to receive new assignments, observed the unusually grim director while listening to the indistinct murmurs of Black Egg over the phone. The sight of the director's bald head inadvertently connected the dots for him, filling him with a twinge of guilt for judging based on appearances. Coulson glanced at the director. There was no denying the resemblance. Fury listened intently to Youqian's peculiar statements, until the mention of Hydra rendered his demeanor serious. "Mr. Lee, what are you talking about? Hydra was a terrorist organization that was eradicated long ago. Are you jesting?" Youqian, feigning ignorance at Fury's grave tone, replied, "Someone called me today, inviting me to join Hydra. If I wouldn't even join your long-winded and odious department, how could I possibly join Hydra? It hardly sounds like a reputable organization." Yet, later that evening, a squad of soldiers, fully armed, stormed in, adorned with your S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia. Pausing ominously, he added, "Surely, there are no spies among your S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, are there? Goodness, is this your version of mission impossible?" Fury instantly sensed something amiss. Realizing that after Youqian had subdued that squad, he instructed him to remain calm and immediately dispatched reinforcements. Shortly thereafter, Black Egg arrived, accompanied by the ever-reliable Coulson, without any other subordinates. Black Egg perhaps felt a twinge of distrust toward his agents, His innate suspicion was now rivaling that of Chow Chow. Gazing at the neatly arranged 13 bodies sprawled on the ground, with Crossbones at the forefront, left Black Egg in a contemplative silence. There had been no orders issued for Li Youqian's capture, nor had any related operational reports surfaced, suggesting that Li Youqian's claims were likely true. There might indeed be a spy within SHILD, and worse still, one affiliated with Hydra. It is difficult to fathom how the shield has flourished over the years, and one cannot help but wonder how much benefit Hydra has derived from this. The thought is chilling. Fury gazed earnestly at Li Youqian and stated that this time, it is indeed an internal issue within our agency that has caused you loss. And I sincerely apologize. Li Youqian pointed at the shattered teacup nearby and retorted, "What good is an apology? This was my favorite teacup. It was quite expensive, an antique from the Shang and Zhou dynasties." Fury observed the obviously modern artifact in silence, contemplating the absurdity of claiming it to be from the Shang and Zhou. "Perhaps if you said it was from last week, I might have believed you." After a moment of speechlessness, Fury inquired, "What compensation does Mr. Li seek?" After a while, Li Youqian noticed an additional 50 million in his account, feeling quite pleased. Today, he had achieved a small target. This money was too easy to acquire. No wonder everyone yearned for a time travel experience. Fury, on the other hand, wore an expression of deep anguish. This money had been taken from his own secret stash, all of which he had surreptitiously misappropriated from public funds. He had originally intended to build another secret base, but this individual, Li Youqian, was insatiable for wealth. Chapter 16. He is not in a hurry, so neither am I. However, Fury also contemplated a strategy to win over Li Youqian by throwing money at him. Li Youqian was already quite affluent, yet his fondness for wealth was striking. This could be considered a peculiar obsession, albeit a rather common one among individuals with various oddities. Nick Fury pondered how much money would be required to entice Li Youqian into joining the Avengers initiative. At that moment, Coulson, who had tied up all the Hydra agents lying on the ground, wiped the sweat from his brow and, panting, asked the director what should be done with these individuals. "Should we fetch a few more? Just the two of us against so many spies. It will take an eternity to relocate them. If we alert the spies within S.H.I.E.L.D., it could lead to dire consequences." Although Black Egg's words remained unfinished, Li Youqian understood the implication and rubbed his fingers together, signaling Black Egg to make a gesture. Fury, with a scowl on his face, withdrew more money from his secret stash, after which Li Youqian casually reached behind him and pulled. A large pink door materialized before the three of them. Li Youqian asked Black Egg where they were headed, requesting the coordinates. Fury, witnessing the absurdity of the door's appearance, indicated a location for his secret base. When Li Youqian opened the pink door, they found themselves right at the entrance of the secret base. Coulson splashed cold water on the still-dazed Hydra agents, and then slapped them awake. Strangely enough, Li Youqian discovered that his large bag possessed a stunning knockout effect, perhaps owing to the exaggerated animations in which characters would faint after heavy blows. Coupled with his own justice-themed skills, he had mastered control over the situation. Once the Hydra agents regained consciousness and beheld Black Egg, the imposter director, they instantly comprehended their dire predicament, their faces filled with despair, a few even desperately gnashing their teeth. Alas, it was too late. Coulson had already confiscated the poison from their mouths, making suicide far from simple. Fortunately, the Hydra underestimated Li Youqian. Otherwise, they might have sent someone to plant a bomb on them. After realizing the futility of their efforts, the agent known as Crossbones attempted to feign ignorance, asking the director if he had come to rescue him. They had been tasked with a mission from higher-ups, and now they found themselves in this predicament. On the surface, Crossbones appeared to be nothing more than an oblivious worker. Alas, their initial reaction betrayed them. The agent, Black Egg, disregarded Crossbones' attempts at rationalization. His sole focus was on swiftly interrogating the spy to uncover the true extent of Hydra's infiltration within S.H.I.L.D. He reassured himself internally, thinking that perhaps there were only a handful of spies. After all, it was his department. It was implausible that so many infiltrators could have made their way inside. Coulson glanced at his director and then at Li Youqian, one being his superior and the other a formidable presence. With a sigh, he rubbed his aching back and urged the Hydra agents forward, guiding them through the pink door into the director's secret base. Coulson's expression conveyed a sense of being a mere tool, as if he were a brick, moved wherever needed. Li Youqian couldn't help but sigh for him, casting a glance at Black Egg, lamenting the malevolence of Black Egg's capitalist nature. Then, he observed the vast, white expanse beyond the doorway, with the cold wind relentlessly blowing inside. Noticing his thin attire, he took pity and kicked a few Hydra agents to hasten their entrance. Once everyone had departed, Youqian eagerly shut the pink door, exclaiming that he was freezing. Suddenly recalling something, he reopened the door and called out, "Black Egg, should you ever require my assistance again, do not hesitate to ask. I shall oblige. As long as the compensation is adequate." With that, he firmly closed the portal. Gazing at the funds in his bank account, Youqian couldn't help but smirk. Understanding why protagonists in novels often have such swagger, he found it quite exhilarating. Days later, observing Coulson's weary demeanor, he mused on how Black Egg regarded his subordinates as mere tools. "So how is it? Does your department truly have a significant number of spies?" Coulson silently nodded. Despite the tough exterior of those agents, a few days of relentless pressure had yielded some information. It was now clear that many Hydra spies were indeed embedded within S. H-I-E-L-D. Just refer to us as S-H-I-E-L-D. Our director believes the previous name was overly lengthy. Coulson remarked with a smile, deftly shifting the topic. He continued, "Our director is currently occupied with the task of rooting out spies, and he sent me to inquire whether you might be interested in joining S-H-A-E-L-D. Youqian shook his head, recognizing that while there were advantages to joining S-H-I-E-L-D during this period, they were limited. Coulson smiled confidently, stating, "We could offer you $100,000 each month without requiring much from you. Just assist S-H-I-E-L-D with some special matters. You might not even need to take action once a month. Mr. Lee, would you not consider it? Your words have cast me in the light of a mercenary, as if I were merely a person easily swayed by wealth. An annual bonus of 100,000. How infuriating. You have managed to exploit my Achilles heel." Youqian expressed his admiration, declaring that the king of spies, Black Braised Egg, is indeed a person of considerable skill. "Let's make a pact. If Tony agrees to join the Avengers, I shall do the same. However, I shall refrain from joining S-H-L-D, as I have no desire to be part of such a covert organization. Once Tony becomes a member of the Avengers, he will undoubtedly take charge of various matters, relegating S-H-I-L-D to a supportive role. Youqian can continue to indulge in leisure while delegating responsibilities to Tony, enjoying a carefree existence each day." Agent Coulson's face brightened, although the specifics of the Avengers initiative were still shrouded in mystery. He had a vague understanding that it was a team being assembled by his director. Joining the Avengers should be akin to joining S-H-I-L-D. Coulson joyfully turned to report this delightful news to his superior. Youqian comprehended Coulson's thoughts and, shaking his head from behind him, realized that the future Avengers would essentially operate in cooperation with S-H-I-E-L-D. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person, even one as formidable as Black Braised Egg, to control a cadre of superheroes. The ensuing civil war would serve as a testament to this truth. Chapter 17. Someone is scheming against the brother. After becoming affluent, Youqian spent his days immersed in gaming, savoring takeout, wandering through the streets, and frequenting bars to chase after women, living in utter bliss. Alas, after languishing in the decadence of wealth for too long, a sense of ennui began to creep in. Observing the accumulation of check-in opportunities, Youqian wasted no time and executed 10 consecutive draws. Although this mechanism lacks a safety net, there's an almost mystical allure to a tenfold draw. Upon witnessing the cascade of useless items, he felt as though he had been reincarnated as an unfortunate soul. Surely the ill fortune of Black Braised Egg had tainted him. Nonetheless, 2 items of genuine utility emerged from the lot. Blindfolded, you can still perceive skills. Even with your eyes shut, you retain the vision of a normal person. This skill, though seemingly inconsequential, proved to be utterly ineffective. Upon testing it, Youqian discovered that closing his eyes still allowed him to see, rendering it no different from his usual open-eyed vision. Why not simply keep my eyes open? Especially when sleeping, I would have to intentionally disable this skill. How absurd. The crossing card can randomly seek a world anchor point, allowing you to traverse into another realm and remain there for 3 years. During this time, the flow of time in the main world will slow, equating to the passage of 3 months. This card was quite impressive, akin to striking gold. Youqian contemplated the Marvel timeline with care. The events of Iron Man and the Incredible Hulk had already unfolded, with Iron Man 2 on the horizon. He felt an insatiable eagerness to traverse to another world, to behold its wonders. However, before departing, he needed to address an urgent matter. He almost forgot about the incident involving Tony's poisoning. Without hesitation, he retrieved a pink door from behind him, opened it, and stepped through. Tony, with a visage marred by despondency, sat alone on the sofa, his head bowed in contemplation. Even as Youqian approached him, Tony remained oblivious, clearly grappling with the reality of his palladium poisoning, lost in a melancholic reverie. Without a word, Youqian plopped down on another sofa, seizing the fruit platter from the table and indulging in its contents. "What's the matter, Tony? Why have you transformed into emo boy?" Tony managed to muster a faint smile. "You rascal, after so many days of absence, wait, how did you get in?" Glancing behind Youqian, he was taken aback by a pink door, revealing a scene utterly foreign to his abode. Captivated, he approached, marveling, is this a spatial teleportation device? Such advanced technology. But why the pink door? Your taste remains perpetually absurd. He regarded Youqian with a hint of disdain, musing that a gold-red hue would have been far superior. Youqian retorted, "Do you think I chose this pink door? If I could change the color, I would have opted for a bronze shade. A bronze door traversing space sounds far more impressive." With a casual posture, he continued, "Tony, my friend, I foresee a significant crisis looming over you. Hurry and tailor a suit of your Iron Man armor for me, and I shall reveal how to resolve this predicament." Tony felt a flicker of doubt. Could this fellow truly possess a solution to his palladium poisoning? How did he even know about it? After all, Tony had only recently discerned his ailment, and yet, he had never witnessed this individual exhibit any healing prowess. Nevertheless, he decided to indulge the idea. It couldn't hurt to explore. Tony led Youqian into the villa, to a workshop dedicated to the creation of Iron Man suits. He pointed to a half-completed armor, assuring, "Rest assured, I have already started one for you, though it remains unfinished. What color do you prefer? Inform JARVIS, and be sure to name it." Youqian rubbed his hands together, declaring, "JARVIS, I want in black, and let us call it the Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior." He had no intention of donning the armor. It was merely for the sake of collecting, so a memorable name would suffice. With an exasperated roll of his eyes at Youqian's consistently outrageous taste, Tony suddenly heard his words. "You look rather feeble. Are you poisoned? I once held the title of a Taoist, and with a flick of my fingers, I discerned that your vitality resides in that model your father gifted you. That model, in truth, contains a new element, one that could remedy your physical afflictions." Stunned, Tony pivoted and dashed towards the room housing his father's zoo. Youqian admired his Iron Man suit before turning back to his pink door. With Tony now privy to the clue regarding the new element, he could alleviate some of the suffering caused by the poisoning, while simultaneously depriving the black egg of yet another opportunity to collect a favor from him. The question remained, however, how would Tony's early acquisition of a new element alter the narrative of Iron Man 2? With a resounding chime echoing in his mind, the completion of a special achievement significantly influenced the narrative of Iron Man 2, granting him 10 attendance rewards. In a flash of white light, he vanished into the Marvel Universe. Simultaneously, on a dilapidated street, a flicker of white light appeared, and Youqian materialized on the pavement. Instinctively sensing something amiss, he glanced down only to exclaim in dismay, "Where's the manhole cover?" With a thud, he fell flat on the ground, quite literally flattening himself. After the tumble, he realized he might possess the ability to fly. How infuriating! Raising his gaze, he beheld two creatures resembling bears, yet possessing a somewhat anthropomorphic quality. The surroundings were dark and damp, with a grand gate looming ahead, where the two creatures stood vigil. The darker-colored bear-like creature spoke. "You must be the newcomer seeking to join our association." The lighter-colored bear creature, eyeing Youqian with discontent, remarked, "Bear, doesn't this fellow appear rather foolish?" To which Bear replied, "That is quite normal. You must understand that most of the odd beings are rather dim-witted. There aren't many intelligent creatures like us." Youqian observed the two bumbling bear monsters, feeling somewhat exasperated. How could they dare call him foolish? They bore little resemblance to the characters Bear and Bear 2 from the animated series. Their grotesque appearance was enough to suggest that if they indeed looked like that, the show would have long been taken off the air. In this unfamiliar world, with circumstances still unclear, he decided to play along with their narrative. "Ah, yes, indeed. I am a newcomer, here to ally with your association." Bear 2 scrutinized Youqian with a puzzled expression, sensing an odd semblance of humanity about him. Bear promptly delivered a slap, exclaiming, "Have you ever seen a human looking so flat? Now, lead the way and take him to meet the boss." "Understood." Following Bear 2, Youqian trudged deeper into the lair, his flattened body rendering his legs unusually short, trailing behind the creature, his little legs kicking up clouds of dust. "Chapter 18. Me?" Youqian discovered that beneath the surface lay an astonishingly vast expanse, seemingly housing numerous beings. Following Bear 2 to the heart of the cavern, The next scene instantly made Li Youqian comprehend the nature of the world he had entered. Before him stood a colossal, terrifying humanoid creature, its body covered in exoskeletons, adorned with tendrils resembling white snake heads. Beside it was a plump, one-eyed monster. Was this not the formidable boss of the Monster Association, Orochi? And the one-eyed creature, wasn't it the puppet controlled by the mastermind Saitama? Here he was, thrust straight into the presence of the world's archvillain. How on earth was he to navigate this opening scenario? He was quite anxious as his mind raced with thoughts while his body moved forward, forming a line behind a throng of monsters. Bear 2 turned to Li Youqian, stating, "You wait in line here while I guard the entrance. I hope you can become a worthy member of the Monster Association." Li Youqian stood among a multitude of creatures, watching as the monster before him showcased its prowess before Orochi. What in the world was this? A direct recruitment for bosses? The method employed by the Great Serpent to recruit members for the Monster Association was rather straightforward. Those with formidable abilities were retained, while the weaker, even the comically inept, were devoured. Li Youqian, somewhat bewildered, queued for a time until it was finally his turn. The Great Serpent and the Great Cyclops fixed their gaze upon him, leaving Li Youqian feeling somewhat dazed. How was he to demonstrate his abilities? Should he simply approach the Great Serpent and offer a grand display? With so many monsters present, even if he possessed 10 arms, it would not suffice to fan them all. Alone, he could perhaps manage to fan a few dozen, but not more, particularly given his body's ability to transform. The Great Serpent and the Great Cyclops exchanged a glance, assessing the newcomer to the Monster Association, who appeared remarkably feeble, as if he had been flattened. It was likely that he was yet another source of shame for the monsters. Suddenly, a tentacle from the Great Serpent lunged toward Li Youqian, piercing through him. Li Youqian looked down to see a hole in his body, his expression one of utter confusion. Yet, in the next instant, the wound healed, and not a drop of blood was shed. Li Youqian, now visibly irked, vowed to remember this affront. In the future, the creature known as the Great Serpent would do well to keep one eye open while sleeping, for if he were to catch an opportunity, he would ensure that there would be dire consequences. Then, the Great Cyclops let out a characteristic villainous laugh, a cackling sound. Ah, quite impressive. Your regenerative abilities are formidable, and you even possess the power of transformation. You qualify, though it seems your offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking, reminiscent of a zombie. Li Youqian, observing the Great Cyclops' expression, realized that this fellow had taken a liking to his healing prowess. "Oh, thank you, Great Cyclops. You are truly my idol." The Great Cyclops found some comfort in Li Youqian's flattery, for most members of the Monster Association were indeed monstrous in nature. They were often preoccupied with fighting and sycophancy, making such skills rather rare. Nodding appreciatively, the Great Cyclops gestured for Li Youqian to stand aside, indicating the area occupied by the more qualified monsters. Li Youqian moved to a quieter corner, contemplating his next steps. He planned to find a secluded spot to open a portal and make a swift escape, subsequently reporting the Monster Association to the Hero Association to alert them of this gathering of monsters. By doing so, he would influence the narrative. He had already discerned that the more chaotic the plot became, the greater the rewards. After a brief period of reflection, the line of monsters had completed their interviews. The Great Cyclops, standing beside the Great Serpent, commenced a lengthy address. "Greetings, fellow kindred spirits of monstrosity. Together, we shall unite and strengthen our association." A commanding presence emanated from the Great Cyclops as he embarked on a monologue of leadership, speaking incessantly for an entire hour. Li Youqian, observing the throng of monsters surrounding him, found no opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Subsequently, the Great Cyclops announced the first mission. Those classified as below the Tiger level were to travel to other cities to spread the name of the Monster Association and attract more monsters. For those above the Tiger level, the only requirement was to bide their time at the Monster Association headquarters, avoiding detection by heroes. Monthly tasks would be assigned, with notifications sent to the relevant monsters. As the meeting adjourned, various peculiar individuals gradually departed, and Li Youqian followed suit. The entire Oddities Association resided underground, where the space was quite ample, accommodating the numerous eccentric beings. Observing the dwindling crowd of oddities, Li Youqian was preparing to make a discreet exit when suddenly, a voice belonging to the large-eyed fellow emerged from beside him. "Newcomer, I have matters to discuss with you." Li Youqian glanced around, but the large-eyed figure insisted. "Stop looking around. I am referring to you. Come with me." Reluctantly, Li Youqian trailed behind him, his expression somber. Upon reaching a small cavern, the large-eyed one smiled and inquired, "What is your name?" "Just call me Wealthy Oddity," Li Youqian replied, sensing that the large-eyed individual harbored some ulterior motives. With a mischievous grin, he proposed, "I thought you could infiltrate the Hero Association and, under the guise of a hero, eliminate those heroes." The more he observed Youqian, the more he perceived him as human. Despite his initial flat appearance, he could transform into a human form. It was quite fortuitous that the Oddities Association lacked the abilities of true oddities, relying instead on the internet to gather intelligence on various heroes' capabilities. The individual before him, capable of assuming a human guise, was ideally suited for the role of spy. As for whether this individual was genuinely human, the large-eyed one was convinced that such a flat being must surely be an oddity. Furthermore, he could always dispatch someone to investigate in human society, checking for any trace of his existence. If no information surfaced, he would undoubtedly be some sort of creature or a manifestation of resentment. Youqian was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief as he pointed to himself. "Me?" The large-eyed one seemed to realize his phrasing was somewhat inappropriate and quickly clarified. "I'm not suggesting you confront S-class heroes. You can gather intelligence, eliminate lower-tier heroes, and subtly undermine them during monster hunts." Youqian felt quite exasperated. He had no desire to be a spy even in the Marvel Universe. Yet here he was, unwittingly thrust into that role in another world. "This is hardly suitable," he protested. "Nothing unsuitable about it," the large-eyed one replied. "Given the needs of human society, I will provide you with some funds each month and assist you in establishing a human identity. Rest assured." The large-eyed one offered no opportunity for Youqian to refuse. However, upon hearing the mention of monetary compensation, Youqian promptly acquiesced, declaring with righteous enthusiasm, "The Oddities Association is my home. You are my idol. I will certainly fulfill the task." The large-eyed one patted Youqian on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Do your best. The association will not shortchange you. As long as you bring back valuable intelligence or achieve notable results, I will promote you to a position of leadership. For the money, for the association, I will strive diligently." Chapter 19. A sudden escape. Youqian spent several days at the headquarters of the Oddities Association. It must be said the large-eyed one, or rather the individual behind him, Sykes, possessed considerable skill. They had managed to impose order upon the chaotic oddities. Even some of the more human-like oddities enjoyed accommodations resembling dormitories. By sheer coincidence, Youqian's roommates were none other than the gatekeepers, Bear 1 and Bear 2. These two beings were originally ordinary bears. However, due to the destruction of their forest habitat by humans and the subsequent resentment that arose, they were transformed into monstrous entities, seeking to exact retribution upon humanity. Perhaps the limited expanse of their forest rendered them relatively weak. They found themselves pursued by a bald-headed B-grade hero wielding a chainsaw. In a fortuitous turn of events, they overheard that the Monster Association was recruiting, prompting them to seek refuge from the odious hero within its ranks. Given their imposing stature yet lackluster abilities, they were assigned the role of gatekeepers. Upon hearing the account from Bear 1 and Bear 2, Youqian posed a heartfelt query. "Is that forest known as Bear Ridge?" Bear 1 slapped his thigh in surprise, exclaiming, "How did you know? Are you also one of those monsters from that place?" Youqian fell silent. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside their cave dwelling. Big Bright Eyes had arrived, brandishing human identification and a stack of money, complete with a mobile phone and bank card, all of which he promptly handed over to Youqian. Overjoyed, Youqian accepted the items, but hesitated, asking, "This won't be discovered by the Hero Association, will it?" Big Bright Eyes reassured him, patting his chest, "Rest assured. This is the identity of a resident from a town devastated by unknown robots. There are no flaws, as long as you do not reveal yourself. The Hero Association will not suspect you." Relieved, Youqian declared, "You truly are a good Samaritan. It seems fortune has smiled upon me." With this, he acquired a legitimate identity within the realm of One Punch Man. How splendid. Big Bright Eyes was equally pleased. After investigation, it was confirmed that the wealthy monster was indeed a creature, with no existing records in human society. Coupled with his abilities, he was a natural-born spy. With such talent, who would fear the Hero Association? Youqian stowed the items given by Big Bright Eyes into his pack, emerged from the sewer entrance, waved a farewell, and called out, "Goodbye, good man." Big Bright Eyes felt an inkling of something amiss, but still waved back, urging, "Work diligently, and I shall see to it that you are promoted. And do not forget, the new recruitment for the Hero Association is approaching. Keep an eye on the dates." Big Bright Eyes had no apprehension about Youqian's reluctance to become a spy. As a monster, the desire to slay heroes and wreak havoc upon cities was an instinct ingrained in their very being. With a sense of wind-swept melancholy, Youqian shouldered his bundle and strode into the distance. Once far enough away, he swiftly concealed the package into his own space, adopting a swift, agile gait that allowed him to soar into the air with remarkable speed. As he distanced himself from the headquarters of the Monster Association, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful for his acting skills. Surveying the dilapidated surroundings, he recognized that the Monster Association's headquarters resided in this area, indicating they were indeed in the outskirts of City Z. Although Big Bright Eyes claimed he had no spies to infiltrate the Hero Association, his ability to swiftly secure a legitimate identity for Youqian demonstrated that the Monster Association still wielded a degree of influence within human society. Thus, it is unwise to report hastily. Youqian intended to participate in the Hero Association selection in a few days, aiming for an impressive score. He planned to seize the opportunity to approach some high-ranking heroes to facilitate a direct connection with the Hero Association's headquarters, orchestrating a preemptive strike between the Hero Association and the Villain Association for a unique achievement. Although the initial circumstances of his transmigration were less than favorable. As the saying goes, one should laugh heartily while stepping into the world. We are not mere weeds. Indeed, gold will shine wherever it is. While Youqian was in high spirits, he still needed to find accommodation and decided to seek a residence nearby. Given that many of the houses were abandoned, he casually chose an apartment building that appeared quite clean. With a swift kick, he shattered one of the main doors. To his surprise, he was greeted by a blinding light. Wait, light? Wasn't this place supposed to be uninhabited? Youqian gazed into the room, where he encountered Saitama, whose vacant expression resembled that of a dead fish. Saitama was taken aback. He had been minding his own business at home when suddenly the door was kicked open. Who is this person? How audacious! Unfortunately, he is no villain. In an instant, Saitama appeared right in front of Youqian, startlingly close. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Why do you carry the scent of a villain? It is quite potent, yet you do not seem to be one." Youqian thought to himself, of course. Having shared a dormitory with a couple of villains, how could the scent not be strong? I am certainly not a villain. I'm merely a passerby in disguise, just a stranger. Saitama extended his hand, demanding compensation for the door. Youqian, feeling somewhat speechless, paid the price for the door and asked, "I wish to find a place to stay. Where do you connect the utilities? This apartment seems nice. I intend to reside next door to you." After receiving the payment, Saitama's mood visibly improved. Upon hearing that Youqian wished to be his neighbor, he patted his chest and informed him about the utility company responsible for the renovations. A few days later, the renovation company had completed the work on the apartment next to Saitama's. The workers were baffled, having assumed that the peculiar bald man living in Z City's outskirts had long since perished. To their astonishment, he was still alive and had even attracted a tenant. Truly absurd. To express his gratitude for Saitama's assistance, Youqian decided to host a hot pot feast in his new home, ordering takeout for the ingredients. After they had eaten to their satisfaction, Youqian recalled the impending Hero Association selection and directly asked Saitama, "In a few days, the hero selection will commence. Would you like to give it a try?" Saitama, with a puzzled look, replied, "I'm already a hero, an interest-driven hero." The next moment, Youqian commenced his lesson. "That is not what I meant. The hero selection is organized by an entity known as the Hero Association. If selected, one becomes a professional hero." Youqian began to elucidate the concept of the hero selection to Saitama. Understanding what was being conveyed, Saitama shrugged dismissively. "It sounds too troublesome. I am not interested." However, he soon reconsidered, "But if it comes with a salary as a professional hero, then fine, I shall go." He was unconcerned about the Hero Association potentially making unwise decisions. Chapter 20, Bewilderment. A bag of lime traversing the world, an essential for any journey. The bicycle, capable of reaching a staggering speed of 80 miles per hour, is astonishingly swift. The art of decisively vanquishing opponents, absorbing their energy, and the potential to enhance skills and items is a manifestation of wisdom. With a plethora of tissues behind him, Youqian gazed at the rewards accumulated from his diligent efforts. Notably, the skill enhancement provided him with a viable method to grow stronger. Stepping out of his abode, Youqian set forth with Saitama towards the venue for the hero selection of the League of Legends. Youqian adhered to a philosophy of amassing sufficient wealth upon entering a new world, allowing himself the leisure to indulge in carefree antics and enjoy the spectacle of absurd feats. Saitama rolled his eyes, bemused by his companion's antics. The current timeline was still quite early, well before the events of the first episode of One Punch Man. Nevertheless, the method of hero selection bore similarities to Saitama's initial entry into the Hero Association, involving both physical aptitude testing and a written examination. Youqian breezed through the physical tests, observing Saitama's ostentatious display. A group of burly men nearby prepared to mock Saitama, as his unassuming appearance belied his formidable strength. However, after Saitama executed an array of astonishing feats, the onlookers were left utterly speechless. "Wow, that is incredible, but I'm still young. I'll surely achieve such feats in the future," muttered one muscular man beside Youqian. Youqian patted his shoulder, bemused. "You fool. Do you really think you can extend your lifespan through such means?" The muscular man paused, momentarily confused by the implication. It was another muscular fellow who could no longer contain himself and clarified that he meant it was impossible for him to become that strong. The written examination proved exceedingly simple. Youqian surmised it was perhaps designed to accommodate those who were merely brawlers. Before long, he completed his paper, boldly penning beneath the question of why he wished to become a hero. "I possess crucial intelligence and wish to contact the S-Class heroes of the Hero Association." After submitting his paper with swift confidence, Saitama was the next to finish, which was reasonable given that his final response was merely a whimsical desire to become a hero for the sake of interest. In comparison to others who were still scribbling away, Youqian and Saitama undoubtedly submitted their papers the quickest. Following the written examination, Youqian and Saitama lingered at the selection venue for a while. Soon, someone arrived in search of Youqian. Inside an office, a man clad in a snake-patterned suit fixed his gaze intently upon the two individuals before him. He was Snake, ranked 38th among the A-class heroes. Such hero selection events typically required a hero's presence, yet due to the lack of incentives, it had fallen upon the shoulders of the lowest-ranked A-class hero, Snake. With a hint of displeasure, Snake remarked, "Youqian, I summoned you alone. Why have you brought him?" However, Saitama's remarkable performance during the physical test stirred a peculiar sensation within Snake. Perhaps envy or dissatisfaction, or perhaps a blend of both. Initially skeptical, Snake eventually uttered a stern warning. "You had better be telling the truth." Youqian patted Chiyu on the shoulder and urged, "Come on, show your prowess." "Ah, you mean demonstrate my strength?" "Oh." Snake instinctively prepared to assume a defensive stance, yet the bald man, seemingly indifferent, appeared to teleport. He unleashed a punch that magnified in Snake's vision, utterly unimpeded. In the next moment, the punch grazed past him, shattering the wall behind him and creating a tremendous hole, the air behind him even producing a sonic boom. Snake swallowed hard and pulled out his phone to notify the higher-ups at the Hero Association. He understood that this world was teeming with monsters, and he recognized that god-level disasters were beyond his control. While he harbored some dissatisfaction towards the two individuals before him, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Especially after witnessing that punch, it was evident that the bald man was indeed a formidable force, possessing the strength of an S-class hero, making his words somewhat credible. As Snake made the call, Chiyu curiously inquired of Youqian, "What secret are you hiding?" "Oh, it's nothing much, just a group of oddities forming an association, quite powerful, with several dragon-level monsters among them." Chiyu scratched his bald head, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. "Youqian, I know you're anxious, but hold on a moment. Let me notify the people at the Hero Association and secure a reward before you engage." Youqian had indeed considered having Chiyu directly eliminate the Monster Association, but he suddenly realized that reporting such matters to the Hero Association could yield rewards. If one were a hero, they could even advance in rank. One should take advantage of such opportunities. Youqian reassured Chiyu, "Don't be hasty. Let me secure the reward first." Before long, the sound of a helicopter echoed from above the building. A petite girl, radiating green light and exuding an air of haughty confidence, floated before the trio. She was none other than Tornado, the S-Class hero, accompanied by a man in a suit from the Hero Association. Tornado, visibly displeased, remarked, "Who called for an S-Class hero for something supposedly urgent? I was just about to catch up on my beauty sleep. Who's responsible for my stunted growth?" Having been stationed at the Hero Association headquarters, Tornado rushed over immediately upon receiving news regarding a god-level disaster. The man in the black suit, Shichi, regarded the three men with a serious expression, inquiring, "What on earth has transpired?" Youqian promptly recounted his chance discovery of the Monster Association, attributing it to his unique transformation ability. He explained that he had only recently managed to escape, assuring them that he was indeed human and inviting them to verify the truth. He was a survivor of a town plagued by terrifying robots. Shichi posed a question, "Mr. Lee, considering your claims about the formidable strength and multitude of these monsters, do you possess any pertinent evidence or documentation?" Youqian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Send someone to investigate, and you will see that I speak the truth. Given the gravity of a god-level disaster, it is imperative to treat this with utmost seriousness." Youqian rubbed his hands together, and Shichi instantly understood patting his chest to assure him that if the matter were true, the promised rewards would be delivered in full. He then closed the door and set up Saitama to annihilate the Monster Association. Saitama, however, was quite displeased, and Youqian, with great reluctance, treated him to a sumptuous meal to persuade him to delay the annihilation of the monsters. Due to the exorbitant prices of takeout discovered during their last outing in the suburbs, Youqian decided to prepare the meal himself. Chicken soup is on the way, he announced as he concocted a delightful chicken broth and prepared several dishes. However, after indulging in the meal, Saitama found himself afflicted with a 3-day bout of diarrhea, leaving everything concerning the Monster Association forgotten amidst his discomfort. In a bewildering twist of fate, Youqian inadvertently achieved 2 milestones, successfully defeating Saitama and attaining the title of a master in poison crafting. Chapter 21. A sense of familiarity. Youqian and Saitama ascended to the ranks of C-class heroes, though, unfortunately, due to a lack of notable achievements, they had yet to acquire heroic names. However, securing a heroic name was a simple matter. A few monster encounters and some publicity would suffice. For instance, Youqian was affectionately dubbed Baido Hero by the online community, while Saitama retained a name reminiscent of the original storyline, Cape Baldy. Occasionally, Youqian soared through the skies, scanning for any sign of monsters, hoping to defeat one and earn some enhancement energy for a bit of extra income. On this particular day, a commotion erupted on the streets as people gasped and scrambled to distance themselves from the scene. A man clad in rudimentary armor, his skin adorned with the markings of a bull and horse, was locked in combat with a monster resembling a computer. This man was the B-class hero, Bull Horse Hero, while his opponent was a computer monster, the manifestation of a disgruntled programmer's resentment. Bull Horse Hero possessed the strength of a bull and the speed of a horse, tirelessly laboring day in and day out, which earned him the affectionate moniker. The computer monster, exhibiting the force to shatter concrete with a single punch, was clearly a formidable tiger-class creature. Bull Horse Hero was being overwhelmed on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, the computer monster slammed its massive head into Bull Horse Hero, catching him off guard and sending him staggering back several meters, spitting blood in the process. With a malevolent laugh, the computer monster taunted, "You wretched bulls and horses, along with those vile capitalists, have oppressed me. What wrong have I, a mere programmer, committed? The pressure is unbearable. I shall take revenge on society." Amidst the monster's tirade, the surrounding crowd hastily fled. In the next moment, a shadow plummeted from the sky. Without hesitation, Youqian struck the computer monster with a powerful blow. He then produced a handkerchief, covering the monster's face while gently patting its cheek. Relax, feeling dizzy is quite normal. In an atmosphere of eerie tension, the computer monster ultimately succumbed to asphyxiation, its body withering and contorting as if energy were being siphoned away. The fleeing spectators halted and resumed their observation. Is he the recently emerged hero, Baido Hero? Why does he exude a villainous aura? Must be a superpowered individual. After all, he fights monsters. Baido Hero is considerably stronger, having already defeated numerous tiger-class monsters. I have a feeling he could even take on a ghost-class monster. He is undoubtedly the next S-class hero. At present, if I support him, I shall become a loyal follower in the future. It is perplexing how that peculiar individual was suffocated by such a handkerchief. Truly, it must be a supernatural ability. Youqian remained composed outwardly, yet internally he was grappling with the notion of acquiring a villa. His character template was indeed commendable, but the inherent limitation of not being able to kill without assistance was rather unfortunate. Furthermore, faced with a more formidable adversary, even a barrage from a submachine gun would leave him bloodied. He would find it far more convenient to employ the handkerchief. After Youqian dealt with the computer monster, Neo Maxia approached him with a spring in his step, exclaiming, "You truly are the legendary Doxia. Your reputation precedes you. Indeed, you are a recent dark horse. I cannot thank you enough for saving my life." Youqian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It is nothing. This is what I ought to do." In the next instant, he soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Once on a rooftop, Youqian retrieved a portal from behind and stepped through it. The scenery within the portal was none other than his own room. Saitama was leisurely munching on snacks while watching television. Youqian's expression darkened, yet he refrained from commenting. For Saitama bore a rather unfortunate curse. Regardless of the monsters he battled, his merits were easily usurped by others. Meanwhile, Saitama himself exhibited an air of nonchalance. Despite Youqian's rapid ascension to a B-class hero in just a few days, Saitama remained at the C rank. He spent his days languishing at home, earning a meager income as a C-class hero, which led him to regularly indulge in Youqian's hospitality. Naturally, this was not entirely without cost, as he was responsible for preparing meals for Youqian. Youqian's chicken soup and dishes were so unpalatable that he deemed them akin to poison, even receiving certification from the system to that effect. Closing his eyes, Youqian envisioned the white orb of light, Audiobooks, as it swirled and unfolded a screen. The probability of successfully enhancing the first level to 50 has been achieved. Subsequent enhancements will be halved. The required enhancement energy has reached 6, and the skills and items eligible for enhancement include the special handkerchief. Will you proceed? Youqian pondered why this particular skill demanded so much energy. Having defeated 5 or 6 tiger-class monsters, he found that it was merely sufficient for one enhancement of the handkerchief. Sighing, he decided to give it a try. Youqian recognized that this skill might also enhance his template, yet the energy required would likely be astronomical. Enhance. He retrieved the handkerchief from his spatial storage, and with a flash of white light, Audiobooks confirmed the enhancement success, altering the handkerchief's information. Handkerchief of Death for Shadow Overlord. When placed before the enemy's mouth, it induces suffocation, maintaining the effect for 10 seconds. Youqian grinned. The 50 success rate had indeed prevailed. He thought to himself, in the future, I shall simply bind this handkerchief to my hand and fan it across the faces of monsters, inducing a forceful suffocation for 3 seconds, lasting 10 seconds in total. How delightful! As he reveled in his thoughts, he suddenly paused, realizing that his skill tree seemed somewhat skewed. Nevertheless, he deemed it inconsequential. Observing his depleted enhancement energy, he lamented the uncertainty of how long it would take to accumulate enough for template enhancement. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Youqian opened it to find a lawful lowly tornado, accompanied by the S-class hero, Silver Fong, standing beside her. Bangu held a small black box in his hand. What do you think? I speak the truth, don't I? Youqian immediately recalled his report about the mysterious organization of aberrant beings. Tornado floated gracefully in the air, arrogantly declaring, what you say is indeed true. Bangu and I previously discovered a clandestine organization of aberrants in City Z. However, they're exceedingly cautious, with formidable organizational skills. Moreover, the information you provided about the aberrants was rather exaggerated. The Heroes Association insists that we cannot engage in battle just yet, as the enemy remains unaware of our knowledge of their existence. We must seize this opportunity to gather more intelligence. Youqian nodded. As long as you acknowledge it to be true, that suffices. Promotion and salary increment, you understand? Tornado, somewhat displeased at being interrupted, lamented, all you think about is money. The bonus from Shichi is already being processed. It should arrive shortly. Your hero rank will also rise to A level. And if you manage to acquire intelligence, you might even ascend to S level. Taken aback, Youqian felt an ominous premonition. S level? Intelligence? Tornado appeared somewhat flustered, while the elderly Bangu, hunched with white hair and a kind expression, awkwardly added, I apologize for the trouble, dear friend. Forget about it. The names of young heroes nowadays are too extravagant. I shall refer to you as young friend instead. Shichi has assigned a task to you, and I wonder if you might accept it. The familiarity of the words and the approach struck a chord with Youqian, reminiscent of a certain large-eyed creature who had spoken to him in a similar manner. Chapter 22. Receiving dual salaries from 2 entities. Although Bangu felt a touch of embarrassment, he wasted no time in presenting the task. The Heroes Association desires young friend to utilize his transformation abilities to serve as a spy within the aberrant organization, providing relevant information and intelligence to the Heroes Association. Youqian's face expressed his reluctance. This puts me in a difficult position. Tornado's expression hardened. Difficult? Then don't do it. She radiated a green aura, seemingly ready to discipline the rebellious Youqian. Bangu quickly stepped in front of Tornado, assuring, not at all, not at all. We are all part of the same association. Observing Tornado's fierce demeanor, Youqian was thankful there was no table in front of her, as he had yet to eat. Bangu turned to Youqian, saying, rest assured, young friend, the association has also provided a corresponding remuneration package, double salary each month, and you will be promoted to A-level hero. After acquiring substantial valuable intelligence, you may rise to S-level hero. If you truly cannot agree, I shall understand and will assist you in declining the association's request. Bangu's face was etched with sincerity. He had been equally astonished upon learning about the aberrant organization. Taking on the role of spy within such a terrifying organization was akin to risking one's life. Financial gain was secondary. It was likely that the true motivation for wanting him as a spy was the commitment to contribute to human society. Thus, if this young man chose not to comply, Bangu would be able to comprehend his decision. Listening to the enticing offer, Li Youqian pondered. If he accepted, would he not become a spy among spies? However, there are advantages as well. One can earn 2 salaries, and I am quite familiar with the specifics of the Monster Association. Having watched both the first and second seasons of One Punch Man, I need not engage in the life of a true agent. Remaining at home allows me to collect 2 incomes, which is rather delightful. If I do not descend into hell, who shall? My desire for advancement is fervent. I have promised to provide intelligence in exchange for a promotion to S-Class. Bang, with a reassuring pat on his chest, declared as an old man. I guarantee with my life that meeting you today is a great joy in my life. You, my friend, are a true hero. Tornado approached, her expression haughty, hands on her hips. You wish to become a spy, but I have yet to consent. Let me test your strength, if you are too weak. It is better to reconsider. I could handle the Monster Association all by myself. Those rascals from the Hero Association do not believe in me. How infuriating. As she spoke, the green aura enveloping her grew increasingly radiant, and a force bound Li Youqian's body. Li Youqian began to levitate. The door to the room was ajar, and he utilized his flying skills to unleash a terrifying burst of speed, breaking free from the restraints and soaring into the sky. Tornado followed closely. Although she had not used her full strength, she was surprised that Li Youqian could escape her grasp and at such remarkable speed. Even with his flying capabilities, he might barely qualify as an S-Class hero, though he may linger at the tail end. Tornado shouted from behind, "Not bad, but why are you merely running? Come at me and unleash your strongest and most proficient attack. I want to witness your capabilities." Li Youqian regarded Tornado, who was closing in, with a peculiar expression. "Are you certain?" It seemed absurd. His strongest and most adept attack was merely a slap to the face. To actually request that he slap her was a ridiculous demand. Moreover, with a handkerchief in hand, slapping her would feel akin to a human trafficker's antics. Suddenly, he wondered how his narrative had veered so far off course. Bang emerged from the room, calling out to Tornado, "Enough of this mischief. Our friend's hero moniker is the bounty hunter, and his specialty lies in administering slaps." Tornado paused, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. How can one's attack be merely slapping someone? Reflecting on her previous words, she realized she had asked someone to slap her. Was she truly that masochistic? Another day of social embarrassment. Tornado, as if nothing had transpired, adopted a minimalist demeanor and lazily drifted behind Bang. Your speed earlier has already demonstrated that you possess sufficient strength. Thus, it is settled. The subsequent arrangements will be handled by Shichi. Bang, with a look of satisfaction, handed over a black box. Li Youqian accepted it and opened it to reveal a set of black attire. Bang pointed to the clothing, saying, "This is the combat suit crafted for you by Child Emperor. Try it on. A simple tap will suffice." Li Youqian held it in his hands and tapped the center of the suit, which flowed like water and adorned him seamlessly. Draped in an all-encompassing black hue, the attire resembled a lightweight armor, exhibiting commendable flexibility and defensive capabilities. Bangu gazed at Li Youqian with a certain fondness, a smile gracing his lips. "This garment suits you well, especially considering your shape-shifting abilities. The task ahead is arduous. Do your utmost." He continued, "By the way, young friend, please momentarily transform into your monstrous guise for us to observe. We must document it to prevent any unfortunate mishaps during the hero's confrontation with the monsters. Rest assured, we will only share pertinent information with S-rank heroes and maintain strict confidentiality." Li Youqian, clutching the combat suit, momentarily froze, recalling his earlier disclosure to the Hero Association about infiltrating as a monster. Casting a glance at Bangu, Tornado, and the onlooking Saitama, he felt a twinge of irritation and compressed himself into a flatter form. After Bangu captured the image for documentation, Tornado stifled a laugh and accompanied Bangu away. Li Youqian, observing the battle attire in his hands, lingered beside Saitama, melancholic, having received 2 paychecks that month. He extracted a sausage, placing it between his teeth, and lamented, "Being a double agent, I wonder if I can endure this." Saitama, catching a glimpse of him, fancied he saw the silhouette of a man clad in yellow. Li Youqian glanced at his phone, noting the names of 2 contacts, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Of course, I won't decline. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Do not rush," he reminded himself. The Monster Association is still in its dormant phase, and the most formidable entity among them, the Monster King, is still developing. Upon hearing the term chicken soup, an unpleasant memory surged within Saitama, prompting him to wave his hands dismissively. "Let that be," he sighed. Saitama, inherently disinterested in the Monster Association lurking beneath City Z, believed that as long as they remained concealed, it mattered little whether they were vanquished. He exhaled, pondering the solitude that invincibility brings. Observing Youqian, he considered his unique abilities and mused that perhaps Youqian could emerge as a worthy opponent. Yet, recalling Youqian's troublesome smoke-based attacks, he swiftly lost his fervor for battle. Never mind. I have no desire to receive a hefty slap. Chapter 23, Silken Combos. Youqian lingered in a state of melancholy for several days, remaining inert at home while occasionally venturing out to eliminate a few monsters and absorb their strengthening energy. As the narrative had yet to unfold, he felt content merely to clock in daily. After all, as a double agent, some methods could influence the storyline. Determined to orchestrate something significant, Youqian was soaring through the skies when suddenly his phone rang. He promptly answered, "Hello? It's you, Big Cyclops. I was just about to report my status. I've successfully infiltrated the Hero Association these past few days, and after confronting some wild monsters, I've ascended to B-rank hero status. A rank is just around the corner." "Ah, as expected of my meticulously chosen spy. In that case, your intelligence operations must commence," came the voice of Big Cyclops through the receiver. Youqian, unflinching and composed, thought to himself, "I happen to have some intelligence to report to you. The Hero Association has recently placed particular emphasis on the terrifying legends of monstrous beings in the outskirts of Z-City. We must exercise caution. The vigilant Big-Eyed has also noticed the Hero Association as frequent presence near Z-City, evidently in search of these dreadful entities. He is exceedingly pleased with Youqian, who has recently infiltrated the Hero Association and provided such valuable intelligence. Indeed, as a senior agent of our Monster Association, maintain your heroic facade. Should you find yourself compelled to eliminate a few monsters during your operations, do not grieve. Those monsters sacrifice their lives for the greater good of the Monster Association, and they should find solace in that." Big-Eyed has also been closely monitoring the heroic exploits of Youqian, codenamed Heroic Pocket, to blend into the Hero Association. Eliminating certain monsters appears to be an unfortunate necessity. After all, those monsters had not pledged allegiance to the Monster Association, and Big-Eyed finds it inconsequential. If this can assist Youqian in advancing further, climbing the ranks to obtain more valuable intelligence, then their demise would not be in vain. Youqian's voice carries a hint of suppression and melancholy. "All right, esteemed Big-Eyed, all for the sake of the Monster Association. My heart races with fervor." As the call concludes, Big-Eyed considers this subordinate to be remarkably loyal. With such assistance, what concerns could impede our grand ambitions? No sooner had Youqian ended the call than another rang. "Hello. Oh, it's Chi-Chi. I was just about to report my findings. I have successfully infiltrated the Hero Association. No, the Monster Association. Moreover, due to certain circumstances, I have gained the trust of one of the monster executives and am on the verge of becoming a monster cadre. Shiki fins Youqian esa damiano paculia." His words seem rehearsed, devoid of emotion, yet delivered with expertise. They had established several codes. And Youqian took the opportunity to inform Chi-Chi that the Monster Association has vaguely discerned that the Hero Association is probing into matters near Z-City. Chi-Chi promptly acknowledges this intelligence and expresses gratitude towards Youqian for the report. After hanging up, Youqian feels that being a spy is not as daunting as it appears. The script and dialogue require minimal adjustment. A simple tweak here and there suffices. Having languished in the world of One Punch Man for several months, he has officially ascended to the rank of A-class hero, earning the trust of both the Monster Association and the Hero Association by supplying them with valuable information. The evolution of the Monster Association has gradually reverted to its original narrative state, with the dragon-level monsters from the storyline now having joined the ranks of the association. Youqian senses that the plot is about to unfold, allowing him another 2.5 years in this world to stir chaos. Furthermore, he has enhanced his heroic pocket skill, successfully utilizing it thrice, proving himself to be quite the fortunate one. Heroic Pocket 1. Enhanced version of Heroic Pocket. With a mere wave of the hand, any target within his perceptual range can be struck with the immobilization effect extended to 10 seconds. Telekinesis. Mental energy is converted into telekinetic force, allowing him to perceive conditions within a radius of 10 kilometers and manipulate objects weighing around 100 tons. Desperate Fight. When bearing the weight of water on his back, his battle power doubles. Physical Enhancement Card. Mental Enhancement Card. Chilly Water. A 7-wolf father inflicting tenfold pain upon his son, drawing forth the 7 wolves. Tissue. Alas, the tissues remain as plentiful as ever. Wait, why does my skill description seem peculiar? What does dark humor mean? How can it speak? Is it defaming me? Do you indulge in oil cakes? At this moment, Saitama offered an oil cake to the joyfully lost Youqian. Li Youqian took the oil cake and began to eat. The two were leisurely strolling, or as one might poetically put it, patrolling as heroes. Suddenly, an energy sphere exploded before them, sending their oil cakes flying. Without hesitation, Li Youqian soared into the air, racing towards the source of the energy sphere. Behind him, Saitama bounced along. Youqian, don't be greedy. My oil cake is gone. What am I supposed to do now? Li Youqian unleashed a terrifying speed, resembling a missile, not in speed but in form. He discovered he had transformed into a missile-like shape, propelling himself even faster. At that moment, in the heart of the city, a purple-skinned version of the great Demon King Piccolo was wreaking havoc upon the surrounding structures. Employing a prince's tactics, various energy waves and spheres were carelessly unleashed. He was none other than the Vaccine Man, who first appeared in the inaugural episode of One Punch Man. Li Youqian soon arrived at the scene, witnessing the Vaccine Man's rampant destruction. It was absurd. While he patrolled Z-City, the Vaccine Man was causing chaos in the city, hurling energy blasts that ended up in Z-City. There was truly no sense of civic duty. At this juncture, the Vaccine Man casually gathered energy orbs, blue spheres coalescing in his hands, and then carelessly tossed into the city. Heroes from the city had already arrived, engaging the Vaccine Man. Among them was an A-class hero, Smile Man, clad in a red skin-tight suit with a smiley face mask. Unfortunately, Smile Man was no match for the Vaccine Man, sent flying by a single energy blast, while the remaining A-class and B-class heroes fared no better against a few strikes. Li Youqian, observing the terrifying power of the Vaccine Man, mused that should he perish, he would undoubtedly absorb a wealth of enhancement energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot towards the Vaccine Man. His psychic powers accelerated his body, and with a deliberate strike, he landed a solid blow upon the Vaccine Man's face. With just one hit, the Vaccine Man's entire body stiffened before crashing heavily to the ground. With a 10-second strong control followed by a 10-second suffocation, this was an opportune moment. Li Youqian swiftly executed a seamless series of moves, eye gouge, throat lock, and a kick to the vital points. Chapter 24, Absurd Subjective Judgment. Once the 10 seconds elapsed, Li Youqian continued to slap the Vaccine Man, fully exploiting his control. After finishing, he maintained the Vaccine Man's immobilization and then drew forth a large machete, a handgun, and a submachine gun from behind. After testing various weapons, he found them largely ineffective, realizing that even those arms were inferior to wielding his own machete. With a unique character template, supplemented by the occasional draw of enhancement cards and the power of telekinesis to augment his speed and strength, Li Youqian found himself capable of shattering the defenses of the Vaccine Man with mere cold weapons. Quite impressive, he mused, believing that even without the formidable Big Bido, he could contend with a ghost-level monster. As he tested his prowess, the Vaccine Man screamed in a frenzy, his face etched with humiliation. Li Youqian's brutal display elicited gasps of astonishment from the heroes rushing from afar. I know him. He is the newly minted A-class hero, Bido the Hero, an underdog rumored to ascend to S-class, and it seems the rumors hold true. They exclaimed. That monster must be a dragon-level adversary. Yet was effortlessly ensnared by Bido's extraordinary powers, much like a fish on a chopping board. Truly magnificent. Initially, Li Youqian felt buoyed by the praise from the heroes behind him. Although the name Bido lacked luster, it was certainly an improvement over Bald-Caped Hero. Moreover, the accolades from the heroes bolstered his spirits. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Despite 10 minutes of relentless assault, the Vaccine Man remained alive. How can you possibly hold your breath for so long? It's been 10 minutes, and you still draw breath. At that moment, the Vaccine Man continued to shriek. What have you done to me? Why can't I move? Li Youqian furrowed his brow. The enhancement from the Justice Bido skill allowed the attacked individual to speak, which he found rather irksome. With a sharp slap, he silenced the Vaccine Man enough of your incessant wailing. The Vaccine Man's purple visage began to darken as he ranted. Humans waste resources, and yet they birth me. You are but bacteria on this living planet. How dare you insult me? Indeed, such pestilent creatures deserve to be eradicated. With another resounding slap, Li Youqian commanded the heroes behind him. Does anyone have a stinky sock to gag him with? At that moment, the previously sent, flying, smiling Superman cheerfully approached, swiftly removing his sock and stuffing it into the Vaccine Man's mouth. The Vaccine Man, overwhelmed by the foul odor, contorted his face, his eyes glowing red as his body began to swell ominously. His mouth sprouted elongated fangs, and he expanded to a terrifying size of several meters. His formidable presence causing the surrounding heroes to retreat. Yet, in the next instant, they realized that despite his newfound bulk, he was immobilized. Li Youqian extended his arm, swinging it in a wide arc to strike the vaccine man's face once more. After a brief moment of suffocating him again, he observed that this creature seemed to survive without the need for breath. So, he picked up his phone, shaking it with urgency. Saitama, where are you? Why haven't you arrived? Hurry, there's a monster I can't defeat. At that moment, Saitama, having just helped an elderly lady cross the street, received the call and instantly transformed into a blur, vanishing from his previous location. Just after Youqian ended the call, a somewhat disheveled Saitama materialized before him. Saitama, with a face full of displeasure, unleashed a punch that obliterated the colossal vaccine man into a mist of blood. Youqian stood stunned, poised to utilize his enhancement skill to absorb the energy from the vaccine man's body, only to realize that he had only managed to absorb half of the energy from the now dispersed figure. Damn it, I can't let Saitama strike again. It's such a waste. Frustrated by the limitations of his own inability to kill, Youqian wore a bitter expression as he gazed upon a character template that could not be enhanced. How long will it take to gather enough? It was evident that aside from the once-enhanced Justice Big Bag, his skills and items were dwindling, leaving him with a character template that remained stagnant. Surely, the more unique and precious something is, the greater the energy required for its enhancement. He would need to recruit another ally, perhaps an S-class hero, to form a team. Saitama's prowess left no complete corpses behind. The plot was about to unfold, and those formidable monsters in the series were brimming with enhancement energy. Such potential could not be squandered. Saitama sighed as he gazed at the vaccine man he had just obliterated with a single punch. Another punch? After dispatching the vaccine man, Youqian and Saitama did not leave immediately. After all, defeating a dragon-level monster would yield substantial reward from the Hero Association. As expected, the Hero Association rewarded them with a significant sum for their joint effort in vanquishing the vaccine man, promoting Youqian to the rank of S-class hero in the process. Saitama received half of the reward, while Youqian took a staggering 95%. Absurd. The incident with the vaccine man arose unexpectedly, yet due to its early stage, it did not wreak the havoc on the city as originally scripted. Distant surveillance equipment and nearby heroes had witnessed the entire event clearly. However, the Hero Association deemed Youqian to be the primary combatant, with Saitama merely delivering the finishing blow. Such a ludicrous subjective impression was as absurd as the notion of Saitama's invincibility. Nevertheless, this ignited Youqian's rebellious spirit. He was determined to ensure that everyone recognized Saitama's strength and that his contributions were not misattributed. Saitama, on the other hand, remained indifferent. For him, as long as there was enough money, that was sufficient. Under Youqian's fervent insistence and arguments, Saitama was granted additional rewards, successfully ascending to the rank of B-class hero, liberating him from the obligation of completing a mandatory task each week. Youqian also redistributed the funds, granting Saitama 45%. As he gazed at the setting sun, Youqian commenced his daily training regimen. Indeed, with nothing else to occupy his time, he had taken up Saitama's training method. Although he had yet to witness any tangible results or experience the sensation of invincibility, and his hair remained unthinned, he had cultivated a commendable habit through consistent practice. Just as Youqian was finishing his workout, he received a phone call requesting to meet him on the rooftop. Chapter 25. The Brave Hero, Fearless in Adversity. Youqian, I heard you have defeated a dragon-level monster? While ordinary monsters can be dispatched for information, a dragon-level monster is a crucial asset to the Monster Association. You should not have killed it. The voice of the Cyclopean figure bore a somber tone as Youqian stood atop of a dilapidated high-rise on the outskirts of Z-City. Letting out a sigh, why do spies and agents always prefer to rendezvous on rooftops? On this rooftop stood Youqian, alongside the one-eyed Cyclopean and a colossal humanoid creature that occupied most of the space. Clad in a black martial arts uniform, adorned with 4 eyes and a mouth full of sharp fangs, he was none other than Haojia, one of the dragon-level officers of the Monster Association. A look of discontent crossed the face of the Cyclopean. Do not stray from the subject. Tell me, Youqian, what are your true intentions? Do you genuinely believe that by joining the Hero Association, you cease to be a monster? Youqian inwardly scoffed, for he had never considered himself a monster. To be candid, the definition of a monster in the world of One Punch Man was inherently vague. Take, for instance, the S-class hero Pig God and the A-class hero Sweet Mask. If Pig God were to cease consuming monsters and instead devour humans, he would unequivocally fit the definition of a monster. Conversely, Sweet Mask, despite becoming a monster himself, continued to act heroically. Thus, the primary means of identifying monsters in the One Punch Man universe hinged on their appearance, and the threat they pose to human society. However, the entrenched perceptions held by both humans and monsters prove to be perilous. Even psychs stubbornly believe that once transformed into a monster, one could not be a good person. Such ingrained biases could lead to dire consequences, as evidenced by Sweet Mask's plight. Youqian recalled how, later in the manga, Sweet Mask faced a barrage of scorn and backlash after being outed as a monster, with people disregarding his previous contributions and the countless monsters he had slain. The nature of humanity. Youqian pondered, his expression shifting to one of profound sorrow, realizing it was time to unveil his true skills. 3 days, then 3 days more. Lord Cyclopean, do you comprehend the torment I endure while embedded within the Hero Association? The moment my identity is exposed, I shall meet my demise. Yet, for the sake of the association and to gather more intelligence, I must ascend step by step. I aspire to reach the pinnacle, to become the S-class hero Zhao Gao. You have no idea of the trials I have faced, he lamented, his sorrowful visage accompanied by a fervent accusation that momentarily left the Cyclopean in stunned silence. But you should not have slain the dragon-level monsters. Each one holds significant potential. Youqian turned away, his back fully exposed to the Cyclopean and Haojia. I had no desire to kill the monsters. It was a bald-headed hero who did so. He was extraordinarily powerful. I witnessed him annihilate several dragon-level monsters with ease. On one occasion, he dispatched a dragon-level monster in a single blow, subsequently tossing its severed head at my feet, grinning wickedly at me. You cannot fathom the cruelty. My tender heart bore the scars of such trauma. All I could do was seize his accolades, delaying his ascension to S-class hero status. Who knows, if he were to grow dissatisfied, he might abandon his role as a hero and cease hunting monsters altogether. Youqian vividly recounted the terrifying bald-headed demon from the perspective of a monster. The Cyclopean, caught between belief and skepticism, questioned, could there truly be such a formidable figure? How come I have never heard of him? Youqian waved his hand dismissively, attributing the misfortune to his own interference, secretly claiming the credit for eliminating the monstrous adversary for another. Now, the bald demon king had begun to express dissatisfaction with the Hero Association. Sykes, who controlled the vigilant eye of judgment, rolled his eyes, lamenting how he had ever believed such a character. His words now seemed utterly absurd. Youqian, observing the disbelief in the eye of judgment, exclaimed loudly, "You still do not believe me. Then consider me dead. I am a mere phantom. While you idolize a figure of your choosing, allow me to silently contribute to the Monster Association." The once silent hero, now vocal, scoffed. "This is akin to a eunuch's meeting. Utter nonsense. I have never encountered such formidable strength. Inform me of his whereabouts, and I shall confront him." The hero had always regarded Youqian with disdain, perceiving him as weak and diminutive, despite his cryptic abilities. Youqian was taken aback. "No, my friend. Are you eager for rebirth? With your strength, you would be no match for him. A single punch would shatter you into 9 pieces." Reluctant to divulge Saitama's location, Youqian was aware that the hero, being a dragon-level monster himself, would typically remain within the confines of the Monster Association, biding his time until he could unleash his full potential, perhaps employing the hero as a mere tool. Otherwise, how could the captain of the spaceship enjoy himself? Youqian was left speechless when suddenly, the Eye of Judgment interjected, "The bald man you mentioned must reside next door to me." The hero nodded fiercely, pivoting to dash towards Youqian's residence. He could not fathom that such a potent human existed. After all, even the Monster King, Dashi, could not obliterate him with a single blow. "Are you serious, hero? Is this a game?" exclaimed the Eye of Judgment, incredulous that Youqian had been investigated. Yet, Youqian remained unfazed, for amidst his truths and fabrications, at least the bald demon king's power was genuine. The Eye of Judgment scrutinized Youqian, pondering deeply. He was indeed perplexed. Youqian's abilities were extraordinary, with remarkable regenerative powers and peculiar combat methods. Yet, it felt implausible that Youqian could slay a dragon-level monster. Was it possible that he spoke the truth? Such a notion seemed absurd. In mere minutes, the Eye of Judgment was still mulling over these thoughts when a colossal head soared above him, crashing heavily into the ruins nearby. As he gazed at the blood dripping from above, he realized that it was none other than the hero's severed head. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, as if he had become the target of a terrifying predator. Even Sykes, controlling the Eye of Judgment remotely, trembled in fright. Without hesitation, Youqian seized the Eye of Judgment and took flight, soaring 2 miles away before alighting on a rooftop. Thank heavens the bald demon king did not detect us. Otherwise, we would surely be doomed, and my identity would be revealed, Youqian exclaimed, patting his chest. The eye of judgment quivered. What you say is true. That man truly possesses the power to annihilate dragon-level monsters. Li Youqian shed tears, harboring complaints in his heart. Could it be that Saitama, the hero, was left with nothing but his head? What a waste of energy this would be. Yet, on the surface, he seemed to mourn the hero's demise. I told you so, but you refused to listen. In this moment, Li Youqian appeared to be a true loyal subject, while the Zhongyan expressed his genuine sorrow. I could weep. Chapter 26. Enjoying hot pot and singing. Li Youqian glanced back at the Zhongyan, feeling utterly speechless. If it weren't for the fact that you were merely a puppet, your death would not bring about any consequences, but rather expose your own vulnerabilities. Otherwise, Li Youqian would have no reason to save such an unappealing figure as you. Compared to the fixed monthly salary of the Zhongyan, the Affluent Hero Association offered far better treatment to its employees. However, it must be said that the hero's demise was far too hasty. The plot had originally dictated a swift end, but now it felt even more abrupt, leaving behind no special achievements. What a disappointment. Li Youqian had come to understand that special achievements were quite enigmatic. They typically emerged only when the plot and the world at large were significantly affected. For a hero whose end was destined to be swift, even if he were to be killed directly, no worthwhile rewards would materialize. The Zhongyan, visibly perturbed, departed alone, while his companion, Sykes, needed to contemplate how to confront the terrifying bald demon king. Suddenly, Li Youqian spoke up. Lord de Zhongyan, let's utilize the power and manpower of the Monster Association. The Zhongyan nodded in agreement without hesitation. In B City, within a corridor, two bear-like monsters trailed behind a man clad entirely in black, with only two holes for his eyes visible. This peculiar combination consisted of Li Youqian and the two bears, Xiongda and Xiong'er. Xiong'er, in Afolishmana, asked, Brother Youqian, why are we here? Xiongda patted Xiong'er on the shoulder. Of course, we are here to engage in some mischief. We are monsters. What else would we do? That made a certain sense. Xiong'er felt enlightened. However, Li Youqian was not in the mood to entertain the foolishness. Are you certain the information provided by the Monster Association indicates that the scientist named Fakao resides here? Indeed, Li Youqian prepared to seize the serum capable of transforming an individual into a terrifying giant. This was reminiscent of a mad scientist from the first season of One Punch Man, Fakao, who had created a serum known as the King of Biceps. This concoction could transform a robust man into a giant hundreds of meters tall, and the power contained within this serum was something Li Youqian greatly coveted. This item is fated to be mine. Such acts of thievery were hardly the domain of heroes. Thus, Li Youqian now operated as a senior agent of the Monster Association, known as the Wealthy Monster. Xiongda affirmed, rest assured, I have already established rapport with the local monsters to find the individual you mentioned. He has a brother who enjoys fitness, still in a city, also named Fakao. It's a sure bet. He's in the basement of this very building. Xiong'er expressed indignation. The local monster gang is incredibly rude. They demand we find someone for them and insist that we give them a good beating. Li Youqian mused that any monster that could be beaten by these two bumbling bears was likely a disgrace among monsters. Truly a low-tier creature. Li Youqian, without uttering much, led Xiongda and Xiong'er to the basement on the -1 floor. Without hesitation, he kicked open the large door. Inside, a thin man clad in a scientist's white coat and a muscular brute were enjoying a hot pot. Family, who understands? My brother and I were singing while eating hot pot when suddenly the door was kicked open by these strange individuals. Is there any justice left? Is there any law? With a loud crash, the door burst open, startling Fakao, causing his perfectly cooked beef slices to plummet to the floor. Fakao, upon seeing the three door kickers, was instantly enveloped by an ominous aura. Or rather, it was the three peculiar figures. Although the leader's identity remained ambiguous, the two bear-like figures behind him were undoubtedly strange. Fakao immediately shielded his brother, hiding behind him. His brother, however, stood up confidently, showcasing a series of bodybuilding poses. There was an odd sensation in the air, a philosophical essence, perhaps. Hiding behind his brother, Fakao sensed that the trio before them possessed some intellect and shouted, What do you want? Don't come any closer. My brother is formidable. Li Youqian exchanged a glance with Xiongda and Xiong'er, but they remained unresponsive. Clearing his throat, Li Youqian addressed Fakao. I hear you are researching a potion that can enhance strength, known as the King of Biceps. Hand it over. Fakao's eyes darted, a cunning glint flashing through. You wish for it? Brother, hold them off for a moment. I have a plan to ensure you can defeat them. Without hesitation, Fakao's brother flexed his muscles and charged at Li Youqian, ready to deliver a blow to the intimidating figure before him. Two gaping holes were evident in his physique. Was he not a thug? Meanwhile, Fa Gao lunged toward the table behind him, seemingly to grab something. Youqian swiftly kicked aside the bewildered Xiong heir, directing him to engage with Fa Gao's brother. Remarkably, Fa Gao's sibling proved no weakling, putting up an equal fight against Xiong heir. If Fa Gao's brother were to take on the role of a hero, he would undoubtedly fit the mold of a B-grade character. At least at the tail end of A-grade, for Xiong heir was indeed a formidable creature. However, one must not forget that Xiongda was lurking behind Xiong heir. Together, the two bears pressed down on the muscular man. Youqian effortlessly used telekinesis to restrain Fa Gao, requiring no special skills against an ordinary person. A simple technique sufficed. With a flick of his finger, the potion in Fa Gao's grasp floated into the air and landed in Youqian's hand. Is this the king of biceps? Youqian asked, gazing at the potion with uncertainty. Once freed from Youqian's mental grasp, Fa Gao did not speak immediately. Instead, he glanced at his brother. It was evident that his brother stood no chance against the two bears. Immediately, the tone of Li turned obsequious. Indeed, this is the king of biceps. However, I have yet to find a way to make it taste like strawberries. If you don't mind, you may take it. Fa Gao, with a demeanor that was both flexible and resilient, still bore a gaze filled with compassion. The materials required to create the king of biceps were anything but simple. They were quite expensive. Damn it, where did these three rascals come from? Li, feeling a twinge of unease about using this concoction, nevertheless sensed that the elixir could be transformed into enhanced energy, which he absorbed entirely into his enhancement skills. Instantly, the energy within his enhancement skills surged significantly, though regrettably, the character template still could not be upgraded. At this juncture, the two oddities, Bear 1 and Bear 2, had already subdued Fa Gao's brother and bound him. Li, akin to the antagonistic character, later instructed Bear 1 and Bear 2 to seize all the research materials and items from the basement. One by one, he stuffed them into the space behind him, for these were indeed valuable treasures. Chapter 27, Unexpected Windfall. Fa Gao observed his home being emptied, his expression turning sour. Yet he managed to force a smile. Big brother, is it not all gone? Perhaps you could let us go? My brother and I rely on one another. It has not been easy. Fa Gao's words were heart-wrenching to hear, evoking sympathy from Bear 1 and Bear 2. Wait a moment. You two are the oddities here. Why do you have to feel sorrow? Li, feeling as if he had been reborn, found himself continually critiquing the absurdity around him. Fa Gao was no innocent. He was once a scientist who lost his job due to unethical human experiments. In the original narrative, he had utilized his talents to create the king of biceps, transforming his brother into a giant. He aimed to wield his intellect and his brother's strength to dominate the entire planet. He was the true villain. Yet the current situation made it seem as though he was the victim. Rest assured, you two are so feeble that you are not worth my time to kill. Fa Gao perceived the opposing figures as supervillains, realizing that he was fortunate to retain his life. After all, with such malevolent laughter, what could they not accomplish? Fa Gao exhaled in relief, but the next moment, Li pointed at Fa Gao, instructing Bear 1 and Bear 2 to eliminate him. Wait, did you not say you wouldn't kill me? I do not kill, but I never stated my subordinates wouldn't. Fa Gao's telekinetic restraints vanished, and he plummeted to the ground. His face contorted as he pointed accusingly at Li. You scoundrel. In the next heartbeat, Bear 1's massive foot struck Fa Gao, and the frail Fa Gao met his demise without a hint of hesitation. Bear 2, still in a daze, pondered, isn't this a bit too easy? We seem like the villains here. Are you foolish? We are indeed the villains. We are the oddities. Bear 1 promptly smacked Bear 2 on the head. Oh right, Bear 2 exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Xiongda harbored profound doubts regarding the circumstances that led him to have such a foolish younger brother. Da Youqian, in an astonishing display of absurdity, questioned the integrity of Youqian. However, upon closer examination, one could not help but perceive Youqian's malevolence, his villainous demeanor. How could he possibly be suspect? In stark contrast, it was his own brother who appeared to be the one with issues. Xiongda gestured towards the despondent and bound figure of Fu Kugao's younger sibling. What shall become of this fellow, Youqian? Shall he be executed as well? Youqian waved dismissively, exuding an air of indifference, as he led Xiongda and Xiong heir out of the basement. With a sinister chuckle, he departed, while the brothers mimicked his ominous laughter. Fu Kugao's brother, albeit obsessed with fitness and possessing decent character, was spared from Youqian's wrath. After all, such nefarious deeds of abducting individuals and slaying their kin were the hallmark of a true villain. What concern was it of a newly minted S-rank hero, more formidable than any mere trickster? As Youqian heard the satisfying chime in his mind, signaling the completion of a special achievement. He nodded in contentment, now endowed with 10 additional opportunities for future endeavors. At the headquarters of the Z City Monster Association, within the confines of an abandoned tunnel, Xiongda and Xiong Air recounted the recent events wherein Youqian had unexpectedly leveraged the power of the Monster Association and his minions. After listening to the tale of Youqian's pursuit of a human serum, his audacious act of depleting the individual's resources, and his sinister laughter upon departure, Yin was finally convinced. Youqian was unequivocally a villain, a true aberration. Meanwhile, Youqian found himself in a laboratory, facing a young child who was savoring a lollipop. Brotherly, are you truly certain about this? You intend to use the sun as a signal transmitter to convey messages into the depths of the cosmos? I believe it to be exceedingly perilous. The child, with the lollipop in his mouth, was none other than the 5th S-rank hero, Tong Di. Clad in a robe, Youqian stroked his non-existent beard. Was my previous calculation of your fortune inaccurate? Previously, Tong Di had assisted Youqian in crafting a battle suit, and in gratitude, Youqian had taken the opportunity to consult him. Utilizing his robe, he had assessed Tong Di's recent fortunes, advising him to steer clear of minor calamities on a particular day. Youqian had unwavering faith in the quality of his robe's predictions. After a moment of internal conflict, Tong Di sighed. The actions of those with prophetic abilities undoubtedly held profound significance. Moreover, for Youqian to infiltrate the perilous Monster Association on behalf of the Hero Association was no small feat. Such a paragon of virtue would surely not engage in malevolent acts, despite the absurdity of the electromagnetic signals he intended to transmit. As Tong Di pressed the button, an electromagnetic wave was emitted from the laboratory's exterior radar antenna, soaring towards the sun. Youqian felt a surge of excitement. A monumental transformation was imminent in the world of One Punch Man. All that remained was to wait patiently. Expressing his gratitude to Tong Di, Youqian turned and retrieved a portal from behind him, stepping through. Tong Di watched as the portal vanished, pondering the enigmatic nature of this individual. After a night filled with intrigue, in the presence of Youqian's extraordinary being, it paled in comparison. As Youqian stretched and stepped out of the room, he had yet to inhale the first breath of the dawn's air. As I observed, Saitama burst through the door with a resounding crash, leaping down the stairs with remarkable vigor. Typically depicted in a simplistic manner, today Saitama's lines and form appeared to transcend into a stunning three-dimensional masterpiece. Youqian had never witnessed Saitama exude such vitality, and he leisurely followed suit, gliding down after him. Upon reaching the ground floor, a multitude of diminutive figures emerged. Not just a few, but a considerable throng of them. They were small and weak-looking, with the leader clad in armor, possessing 4 arms and wielding 4 swords. Already dark in complexion, he donned a sickly yellow armor that made him resemble a colossal cockroach. At that moment, he was shouting wildly, "This world belongs to us." Saitama swiftly executed a powerful flying kick, toppling the once arrogant cockroach-like figure. He then struck a pose, exuberantly exclaiming, "Let us battle." Youqian's lips twitched. This group of small figures, along with the earlier oversized cockroach, could only be the underworld beings and the disgrace of the 4 kings, could they not? Ha ha! It seems Saitama had an exhilarating dream last night. Youqian soared onto the fallen body of the underworld king, absorbing the energy from its remains. How feeble, barely reaching a ghostly level of power. Suddenly, an idea dawned on him. With a gentle lift, he summoned all the concealed underworld beings hiding in their lairs, casting a wicked grin at the small figures. "I hear you are a civilization of the underground, residing below. Do you possess any gold or diamonds?" After a while, Youqian stuffed a plethora of rare minerals, gold, diamonds, and agate into his spatial pocket. Whistling, he drew out an RPG, declaring, "An explosion is art." The ensuing blast obliterated the small figures, transforming them into enhanced energy. The underworld beings remarked, "Perhaps we're not human, but you are truly a dog." Chapter 28. A Day in the Life. After completing these tasks, Youqian swaggered back upstairs, feeling elated at the prospect of collecting wealth so early in the morning. Thus began his daily routine, soaring through the skies of Z City, patrolling for any monstrous entities. Upon spotting one, he would initiate a telekinetic bind, followed by a barrage from his submachine gun, delivering a few rounds. For those above Tiger level, he would again employ telekinesis, ensuring they were well taken care of. One could say it was a comprehensive service, and Youqian battled with remarkable ease. During the day, after patrolling, he would feign casual conversation with the Monster Association, sharing fabricated intelligence, while the Hero Association was already prepared, requiring no thought from Youqian. He would then contact Shichi, informing him of the characteristics and abilities of certain dragon-level monsters. Following this, he would engage in his daily training routine inspired by Saitama, culminating in a session of intense reading. Indeed, it must be said, Youqian, a freshly graduated high school student, was truly remarkable. His intellectual prowess was already at its zenith, yet he discovered an unexpected sharpness in his mind. Perhaps due to his role model template, Youqian's intelligence would continue to ascend as he studied. Just like in certain episodes where the clever Patrick Star suddenly becomes wise after a bump to the head or after consuming a book, his intellect seemed to blossom in unexpected ways. Youqian discovered that his intelligence grew in tandem with his studies. Thus, he resolved to gather a plethora of information from the world of One Punch Man, while striving to enhance his intellect and absorb the essence of this realm. In recent days, he has been extraordinarily diligent, to the point that Saitama found himself somewhat bewildered by his brother's fervor, feeling an unsettling pang of conscience as he lounged idly. Consequently, Saitama frequently interrupted Youqian's studies. As the days passed, Youqian's intellect reached astonishing heights, and he assimilated a wealth of technological knowledge from this world. He began to attempt to deduce the creation process of the King of Biceps using the data acquired from Fok Gao. Previously, he had not inquired about the manufacturing method, but had instead eliminated Fok Gao directly. This was primarily because Youqian possessed no skills in telepathy, hypnosis, or control. He harbored concerns that Fok Gao might fabricate some ludicrous method or even compel him to concoct potions. Youqian was particularly apprehensive about Fok Gao potentially introducing peculiar ingredients, akin to the infamous Old Eight's secret hamburger. After all, one must always be wary of others. Nevertheless, enhancing his technological prowess by leveraging Fok Gao's data to deduce the creation method of the King of Biceps seemed a commendable choice. However, Youqian soon realized, unbeknownst to him, that he had amassed sufficient enhancement energy. Gazing at the skill description that promised to augment his character panel, he was instantly filled with elation. I shall enhance it directly. Yet, after a brief moment, he felt no change. Suddenly, a dull voice echoed in his mind. Enhancement failed. Damn, I forgot about the success rate. Youqian's heart shattered in that instant. He had painstakingly gathered that enhancement energy for so long. His resentment could have fueled 10 malevolent sword immortals, and even Saitama, who usually teased him while raiding his supplies, refrained from doing so this time. Shall I only earn a single salary from now on? No matter, you've earned enough anyway. Saitama chattered nearby, while Youqian lay flat on the ground, his face a portrait of despair. Observing Youqian's expression, Saitama pondered whether he might have assimilated Youqian's demeanor. He then recalled Youqian's daily training regimen, and, feeling a mischievous urge, began to tug at Youqian's hair. Stop pretending, Youqian. Are you going bald too? Why can't I pull it out? I'm not bald yet. Youqian lamented that he would inevitably be driven to madness by Saitama, who was more bothersome than the incessantly buzzing mosquitoes nearby. At that moment, Saitama noticed the buzzing mosquito and casually swatted at it, only for the insect to evade his grasp. Youqian extended his hands toward Saitama, exclaiming, "You're pathetic. Just practice more." Saitama began to unleash a frenzied assault on the unfortunate mosquito, escalating the chaos. Youqian felt as though they were not merely swatting a mosquito, but rather demolishing his home. With a mere flick of his mental prowess, Youqian immobilized the mosquito. In the next instant, Chiyu, veins bulging, brought his hands down heavily, crushing the insect. The resulting wave of air from his palms sent Youqian's bangs fluttering and disarrayed the items within the household. Truly exasperating. Already in a foul mood, this fellow had to resort to such antics. The situation was inescapable. Youqian was on the verge of allowing his unscrupulous neighbor, Chiyu, to experience the true essence of justice through the iron fist. Suddenly, as he beheld Chiyu, clad in pajamas and leaping about the balcony, relentlessly swatting at mosquitoes, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Casually, he turned on the television, and, as anticipated, the news confirmed his suspicions. The broadcast reported a sudden surge of bloodthirsty mosquito swarms in Z City, urging residents to secure their doors and windows and refrain from venturing outside. In the event of an encounter with the swarms, they were advised to flee without hesitation. A slight smile graced Youqian's lips. Mosquitoes. Mosquito woman. The abode of evolution. Enhanced energy. Here it comes again. I refuse to believe I could fail at enhancement a second time. The abode of evolution remained shrouded in mystery. with both the Hero Association and the Villain Association unable to locate its lair. Now, with the emergence of the Mosquito Woman, it was evident that eliminating her would surely lure out the abode of evolution. At that moment, he let out a sinister chuckle, while Chiyu continued his battle of wits against the mosquitoes on the neighboring balcony. The act of swatting mosquitoes had taken on an almost divine significance, with the impact of his strikes causing the entire building to tremble. Occasionally, a loud commotion erupted as he exclaimed, "Ah, that mosquito dared to bite me on the head. I can accept death, but not humiliation." How infuriating. He had completely forgotten to apply mosquito repellent on his head. Youqian's wickedly amused atmosphere was shattered by Chiyu's antics. In Chapter 29, the golden-haired cyborg, Youqian could hardly restrain himself from delivering a couple of hefty slaps to Chiyu to bring him back to his senses. "Stop. The building is going to collapse. How is it possible that you, a bald demon king, cannot even kill a single mosquito? Is that reasonable?" "Quite reasonable," Chiyu retorted. "Every being in this world possesses a spirit, except for mosquitoes." This statement clearly illustrates just how terrifying mosquitoes truly are. As he continued to swat away, he spoke with utmost seriousness, uttering strange truths that oddly resonated with Youqian. Oh no, he feared he might be brainwashed by this eccentric. With a scowl, Youqian took to the skies from the balcony, utilizing his mental power to scan for any anomalies within a 10,000-meter radius. He cursed Chiyu to suffer a mosquito bite that would leave him with a hairstyle reminiscent of the Buddha. In the residential area of Z City, a mosquito creature resembling a woman flitted leisurely through the air, feasting upon the blood offered by her minions. Countless mosquitoes swarmed around her, encasing her as she savored the crimson nectar. She was none other than the Mosquito Woman who had escaped from the abode of evolution. "Ah, so it is your monstrous existence that has incited such aberrant behavior and peculiar transformations among the mosquito swarms. You have harmed many citizens of this city. Such a creature as you deserves to be eradicated." A striking golden-haired youth appeared at the entrance of the street. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this handsome young man is entirely composed of metal. He is a cyborg. If you were to take control of these bothersome creatures, eliminating you would surely bring an end to the calamity. Genos's gaze suddenly sharpened as he launched an assault on Mosquito Girl. She effortlessly evaded a fireball, declaring mockingly, "Is that all you've got? Ha ha ha, dinner is served. Children, drain him dry. The target has been locked." Ignoring Mosquito Girl, Genos unleashed his full firepower. The incineration cannon roared to life at maximum capacity, unleashing an array of fireballs and flames toward Mosquito Girl. The swarm of mosquitoes summoned by her surrounded Genos. But with a commanding shout of incineration cannon, he incinerated the surrounding mosquitoes with ease. The efficiency of this mosquito extermination would surely astonish Saitama, who struggled to swat a single mosquito. Not to be outdone, Mosquito Girl unleashed her speed to the utmost, using her sharp proboscis to relentlessly strike Genos's metallic form. As the sounds of metal clashing echoed, her proboscis pierced through the arm of the cyborg. Before she could utter a threatening remark, she shockingly realized that her own legs had been severed by this mechanical being. "Now this truly begins. I shall not spare you," Genos declared with unwavering resolve. Explosions reverberated throughout the residential area, echoing from afar. Youqian had already arrived at the scene, standing atop a building, observing the clash between the blonde cyborg and Mosquito Girl. Sensing imminent danger, Mosquito Girl ascended to the skies, summoning the mosquitoes she had dispatched to the forest. "Children, quickly deliver the juice you have worked so hard to obtain." Countless mosquitoes gathered, forming a colossal black sphere high above, provoking discomfort in those with a fear of swarms. Youqian felt a twinge of unease, while Saitama wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, "So many mosquitoes. This is utterly ridiculous." "Huh?" Youqian gaped at Saitama, behind him, nearly losing his balance. "Could you not stand behind me like a ghost next time? People can scare one another to death." He pressed his racing heart down, muttering irritably. Saitama knocked at a bump on his head caused by a mosquito bite. "I wasn't following you. That mosquito flew over here. Look, I've killed it. Pretty impressive, right?" He held a can of insecticide in one hand and a squash mosquito in the other. "How impressive indeed. Oh, you're just amazing." Youqian responded sarcastically. Saitama gazed up at the black sphere of mosquitoes, then at the insecticide in his hand. "This doesn't seem quite sufficient, does it?" In the next moment, the golden-haired cyborg Genos unleashed his incineration cannon at the mosquito sphere with full power. The terrifying blast engulfed a radius of 500 miles, prompting Youqian to glance at his clothing and curse. He promptly dove into his own space, exclaiming, I certainly do not wish to run around naked. After 3 seconds of space, he flipped again and reappeared at the same spot. On the side, Saitama, who had been burned down to his bare skin, wore an expression of mild dismay. This insecticide was rather brutal on clothing. Was it truly the ultimate mosquito extermination tool? Suddenly, Saitama uttered a rather dry jest, prompting Youqian to roll his eyes and toss a set of clothes at him. The commotion from Youqian and Saitama drew the attention of Genos below. Initially, Genos had scanned a radius of 500 meters and found no signs of life, which had led him to employ a wide-scale incineration attack on Mosquito Girl. He anticipated that it would nearly endanger 2 individuals. Fortunately, neither appeared to be gravely harmed. Observing the 2 conversing on the rooftop, Genos sensed that they were not ordinary beings. Before he could ponder further, a haughty female voice rang out from the sky. Mosquito Girl, whose form had predominantly been dark, had undergone a striking transformation, now radiating a crimson hue as if saturated with the blood of countless victims. At that moment, having ascended to a new level of power, Mosquito Girl's focus was not on the duo atop the building. A bald man and a mere child were hardly worthy of her attention. She resolved to eliminate the blonde cyborg below first. With a casual sweep of her hand, she cleaved the adjacent building in twain. Mosquito Girl had acquired the formidable ability to demolish structures, significantly amplifying her strength since their initial encounter. Genos redirected his attention to the now significantly more powerful Mosquito Girl. Was her blood-sucking prowess the source of her newfound strength? His musings went unanswered as Mosquito Girl erupted into maniacal laughter, darting towards Genos like a swift arrow. Just as Genos prepared to defend himself or deploy his incineration cannon to restrain her speed, Mosquito Girl abruptly accelerated, vanishing behind him. Her enormous claws inflicted a grievous wound upon Genos' waist. One must admit, this creature possessed an attractive visage. However, her feet and arms were grotesque. Adorned with claws that rendered her incapable of wearing elegant stockings, she lacked a certain soulfulness. Youqian, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. So, it's certainly not due to the inability to wear white stockings that one lacks soul. The banter from Youqian and Saitama echoed from the rooftop. Chapter 30. Could you possibly be drunk? Such teasing remarks immediately captured the attention of both Mosquito Girl and Genos, who was left incapacitated by her assault. Mosquito Girl, discarding Genos like refuse, remarked, "You 2 adorable ones have quite the unique taste. Since you find my legs unappealing, why not offer up your blood so I can evolve once more? Who knows? I might become even more beautiful." With a wicked grin, she soared towards the rooftop, her gaze icy, clearly incensed by their comments about her legs. Youqian glanced at Saitama, noting her words had a certain Yandere quality. It is said that a Yandere's affection for others is a tale, while their self-admiration is a calamity. Alas, he was simply too handsome to resist. Saitama felt that Youqian's audacity rivaled that of the divine. His face twitched as he swiftly unleashed a punch, aiming to obliterate the mosquito. Youqian, Samingli Glaibuyan, urgently exclaimed, "Injure her, but do not kill her. I have questions to ask." "Oh." Saitama unleashed a punch that slightly descended, obliterating the lower half of the Mosquito Girl as she charged forward. Blood splattered across Youqian's face. The Mosquito Girl appeared to want to utter something, but her upper body plummeted to the ground, struggling desperately in that moment. By sheer coincidence, her severed torso landed adjacent to Genos, who was left with only a half-body. The scene was undeniably gruesome. Youqian wiped the blood from his face, pondering the absurdity of it all. Was this what it meant to be half-dead? It felt as though she was on the brink of death. One could argue whether she was indeed half alive. Youqian swiftly flew over to the 2 half-crippled beings, prodding the nearly lifeless Mosquito Girl, who, true to her nature, exhibited a tenacious will to survive. Meanwhile, Genos gazed at Saitama with astonishment, recognizing him as a Loki master. The lump on the bald head seemed to carry a special significance. Saitama felt a peculiar discomfort under Genos' burning gaze and instinctively took a step back. Genos then exclaimed, "Great one, please take me as your disciple." As for Youqian, he paid no heed to the interactions between Saitama and Genos, surmising that the plot would likely unfold as originally intended, leading to a mentorship. This was quite fortuitous, considering Saitama's culinary skills were lacking. With Genos as a caretaker, he might finally enjoy a decent meal. Youqian poked the Mosquito Girl, inquiring whether she was still alive. "If you lack awareness, I shall proceed to end your suffering humanely." With all her remaining strength, the Mosquito Girl managed to utter, "I'm still alive. Provide me with blood, and I shall recover." Youqian shook his head, I am not a villain. Where would I procure blood for you? In a sudden burst, the mosquito girl leapt to attack the man before her, seeking to extract his blood. Alas, in the next instant, she found herself pinned mid-air, immobile. Youqian employed his telekinesis to hold her aloft, which, although taxing against fully powered monsters, proved effortless against a mere cripple. The mosquito girl struggled vehemently, only to realize she was utterly restrained, prompting a change in her demeanor. Brother, if you save me, I will wear whatever you desire. Demoness, do not disrupt my righteous path. Youqian retorted. Even with your beauty, you are reduced to just a torso. Such tactics are futile. The mosquito girl pleaded. Spare me. Please, spare me. Youqian instinctively replied. I am a hero. I do not release horses. Why would I grant you mercy? Tell me where the headquarters of the Evolution House is, and I shall allow you to draw my blood. Upon hearing the mention of the Evolution House, the mosquito girl instinctively trembled, as if recalling some unspeakable ordeal. After a brief pause, gritting her teeth, she declared, I can divulge that information. But you must first provide me with blood to at least heal my wounds. Otherwise, I shall remain silent, for I am on the verge of death. Her gaze shifted toward the loathsome bald man, the one who had obliterated her lower half. At that moment, her vitality waned, as though she were on the brink of expiration. At this moment, the mosquito woman deemed the location of the Evolution House headquarters to be of paramount importance to the man before her. In her desperation to survive, she pondered the possibility of inciting a rift between him and his bald companion. After all, aside from the bald man, there was no one else around with blood to spare. Did this man intend to use his own? How much would suffice? Youqian found himself in a quandary. While he wished to avoid death, inflicting pain upon himself was no trivial matter. The mosquito woman revealed a peculiar smile, asserting that at least one person's blood was essential for her wounds to heal and to regenerate her lower half. An even greater amount was necessary. Look at that bald man beside you. He is a perfect candidate. If you slay him, I shall divulge the location of the Evolution House. The mosquito woman felt confident that she had not miscalculated. The whereabouts of the Evolution House indeed mattered greatly to this man. Youqian retrieved a fruit knife and lightly pricked his finger. Here, here, here. Truly absurd. Today of all days, I face a calamity of blood. The mosquito woman momentarily faltered, puzzled by his choice to make such a minuscule incision. There was barely any blood, and the wound was almost healing before it could even bleed. However, in the next moment, Youqian's finger erupted like a fountain, spewing forth green blood in a torrent akin to a high-pressure water gun. Wait, green blood? The mosquito woman expressed her astonishment. She had always grown up consuming blood. Yet this green variety was an unprecedented experience for her. Are you certain this is blood? Can it be ingested? Youqian raised an eyebrow. Now, fauna green? I haven't sprayed it upon your head. Fine. Choose your preferred color. As soon as he spoke, the green fountain from his finger began to morph into a kaleidoscope of hues, black, blue, yet devoid of red. The mosquito woman felt her mind spinning. What was happening? Would this blood not be lethal? Was it toxic? And the quantity, was it not absurd? Did he possess a blood reservoir within him? Feeling increasingly weakened under the threat of death, the mosquito woman cast aside her reservations. I will drink it. I will drink it. Youqian directed the green fountain straight into her mouth. Within moments, her condition remarkably improved. The granulation tissue began to form at her wound, gradually mending, and while her lower half had yet to regenerate, it was evident she had secured her life. Observing this transformation, Youqian flicked his hand, and the green fountain vanished in an instant. The mosquito woman appeared somewhat reluctant to part with the experience. She had not anticipated that, despite the unusual color, the blood was surprisingly delectable. The green liquid evoked a sense of freedom, reminiscent of running through a forest at sunset, an echo of her unregretful childhood. Youqian, noticing her dazed expression, felt a twinge of guilt. Heavens, you're not truly addicted to my blood, are you? Have you lost your senses? Though my blood is not red, it seems indistinguishable otherwise, apart from its hue. Chapter 31. Getting used to it. Youqian patted his chest in relief. Thank goodness. I feared you had become foolish. Now, you may reveal to me the location of the Evolution House headquarters. The mosquito woman, glancing at her newly healed wound, which was still tender and pinkish, found herself poked by Youqian once more. The sensation of pain was undoubtedly no less excruciating than salt poured over an open wound. In that instant, it became clear that this creature was far from human. It was truly a dog. I can divulge the information you seek, but only if you promise to release me afterward and provide sufficient blood. Time is of no consequence. Youqian nodded earnestly, swearing, if I deceive you, may I, Satama, be struck by a vehicle upon stepping outside, or tread upon dog excrement. Let the misfortune be as great as it can be. Saitama, who had been engaged in light banter with Genos, suddenly contorted his expression, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm right here. Do you not conceal such matters from others?" Observing Youqian's solemn vow, the mosquito woman expressed her satisfaction and promptly revealed the location of the evolution house to him. Once Youqian learned the whereabouts, he carelessly shoved the mosquito woman into his own space, a mere gesture, and turned to sprint towards Saitama, who was then left with the remnants of Genos, fervently declaring his intention to take Saitama as his master. Youqian gazed at Saitama, whose face bore the unmistakable expression of someone wishing to avoid complications. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Youqian leaned in and whispered a few words into Genos' ear. Genos, enlightened, immediately called out a cheery farewell and turned to crawl away using one of his arms. To an onlooker, the scene might suggest that Youqian and Saitama were the recent antagonists. Perhaps feeling that he was progressing too slowly, Genos leapt up with a single hand, desperately seeking out his scattered body parts. Youqian and Saitama? An elderly man on the subway glanced at his phone. In truth, we could assist you in retrieving the parts nearby. No need to jump around on one arm. For years prior, at the age of 15, I was a corporeal human being. Amidst the chaos of the world, my family and I lived a tranquil and blissful life. However, one day, a malevolent rampaging robot descended upon my small town, obliterating everything I held dear. Miraculously, I survived thanks to my savior, Dr. Kusuno, who transformed me and bestowed upon me strength. At Saitama's residence, Genos recounted his tale with fervor. So that is the case, Saitama mused thoughtfully. For years, I have pursued the whereabouts of the evil robot, vanquishing numerous wicked beings and organizations, yet I have failed to acquire any leads on the robot, which has only heightened my impatience. Until I encountered the mosquito monster, I recklessly engaged in direct combat without conducting any data analysis. As you both know, I was subsequently rescued by others, which has intensified my sense of responsibility. I am determined to grow stronger. Hey, could you refrain from rambling on like that? Saitama observed as Genos spoke at length. It felt as though his head might burst. Saitama, it's not that I'm unsympathetic, Youqian interjected, shaking his head. The poor fellow has endured so much, and you won't even let him speak. Saitama replied, who is this guy? The last time I spoke a bit too much. He claimed I hailed from Dunhuang, with all those murals. Youqian feigned innocence. Who said that? Not me. Saitama had grown accustomed to Youqian's shamelessness, merely rolling his eyes without uttering a word. Turning to Genos, he remarked, Genos, I find the notion of mentoring a disciple rather troublesome. Genos, unfazed, presented a stack of money as a greeting. Saitama, eyeing the pile, swallowed hard. Genos, do you truly believe I am the type of person who can be swayed by such things? In silence, Genos produced another stack of money, asserting with fervor, from this day forth, I shall take on all of your household chores and cooking, for to be your disciple is my greatest aspiration. Saitama reflected on the fact that he was not influenced by monetary gain. Rather, he felt pity for the boy's unfortunate background. A tinge of embarrassment washed over him as he accepted the money, along with the responsibility of having a disciple. He mused on his long acquaintance with Youqian, concluding that his noble character had prevented him from being tainted by Youqian's influence. My moral integrity remains too elevated. Youqian thought, no. Your ability to think this way indicates that you have indeed been influenced by me. Upon witnessing Saitama accept him as a disciple, Genos was instantly filled with exhilaration, his mouth buzzing incessantly with words. Master, I have compelling reasons to grow stronger. For years ago, as Saitama observed Genos' relentless chatter, he felt a hint of regret for having taken on this disciple. Indeed, being a teacher proved to be quite cumbersome. Alas, Genos had offered too much. At that moment, Youqian was oblivious to the deepening bond between the master and disciple. Instead, he was fervently praying in his heart, "Oh, three pure ones, Buddha, Jesus, God, please bless me. Spare me from producing so many worthless tissues. Let me start with a tenfold attempt. No matter how tall one is, after consuming this potion, one will stand at a height of 1.60 meters. The dwarves affirm, this potion truly works. Eliminate one of the items from the check-in rewards. Tissue, Youqian pondered. What on earth is this height-increasing potion? 1.60 meters, what a farce. Suddenly, amidst the 10 worthless items, he discovered something potentially useful. Eliminate one of the items from the check-in rewards, if I am not mistaken. Youqian's heart raced as he activated the elimination function, designating it as tissue. He nonchalantly retrieved a tissue from his space. If all the tissues he had drawn before were still present, It meant he had successfully eliminated them from the check-in rewards pool. Huh, that wretched item has finally vanished. Without this malevolent tissue, I refuse to believe I cannot draw something worthwhile. I shall go all in. Super strength. Attain immense power with a maximum strength of 100 tons. Super speed. Achieve extraordinary speed, reaching supersonic velocities. Transformation. Acquire the ability to assume the appearance of others. An optimal skill for deceit. Super healing. Gain exceptional healing capabilities, which may be of no use to you. Agwan's lament. Roll of paper. Roll of paper. Roll of paper, Youqian mused. Tissue transforming into rolls of paper. What difference does that make? This system is playing me for a fool. What is this super healing nonsense? Odait, Agwang. You always manage to surprise me with new tricks. I truly appreciate it. Having exhausted all my accumulated opportunities for check-ins, Youqian hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and reinforced his psychic abilities. Psychic level 1 enables perception within 100 miles and control over objects weighing up to 10,000 tons. It worked on the first attempt. Truly, fortune favors me. Youqian now felt an overwhelming sense of strength. Addressing the male audience. I am henceforth known as Youqian, and to the female audience, I am Nugula Youqian. Beside him, Genos observed the exuberant Youqian and turned to his master. Saitama, accustomed to such antics, even offered some words of comfort to Genos, assuring him that it was nothing to worry about. He often behaved like this. Chapter 32. Youqian resembled a player in Genshin Impact, having just maxed out a character, now eager to seek out a few foes to vanquish. He turned to Saitama and Genos, saying, "Come, my companions, let us unite to eradicate the nefarious organization, the Evolution House." As he spoke, he produced a portal from behind, placing in the room and opening it directly. Beyond the portal lay a skyscraper nestled within a forest, unmistakably the headquarters of the Evolution House. Youqian tugged at Saitama and Genos, urging them to enter, while cautioning Genos, "You stay back, just obliterate that building with your incineration cannon." Genos seemed perplexed, yet acknowledged that such an approach would be more efficient. Youqian waved his hand dismissively, explaining, "Inside the Evolution House, the cannon fodder is of no use. Your blast would leave no trace of their remains. Such a waste." Genos nodded, following Youqian into the portal, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Youqian felt as though he had forgotten something. The mosquito girl in his backpack? In a dense forest, a concrete structure loomed conspicuously. Upon arriving at their destination through the portal, the trio surveyed the scene. Youqian could not help but exclaim, "In such an obvious location. How could neither the Hero Association nor the Monster Association have discovered it? Ridiculous." Genos did not act as anticipated in the story, raising his hand to incinerate the building into ashes. Instead, he turned to Youqian, asking, "Mr. Li, what are our next steps?" Youqian snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, their appearances transformed dramatically. Youqian morphed into a large frog wielding a knife. Saitama became a mantis man with his brain exposed, and Genos turned into a human face slug. Saitama touched his head, sensing that Youqian was doing this on purpose. Youqian wore an expression of utter confidence, asserting, "These three fellows are also part of the Evolution House. Saitama, you know what I do? Under my leadership, we will masquerade as members of the Evolution House and seize the opportunity to capture them all at once." Genos raised his hand, insisting, "I still believe it would be better to simply blast this building to smithereens. Resistance is futile." Youqian understood that the building housing the Evolution House was filled with monsters. It would be a shame to let Genos incinerate it all. Moreover, this was a perfect opportunity to experiment with his newly acquired skills. Youqian strode confidently alongside Saitama and Genos towards the Evolution House building. With unwavering assurance, he entered, only to encounter three peculiar beings: a knife-wielding gangster frog, a mantis man, and a human face slug. Youqian. This is not what I envisioned, but never mind. Let's get to it. Youqian unleashed his telekinetic power, enveloping the surroundings in a faint crimson glow. At that moment, the gangster frog, leading the trio, bellowed, "What number are you modified beings?" Beside him, the mantis man, whose brain was partially exposed, tapped his head as if struck by a revelation, exclaiming, "The frog over there radiates red light. Has it mutated? A special modification?" Youqian realized, to his amusement, that these three fools had failed to comprehend the situation. It made sense. After all, the Evolution House did not produce merely one of each type of monster. Behind every successful variant lay its failures. In an instant, Youqian halted his movements and exclaimed, "Ah, yes. Our boss instructed us to gather in the lobby on the first floor. You three are just in time to deliver the message. The three bumbling monsters readily complied, turning to ascend the stairs. Brothers, come down. The boss has summoned us. Before long, the lobby was teeming with a myriad of frogs, mantises, slugs, lions, and tigers, resembling a zoo with an even greater variety of creatures. Among them stood the Lion King and the armored gorilla, both appearing somewhat dazed in the bustling lobby. Seeing that no one else was descending, Youqian patted Saitama on the shoulder. Go ahead, Saitama. Unleash your consecutive normal attacks. In an instant, the lobby erupted in a mist of blood, as the bald demon king obliterated all the monsters with his relentless punches. Youqian absorbed the energy from the blood mist, feeling quite pleased with his association with Saitama. It would have been even better had Saitama left the monsters intact. Before long, every monster on the first floor had been vanquished. Youqian scanned the area with his telekinetic awareness, then led Saitama and Genos into the elevator, pressing the button for the basement level. Meanwhile, Dr. Genos, the founder of the Evolution House, observed the video footage on the screen, lost in thought. A mantis man, seemingly empowered, was slaughtering the monsters of the Evolution House on the first floor. Which number is this mantis man? He pondered. I don't recall conducting any special experiments on him. Standing beside Dr. Genos were several clones, identical in appearance. Watching the footage of the eradicated monsters, Dr. Genos felt a pang of sorrow, as they were the fruits of his labor. However, he soon focused on the mantis man and the two peculiar beings trailing him. The special frog appeared to be absorbing the surrounding blood mist. Wasn't he that the ability of the mosquito woman? Perhaps they were all exceptional mutants, capable of enabling me to transcend biological limits. Yet they seemed formidable, and we no longer had any monsters to withstand their onslaught. Dr. Kinos, with a confident smile, asserted that even if they had mutated, they were still his creations, and he had his ways of controlling the three of them. Youqian and his companions descended to the underground via the elevator, where they were greeted by a multitude of identical Dr. Kinos clones. 3 tables were set up before them, each adorned with a peculiar assortment: a heap of flies, a mysterious liquid, and a mass of slime. One clone, dressed somewhat distinctively, approached them with delight. Children, for various reasons, I have failed to recognize your talents. This is my oversight. I have prepared something special for you. Specially crafted flies favored by the frog monster, a scalp treatment that protects the skin, and the special slime adored by slugs. Youqian, quick to comprehend Dr. Kinos' misguided intentions, scoffed, and the 3 began to regain their normal appearances. You are mistaken. We are not the monsters of your creation. Wait, Saitama, what are you doing with that? Saitama casually pocketed the scalp treatment and began to whistle nonchalantly. Youqian. He speaks of scalp care, yet he does not have long hair. Chapter 33. If you dare grow some hair. Youqian chose to ignore the embarrassing Saitama and turned his attention to Dr. Kinos. Let us be straightforward. Your preparedness reveals that you are aware of our activities upstairs. Do you wish to live or die? I require your research data and your trump card, the Unicorn Azura. At that moment, Dr. Kinos, who had been signaling the clones to release the Unicorn Azura, was taken aback. How do you know so much? I possess precognitive abilities. Knowing certain hidden secrets is quite natural. Dr. Kinos scrutinized the 3 before him, incredulous. Aren't you afraid of a Unicorn Azura? Youqian gestured towards the bald Saitama. He is the perfect human you have always desired, having transcended human limitations. Essentially, an invincible entity. You study such matters. You should understand his strength. Dr. Kinos glanced at the bald man, who was applying the treatment to his scalp, and scoffed. Do you expect me to believe this? This baldy has supposedly transcended biological limitations? While he is indeed powerful, I cannot accept your claims. If he is so remarkable, why not grow some hair? Saitama? If you cannot speak, then remain silent. Youqian retorted, Come on, Xiaoyu, show him. Saitama, with an expressionless face, swung his fist to the side, creating a tremendous hole in the underground base. Peering into the abyss, they saw nothing but darkness. Dr. Kinos' expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, This place is going to collapse. In the next instant, the entire underground facility began to tremble as if it were on the brink of collapse. Youqian swiftly produced a portal from behind him, flinging it open and rushing through, followed by Saitama, Genos, Dr. Kinos, and a few clones barely escaping. The remaining clones and the entire underground base crumbled into ruins. Youqian and his companions gazed at the once proud structure nestled in the forest, now succumbing to the earth. Transformed into a desolate wreckage, Youqian found himself at a loss for words. He had initially intended to eliminate Dr. Genos and seize the research materials within the base. But now, The entire structure lay in ruins. Damn you, Chun-Chun, what have you done? Saitama scratched his head. It wasn't intentional. Who could have known this base was so fragile? Suddenly, a commotion arose from the debris of the Evolution home building. A colossal figure emerged from the wreckage, a gigantic humanoid rhinoceros beetle. Its form was battered and bruised, bearing the marks of battle. Which bastard caused this collapse? Who just struck me? The Azura rhinoceros beetle, known for its immense combat prowess yet vile temperament, had been imprisoned by Dr. Genos, forced into a state of slumber. Consequently, when someone had the audacity to strike it while it slept, it had nearly met its demise. Help! You understand my plight. I was merely resting at home when suddenly I was struck and my sanctuary crumbled. Li Youqian raised his hand. I understand. Come closer, and I shall enlighten you. As he approached the Azura rhinoceros beetle, he raised his hand to deliver a slap, his palm adorned with a handkerchief. Unfortunately, the beetle sensed impending danger and retreated instantly, causing Li Youqian's strike to miss its intended target. Was this creature's instinct for survival truly that keen? The Azura rhinoceros beetle, wary and on guard, remarked, "You are indeed a shameless one. Yet it seems you are not the one who struck me. Release Genos, and I shall not pursue you." Despite his disdain for the doctor who had imprisoned him, the beetle recognized that only Genos could enhance its strength. Li Youqian shook his neck and limbered up, then, without hesitation, launched himself toward the creature. "I am no scoundrel. I am a hero." Combat was indeed part of his repertoire. Yet his fighting style had evolved from his previous rudimentary methods to a more scientific and systematic approach. The Azura rhinoceros beetle felt a surge of excitement, realizing that as long as it evaded Li Youqian's slapping attacks, it would not sense that terrifying presence. If I remain cautious, I can defeat him, the beetle mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Saitama and Genos observed the unfolding battle. Genos, witnessing the fierce confrontation, was astonished by Mr. Li's strength. Saitama nodded in agreement, adding, "What makes Li Youqian truly formidable are his peculiar abilities. If he seizes an opportunity, that large insect will soon meet its end." Dr. Genos, watching the engrossed Saitama and Genos, felt somewhat bemused. Did they not fear for their own safety? He chose not to flee, glancing at the conversing Saitama before turning back to the battle involving Li Youqian, remaining still. Dr. Genos understood that although the two seemed to overlook him, if he attempted to escape, they would undoubtedly intervene and potentially end his life. At this moment, as Li Youqian and the Azura rhinoceros beetle were locked in a fierce battle, an unexpected crimson glow enveloped Li Youqian's entire being. His mental energy manifested as an intangible binding force, ensnaring the Azura rhinoceros beetle. In the following instant, Li Youqian delivered a resounding slap to its face. The Azura rhinoceros beetle, driven by its primal instincts, sensed the imminent danger of being struck and prepared to enter a rampage state, where friend and foe would be indistinguishable and its combat prowess would surge dramatically. Li Youqian, with a chilling demeanor, uttered cryptic words. "Oh, pulse digging, mu exini road." "What?" From a distance, Saitama exclaimed, "Don't use that voice. How bizarre indeed. TCH, such a humorless fellow." Li Youqian rolled his eyes and covered the beetle's mouth. As time ticked away, the formidable dragon-level creature, the Azura rhinoceros beetle, ultimately succumbed to asphyxiation. Its massive, swollen body gradually withered as Li Youqian absorbed the energy within. Li Youqian estimated that to enhance his power further, he might only need to eliminate a few ghost-level monsters or a single dragon-level creature for another significant boost. Chapter 34. The Bald One is Dangerous. Remember to keep your distance. There's an old adage that states, "The one who seeks knowledge is a true hero." So what are your thoughts? Doctor. Kinos used his hand to adjust the glasses perched on his nose, seemingly without any options left. "What? Do you aspire to be a good person?" he queried, bewildered. Li Youqian, unfazed and steady, replied, "Following me is the first step toward being a good person." Doctor. Kinos felt a sense of shamelessness emanating from the man before him, but nodded nonetheless. "All my research materials are in the underground base. Now that the base has collapsed, although the information is in my mind, I need time to articulate it." Li Youqian chuckled mischievously. "Rest assured, I shall provide you with a suitable place." With that, he opened a portal and led Dr. Kinos and his clone inside. Saitama and Genos followed closely behind, with Genos observing the ruins of the Evolution House, murmuring, "It seems the rampaging robots of yesteryear were not part of the Evolution House." Saitama patted the distracted Genos, saying, "What are you thinking? Let's go. Be cautious of Li Youqian and close the door." "Is that so? That's good." Though Saitama was unaware of what Genos had learned, he was content. "What? You want me to manage such a dangerous individual? I'm still just a child. The child emperor, savoring a lollipop, felt deceived. Li Youqian quickly praised the child emperor. You are an S-class hero, not an ordinary child. I have faith in you. Without waiting for the child emperor to decline, he turned to Dr. Kinos, stating, from now on, you shall stay by the child emperor's side. You are quite dangerous, and your noble goal of researching materials is commendable. I want what you create, and I will not take it for free. Here, take these. Li Youqian produced a monster cell and a portion of a grotesque corpse from the space behind him, tossing them to Dr. Kinos. Dr. Kinos, possessing a high level of technological expertise in biological modification, fell silent for a moment and, pointing curiously at the idly sitting Saitama, inquired, didn't you mention he has surpassed biological limits? How did he manage to accomplish that? Was it through some form of biological transformation? Dr. Kinos pointed at the repugnant corpse and the mutant cells. Li Youqian shook his head. His method of becoming stronger was an exception, achieved merely through rigorous training that allowed him to transcend his own limits. Dr. Kinos appeared somewhat skeptical, prompting Li Youqian to add, much like how you possess a naturally higher intelligence than others, talent is an elusive concept. Li Youqian refrained from elaborating further, instructing the child emperor to closely monitor Dr. Kinos and reporting the obliteration of the Evolution House to the Hero Association. He received some rewards and seized the opportunity to bring Genos into the Hero Association, thereby avoiding the wait for the next selection process. Although Genos did not ascend to the rank of an S-class hero immediately due to Li Youqian's interference, he was not like Saitama, who bore the bizarre curse of anonymity. In the days that followed, Li Youqian's life became simpler as he absorbed various scientific knowledge from the One Punch Man universe while staying close to Dr. Kinos. He monitored him on one hand, while on the other, he learned about his biological modification techniques. The mutant cells were acquired from the Great Eye, whose ability to enhance individuals and transform them into monsters held significant research value. The repugnant specimen also proved to be of considerable worth, as in many respects. It was a remarkably successful super soldier. Upon encountering these two valuable entities, Dr. Kinos set aside his ulterior motives and devoted himself wholeheartedly to their study. Li Youqian continuously absorbed Dr. Kinos's biological modification techniques, which the doctor did not mind, as he found joy in the process. He observed that Li Youqian's intelligence seemed to be on a constant ascent through learning, and high intelligence among equals should foster mutual understanding. Dr. Kinos believed that one day, Li Youqian would also dedicate himself to his grand vision of perfecting evolution for all, transcending biological limitations. Li Youqian, on the other hand, felt that heightened intelligence brought about excessive rationality, which could be burdensome. Now, Li Youqian had the capability to utilize the data left by Fakao to research the King of Biceps. However, he soon discovered that the raw materials required the bodies of dragon-level monsters and certain exceptionally rare materials. Creating a King of Biceps seemed more trouble than it was worth. It would be more beneficial for him to absorb the energy for his own enhancement. Nevertheless, Li Youqian realized that combining the formula for the King of Biceps with the data obtained from studying the repugnant specimen, along with the mutant cells and Dr. Kinos' own biological modification techniques, might allow him to develop an even more formidable serum or cell. An idea struck Li Youqian, and he promptly set to work, even producing an experimental serum. Alas, being too intelligent posed its own challenges. Li Youqian imagined that should he encounter the simple-minded Saitama, he would inevitably quote Patrick Starr's famous line, "No, my friend, it seems we have drifted apart. We were once happy together, but now we can no longer coexist. We must go our separate ways." Such is life. Following which, Saitama would sob, and the scene would be utterly delightful. Saitama observed Li Youqian in a state of bewilderment, pondering whether he had lost his mind. Suddenly, Li Youqian appeared to recall something joyous. He swiftly seized the newly unwrapped lollipop from the hands of the child emperor, and with a turn, opened a portal to head home. Dr. Genos? Perhaps he and Li Youqian were fundamentally different. Even the most intellectually gifted individuals could exhibit foolish behavior. At that moment, Genos had prepared a sumptuous meal at Li Youqian's residence, a testament to his capabilities as Saitama's domestic robot. After indulging in a hearty feast, Li Youqian was reminded of his long-forgotten tasks, dispatching intelligence to both the Hero Association and the Monster Association. Thus, one could assert that he had successfully accomplished his mission. Having completed these tasks, Li Youqian felt a wave of relief wash over him as he reclined on the sofa and switched on the television. To his dismay, a shocking image flashed across the screen. A group of bald-headed criminals, wearing sinister grins, appeared as the news broadcast reported on their malevolent deeds. clad in specialized combat attire. These felons had wreaked havoc on the high-rise buildings of F-City, proclaiming themselves the Peach Blossom Group. They espoused a vision of a utopian world where individuals could live without working, enjoying abundant resources, while vehemently rejecting the 996 work culture. Their most distinguishing feature? Each member was bald. However, their true nature was perilous, and citizens were urged to steer clear of any bald individuals for their own safety. Chapter 35. The Peculiar Sense of Justice. Youqian, upon witnessing the news, hurriedly summoned Saitama, exclaiming, "You must see this news. It's utterly hilarious." Embracing his nonchalant spirit, Saitama accompanied Youqian in his aimless adventures. Yet, at this moment, Youqian was either engrossed in reading or battling monsters. Suddenly, his expression contorted as he exclaimed, "How outrageous! This group of bald individuals is tarnishing the reputation of baldness. What do they mean by avoiding bald heads? No, I must bring them to justice and show the citizens that heroes can emerge from among the bald." With fervor, Saitama donned his distinctive ochre uniform and urged Youqian, "Utilize the portal. We cannot allow these disgraceful individuals to escape. By the way, are you coming?" Youqian retrieved the portal from behind him and opened it. "Forget it. You go ahead. I have other matters to attend to." After assisting Saitama in closing the portal, he reopened it to select a different destination and stepped inside. Meanwhile, in the space behind Youqian, Mosquito Girl lamented her misfortune, feeling as though she had encountered a lifetime of bad luck. She was on the verge of starvation, abandoned by that wretched man who seemed to have forgotten her entirely. "Help! If no one arrives soon, I shall perish from hunger. Spare me some blood. If that is not possible, at least provide me with some food. I want to even prioritize healing. Just don't let me starve." At this juncture, Mosquito Girl had transitioned from a crimson state to a pale one, driven by the instinct to survive, forcing herself to regress. Weakened and with a foggy mind, she suddenly heard a noise and instinctively looked up. "Big brother, you finally came. If you hadn't shown up soon, I would have died. Quickly, give me blood." Youqian regarded the pitiable Mosquito Girl with compassion and nodded slightly, shifting aside to reveal 10 plump pigs behind him. "Mosquito Girl, you cannot possibly want me to let you consume pig's blood, can you?" Youqian nodded, as if it were a matter of course. "You can feed on forest creatures. Why not pig's blood? I compelled my little pets to absorb the essence before consumption. Can you truly expect me to gnaw on a pig directly?" The Mosquito Woman, her expression stiffening, retorted, "Otherwise, could you at least provide me with some sustenance? Instant noodles would suffice." To Youqian's surprise, the Mosquito Woman was capable of consuming instant noodles, yet upon glancing at the hefty pig behind him, he dismissed her suggestion. "That won't do. It would render my purchase of these pigs pointless. Hurry and draw blood. It conveniently saves me from doing it myself." After the Mosquito Woman finished her task, these pigs would be just right for Genos, allowing him to prepare a few more dishes. With a grim countenance, the Mosquito Woman collapsed onto the large pig, beginning to extract its blood. The blood of 10 hefty pigs barely revived her. Yet her face remained pallid and her body frail. Impatiently, she implored, "Now that I have regained some strength, will you please release me?" Youqian flatly refused, stating, "No. You are a creature of the night. Old habits die hard. What if you were to go out and prey upon humans?" The Mosquito Woman internally scoffed. "What do you mean by old habits? How crude. You had previously made a promise. Are you not a man of your word? You are a hero." Youqian remained unperturbed. "You are a creature. Do you truly believe in the words of a hero? Here's the deal. You will construct a house for me in this space, and I shall provide you with the materials afterward." The Mosquito Woman, somewhat excited, asked, "Once it is built, will you let me go?" "Not all." Youqian's shamelessness was evident. Angered yet embarrassed, she seemed to forget Youqian's formidable power. "What reason do I have to assist you in building?" Youqian gestured to the surrounding space. "Simply because I alone can grant you freedom. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to eliminate you." The Mosquito Woman stiffened momentarily. As an accomplished antagonist, she swiftly displayed her ability to bend and yield. "I promise to complete the task, boss." Youqian was quite pleased with this response. Work diligently and do not slack off. He had originally intended to invest time in constructing a house within this space, but his laziness, or rather, the preciousness of his time, had hindered him from doing so. Now, he had an unwitting accomplice. As Youqian vanished from the Mosquito Woman's resentful gaze outside the room, television news reported that the Taoyuan group had injured the unlicensed hero, the C-Class Knight. Youqian watched the television, observing the man lying on the ground, adorned with a green helmet and clad in simple brown armor, instinctively stroking his chin. The unlicensed knight was resolute, a true hero in spirit, yet regrettably, his power was woefully inadequate. In the world of One Punch Man, there existed no means for ordinary individuals to grow stronger. No matter how much one trained without talent or opportunity, one would inevitably remain a mere pawn. However, the unlicensed knight could serve as a fitting subject for experimentation. Youqian seemed to have an epiphany as he retrieved a potion from within the space. He had garnered numerous treasures from both the Marvel and One Punch Man universes. Though lamentably, his time had been too brief. The King of Biceps, Monster Cells, Biological Modification Technology, and the Abomination, 4 completely distinct entities. Youqian sought to leverage his strengths and compensate for his weaknesses. He had just concocted a potion, but was in need of test subject. He would eventually inquire about the thoughts of the Nameless Knight. The Nameless Knight bid farewell to the doctor behind him with a smile. Frequently injured due to heroic endeavors, he sustained far more injuries than other heroes. As a regular patron of the hospital, the doctor and the Nameless Knight were quite familiar with each other. The doctor had just been advising him not to push himself so hard, as there were more formidable heroes capable of handling such matters. The Nameless Knight smiled silently, waved goodbye while pushing his bicycle, and departed from the hospital. He touched the bandage on his head and sighed, lamenting the high costs incurred from frequent hospital visits. It seemed that instant noodles would once again be his sustenance for the week, but he resolved not to forsake his training. The Nameless Knight decided to intensify his training. Indeed, even an ordinary individual like him, brimming with determination, could evolve into a B-class hero with time and effort. By engaging in rigorous exercise, assisting citizens, and completing tasks, he believed that, given enough time, he could ascend to that level. Investing in advanced technology or seeking mentorship to refine his martial skills and fitness could bolster his strength. Subsequently, he could undertake relatively simple tasks, leading to a decent life. Yet, the Nameless Knight could not bear to witness disasters. His unwavering sense of justice compelled him to rush towards calamities he was ill-equipped to manage. Consequently, injuries were a frequent occurrence, and with injuries came expenses. Excessive expenditures led to impoverishment, and without funds, he could not acquire advanced weaponry. The only recourse available to the Nameless Knight was to train. Regrettably, he lacked talent in the most economical form of training, yet he persisted in pursuing what he believed to be right. Over time, some admired him, deeming him qualified to become a B-class hero. However, the Nameless Knight declined, as he recognized his inadequacy. He pondered that he might barely qualify as a B-class hero and complete some simple tasks, thus improving his circumstances. Yet, he believed it preferable to allow more promising newcomers to attain that status instead of coveting it for himself. His peculiar sense of justice and truth did little to aid others, and the Hero Association was not lacking in funds to support a B-class hero salary. In certain missions, the Nameless Knight merely became a hindrance. Nevertheless, he steadfastly refused to ascend to the rank of B-class hero, consistently rushing towards tasks beyond his capability in hopes of contributing even a modicum of his strength. Chapter 36, The Experiment. The Nameless Knight ventured into a narrow alley, when suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the sky, followed by a man's voice resonating above. Nameless Knight, do you wish to know the meaning of life? Yes or no? The Nameless Knight pondered the bizarre figure in the sky and mused about the absurdity of the situation. How utterly juvenile. In the heavens, Youqian stood with hands on his hips, head tilted at a 45-degree angle, dramatically illuminated by the dimming sunset. Isn't it magnificent? He thought. By the way, your slippers are about to fall off. Youqian exclaimed. I rushed out and forgot to change my shoes. How embarrassing. Youqian descended directly. And this was of little consequence. Do you recognize my face? The unlicensed knight scrutinized for a moment and, with a hint of surprise, exclaimed, You are the bounty hunter. The moniker Youqian sounded rather unappealing, lacking in any formidable resonance. Indeed, I am called Youqian. You may simply address me by my name. Young man, I perceive potential in you. A surge of ethereal light erupted from the crown of your head. Here lies a potion. Upon consumption, you shall grow stronger, safeguarding the world from ruin, and the noble duty of preserving love and peace shall rest upon your shoulders. Like a whimsical character from a storybook, Youqian produced the potion from behind him and placed it into the hands of the unlicensed knight. The knight gazed at the potion in bewilderment, feeling as though he were lost in a dream. Youqian patted his shoulder, saying, I have high hopes for you. But I must inform you that this potion has side effects. Moreover, it is merely an experimental concoction. It can enhance your strength, but the extent of that enhancement is rather metaphysical. It will also influence your psyche. The effects are contingent upon your emotions. If your will is formidable and your character just, you shall indeed grow powerful, and your spirit shall remain unaltered. The choice to drink it is yours. Should you decide to partake, I will conduct daily health assessments. Think carefully. The unlicensed knight fell silent for a moment before uncapping the potion and swallowing its contents in one gulp. He trusted that an S-class hero would not lead him astray, and indeed, he yearned for strength. The potion was sweet and tasted of strawberries. The unlicensed knight smacked his lips, finding it quite palatable. However, he sensed no immediate change in his body. If anything, gentle warmth seemed to stir within him. Youqian observed the knight's unwavering resolve and gave him a thumbs up, pulling him into a portal. They were headed to the laboratory of the Child Emperor to assess the knight's physical condition. It was entirely normal not to experience an immediate enhancement. After all, Youqian had not employed rare and potent materials in the creation of the potion. Its primary purpose was to serve as an alternative, a key to unlock the user's evolutionary potential. Although it appeared that the unlicensed knight had not become stronger, his body was subtly undergoing transformation, or rather, attempting to evolve. This process drew upon the biological modification techniques of Dr. Kino's and certain aspects of the monster's cells. Such changes required an extensive period, perhaps even a lifetime, but the acceleration method was rather straightforward. It hinged upon the catalyst of one's emotions. This notion borrowed from the advantages of the Hulk serum within the body of Abomination. Once a certain threshold was reached, it would allow the unlicensed knight to undergo leaps in strength and evolution. It seemed that any emotion could serve this purpose, yet each emotion bore its own side effects. Those who harnessed positive emotions for strength would find their character increasingly virtuous, while those who drew upon negative emotions would gradually become distorted in nature. Youqian felt a sense of triumph in the potion he had concocted from his eclectic mixture, as if he had unwittingly created something extraordinary. Ha ha ha, I am truly a genius. Dr. Kino's, am I on my way? Host, you need not delve into such matters. Simply focus on fulfilling your tasks, altering the narrative, and seizing the opportunities to strengthen yourself. Youqian remarked with a shrug, finding the situation rather amusing. By the way, it seems your intellect has recently heightened. What is the matter? Have you been indulging in some brain-boosting elixir? In the room, while Youqian relished a grand feast of pork, he glanced at Saitama. So, did you manage to capture that group of bald-headed men? Saitama waved his hand dismissively. I'm not sure. When I arrived, it seemed they had been defeated by something called the supersonic crab. Ah, so it's the sorrow of the eggs, the supersonic crab, Youqian mused. Just then, 2 crisp knocks resonated at the door. Youqian rose swiftly and opened it, revealing an elegantly tall beauty standing before him. She wore a deep green long dress and black knee-high stiletto boots, precisely his type. Before he could utter a word, the striking beauty, known as Blizzard of Hell, bashfully stated, I apologize, I must have knocked on the wrong door. Are you the S-class hero, Mumin Rider? I thought this was the abode of the bald cape hero. Blizzard felt fortunate today. Seeking a B-class hero to join her ranks, she unexpectedly encountered an S-class hero, which would indeed expand her network. Who called for me? Saitama, with a piece of meat in his mouth, approached, followed closely by Genos. Oh, the newly appointed A-class hero, the Devil Cyborg. It said you might be the next to ascend to S-class status. How delightful to see you here, Blizzard exclaimed, somewhat astonished that such remarkable individuals were gathered in this modest room. Indeed, those who could attain S-class status were extraordinary. Saitama? Is my presence so negligible that I am overlooked? He interjected. Are you implying that Saitama is indeed formidable and requires no affiliation with any group? Blizzard regarded the bald man, her expression filled with skepticism as she assessed Saitama's rather simplistic demeanor. Youqian. Although Saitama may appear rather weak, that is merely a facade. It is indeed peculiar for a powerhouse to take on such a form. Perhaps this is the price of strength, baldness, yet enhanced prowess. Saitama felt a sense of indignation, channeling his frustration into the grand feast before him. Youqian sighed, observing Blizzard. You are far more amiable than your sister. She is indeed a formidable little demon, quite a handful. Blizzard paused, taken aback. You know my sister is Tornado? Did she speak of me to you? Youqian. I am aware of the strained relationship you share with her. Do you wish to grow stronger? Do you possess a method to enhance my strength? Blizzard inquired. A flicker of excitement in her eyes, though it swiftly dimmed, revealing her skepticism. Are you familiar with the C-class hero, the unlicensed writer? Pay close attention to him. He recently collaborated with me on an experiment that should greatly enhance his abilities. If he manages to endure, ascending to S-class should be within reach. If you seek to fortify yourself as well, I can assist you. I am in need of extensive experimental data, but you must contemplate this carefully. As Youqian bid Blizzard farewell, she kept her head bowed, lost in thought, pondering the possibilities that lay ahead. Experimental endeavors may seem fraught with peril, yet can they indeed lead to strength? Fuyuki unlocked her phone and accessed the Hero Association's official website. She followed the unlicensed knight, eager to observe any transformations that might unfold. Chapter 37. The Pursuit of Strength. Olma, are you alright? A desolate voice emanated from the hero liaison. In City Z, a formidable tiger-class monster had abruptly appeared, wreaking havoc upon the streets. The B-class hero, Bull Horse, confronted the beast, only to be rendered unconscious with a single blow. Within the command center of the Hero Association, deliberations ensued regarding the potential elevation of the monster's threat level, alongside the urgent summoning of nearby heroes for assistance. However, the only hero available was the C-class unlicensed knight. Is it truly just the unlicensed knight? Indeed, and he has already charged forth. What? He has gone to hinder us again. Do not speak so disparagingly. A grotesque creature resembling an oversized, rotund figure was seen gorging itself on food in the streets. Its layers of fat reminiscent of a Michelin Man bull horse lay beneath a power pole, appearing grievously injured. After indulging in excess at a bakery, the Michelin Man creature turned its gaze toward Bull Horse, seemingly intent on crushing the individual, impeding its feast. The scene was a grim tableau, as the creature's weight threatened to obliterate Bull Horse entirely. Release that man. A righteous voice rang out, as the unlicensed knight appeared before the Michelin Man. The creature instinctively rose, glancing back at its challenger. The newcomer was none other than the unlicensed knight, a friend of Bull Horse. As Bull Horse grappled with the pressures of his tasks, the unlicensed knight, driven by a sense of justice, endeavored to assist in missions beyond his own capacity. Their shared experiences had gradually forged a bond of friendship. Upon learning of Bull Horse's defeat and injury at the hands of Beast, the unlicensed knight rushed to the scene. "You foul creature, where have you taken Bull Horse?" Surveying the vicinity, it was evident that no one else was present, save for a throng of citizens in the distance, oblivious to Bull Horse's plight. The figure beneath the Michelin Man was certainly not Bull Horse, for he was not so flattened. Unlicensed knight, vanquish that grotesque figure. The unlicensed knight proclaimed with unwavering resolve, "Fear not, dear victim, I shall avenge you." By the way, did you see where Bull Horse was struck down? Bull Horse had indeed performed a dramatic display, succumbing to unconsciousness in a single breath. The unlicensed knight recognized the urgency of the situation. He must confront the Michelin Man to uphold justice and safeguard the citizens nearby. With a fierce cry of "Justice grapple," he charged at the Michelin Man. The creature swatted him away as one might a mere insect. Yet the unlicensed knight struggled to rise, determined to continue his assault. True to his character, he embodied unwavering tenacity, advancing toward the fray as long as he was able. The citizens watching from a distance felt a pang of sympathy as they beheld the sight of the unlicensed knight. Truly, he embodied the essence of a hero, yet lamentably, he appeared rather feeble. If only he were a tad stronger. I reckon his current state serves only to hinder us, rendering him utterly useless. How shameless. He is risking his life to safeguard our safety. The unlicensed knight may well be aware that he cannot overpower those monstrous beings. Yet every second he can delay their advance is a testament to his protective instincts. A scrawny man, who had just uttered some derisive remarks, glanced at the indignant citizens around him, appearing somewhat embarrassed yet undeniably irate. What purpose does his negativity serve? He would just be tossed about like a rag doll. Moreover, being a professional hero is merely a job. We have purchased many products from the Hero Association, so it is only right that he acts accordingly. Each time he displays such weakness while exuding a sense of justice, one must question the utility of justice itself. Regardless of the discussions, it does not change the fact that he is perceived as ineffectual. If he possesses the capability, why not vanquish that monster? Should he defeat the creature, I would not hesitate to celebrate by making a spectacle of myself. The citizens, ready to give this rogue a lesson, suddenly had their attention drawn by a shout from the crowd, directing their gaze towards the unlicensed knight battling the Michelin Tire Man. Look. The unlicensed knight. At that moment, the unlicensed knight astonishingly managed to block a colossal attack from the Michelin Tire Man. He gazed at his own hands in disbelief, realizing that he had indeed grown stronger, seemingly experiencing a monumental surge in power. With a resolute strike, he unleashed a punch that encapsulated his unwavering commitment to justice, landing squarely on the chin of the Michelin Tire Man. The impact sent ripples through the creature's corpulent form, causing its flesh to quiver like waves. That blow felled the Michelin Tire Man, who attempted to rise once more, but the unlicensed knight pounced upon him, relentlessly delivering blow after blow. At last, the Michelin tire man lay still. Though not lifeless, he seemed to be on the brink of collapse. The citizens rushed forward, lifting the unlicensed knight high into the air. And in that moment, he beamed with joy. Meanwhile, the scrawny man found himself encircled by a group of burly men. "What are you doing? I was only joking. This is a crime," he protested. The muscular men exchanged knowing glances, questioning why they couldn't overpower this scoundrel, even if they couldn't defeat the monster. Without hesitation, they tossed the scrawny man into a public restroom. The onlookers did not intervene. The scrawny man had brought this upon himself. Later that night, a snowstorm raged as Shwe gazed at the Hero Association's official website, where the unlicensed knight had ascended from the rank of C class to B class. Clicking on his profile, she reviewed the tasks he had completed that day, including the resolution of a disaster caused by a tiger-class monster, accompanied by relevant video footage. The video appeared to be from street surveillance, showcasing the formidable strength of the monster, at least considered powerful among tiger-class foes. Time again, the unlicensed knight was knocked down, only to rise repeatedly. Then, in a stunning turn, he exhibited a remarkable transformation, attaining the prowess of an A-class hero. As Shuiwei contemplated the experiment proposed by Youqian, her heart raced with excitement. The potential to elevate a C-class hero to A-class prowess stirred her imagination. Perhaps she could even ascend to S-class herself. In that moment, she envisioned proving to her sister that she was no mere decorative figure. At the Saitama household, Youqian, Saitama, and Genos shared a meal while watching a broadcast of the unlicensed knight's battle on television. Saitama was unusually exhilarated, remarking how the unlicensed knight had grown so powerful. It seemed that all those years of effort had not been in vain. Genos, observing the sudden surge in strength of the unlicensed knight, was filled with curiosity. "Sensei, do you know him?" "Of course. We attended the same school back in the day. I would consider him a friend." "He is a commendable individual," Saitama replied, his heart warmed by the knight's progress. Yet, Genos was puzzled by the video. Had the knight been concealing his true strength, or had he perhaps undergone some form of enhancement? Suddenly, Youqian interjected, proclaiming the success of his experiment. Saitama looked perplexed, entirely unaware of what Li was referring to, but Genos understood. "Are you implying your biological experiment? A method for ordinary individuals to gain strength? A key to unlocking their potential?" Li nodded, sighing as he gazed at Genos. "Unfortunately, this may prove ineffective for cyborgs. After all, with your body nearly entirely composed of steel, such concoctions would hardly be beneficial." Genos, unfazed, remained by the side of these two powerful individuals, reflecting on the immense knowledge he had already gained. He acknowledged the extraordinary methods of Saitama's ascension, yet recognized that both Saitama and Youqian offered invaluable insights into life and personal conduct. "There's no need to mention my master, who has quietly vanquished countless monsters. As for Mr. Li, he has now developed this remarkable serum. Should the experiment succeed, it could potentially alter the dynamics between monsters and humanity." Genos regarded the two with profound respect. Meanwhile, Youqian and Saitama, engrossed in their meal of large pork elbows, felt a twinge of unease under Genos' scrutinizing gaze. They exchanged glances, realizing with alarm that they had forgotten to save an elbow for him. Chapter 38. A calamitous situation unfolds. In the Child Emperor's laboratory, Dr. Kinas stood alongside the Child Emperor and Youqian, examining the physical data related to the unlicensed knight. Dr. Kinas appeared exhilarated. "Our hypothesis is indeed correct. By harnessing emotions as a catalyst, as long as the will remains steadfast and intense feelings are unleashed, evolution can occur indefinitely. This could very well represent a breakthrough in biological limits." Sucking on a lollipop, the Child Emperor remarked, "These data points are still insufficient. We require more participants for our experiment. However, selecting the right candidates poses a dilemma. If we allow monsters to access this serum, it could lead to complications. Fear not. I will ensure we find exceptional volunteers for these serums," Li assured them. He encouraged the unlicensed knight with several bowls of chicken soup, insisting he continue to excel, proclaiming, "The next S-class hero will be you." The unlicensed knight, overwhelmed by the flattery, was left bewildered. To Youqian's surprise, after the unlicensed knight's transformation, he received yet another special achievement notification. "Amidst a myriad of odds and ends, I have amassed a total of 50 draws. Before embarking on this endeavor, I shall rub my hands and wash my face. Let's invoke a touch of mysticism and draw." The seemingly formidable aura skill, once activated, can maintain an incredibly strong presence for 10 seconds, making everyone perceive you as a powerful being, with the vibrant hues of hair, One can transform their locks into a riot of colors, leaving onlookers to mistakenly believe you are Scion. The gourmet tablecloth allows one to conjure any desired delicacy simply by silently wishing for it, and the food will appear upon the cloth. With the skill of the 100% unarmed catch, there is an assurance that someone will clasp your hand blade with both hands. A comprehensive guide to simple rune drawing offers a method for crafting basic talismans from a certain cultivation civilization, featuring 12 distinct spells: immobilization, cleansing, small fireball, small water orb, and more. Youqian felt that the rewards for logging in had become increasingly lackluster, with 45 of the 50 draws yielding mere rolls of paper. How curious. Previously, you claimed there was no guarantee, yet now you present me with 10 draws devoid of paper. What are you trying to demonstrate? At that moment, Saitama kicked open the door, staring incredulously at the heap of paper within the room. Hey, Youqian, why have you purchased so much paper? You must take care of your health. Youqian, expressionless, retaliated by tossing Saitama out with a roll of paper. He then discarded the rolls into the spatial realm behind him and activated all his skills. In an instant, he felt as though he could change his hair color at will. With the added benefit of a 10-second aura of strength, he transformed his hair to a golden hue. And with the activation of this potent presence, he momentarily resembled a super scion. Alas, it was but an illusion, a mere facade. The aura of strength proved somewhat useful for posturing, as Youqian grasped the gourmet tablecloth. Excellent. No longer would he fear traversing desolate planets. Whatever he desired could be summoned with the cloth. For a more comfortable abode, he could reside within his spatial realm, fulfilling all basic needs effortlessly. As for the matter of relieving oneself, surely a normal person would not be so unfortunate as to be trapped by this. Furthermore, the promise of a flawless unarmed catch, how could that not render him invincible? Youqian cautiously extended his hand and swung downward, only for Saitama, next door, to crash through the wall and stand before him, bewildered as he caught Youqian's handblade. Youqian. Saitama, the innocent wall. Just as Saitama prepared to take the paper to the restroom, he hesitated. Wait, don't misinterpret. I truly only intend to use the toilet. Suddenly, an inexplicable force compelled Saitama to rush forward and grasp the handblade, leaving him utterly perplexed. Youqian quickly withdrew his hand, pointing at the wall where an individual had emerged. You, Saitama, I kindly offered you paper, and yet you have demolished my wall. Quick, find someone to repair it. Saitama, touching his bald head, felt an odd sensation, yet there was little he could do, as he was indeed in the wrong. Resolutely, Saitama sought out Genos, the dependable workhorse who was diligent and reliable. Youqian watched as Chiyu was deceived and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At that moment, Guang, who usually seemed as lifeless as a corpse in his mind, suddenly spoke. Isn't this skill quite impressive? When combined with your Justice Great Bag, if utilized effectively, this rule-based ability renders one nearly invincible. Regrettably, due to the limitations of the template, you are unable to take a life. Indeed, Youqian replied. Guang's mechanical voice continued. As long as you enhance the template with reinforcement skills, 2 enhancement scenarios will emerge. One will directly augment the development of your template, while the other will eliminate its drawbacks, such as the inability to kill or the stipulation that blood cannot flow red. Ah, yes, Youqian responded. Guang rambled on, urging Youqian to swiftly defeat monsters and gather energy. Youqian promptly assured him that he would seize any opportunity to combat foes. Suddenly, the loquacious Guang ceased his incessant chatter. Youqian felt the ambiguity of his template's restriction against killing. He could slay with external means or employ skills he extracted himself. Yet, why was it that telekinesis could not directly bring about death? Something felt amiss. There was an unsettling sense of something being profoundly wrong. Youqian pondered for a moment before stowing the gourmet tablecloth into his spatial pocket. He briefly flipped through the compendium of talismans and discovered that, although the content was comprehensive, he lacked the necessary spiritual or magical energy to utilize them. The proficiency displayed in the actions made Youqian somewhat envious of Chiyu. Although Genos was a bit weak, he still enjoyed the game. Yet, he was remarkably versatile, cooking, cleaning, and now even repairing walls. Upon thinking of this, Youqian gave Chiyu an irreverent gesture, leaving Chiyu bewildered. Seated on the sofa, Youqian reflected on the unfolding narrative. What transpired after the appearance of the Tao Yuan group? Ah, yes, it should be the part where Chiyu and Genos joined the Hero Association. Wait, wasn't it true that these two had already joined? It should be the Hero Association dispatching personnel to investigate the suburbs of Z City. However, that too was incorrect. The trustworthy upper echelons of the Hero Association were already aware of the existence of the Monster Association beneath the suburbs of Z City. Thus, It seemed they were nearing the episode where the meteorite would collide with Earth. Li Youqian envisioned the devastation the meteorite would wreak upon Z City. Although Qiyu would shatter it, the fragments would still leave Z City in ruins. He had no means to resolve the numerous debris. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he thought of a solution. Hello, is this the Hero Association? A grave situation has arisen. Chapter 39. Come at me, you fool. At the Hero Association headquarters, Shichi was startled upon hearing that there was a major crisis, causing him to tumble out of bed in alarm. He nearly feared that the Monster Association had launched a full-scale assault. Stumbling to the command center, he finally heard the continuation of the Youqian's message. What? A meteorite capable of obliterating Z City is about to fall. Without delay, Shichi dispatched personnel to investigate. The Hero Association had indeed detected a meteorite in outer space, hurtling towards the Earth of the One Punch Man universe. Moreover, the size of the meteorite is utterly outrageous, making it difficult to fathom any means of averting this impending crisis. Hello, why is Shichi silent? The voice of Li Youqian reverberated through the communicator. Shichi hurried over, inquiring, Mr. Li, do you have a solution for this crisis? Without further ado, Li Youqian responded, I possess a method to shatter the meteorite. Yet the resultant fragments will still wreak havoc upon City Z. I require the assistance of a young tornado to manage the debris post-fracture. Shichi swiftly agreed and promptly disseminated the information regarding the impending meteorite collision to City Z. Instantly, the entire city became a cacophony of activity, as Li Youqian's unexpected intervention had granted the citizens an advance notice of half a day regarding the meteorite's impact. However, the organizational capabilities of City Z's government were evidently lacking. Even with this additional time, the city found itself ensnared in a traffic jam reminiscent of the original narrative. Atop the tallest edifice in City Z, a multitude had gathered. Among them were the S-Class hero Bongu, the newly elevated S-Class hero Genos, the B-Class hero Mumen Rider, alongside Saitama and Li Youqian. Li Youqian regarded the amiable elder Bongu, asking, What brings you here? Aren't you a martial artist? The martial arts of the One Punch Man world are typically rather limited. Bongu blinked, comprehending the implication of Li Youqian's remark regarding the short reach of attacks. But I have my dojo in City Z. If I leave, what will happen to it? The nostalgia of age. I trust that Mr. Li will surely resolve this crisis. Should the need arise, I am willing to lend my strength. The assembled heroes, undoubtedly the most responsible among them, felt it a privilege to unite against calamity. Meanwhile, Mumen Rider, ever the paragon of justice, spoke with fervor. This only intensified the anxiety of Li Youqian and the apathetic hero Saitama, causing them to break a sweat. Li Youqian swiftly diverted the topic, glancing skyward where the meteorite's silhouette had begun to manifest, albeit appearing diminutive. At that moment, another group of individuals arrived atop the building, led by Fubuki, whose entourage was clearly her Blizzard group. Upon seeing Fubuki, Li Youqian expressed surprise. What brings you here? My sister sent me. Fubuki gestured towards the distance, where an armed helicopter was gradually approaching. Before it even neared the rooftop, a figure glowing with green light eagerly descended. It was Tornado, who hovered in midair, relieved to see her sister unharmed. Yet her expression soured upon noticing the others accompanying her. Fubuki, I instructed you to come alone. Why have you brought these supporting characters? They're my team members, and I am responsible for them, Fubuki replied, her gaze resolute. As the helicopter settled on the rooftop, Shichi dashed down, grasping Li Youqian's arm. Mr. Li, we must save City Z. The sincerity in Shichi's eyes was palpable. Li Youqian nodded, his expression calm as he remarked, Let the meteorite remain suspended for a while. Not so fast, you little brat. You're being rather arrogant. With such immense kinetic energy, I might not even be able to stop the meteorite. So, confess, how exactly do you plan to shatter it? If you lack confidence, I will leave with Fubuki right now, Tornado declared, radiating a green light, while Fubuki beside her emitted a similar glow. Tornado was prepared to forcefully take Fubuki away. If this calamity could not be resolved, Tornado would prefer to protect her sister. Fubuki struggled desperately, exclaiming, No, I want to face this together with my teammates. Unfortunately, Fubuki was too weak to break free from her restraints. Li Youqian shook his head. Don't worry, you'll understand soon. If Li Youqian were to reveal that the lethargic bald man beside them was to shatter the meteorite, he could bet Tornado would flee on the spot. Tornado, hands on her hips, was visibly displeased. Spit it out, you jerk. Tornado insisted that if Li Youqian remained silent, the matter would not end here. After all, it concerned her sister's safety, and as a protective older sister, she could not tolerate such a situation. Without hesitation, Li Youqian emitted a red light, directly freeing Fubuki from Tornado's grip. Although Li Youqian's telekinetic ability was not yet on par with Tornado's, he was still capable of releasing her restraints. Once freed, Fubuki hurried behind Li Youqian, gazing at him in disbelief. "Mr. Li, you can use telekinesis?" "What can I say? I'm quite versatile," Li Youqian replied, pulling out a vial from behind him and handing it to Fubuki. "You should be aware of the advancements with unlicensed knights. Although there are a few experiments and some risks, the side effects should be minimal. Think it over. You have great potential, so give it your all." Fubuki, filled with excitement, accepted the vial, while Tornado stood there, bewildered, before her mind processed the information. "Li Youqian, you actually used Fubuki as a guinea pig." "Sister, don't say that about him." "Exactly. How could you say something like that?" "Li Youqian, don't call him that." "Sister." Li Youqian smoothly ducked behind Fubuki, thinking, "Wow, she is quite tall and elegant. What are you doing? You're forcibly controlling your sister." I, on the other hand, merely wished to assist Fubuki. Li Youqian felt his tea-making skills had improved, exuding an aromatic fragrance. Tornado was nearly fuming, forgetting to inquire about Li Youqian's method for dealing with a meteorite. All she could think about was throttling this instigator. But Fubuki steadfastly shielded Li Youqian. "Go ahead, hit me, you fool." Li Youqian felt an inexplicable thrill, wanting this arrogant brat to experience some hardship. Hee. The surrounding heroes were astonished that Fubuki's leader was so protective of a man. They contemplated sending a threatening note. "No, goddess. It's fine as long as you're happy. I'll buy breakfast every day, 3 portions. 1 for Fubuki, 1 for the hero with the cape." Saitama felt embarrassed, hoping no one would discover that Li Youqian lived next door. Genos, with just a few words, had ignited a battle between the two women. How impressive. He noted it down diligently. "Do not remember everything, Saitama. You are still young. Remembering too much will only burden you," exclaimed Bang, clearly impressed by the youth's exuberance. Chapter 40, S-Class Hero, Cape Baldy. The atmosphere around them lightened, thanks to Li Youqian and Tornado of Terror, as their antics alleviated the tension. However, standing aside, Sitch interrupted the joviality, pointing at the increasingly large meteor descending from the sky. Rubbing his hands together, he said, "It's not that we doubt you. It's just that everyone wants to witness something extraordinary. Mr. Li, perhaps we should deal with the meteor first?" Li Youqian nodded, observing the meteor looming overhead. Sensing it was time to act, in the eyes of the onlookers, he approached Saitama and patted him on the shoulder. "Go ahead, Saitama. Use your normal punch to shatter that meteor." A collective gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd, with the exception of Li Youqian and Saitama. Tornado, glancing at Saitama's countenance, scoffed him. "You must be joking. I could sketch that face in 5 seconds. If he manages to obliterate that meteor, I'll leap from the building." "Oomph." Without hesitation, Saitama leaped into action, charging towards the meteor with determination before delivering a powerful punch. With a thunderous roar, the colossal meteor shattered into countless fragments, scattering debris the size of small houses across Z City. "Surprised, aren't you? I can fly, you know," Li Youqian remarked as he patted Sitch on the shoulder. "I told you he deserved to be an S-Class hero. Now do you believe me?" Sitch, visibly astonished, nodded in acknowledgement, contemplating Saitama's capabilities. He was aware of Saitama's unassuming demeanor, partly due to Li Youqian's subtle reminders of Saitama's prowess, and partly because of the hero's poor reputation. The Hero Association staff often accused Saitama, known as Cape Baldy, of cheating during hero evaluations, claiming he achieved unbelievable results while also being adept at stealing others' accolades. However, witnessing Saitama's performance now, such rumors seemed utterly ludicrous. Those extraordinary feats required no deceit. This individual was inherently formidable. Li Youqian observed Sitch deep in thought, confident that Saitama's ascension to S-Class hero was assured. In front of so many witnesses, they could not ignore Saitama's contributions. Turning to the gathered crowd, he declared, "Let us together obliterate those fragments raining down from the sky." With that, Li Youqian soared into the air, enveloped in a crimson aura. He resembled a furious red meteor, crashing into the debris, reducing it to even smaller particles, pulverizing it to dust. With his exceptional physique and an array of enhanced skills, this assault maximized his destructive potential. "What are you trying to prove? Watch this," Tornado exclaimed, as she began to harness her telekinetic powers, binding the massive fragments. Genos took a deep breath, opening the suitcase in his hand, readying himself for the unfolding chaos. Upon augmenting his arms with numerous enhanced components, he aligned himself with the meteorites in the sky and activated the incineration cannon. Today, The skies over Z City were abuzz with activity. The citizens, who had been fleeing in panic, now paused to behold the spectacle above, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Some collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, having survived. Long live the Hero Association. Bangu stood atop a building, observing the meteors tentatively leaping into the air. Alas, he could not leap high enough. His legs were indeed a bit short. Surrounding him, Fubuki and her Blizzard group, alongside the unlicensed riders, stood in discontent, forced to watch. With unwavering determination, Fubuki downed the potion given to her by Youqian, gazing at her sister Tornado, who was showcasing her formidable power in the sky. Sister, I too wish to grow stronger. Even if it entails risk, I accept it. Tornado noticed her sister below, her eyes filled with admiration, and felt invigorated by the support. Finally, through a concerted effort, the fragments of the meteors above Z City were completely obliterated. The meteor incident was resolved flawlessly. What? You consumed that potion? Tornado exclaimed in disbelief, regarding her sister as foolish for ingesting such a substance. In the next moment, Tornado charged at Youqian, her expression fierce, seemingly intent on delivering a harsh reprimand. Unfortunately, Bangu, Sitch, and a few others desperately intervened. The unlicensed rider timidly chimed in, I drank it too. Honestly, I find it quite pleasant, with no adverse effects. The obsession with younger sisters was quite troublesome. The potion posed no life-threatening dangers, though its efficacy remained ambiguous. After all, it had undergone scrutiny by the brilliant minds of Youqian, Child Emperor, and Dr. Genus. Yet, for those fixated on their sisters, such logic fell on deaf ears. On the Hero Association's official website, B-rank hero Bald Cape Man had ascended directly to S-rank, credited with resolving the dragon-level meteor crisis in Z City. This development ignited a fervor in public discourse, with many netizens expressing disbelief at the formidable nature of Bald Cape Man, given his appearance. The world of Saitama bore an undue malice towards baldness. Nevertheless, with the backing and validation of S-rank heroes Tornado, Silver Fong, Mumin Rider, and the Demon Cyborg, the public ultimately acknowledged Bald Cape Man's S-rank prowess, albeit with a scarcity of fans. Saitama perceived little change. Perhaps the only difference lay in the increased financial remuneration from the Hero Association. However, Genos held a contrasting view. He regarded this as a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. He meticulously prepared a sumptuous feast, allowing Youqian and Saitama to indulge as joyful gourmands. This merriment continued until Youqian's phone rang, displaying a message that read, on the rooftop of the old place in the outskirts of Z City. Youqian raised an eyebrow, realizing that Big-Eyed had taken note of the bald demon's official ascension to S-rank, seemingly seeking to inquire about specific intelligence. He stroked his chin, pondering the current status of the Monster Association. Had it evolved into something akin to the original storyline's Monster Association? If that is the case, it is time to unfold the next plan. The elder brother piloting the spaceship, I wonder where you are. In the cosmos, a colossal purple spacecraft is sailing towards Earth. At the control panel of the purple ship stands a tall man clad in golden armor, with purple hair, blue skin, and a single eye. Suddenly, he speaks. How much farther until we reach that planet? Gaigan Shiopu, set the ship to full speed. I can hardly contain my eagerness for a thrilling battle. Chapter 41. Almost made him smarter. After Poros finished speaking, he was about to turn and leave when suddenly, the control panel emitted a sound that halted his steps. Gaigan Shiopu, rigid with tension, gazed at the incoming message from the direction of Earth. Poros, puzzled, inquired what has happened. Gaigan Shiopu swallowed hard. The foolish natives of that planet dared to send a provocative message. They were audacious enough to use the sun as a loudspeaker to shout into the cosmos. Oh, how intriguing. Can they sense my arrival? What message did they send? Is it you, Poros? Look at those worthless creatures you command. Seeing your armor, they must be itching to drag you down and slap you in the face. I tell you, with that pink hair of yours, you look like a punk. Once you arrive in Z City on Earth, rest assured, you will not enjoy a pleasant fate. I am Dashi, remember my name? The vicinity of the control panel fell into a profound silence. After a moment of contemplation, Poros erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. First, let us head to Z City on that planet. Did he provide coordinates? Gaigan Shiopu, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his tentacles, replied, indeed, and they're quite specific. Poros felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. Such provocation. He was eager to see what Dashi could possibly offer him. Meanwhile, Dashi at the headquarters of the Monster Association suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his previously expressionless face now displaying a look of confusion. He glanced around, feeling as though he was being watched by some unseen force. Youqian closed his phone, preparing to finish his meal before heading out. After all, in this vast world, eating takes precedence. While dining, Saitama looked at Youqian and asked, "Do you need my cooperation this time?" Youqian swiftly and decisively piled meat into his bowl, replying, "No need. If I wish to escape, they cannot hold me." Hearing Youqian and his teacher converse, Genos felt bewildered. "Mr. Li, are you going out soon?" Youqian nodded. "Yes, shortly I will infiltrate an organization comprised of monsters, acting as a spy. It's rather complicated to explain, but I must go out to deceive a one-eyed monster from a monster association." Genos sensed the gravity of the situation. "I do not mind the complexity. Please share the details with me. It sounds like a matter of world-saving importance." Seeing Genos' admiring gaze, Youqian began to elaborate on the situation. On a rooftop in the outskirts of Z City, the great-eyed one stood, feeling the cool breeze while gazing into the distance, exuding an extraordinary aura. An hour later, he sat on the rooftop, completely disregarding his image, while Youqian continued to explain to Genos. Another hour has elapsed, and Big Bright Eyes feels deceived. Having been stood up, alas, perhaps there are circumstances beyond his companion's control, he decides to wait another hour. As the hour passes, the tension in the air thickens. And Sykes, lurking behind Big Bright Eyes, is on the brink of madness. What on earth is that fellow up to? Enough is enough. I'm leaving. As Big Bright Eyes descends the stairs and lifts the manhole cover, preparing to enter, he is met on the rooftop by Youqian, who gazes at him with a puzzled expression. "What a coincidence. Have you just arrived as well?" With a forceful thud, Big Bright Eyes slams the manhole cover onto the opening, gritting his teeth as he replies, "Yes, I just got here." How could his abilities have been discovered, leading him to become an S-rank hero? Youqian lets out a deep sigh, his face etched with despondency. There was no way around it. He had obliterated a meteor in front of numerous witnesses, making it impossible for anyone to claim his credit. From behind, Big Bright Eyes produces a stash of monster cells, urging, "You must find a way to have that bald man consume these, transforming him into a monster." Youqian nods solemnly, accepting the monster cells. Coincidentally, their supply had nearly been depleted due to research, making this timely delivery quite fortuitous. The grand vision that Big Bright Eyes painted was both vast and enticing, yet regrettably, he himself was not a monster. Feigning excitement, Youqian asserts, "I will certainly complete the task. Remember, you are a monster. Do not be swayed by the machinations of the Hero Association." Big Bright Eyes presses cautiously. Youqian, feeling as if insulted, exclaims, 3 days, and then 3 days again. "It's been nearly years. Didn't you assign me to be a spy?" "Idol, are you suggesting you no longer trust me? You must understand, I am a monster, navigating through a sea of heroes. Do you have any idea how much pressure that entails?" Despite maintaining his usual demeanor, Big Bright Eyes feels a twinge of awkwardness from Sykes, who is secretly manipulating events from the shadows. Reflecting on the situation, he realizes it was indeed his own initiative to recognize Youqian as a spy, causing his tone to soften, albeit still tinged with irritation. "Only I know your true identity within the Monster Association. Even Bear and Bear 2 are merely aware of your secret mission, oblivious to your actual activities. If I say nothing, you could just go on being a hero, and I won't have to worry about you or provide any assistance. When your identity is exposed, you can just wait for your demise." Youqian, in a seemingly emo state, retorts, "Every day, you remind me that I am a monster. Must I even shout in my dreams?" Big Bright Eyes pats Youqian on the shoulder, preparing to employ both soft and firm tactics. The Monster Association has reached a bottleneck. The once-renowned dragon-level disaster, the great insect centipede elder, is poised to join their ranks. Youqian pushes Big Bright Eyes' hand away, exclaiming, "Enough. You've repeated that line countless times." "Have I? Is this not the first time I've said it?" Big Bright Eyes contemplates, feeling a tickling sensation in his brain as if it were expanding. Youqian realizes he has unwittingly become too immersed in the banter, having let slip a crucial phrase, and quickly shifts the conversation. "Are you certain you are speaking the truth and not deceiving me?" Big Bright Eyes nods affirmatively. "Of course. Do you not trust me?" Big Bright Eyes? Sykes remarked, "What does the utterance of the great I have to do with me, Sykes?" Youqian nudda gravely, signaling the conclusion of their meeting for the day. Chapter 42. Uncertainty of events before long. The call connected. "Shichi, I must inquire about something. Has the Oracle Superpower encountered any trouble?" Shichi, somewhat perplexed, was aware that the esteemed Superpower was in good health, for she was a well-renowned oracle. As Shichi delegated tasks to his subordinates to enhance the protection detail for Superpower, Youqian clarified that the Monster Association harbored no intentions to harm her. He possessed the gift of foresight, albeit imprecise, and wished to ascertain the timing of Subabawa's passing to deduce certain events. If she does happen to pass, be sure to inform me immediately. Shichi felt a swell of anxiety at the notion of Subabawa's demise. Could you elaborate on what you mean by her passing? You'll understand in due time. The ability of prophecy carries many taboos, Youqian responded, emphasizing his need to determine the moment of Subabawa's death to approximate Boros' arrival on Earth. Nothing must go awry. After concluding the call, Shichi pondered for a moment, deciding to bring Subabawa directly to the headquarters of the Hero Association, the safest sanctuary within human society. I refuse to believe that any misfortune could befall her here. If her death is due to natural causes, then there is little we can do. As for Youqian's desire to utilize Subabawa's passing to pinpoint an exact time frame, he regretted to inform, Subabawa has contributed immensely to humanity. If she could survive, I would wish for her continued existence. Genos appeared quite animated. Mr. Li, how did the spy mission fare? Was it a success? Youqian seemed remarkably at ease, but suddenly recalled something and turned to the dazed Saitama. By the way, Saitama, have you seen this? He produced a monster cell for Saitama to inspect. Despite Saitama's formidable strength as the protagonist, the risk of inadvertently consuming a monster cell could lead to unforeseen transformations. Youqian reasoned that caution was paramount regarding such cells, as the original narrative did not involve Saitama consuming any. Now, with the great eye's heightened wariness of Saitama, it was wise to prevent any potential subterfuge, such as mixing a monster cell into Saitama's food. Saitama poked at the grotesque cell in Youqian's hand, which appeared unappetizing. Wow, this looks like a dish from the underworld. I'd not even feed it to a dog. Do not underestimate it. If ingested, it would transform a person into a monster. Genos raised his hand. Mr. Li, I believe it would be prudent for our teacher to eradicate such a perilous organization directly. Youqian promptly adopted a serious demeanor, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Humanity cannot perpetually rely on Saitama. Some challenges must be faced independently. Let Saitama swiftly eliminate all those monsters, and allow the formidable bosses from the first season, along with those that emerge subsequently, to engage in a fierce battle amongst themselves. Such a narrative would epitomize chaos and absurdity, potentially presenting a grand opportunity for a unique experience, while also providing some amusement. Genos gazed at Youqian with eyes full of admiration, promptly taking out a notebook to jot down notes. Meanwhile, Saitama remained indifferent, fully aware that Youqian was bound to stir up trouble again. He bellowed, proclaiming that any disobedient humans would face death. I am the messenger of the deep sea. Surrender the surface to the deep sea clan. Following this, he erupted into a sinister laughter, oblivious to the fact that uttering such villainous words while embodying a villainous character would likely lead to his imminent demise. As expected in the distance, Saitama's expression remained stoic as he prepared to obliterate the creature without uttering a word. However, Youqian intervened, pushing aside the unlicensed knight and asserting, Saitama, don't engage with this monster just yet. Let the unlicensed knight have a go. Saitama had specifically traveled to J City, a coastal locale, to purchase seaweed, and Youqian had fortuitously discovered that the unlicensed knight had recently been active in the area. Accompanied by Saitama, they followed the unlicensed knight to procure the most affordable yet quality seaweed in J City. With a grand gesture, Saitama purchased an impressive quantity, seemingly sufficient for a month's supply. Turning to the unlicensed knight, Youqian remarked, your evolution seems to be stagnating lately. You must fortify your convictions in battle. Nodding in acknowledgement, the unlicensed knight placed the seaweed on the ground and charged toward the deep sea messenger without further ado. Observing the heap of seaweed on the ground, Youqian glanced at Saitama and kindly cautioned, Saitama, consuming seaweed won't benefit your hair growth. That's merely a myth. Saitama, maintaining his expressionless demeanor, replied, I don't understand what you're talking about, appearing as though his sole reason for purchasing seaweed was his genuine fondness for it. Youqian, with a look of disdain, thought to himself, how absurd. You an old fool. Watching Saitama's impassive face, he couldn't help but mutter, Saitama, you've changed. Your audacity has thickened. I wonder who you learned that from. While observing the unlicensed knight charging at the deep sea messenger, Youqian dialed a number. Blizzard. Come to J City. A wave of monsters is about to descend, perfectly suited for your current predicament. Understood, Blizzard replied without hesitation, placing her trust in Youqian's words. And without further ado, set off toward J City with her team. At this moment, the unlicensed knight was already engaged in combat with the deep sea messenger. It was evident that the unlicensed knight had grown significantly stronger, overpowering the deep-sea messenger, even with 6 tentacles and 8 arms. The deep-sea messenger was no match for the unlicensed knight's 2 fists. The unlicensed knight's powerful punch landed squarely on the messenger's face, knocking out its teeth. Youqian, witnessing the toothless mouth of the deep-sea messenger, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! How did things escalate so quickly? How could I, a person of such purity, be involved in this? This is outrageous. It must be that peculiar influence from Guang that is causing this." He shouted in disappointment toward Guang. "You wretched Guang." Meanwhile, Guang, unaware of the unfolding events, was puzzled. Chapter 43. Uncertainty. Take another look. Guang felt utterly speechless. He had merely been minding his own business, yet found himself subjected to scorn. "Very well, Youqian. You have paved your own path to ruin. Just wait until I ensnare you. Then we shall see how you fare." Guang inhaled deeply, remaining silently enduring the slander and treachery orchestrated by Youqian. Youqian was taken aback. Guang had not uttered a single word, displaying an impressive level of restraint akin to that of a stoic turtle. Youqian pondered Guang's peculiar behavior over the past few days while observing the distant clash between the unlicensed knight and the deep-sea envoy. With a resounding declaration of justice fist, the unlicensed knight unleashed a punch that shattered the skull of the deep-sea envoy. The citizens of J City, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, erupted into cheers. Shortly thereafter, personnel from the Hero Association arrived to manage the scene. Youqian furrowed his brow, feeling that he was still falling short. The theory was splendid, yet reality was harsh. The potion he had devised, while theoretically capable of infinite evolution and enhancement, required exponentially increasing levels of emotion and willpower with each transformation. Youqian concluded that this potion could no longer be refined within the realm of One Punch Man. A few more experimental data points, and he would release the final product. The unlicensed knight nodded resolutely, stating that he would reside there for the next few days. Youqian, accompanied by Saitama, opened a portal and entered, carrying a hefty bundle of seaweed. Meanwhile, the unlicensed knight checked his phone for nearby accommodations. Days later, the coastline of J City was abuzz with activity, teeming with A, B, and C-class heroes. The previously C-class unlicensed knight had gained significant notoriety among heroes. Some mocked his perceived weakness, while others praised his unwavering conviction. He was a figure of much controversy, yet undeniably prominent within the hero community. The unlicensed knight's sudden surge in strength captured the attention of many. Rumors circulated that he had acquired a method for direct enhancement, prompting numerous heroes to seek this elusive technique. Overwhelmed by the incessant inquiries, the unlicensed knight, under Youqian's direction, issued a statement. The announcement indicated that an S-class hero from the Hero Association had developed a unique potion capable of inducing evolution in 1S abilities. However, as it was an experimental product, it carried certain risks and was in limited supply, mainly due to Youqian's reluctance to produce more. Nonetheless, given the hero's fervent desire for a means to grow stronger, the announcement was made public. The anonymous S-class hero would assess the performance of heroes during the impending catastrophic event in J City, bestowing the potion upon those who excelled. Naturally, any recipient of the potion would be required to participate in the associated research. Upon the release of this announcement, enthusiasm among heroes below S-class soared. It was worth noting that the current unlicensed knight was now capable of handling Tiger-class disasters, positioning him among the upper echelon of A-class heroes. This potion could potentially benefit even A-class heroes, perhaps enabling some to ascend to S-class status. Countless aspiring heroes have flocked to City J, eager to showcase their prowess in the impending ghost-level catastrophe. The Hero Association has wholeheartedly endorsed this initiative, promptly evacuating residents from the coastal areas while vigorously promoting the event on their official website. Shichi also seeks to seize this opportunity to ascertain the veracity of Youqian's purported prophetic abilities. Is it truly possible that another ghost-level disaster looms? The accuracy of his predictions regarding the disaster severity is astounding. At the headquarters, Shichi observed the contemplative figure of Lord Zababwa, an elderly lady with graying hair. Suddenly, Lord Zababwa slammed her palm on the table and instructed a nearby aide, claiming a sore throat, to fetch her some throat lozenges. An employee of the Hero Association hurriedly dashed outside, seemingly in pursuit of the requested candies. Out of nowhere, beneath the once tranquil sea, enormous dark shadows flitted through the depths. In an instant, these shadows erupted from the water's surface, roaring towards the sky in a declaration of their arrival. The expected response from the surrounding feeble humans was sheer panic and desperate flight. Yet, a curious gathering of bizarrely attired individuals, adorned in a myriad of appearances, gazed at the spectacle with glimmering eyes and insatiable longing. What was this? The deep-sea monsters behind him? This was not right. One odd situation. Had he misadjusted to the surface, conjuring illusions? No, he must observe again. The oceanic beings blinked in disbelief. This was no mirage. It was indeed reality. The humans on land possessed such fashionable attire, and there was a muscular man clad in a floral fairy ensemble. What madness was this? My eyes. Heroes along the coastline cried out, "The monsters are here. The monsters have arrived." A mere handful would not suffice for sharing. Charge. The opportunity to grow stronger lies before us. That monster is mine. No, it's mine. Hith. You all bicker, while I shall take action. Shameless scoundrel. This hero scorns to associate with your kind. To the denizens of the deep sea, we are indeed monsters. What is happening? Why do you seem so exhilarated? You're making us feel quite bewildered. Can you not respect our identities as monsters? Amidst the throng of heroes, the A-rank hero, Venom Sting, wrapped in black bandages and wielding a colossal bamboo shoot spear, surveyed his fellow heroes. Each one seemed to pounce like famished tigers, drenched in perspiration. He felt an urgency to accelerate, lest he be deprived of any monsters to claim. Venom Sting felt a hollow ache within. These creatures should rightfully belong to him, as if his moment of glory had been snatched away. With this thought, he promptly clamped the bamboo shoot spear between his teeth, his hands spinning like wheels of flame. He surged forward at full speed towards the mass of monsters, determined to seize at least one. Before long, the assemblage of deep-sea monsters found themselves encircled by a throng of heroes, A-ranks, B-ranks, and C-ranks alike. Each deep-sea creature faced at least 10 heroes. The heroes declared they had never engaged in such a bountiful battle. Did you not claim to be heroes? Why are so many of you attacking just one of me? If you possess courage, face me one-on-one. The assembled heroes, poised for a righteous assault, exchanged glances, resolute in their belief that results are all that matter. Do not hesitate. The adversary is a monster. There is no need for moral discourse. Let's unite. Whoever delivers the final blow shall claim the glory. You lack martial ethics. To hell with it. Chapter 44, Ignition. In a moment of reflection, one hero lamented, "My life has been a precarious dance on thin ice. It seems I shall not reach the other shore." The scene unfolded as if the surrounding heroes were the villains themselves. What did that creature just say? One asked. I couldn't catch it. Yet, such details were trivial. The question remained. Who had dealt the final strike? It was I. No, it was I. I was the one. A throng of deep-sea monstrosities, besieged by the heroes, fell swiftly to the ground. In the distance, the unlicensed night and blowing snow appeared bewildered, as they had yet to make their entrance. At that moment, the last remaining deep-sea creature, resembling a diminutive tyrannosaurus, fought desperately. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the crowd, and a voice boomed, "Roar, bamboo shoot." In the next instant, the tiny tyrant was pierced through, a gaping hole emerging in its body. The wielder of the bamboo shoot spear, Poison Sting, was exhilarated, exclaiming, "This head is mine. Ha ha! Who's next? My prowess is unmatched. With the mysterious potion, I shall become the mightiest of heroes." With a resounding slap, Poison Sting was sent flying several meters. True to his youth, he struggled not at all, collapsing into slumber. The assailant was a towering figure, a monster crowned in majesty, yet humanoid in form, adorned with fish-like traits that signified his identity. The formidable Deep Sea King, a monster of the highest caliber from One Punch Man. The Deep Sea King surveyed the heroes surrounding him and the fallen minions, his brow furrowed. Why do these fools seem more villainous than I? On the coastline, all heroes beheld the imposing figure of the Deep Sea King. It was evident he was the ultimate antagonist. Defeating him would surely yield the coveted potion. He appears incredibly powerful. Fear not, we are many. Charge! The Deep Sea King, disdainfully licking his lips as the heroes approached, mused on their folly. Despite their villainous appearance, he was well versed in the human artifacts cast into the ocean. His minions, lacking in cunning, had faced the heroes head-on and perished. They deserved their fate. A true warrior must possess not only strength but also intellect. In the next moment, the Deep Sea King launched an aggressive assault, crashing into the throng of heroes, and swiftly seized an archer with a powerful grip. Skillfully evading flames, electricity, cannon fire, bullets, and arrows, he unleashed a terrifying roar into the sky. Cease your advance. If you dare approach further, I shall slay this one. You are heroes, after all. Ha ha ha. Surrounded by numerous heroes, all momentarily stunned, they halted in their tracks. Those wielding bows, machine guns, and firearms ceased their attacks. This audacious individual dares to resort to hostage-taking. Ah, indeed, he is a villain, and such tactics are to be expected. After engaging in so many righteous brawls, one might almost forget they're not the antagonist. The expressions of the assembled heroes grew grim. This character was exceedingly cunning, his aims precise and ruthless, leaving no opportunity for a counteraction. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd of heroes. We cannot allow one hero's safety to permit this monstrous fiend to escape. Indeed, this individual undoubtedly possessed monstrous capabilities, as evidenced by the terrifying strength and speed displayed earlier. Under ordinary circumstances, apart from S-class heroes and a few exceptional beings, encountering such a creature would send everyone fleeing. However, this time was different, with so many heroes gathered. Perhaps even those of us who typically play the role of cannon fodder could bring down a formidable monster. The crowd gradually parted, revealing the speaker, a hero clad in a tiger-striped vest, C-class hero, Tiger Vest. With righteous fervor, Tiger Vest addressed the Deep Sea King, asserting, "You have taken him captive. On what grounds do you demand that we cease our actions?" He urged everyone to shed their psychological burdens, confident that the hero ensnared by this fiend would understand their sentiments. As heroes, if captured by a monster, it is better to take one's own life than to burden others. He added with a smirk, "Rest assured, should you perish, I shall care for your wife and children." A collective gasp arose from the heroes, exclaiming, "What a treacherous villain!" The captured hero lamented, "Am I mistaken? Are the tales of heroes in books merely fabrications? Are they truly this vile?" The Deep Sea King faltered. It was not the strength of his opponent he feared, but a foe who was both powerful and malevolent, devoid of moral compass, capable of employing any underhanded tactic. Tiger Vest's defiant declaration momentarily seized the attention of all present. Seizing the opportunity, Frosty Snow called out to the unregistered knight, "Now is our chance." A faint blue glow enveloped Frosty Snow as she unleashed her telekinetic powers, binding the Deep Sea King's movements. The unregistered knight leaped into action, delivering a righteous punch that struck heavily upon the Deep Sea King's wrist. As the Deep Sea King finally broke free from the telekinetic grip, he instinctively loosened his hold. The unregistered knight swiftly evacuated, cradling the hero who had narrowly escaped captivity. "No need for thanks, heroes." The Deep Sea King, enraged, opened his mouth wide, his tongue shooting forth like a serpent, seemingly intent on ensnaring the unregistered knight. To their horror, his tongue bore countless razor-sharp teeth, resembling a miniature maw. The surrounding heroes quickly reacted. A cloaked hero wielding a Gatling gun raised his weapon, unleashing a barrage of fire. A young man clad in azure began to spew flames from his hands. The heroes commenced a coordinated ranged assault, effectively restraining the Deep Sea King's movements. Seizing the moment, the unregistered knight distanced himself from the Deep Sea King and, glancing at the rescued hero, offered a sage piece of advice. When employing a bow and arrow, it is prudent to mind the distance. Just now, in a fervent attempt to claim a victory, I inadvertently positioned myself too far forward. Feeling somewhat sheepish amidst such valor, I soon realized that I had retreated to the back row. Hastily, I drew my bow, eager to redeem my earlier misstep. The spirits of the assembled heroes soared as they witnessed the rescue of the hostages. A bespectacled man, clad in athletic attire, bellowed through a megaphone, alerting everyone to the peculiar nature of our adversary and urging them to coordinate their efforts. Following this, he began to call out the names of all present heroes, orchestrating their formations. In an instant, the previously chaotic battlefield transformed into a scene of organized strategy. Perhaps, in the face of this formidable calamity, we A, B, and C-ranked heroes might prevail without the intervention of S-rank heroes. From a distant rooftop, Youqian observed the unfolding battle with a nod of approval. "Yes, this feels invigorating, at least more so than Bo ran." Chapter 45, Trouble. Youqian turned to his companion, Saitama, and inquired, "What is your take on this?" Saitama, with a blank expression akin to that of Patrick Star, replied, "What do you mean? How do I see it?" "I use my eyes." Youqian felt a pang of concern. Living next to this fellow might be dulling his wits. No wonder he had felt unusually jittery lately. Uffed, a bunch of weaklings fighting. I could take them down in a heartbeat. Tornado's words were as brash as ever. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Fubuki, wary of her sister's safety. Sitch stood nearby, his expression conflicted. Witnessing the power and speed exhibited by the Deep Sea King, he recognized the reality of his catastrophic threat. This confirmed that Li Yuqian's prophetic abilities were indeed genuine and remarkably precise, reminiscent of the prior meteor incident. Sitch contemplated whether he should elevate the safety protocol for Lord Zababawa. His focus was not on the Deep Sea King. Even if that creature could contend with the numerous heroes surrounding it, could it possibly rival the 4 S-rank heroes at his side? With such a formidable lineup, Sitch felt assured. He glanced at the quartet nearby. Saitama wore an unreliable expression. Li Yuqian appeared to relish the spectacle, and Tornado was solely fixated on Fubuki. Fortunately, Genos, standing in front of them, bore a serious demeanor as he surveyed the battlefield, ready to intervene should any unforeseen events arise. Sitch felt a sense of relief. Not all S-rank heroes were troublesome. Genos, you bring me comfort. Genos, sensing Sitch's gaze upon him, felt a twinge of unease. Meanwhile, on the surface, the Deep Sea King faced a host of melee heroes. A-ranked Hero Smile Man wielded a massive hammer, relentlessly striking at the Deep Sea King, while B-ranked Hero the Wild Siren, clad in armor, unleashed a barrage of attacks with his impact drill. Alongside them were Spring Mustache, the unlicensed rider, and others, with Fubuki intermittently using her psychic abilities to disrupt the Deep Sea King. Within mere minutes, the Deep Sea King found himself battered and bruised. As soon as the Deep Sea King created some distance, the bespectacled individual clad in athletic wear shouted, Chain Frog, Electric Light Source, swiftly bind his movements. Golden Sphere, Gunner, Marksman, Ranged Assault. With the hero donning the frog headpiece launching his chain scythe, a collective assault of electric currents and ranged attacks ensued. The Deep Sea King could only curl into a ball to evade damage, and when the smoke cleared, he was left with not a single unscathed spot on his body. It was evident that if this continued, the Deep Sea King would eventually meet his demise. The vest-wearing tiger, somewhat eager, approached the bespectacled hero. Brother, do you need my assistance? The bespectacled man glanced at the vest-wearing tiger, responding, You won't be of much use up close. Better stay on the periphery as support. Just refrain from meddling. Even if you think you're helping, he muttered to himself. The vest-wearing tiger was clearly indignant, ready to retort. Suddenly, the Deep Sea King let out a thunderous cry. Full of vigor, behold my ultimate technique. Kikik. Upon hearing such a boss proclamation, the heroes immediately braced themselves to counter the Deep Sea King's ultimate move. However, the next moment, the Deep Sea King turned and fled, seeking refuge in the sea. The heroes, having held their breath in anticipation, were left bewildered, expecting something grand, only to witness this retreat. The Deep Sea King, fully aware of how humiliating this was, felt he had no choice. The enemy was overwhelming, and their coordination was extraordinary. Typically, a ghost-level monster requires 10 A-class heroes to contend with. And while the Deep Sea King was slightly stronger than the average ghost-level monster, he could not dismiss S-class heroes as if they were inconsequential, like a dragon-level monster. Unfazed, Death Gatling, who had been intently observing the battlefield, finally seized the opportunity. His machine gun erupted, unleashing a torrent of black bullets, dense as a flowing stream. Countless bullets struck the Deep Sea King with tremendous force, sending him flying and shrouding the ground in smoke. The assembled heroes felt a sense of reassurance. For Death Gatling's prowess was renowned. Moreover, given that the Deep Sea King was already injured, he should have perished. At that moment, a light rain began to fall, gradually dispersing the dust and smoke that had risen from the battlefield. The vest-wearing tiger suddenly leaped forth, arrogantly proclaiming, The head of this monster is mine. As he charged into the smoke, he believed that if he could defeat this ghost-level monster, he might ascend directly to S-class hero status. Having consumed a mysterious potion, he felt immensely powerful, envisioning a future where he could do as he pleased within the Hero Association. Ha ha ha. While lost in this fantasy, he suddenly felt a dampness on his hands, and the next moment, a sharp pain surged through him. What is this? As the rain washed away the dust and smoke, the once towering figure of the Deep Sea King now appeared even larger, resembling a beast or perhaps a Tyrannosaurus Rex. His wounds were gradually healing, while the vest-wearing tiger was evidently struck by the Deep Sea King's acidic attack. The vestige tiger writhed on the ground in agony, his luck seemingly holding as the acidic liquid from the Deep Sea King failed to fully engulf him. Yet, it was evident that his hand had been corroded by the acid, rendering him incapable of ever becoming a hero. From atop a tall building, Genos observed Mr. Li Yuqian and inquired, Shall I intervene? That creature appears to have grown stronger. Li Yuqian gazed at the drizzling rain above and reflected. The Deep Sea King is at the pinnacle of demon-level strength, but his power has waned on land. Now, with the rain, he inadvertently regains his strength. There is no need for intervention. Even at the peak of demon level, with so many heroes present, they should be able to manage. As for the Vestige Tiger, he had brought this upon himself and warranted no concern. At that moment, Youqian recognized the Vestige Tiger as the very individual who had previously plotted against Saitama in the original narrative. Losing a hand was justly deserved. This individual merely existed within the Hero Association, living off the efforts of others. How despicable! His principal faults lay not only in his idle existence, but also in his attempts to undermine fellow heroes and usurp their accolades. Youqian felt that the loss of a hand would be a fitting consequence for someone like him, and he was relieved he too was not an exception within the Hero Association, nearly chastising himself for such a slip. Genos, witnessing the scene, refrained from voicing his thoughts, while Sitch hesitated, having heard whispers of the Vestige Tiger's misdeeds. Yet in a vast world, one encounters all sorts of individuals, and such behavior is inevitable. Moreover, the Vestige Tiger's elder brother was the Vestige Sage. Thus, Sitch chose to remain uninvolved, secretly downgrading the Vestige Tiger's rank instead. Allowing the Vestige Tiger to face minor setbacks seemed satisfactory, and now with his hand severed, it was clear that he would struggle to maintain his status as a hero. Sitch found a sense of satisfaction in this predicament, though he pondered whether these heroes were truly capable of confronting the Deep Sea King. Youqian paid little heed to the thoughts of those around him, meticulously observing the battlefield, intent on selecting several potential test subjects among the heroes. He sought those who were ambitious, driven, and eager to grow stronger, for such heroes would be able to maximize the potency of his concoctions. Youqian increasingly felt like a puppet master orchestrating events from the shadows. As he laughed maniacally, the four individuals nearby stared at him in bewilderment. Let him laugh, they thought, but why does he appear so sinister? What if Saitama is affected by this neighborly association? No wonder I felt so on edge lately. Chapter 46. Ignored by the crowd. At that moment, the Deep Sea King, fully restored, reveled in his renewed vigor. You bothersome insects! Let me show you the full extent of my rapid strikes. With that declaration, the Deep Sea King surged forth with astonishing speed, deflecting various ranged attacks. He plunged into the throng of heroes, intent on leveraging his enhanced physical attributes and regenerative abilities to withstand their assaults, aiming first to eliminate the weaker heroes, the support personnel. His primary target became the bespectacled hero wielding a megaphone, who incessantly shouted commands to adjust their formation. A flurry of relentless strikes shattered the ranks of the heroes. Surging forward like beasts with a singular focus on the bespectacled man, he immediately assumed a boxing stance, declaring, "I am a hero too, you scoundrel. Do not underestimate me." In the next moment, the colossal fist of the Deep Sea King sent the bespectacled man hurtling through the air, struggling to maintain his balance. He yearned to continue the fight, but the Deep Sea King shadowed him, delivering another punishing blow. Ultimately, the bespectacled man lay on the ground, his vision blurred. After incapacitating the bespectacled man, chaos erupted among the heroes, who began to attack indiscriminately. Some of the more strategically minded heroes attempted to intervene and reorganize their ranks. But the Deep Sea King charged at them, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Instantly, many heroes found themselves in disarray, with even some of their attacks inadvertently harming their allies. From a distance, an S-class hero exclaimed, "What kind of protagonist speech is this? You are a villain. Can't you discern your role?" Meanwhile, hidden among the heroes, the Reaper Gatling gazed at his now-defunct weapon with unwavering resolve as he drew a dagger. The Reaper Gatling's ultimate move, Death's Embrace, had rendered his weapon inoperative, necessitating urgent repairs. For this reason, he, along with the unconscious Poison Sting and several injured comrades, was escorted to safety by C-class heroes. Originally, the C-class heroes had been assigned to support roles under the bespectacled man's command, dragging the wounded away from the center of the battlefield. Those who had lost their primary combat capabilities, like the Reaper Gatling, were also ushered aside by a few C-class heroes, surrounded by weaker heroes. The A-class heroes and a few B-class heroes with special abilities continued to engage the Deep Sea King. The frail C-class heroes and their kindred spirits felt overlooked, even by the detestable Deep Sea King himself. The Reaper Gatling experienced, after a long absence, the stinging sensation of being disregarded by S-class heroes. No, I refuse to accept this. Why should the weaker heroes be ignored? Driven by his fervent resolve, the Reaper Gatling grasped his massive dagger. Suddenly, he leapt forward, plunging the dagger into the Deep Sea King's back. Taken aback by the audacity of the seemingly feeble heroes, the Deep Sea King was momentarily caught off guard, allowing the Reaper Gatling to pierce his flesh. Alas, it merely grazed the surface. Enraged, the Deep Sea King extended his serrated tongue, shattering the Reaper Gatling's mechanical arm into fragments with a single swipe, sending him flying, his fate uncertain. A group of C-class heroes seized the moment, with several A-class heroes, particularly the Nameless Knight, momentarily blocking the Deep Sea King's advance. They hurriedly carried the Reaper Gatling away, while the unheeded Berserk Tiger lay abandoned on the ground. The Nameless Knight, having undergone a potion-fueled evolution, enhanced his physical attributes, speed, strength, and recuperative abilities, without acquiring any special powers. Yet his steadfast willpower, combined with his formidable recovery rate and physical prowess, constituted an exceptional synergy. A mere ordinary A-class hero could withstand the force of the Deep Sea King's punch. With unwavering resolve, the bespectacled man endured only 2 blows. Meanwhile, the unlicensed knight, akin to an indomitable cockroach, was relentlessly struck and yet persistently surged forward. In the distance, Blowing Snow incessantly employed her superpowers to disrupt the movements of the Deep Sea King. However, the balance of the battlefield gradually tilted in favor of the Deep Sea King. If this continued, it was likely that, apart from the unyielding, unlicensed knight, the other heroes would be systematically overwhelmed by him. The tornado on the distant rooftop grew increasingly anxious as the Deep Sea King began to advance towards Blowing Snow. The unlicensed knight and the other Class A heroes recognized the significance of Blowing Snow and desperately attempted to obstruct the oncoming threat, while Blowing Snow strategically retreated, simultaneously providing interference. Yet, it appeared to be a matter of time before the Deep Sea King caught up with her. "I can't take it anymore. I want to defeat that hideous creature." Youqian radiated a crimson glow, using telekinesis to halt the tornado. His sister was eager to handle the monstrosity herself. If she could evolve using his potions during this battle, she might attain the level of an S-class hero, albeit barely. The green aura that had enveloped the tornado began to fade, yet her gaze remained fixed on her sister. Youqian observed the Class C heroes. Although they were weak, they still made their efforts. All the wounded on the battlefield were being carried away by the Class C heroes. While they managed to safely escort the injured from the aftermath of the Deep Sea King's battle, Youqian discreetly provided a modicum of assistance with his telekinesis. Nonetheless, it was evident that many Class C heroes embodied the true essence of heroism, demonstrating commendable responsibility by exerting themselves to rescue their comrades. Among them was the Class C hero who felt utterly disregarded. "Aren't I human? Am I not a hero? Please tell me, am I a human? Am I a hero?" Blowing Snow felt a pang of fear as the Deep Sea King drew nearer, amplifying her awareness of her own limitations. Her team members fell one after another, bravely shielding her. "Boss, hurry and escape. Boss, I will cover you. Blowing Snow, you must go. You're injured. What will I do? Blowing Snow, you need to be happy. You need to find joy. Blowing Snow, how can I live without you? Vile monster, do not approach Blowing Snow." It seemed as though the words of her team members were intermingled with something peculiar. No, that was inconsequential. On this day, Blowing Snow was once again acutely aware of her own frailty and the terror instilled by the monsters. "No, I have consumed the potion. I just need to find my unwavering will and steadfast belief, and I can grow stronger. I can prove myself. I will earn my sister's recognition of my strength and protect my team." Chapter 47. Quite awkward. At that moment, Blowing Snow felt her telekinetic energy merging with the wind. Her powers surged as if enhanced by a drug, expanding endlessly. Her mind was clearer than ever as she realized she had successfully evolved. She had become stronger. Deep Sea King, allow yourself to experience the tempest that hails from the depths of hell. Behold the ultimate technique, Hellstorm, with an ethereal blue glow enveloping her. Fubuki ascended into the air as a whirlwind swept up debris from the earth. If the previous manifestation of Hellstorm resembled a minor typhoon, this iteration was akin to a colossal hurricane, roaring forth towards the Deep Sea King. Youqian, too, radiated a crimson light, pulling all heroes in proximity to the Deep Sea King closer to his side with his telekinetic prowess. The lone exception was the tank tiger, who, despite being overlooked, was warmly thanked for bringing comfort through all seasons. The Deep Sea King, in his arrogance, could not anticipate that what he sought as mere assistance would transform into a formidable sorcerer, unleashing devastating damage upon him. As he drew nearer, the full brunt of the attack was unleashed upon him. This whirlwind was no ordinary gale. Fubuki's telekinetic energy spun in various directions, slicing through like a razor-sharp machine. The Deep Sea King could only struggle for mere moments before being torn into countless pieces, meeting a gruesome end. Thus, the most formidable demon-level monster in the narrative was vanquished, albeit not without suffering a more tragic fate. Ah, deep sea king, in death, you have found a peculiar kind of happiness. Would you not partake in this joy? The once spacious rooftop was now filled with heroes and some injured warriors. Upon seeing several S-class heroes, heaved sighs of relief, with a few even fainting. The scene momentarily descended into chaos. It was evident that Siki, having attained the status of S-class hero liaison and holding a position of some influence, was indeed quite capable. Before long, communication with the Hero Association was established to manage the aftermath. Youqian observed the jubilant Fubuki in the distance, musing to himself about his own evolution, which seemed to yield exponential enhancements. Fascinating indeed. Cease your lecherous demeanor. Tornado snapped, casting a disdainful glance at Youqian. Had his expression truly been so lascivious? You slander me. Slander me. He protested, turning to Saitama. Did you see that? He is accusing me. With a dismissive huff, Tornado flew towards her sister. Saitama patted Youqian on the shoulder, feigning the innocence of a simpleton. You did indeed look rather lascivious just now. Youqian, you are something else. The Hero Association's staff demonstrated remarkable efficiency. In no time, the previously ravaged ground and damaged infrastructure were restored. Youqian soon understood the reason for their swiftness. Several heroes resembling robust construction workers swiftly repaired the damage. It appeared they possessed superhuman abilities, with one hero conjuring concrete that hardened instantaneously, a rather peculiar talent. What manner of hero possesses such an innate affinity for construction? With such abilities, why not pursue a career in civil engineering instead? Youqian regarded them with curiosity, prompting an immediate understanding among the workers, with one even beginning to elaborate. Being in construction is not ideal. We work so quickly that no one requires our services, and our wages are perpetually delayed. We receive January's pay in March. Youqian found himself at a loss for words. The hero's remarks held a peculiar truth. After a while, Shichi resolved the ensuing matters, and Youqian followed him, accompanied by Saitama and Genos, towards the J-City Hospital. In the recent battle against the demon-level disaster, many heroes had sustained injuries, varying in severity. Consequently, most of them were now at the hospital. Youqian seized this opportunity to administer a potion to the hero he had chosen as his experimental subject. Indeed, although humans from different worlds might appear similar, they possess subtle differences. During this conflict, several heroes had suffered tremendously, yet within mere hours, by evening, most had regained consciousness. Their recovery abilities were astonishing. It made sense, considering that even the seemingly weak C-class heroes were akin to special forces or professional fighters, individuals rigorously trained in their craft. Youqian first entered a hospital room where 3 individuals were present: a bespectacled man, the Gatling of Death, and a robust-looking unlicensed knight, seemingly visiting the bespectacled man. Nodding to himself, Youqian closed the door and spoke in a low, serious tone. Glasses, B-Class 21, recently departed from the Blizzard Group, aspires to strengthen himself through personal effort. A truly inspiring hero. You displayed remarkable situational awareness during this disaster and organized your team exceptionally well. This potion is for you. He handed a vial to the bespectacled man, who was wrapped in bandages. This potion serves merely as a key. To grow stronger, you must discover your conviction. Surely you understand what your belief is. Firm your conviction and fulfill it. When the time is ripe, you shall evolve and become stronger. The side effects, as I see it, are negligible. If you lack conviction and drift aimlessly, this potion will be of no use. Reflect upon this. The bespectacled man nodded resolutely and consumed the potion, fully aware of his belief, to become stronger through his own endeavors, to become a worthy hero. The atmosphere in the room was serious and solemn, but unfortunately, Saitama, embodying the spirit of Patrick Star, disrupted this ambience. Youqian, are you deliberately speaking in a high-pitched voice? Youqian, how utterly embarrassing. Glasses, Gatling of Death, Genos, we heard nothing. What nonsense are you spouting? Has my voice not always been like this? Youqian defended himself with righteous indignation. It was truly astonishing. No wonder Saitama had so few fans. Lacking even a semblance of image management. With your approach to image, it is no wonder you are stuck in traffic. No wonder you lack followers. Saitama, I speak in this manner. Youqian, you've gone astray. Where did you learn to speak like this? How infuriating. Could it be that Agwong is behind this? Indeed, that must be it. It was evident that whenever one person was displeased, everything that person did would be deemed wrong, much like Agwong. What? There's no meat at home? Evil little Agwong. What? The website is down? Wicked little Agwong. Today, once again, there are 2 updates. The mischievous Agwong, the impish spirit. I Agwong. Have endured long enough. I endure. I endure once more. Ninja Turtles. Chapter 48. Not even worth a dog's regard. For the wayward Saitama, Youqian found himself momentarily at a loss for how to handle him. Indeed, it seemed that only magic could vanquish magic. He had previously undermined Saitama in such a manner, and now Saitama was reciprocating. How peculiar it was to feel disoriented by this reversal. Wait, could it be that Saitama had learned from him? No, that notion seemed implausible. How could a being of such upright virtue and kindness harbor such venomous words? Why would such thoughts even cross his mind? The mischievous Guang. The image of the ninja turtles Guang lingered in Youqian's mind. Clearing his throat, he chose to disregard the disruptive Saitama and signaled for another potion to be handed over to the side, to the Reaper Gatling. Your convictions are somewhat extreme. The potion may influence your character. Maintain a sense of moderation and contemplate wisely. Handing the potion to Gatling, Youqian felt a twinge of apprehension. In the original narrative, Gatling's character was rather radical. Although the situation was not as dire as in the original tale, troubling signs had begun to surface. After Gatling's demise, he had drawn a dagger and dealt with the Deep Sea King quite impressively. Very well, let it be. It will be intriguing to observe how a character whose abilities hinge upon Gatling and mechanical enhancements might evolve. Perhaps the potion will prove efficacious for cyborgs. If so, it might be worth trying on Genos. Watching Gatling eagerly consume the potion filled Youqian with excitement as he turned to the nearby licenseless rider. Do your utmost, licenseless. I hope you are the first to achieve your second evolution. The licenseless rider nodded respectfully, assuring that he would strive diligently. After receiving a response from Fubuki, Youqian nodded in satisfaction. The incident with the Deep Sea King had concluded successfully. No casualties had occurred, and everything was resolved splendidly. Achieving yet another special accomplishment. 10 more check-ins. How delightful. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as though he had forgotten someone. It mattered little. Shichi should have managed everything well. In a thicket of grass, the incapacitated and handless Tiger Claw lay in a faint. As for why he had been discarded into that pile of grass, it was all thanks to a certain hero bearing a bow and arrow. The anonymous hero assured, "Fear not, Tiger Claw. Should you fail to receive timely aid and meet an untimely end, I will care for your wife." In the ensuing days, Youqian received first-hand evolution data from Fubuki and refined the potion further. It was now officially updated to the hero potion, designed to counter the monster cells, with a name of remarkable simplicity. In truth, Youqian had intended to name this potion the Invincible Destructive Tyrannosaurus Warrior Potion. However, both the Child Emperor and Dr. Genos adamantly disagreed. In light of their assistance in his research, Youqian reluctantly acquiesced to naming it the hero potion. Alas, the aesthetic sensibilities of these two were quite lacking. The Child Emperor and Dr. Genos were bewildered, wondering how this individual could possess so little self-awareness. As two individuals pondered the name of Youqian, they found themselves lost in contemplation, questioning whether the act of naming could indeed be hereditary. Suddenly, Youqian sneezed, perplexed as he rubbed his nose, wondering why this unexpected sneeze had occurred. Could it be that someone was speaking ill of him? That mischievous little spirit, a Guang. I shall endure, but alas, I can no longer bear it. Host, with such time at your disposal, would it not be wiser to slay some monsters? Accumulate energy and fortify your template? Observing the host's idleness, a Guang continued, you cannot even directly kill someone, yet remain so cheerful. Youqian's expression turned to one of utter shock. A Guang, how could you say such a thing? It deeply wounds your host. Sensing a fragrant aroma of tea wafting through the air, a Guang recalled the countless times Youqian had muttered about that wicked little spirit. Did I speak aloud? Youqian provocatively raturta. He was resolute in not enhancing his template. If he chose to fortify it, he could eliminate the pathway that prevented him from directly killing. Then, he would see how to deal with a Guang. Youqian pursed his lips, having gradually come to understand the implications of a Guang's recent changes. Truly, what a wicked little spirit a Guang was. After redeeming the accumulated check-in opportunities from the past few days, Youqian obtained a plethora of scrolls along with several useful items and skills. Shampoo that prevents baldness. Black Flame, which can be manifested through mental power, possesses corrosive properties and can incinerate living beings, replenishing the host's mental energy. Set of 4 red thoughts. The Sleepless Skill, which allows one to remain awake indefinitely. Youqian examined the first anti-hair loss shampoo, deeming it quite useful. If Saitama were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly seek it fervently. Oh, but I almost digressed. This is for preventing hair loss, not for growing hair. Saitama is already bald, so it would serve no purpose. I shall store it away. The second item appeared rather impressive. With a flick of his wrist, a black flame suspended in midair. Youqian stepped onto the balcony and tossed it towards the neighboring balcony. In mere seconds, it completely incinerated the adjacent balcony, capable of reducing reinforced concrete to mere rubble. Its offensive power was commendable and not restricted by his inability to kill. A round of applause for this. The third item, a remarkable find, appeared somewhat dizzying. I'll put that away as well. The fourth item elicited a look of profound disdain from Youqian. What nonsense is this skill? A person cannot sleep, cannot linger in bed. What significance does that hold? I shall not use it. I shall not use it. I shall not use it, he reiterated, emphasizing the importance of his declaration. Gazing at his barren check-in opportunities, he reclined straight on his sofa. Suddenly, Saitama, next door, let out a howl. What happened to my balcony? Was it you, Youqian? A slight smile crept across Youqian's face, his eyes reflecting a pie chart of emotions. 3 parts mockery, 3 parts ridicule, and 4 parts schadenfreude. Let this be a lesson for you after you destroyed my stage. Did you think I would forget after just a couple of days? How naive. Youqian promptly closed his eyes, dismissing the matter. Not my concern. I shall take a nap. This sleepless skill is utterly useless. Chapter 49. You deceived me. Your grandson is calling you. Your grandson is calling you. As the sound of a mobile phone ringtone roused Youqian from his slumber, he grumpily answered the call. The panicked voice of Shichi echoed in his ears, exclaiming, "A grave situation has arisen. Mr. Li, your prophetic abilities are astonishing. I have just received word that the oracle has perished." Youqian, listening to Shichi's incoherent ramblings, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. "You are the one who is dead. Your whole family is dead," he retorted. Realizing his folly, Shichi composed himself and clarified. "No, I meant to say that the esteemed Lord Shibabawa has passed away." She choked on a throat lozenge. Before her demise, she fervently scribbled a message. "Humanity is doomed." "Mr. Li, do you have any insight into what will transpire?" Shichi found the situation ludicrous, despite having arranged extensive protection for Lord Shibabawa, including safeguards at her residence devoid of any sharp protrusions. She had succumbed to such a triviality. His expression upon receiving the news was one of disbelief, nearly thinking it a jest by his subordinates, only to find it was tragically true. Exhausted, he thought, "Let it all end. Let us hasten to our doom." Yet, he realized he could not succumb to despair. He needed to rally his spirits. Unbeknownst to Youqian, the turmoil within Shichi's mind was profound. He sprang from his sofa, excitement illuminating his features. "Now that we're discussing this, I'm no longer fatigued." Clearing his throat, Youqian adopted a serious tone. "From this moment forth, the frequency of bizarre occurrences in our world will escalate. Soon, the cosmic overlord Boros will descend upon Earth to launch an assault. This will herald a cataclysmic disaster. Once we address him, the Monster Association must also commence their operations." Upon hearing this, Shichi felt overwhelmed. It meant that a divine catastrophe was imminent. This was merely the beginning, as the Monster Association, brimming with formidable dragon-level entities, was poised to make its move. What a twist! I had intended to strike first. But now we must contend with the cosmic overlord Boros. How has everything converged so perilously? Mr. Li, surely there must be a way to handle this? Shichi's voice brimmed with hopeful anticipation. Youqian replied languidly. "Are you planning to convene all S-level heroes for a meeting? Which date did you select?" "The day after tomorrow," Shichi replied, astonished at Youqian's accuracy, as that decision had only just been finalized by the higher-ups. The S-level heroes were scattered across various locations, complicating communications, hence the choice of the day after tomorrow for the assembly. Youqian pondered thoughtfully, instead of gathering them at the A City headquarters. "Let S convene them around the outskirts of Z City. We can leave one S-level hero with aerial capabilities at the A City headquarters. Remember, it must be the outskirts of Z City, far from the Monster Association S headquarters, lest we alert them. We should let the cosmic overlord Boros and the Monster Association engage in mutual conflict, allowing us to benefit from their strife." Cackling, Shichi exclaimed, "Is it truly possible to play it this way?" Youqian pulled out his phone and took a moment to gather his emotions before dialing. In no time, the call connected. Before Zhongyan could utter a word, Youqian seized the conversation. "Oh no, Idol, our Monster Association is in grave danger. The mastermind controlling you, Sykes," seemed momentarily perplexed. Just as he was about to respond, he realized he had forgotten to manipulate Zhongyan. So he hurriedly took control and inquired, "What on earth is happening? Has the Hero Association discovered us? Are they preparing to take action against us? By the way, did you manage to feed that bald man the monster cells?" that Youqian believed that the Monster Association could easily handle the Hero Association, except for the terrifying bald overlord. A chill ran down Li Yuqian's spine as he nearly forgot that matter. However, his tone remained unchanged. He had secretly passed off the monster cells as a special ingredient to the bald man. But the man showed no signs of transformation. Perhaps he had merely cooked and consumed them. Next time, give me more. I'll find a way for him to eat them raw. Oh dear, I digress. That is of little importance. What matters is that I have just received startling news. The long-missing blaster has been traversing the cosmos. He has encountered a formidable being named Boros, who has agreed to come to Earth to deal with the monsters while honing his own skills. It is said that Boros possesses terrifying power, akin to the prophesied Superpower, who foretold that his strength is sufficient to annihilate all monsters on Earth. The monsters are doomed. The Youqian was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the implications. Although the news was sudden, he recognized the name Superpower. Her prophecies were often accurate. Li Yuqian continued earnestly. Shall we convene the monsters of our association? I can share more specific information in person. Discussing it over the phone is unsafe, you understand. I understand nothing. You just shared so much over the phone, and now you claim it's unsafe. After all, it was entirely normal for a monster to feel pressured among heroes. All right, when is this meeting? The day after tomorrow. Every monster from the association must be present. It is of utmost importance. After hanging up, Li Yuqian smirked slyly, thinking to himself that when Boros arrives, he might decimate the monster association or leave them in a state of mutual destruction. I want to witness rivers of blood. Unfazed, Li Yuqian thought that if things went awry, he could always call Saitama. After all, he himself was indestructible. Taking a few punches wouldn't matter much. It would only sting a little. He reasoned that Saitama wouldn't stand idly by while he was being severely beaten. Besides, he wasn't weak either. Countless monsters, varying in strength, surged toward the outskirts of Z City. Meanwhile, the Hero Association was secretly gathering S-Class heroes. In Q City, the canine hero known as Dogman, and in F City, the gluttonous pork god feasted heartily at a buffet, while the alluring convict, renowned for being a male nemesis, was engaging in a strongman showdown. Amidst the ongoing refinement of swordsmanship, the atomic warrior remains within the confines of his dojo, accompanied by the Silver Fang Bang. The audacious and spirited Tornado, the most formidable Summoner King, the Child Emperor, Metal Knight, Metal Bat, Zombie Man, and Drive Knight have all received special task invitations, converging towards a gathering point near the outskirts of City Z, excluding the unreachable Blasty and the bald hero tasked with guarding headquarters in City A. Nearly all S-Class heroes are hastening towards the designated location in City Z. As for why the bald hero, Saitama, remains at the headquarters, it is due to the gravity of this crisis concerning humanity. Each S-Class hero holds significant importance, yet Saitama, despite his formidable appearance, is deemed somewhat unreliable. Hence, the Hero Association has assigned him to remain at the headquarters. Moreover, Saitama's rise to S-Class status was largely credited to his impressive capability during the meteor incident. Little does Li Yuqian know that as he prepares to cover for Saitama, the Hero Association has entangled itself in a major predicament. Hoping that when the time comes for Li Yuqian to face the consequences, he won't be left battered and bruised. Chapter 50. Do you have a deep grudge against him? As the door creaked open, Li Yuqian gazed at the sunlit sky, stretching languidly. He intended to set off a day early for the Monster Association headquarters when suddenly, the commotion downstairs captured his attention. Fubuki, Genos, and Bang had convened, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Behind Fubuki trailed a throng, undoubtedly her Fubuki group. Li Yuqian casually shut the door and leapt down to join the quartet. What brings you three here so early? What are you discussing? Mr. Li, the Hero Association has issued a sudden special task, summoning S-Class heroes to City Z. Since we are relatively close and familiar with each other, we decided to gather here and head to the meeting point together. Did you not receive the message? Oh, I see. My task diverges slightly from yours. No matter, I shall attend to my mission. Li Yuqian mused over how Genos had yet to be corrupted by his influence, while Saitama, on the other hand, had been led astray by him. Ugh, how could I even think that? That is undoubtedly Saitama's true nature. Darn it, disrupting my thoughts. Curse the Guang. As Li Yuqian continued his mental musings, he retrieved a portal device and stepped inside, intending to materialize near the sewers close to the Monster Association headquarters. With the portal closing and vanishing, Fubuki had yet to utter a word. I had planned to express my gratitude to him. Why did he leave so swiftly? Fubuki lamented, her tone tinged with regret and embarrassment as her group behind her gritted their teeth in response. What should we do? It seems the chief might be swept away. This is disastrous. It feels like she has developed a fondness for that man. After finally experiencing a flutter of excitement. You leave me so thoroughly defeated. How infuriating. Fubuki group, stop hiding. I see you, love-struck fools. Meanwhile, Youqian, preparing to descend into the sewers, remained blissfully unaware of Fubuki's demeanor and her musings following his departure. Even with the knowledge that Youqian might only regretfully utter, "Do not love me," for it leads to no conclusion, he contemplated Aguang. Perhaps it was not entirely certain. Aguang surely had secrets concealed from him. Nevertheless, the truth would soon be revealed following this incident. Humph, that wicked little rascal, Aguang. Youqian emanated a crimson glow, gradually drifting into the sewer. Before long, he beheld the grand entrance and nodded silently at the guards, Xiongda and Xiong'er. Excellent, he thought. The manhole cover is indeed correct. Xiongda and Xiong'er were not diligently guarding the entrance. Instead, they were stealthily leaning against the wall. Upon closer inspection, Youqian discovered that they were covertly playing video games. Xiongda and Xiong'er, those bear-like figures, were quietly huddled against the wall, cautiously tapping their phones. Their enormous fingers clumsily prodded the screens, and it was evident that their skills were lacking. Observing the number of deaths their chosen characters had suffered and the excited expressions on their faces, Youqian fell into silence. Truly, they were both inept and overly fond of gaming. They even muted their microphone, evidently having endured their fair share of scolding previously. Yet now, they were still receiving reprimands as their teammates typed furiously, calling them noobs, while the opposing team mocked them. If only their teammates knew that these two were peculiar beings. It would surely be amusing. Suddenly, Xiongda and Xiong'er were startled by Youqian's voice, causing them to jump. Xiong'er hastily shoved his phone into his mouth, and Xiongda quickly followed suit, forcing his phone into Xiong'er's mouth. Thankfully, Xiong'er had a large mouth. Otherwise, it might not have fit. Unable to speak, Xiong'er exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly my dear brother." As they turned to see that it was merely the wealthy monster, they sighed in relief. Xiongda covered Xiong'er's mouth, assuring, "It's nothing, it's nothing. We were just having a conversation." Youqian regarded Xiongda and Xiong'er with contemplation, pondering the significant event that was about to unfold. With a crooked smile, he raised his hand to remove his glasses, only to realize he was not wearing any, leaving him somewhat disappointed. As for gaming, it's no trouble at all. I play as well, and I brought plenty of games. Would you like to take a look at my treasures? Xiongda feigned ignorance, hastily changing the subject. Boss Youqian, you haven't brought anything with you. Where are the games? Youqian chuckled, placing an arm around each of their shoulders, and then, with a hearty shout, he performed a backflip, causing the three of them to vanish in an instant. In the space behind them, Mosquito Girl, donned in a maid outfit, muttered curses as she tidied up the room. After finishing her task, Youqian immediately had second thoughts and declared, "I am an S-Class hero, the double agent of the Monster Association and the Hero Association. Senior Agent Youqian. It is well known that I, Youqian, never keep my promises." Thus, Mosquito Girl became the maid in the space behind, responsible for daily cleaning duties and tasked with planting trees and enhancing greenery. Cursed capitalists. Not only did they lack integrity, but they also forced her to work. The most absurd part was that they did not even provide her with fresh blood, merely offering a tablecloth and claiming that whatever she desired would manifest upon it. The protagonist yearns for the blood of the living, yet finds only the unremarkable dish known as Mao Shui Wang, consumed by this monotonous fare daily. The Mosquito Girl feels as though she might retch. Who among the mosquitoes dines on Mao Shui Wang every day? Were it not for the necessity of consuming ordinary sustenance to avoid weakness, she would refuse to partake in such a repugnant meal. Oh heavens! Might a bolt of lightning strike Youqian dead? Ah, it seems you harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Youqian. Her body stiffens as she slowly turns to behold the enigmatic smile of Youqian. The Mosquito Girl's legs weaken, and she retreats to a corner of the room, uttering, "I was wrong. Spare me." Youqian lets out a cold chuckle, effortlessly summoning the culinary tablecloth from his spatial backpack, a domain he knows intimately. Moreover, as his mastery over this spatial realm deepens, Youqian has become acutely aware of the positions and conditions of all items within. How could he trust his belongings and the Mosquito Girl to coexist without this knowledge? Before long, the culinary tablecloth glides over to him, which he hands to the duo. "Bear and Bear too. This is for you both. Whatever you wish to eat will be available on the tablecloth, but do not lend it to that mosquito. Allow her to feel hunger for a lesson. If you cannot handle her, summon me from the space, and I shall deal with her. Confused, Bear and Bear 2 exchange glances. Wasn't this supposed to be a reward for them? The mosquito girl, trapped in the corner, feels despair. This means she will not even have the Mao Shui Wang. Chapter 51. Oh no, I took a wrong turn. Bear and Bear 2, bewildered as they hold the culinary tablecloth, finally speak up. Boss Youqian, where's the reward? Must you be so insistent? Youqian clears his throat and, echoing previous instructions, says, you two will accompany me. First, plant trees in this space. There are tasks ahead for you both. As for the rewards, whether they exist or not is for you to discover. He gestures towards a line of saplings in the distance, alongside a room in the villa. Together, the two bears, lacking in cunning, readily believe him. They stand tall, promising to fulfill the task. With their assistance, the rate of planting will surely increase. As they had previously struggled to plant only a few trees alone, having slain the formidable Fakgao, they have not harmed anyone else. Prior to allying with the anomalous association, they had only fought against a hero wielding a chainsaw, with no opportunity to take lives. Youqian decides to recruit these two as subordinates in his spatial realm. While the anomalous association comprises similar beings who have yet to inflict harm, Youqian makes it clear he bears no responsibility for their actions. After organizing Bear and Bear 2, he gives the mosquito girl a dismissive gesture, stating, you shall now face your tribulations. Youqian then gazes at the entrance and leisurely steps inside. It must be said, the underground indeed serves as a fitting hideout for such nefarious organizations. As I traverse these numerous passages, the underground realm remains unexpectedly spacious, providing both concealment and ample room for an array of peculiar individuals. Wait, did I not just traverse this very corridor? Youqian found himself lost in contemplation, pondering which path to take. Previously, it had been the bear duo, Xiongda and Xiong'er, who led the way, and yet he had failed to memorize the route. Curse be it, how had he become as directionally challenged as Saitama? Darn that mischievous A Guang. Relying on the scant remnants of his memory, Youqian selected the most promising passage and ventured forth. Should he find himself utterly lost, he would have Xiong guide him to the lair of De Jiongyan. Once at the threshold of De Jiongyan's abode, he would discreetly stow him away in his spatial pocket. Thus, the plan was joyfully devised, presenting no challenge whatsoever. As Youqian proceeded, a sense of familiarity began to envelop him. Surely this path was correct. Indeed, how could he possibly be directionally challenged? How absurd! With a playful jest echoing in his mind, he ultimately arrived at the location of De Jiongyan's chamber. Yet, why did the orientation feel somewhat peculiar? Wasn't the door previously facing east? Now it seemed to face west. How strange! Youqian concluded that he had likely spent too much time above ground, within these tunnels. His sense of direction appeared somewhat feeble. Yes, that must be it. With a gentle push, the door swung open with a resounding thud. The scene within the room momentarily left Youqian's mind in a state of paralysis. A woman with cascading waves of hair languidly sipped her wine. Her expression one of sheer astonishment, as if she had not anticipated an intruder. Sykes! Unsure, he peered once more. Closing and reopening the door confirmed it. Indeed, it was Sykes. Youqian felt a surge of dismay. While his general trajectory was correct, how had he stumbled into Sykes' chamber? Could it be that De Jiongyan's room was directly adjacent to Sykes'? No wonder he felt disoriented. What should he do in this predicament? Quietly, he began to retreat, preparing to close the door as if wishing to erase the incident entirely from existence. Suddenly, a force of telekinesis surged toward him. In a flash of inspiration, Youqian, with clever agility, kicked the door open with a resounding thud and boldly pointed a finger at Sykes, exclaiming, "Who are you? Why are you in the Monster Association? Are you perhaps an undercover agent sent by the Hero Association to infiltrate us?" Sykes, his mind racing, grappled with the realization that he had been discovered by one of his subordinates and that he was not, in fact, a monster. Should he resort to eliminating the witness? After all, such revelations would be difficult to explain. Yet, Youqian was significant, an essential pawn in this intricate game. With a sinister chuckle reminiscent of a classic villain, Youqian proclaimed, "My dear lady, you wouldn't want the monsters outside to learn of your presence here, would you?" This thought echoed in Youqian's mind, prompting even Guang, who had often donned the guise of a ninja turtle, to exclaim, "Wait, host, calm down. What nonsense are you spouting? Is this your true nature revealing itself?" You wicked little Guang. Redwin, could you possibly rephrase that? How many times must I reiterate? I'm not Guang. Why are you so agitated if I criticize Guang? Are you anxious? Guang's luminous little white ball has transformed into a small red orb. Sykes is indeed an utter eccentric. I am the great bright eye, and this is the human form I command. As Sykes spoke, nearby objects began to levitate, only to crash heavily to the ground moments later. The force of gravity having shifted, this was the telekinetic prowess of the great bright eye. Youqian was in a state of panic, as if realizing for the first time that such acting could indeed earn him accolades. "Ah, so you are the idol. Idol, you are truly remarkable." I had intended to explain the situation to the great bright eye, and I wondered about the presence of a woman in his chamber. Sykes was at a loss for words. Aside from the back door of the great bright eye's room leading to this space, the only other route was a crooked tunnel. How on earth did this individual manage to arrive here? Is he directionally challenged? To speak plainly with me. Sykes maintained a calm demeanor, internally marveling at his own acting skills as he easily deceived Youqian. Youqian felt a chuckle bubbling within him. It was akin to showing off a grand sword before the revered Guangong. Truly absurd. I have already shared some intelligence over the phone, and I have an additional point to make regarding an extraterrestrial named Boros, whose terrifying strength is matched only by his golden armor and pink hair, sporting a single eye. He excels in one-on-one combat, which is why I suggested that all mutants unite to confront this impending calamity. Once we resolve this, we can address the issues with the Hero Association. With my insider status, the Mutant Association holds a significant advantage. I could succinctly declare, the advantage lies with me. Chapter 52, The Path to Certain Death. Sykes remained unfazed. The Hero Association was the pressing concern. The timeline regarding the alien extermination of mutants was far too nebulous. Yet I have summoned the mutants. This matter indeed warrants a collective announcement, coinciding with discussions on preemptively eliminating the Hero Association. There have been too many unforeseen events. We must act swiftly. Sykes recalled the fallen heroes, the enigmatic bald man, and the mysterious extraterrestrial news brought by Youqian. With so many sudden occurrences, prompt action was imperative. Youqian displayed an expression of complete agreement, affirming that gathering was essential to tackle this significant issue. Gathering is one thing, but if you wish to strike first, Boros will obliterate your home tomorrow. Yeah. Youqian curled his lip. Sykes exhibited no hospitality whatsoever. Then, with a broad smile, he casually approached and sat across from Sykes. "Oh, great bright eye idol, what a coincidence. I was just about to have a meal." "What? You want me to stay for dinner? How embarrassing. No need for chopsticks. I brought my own." With a swift tug from behind, Youqian produced 2 chopsticks, while Sykes, holding a glass of red wine, assumed this fellow was simply showing off in his leisure. To my surprise, it was only during our conversation that I noticed a table laden with dishes behind her. She was in the midst of a meal, and as fortune would have it, I was rather peckish and decided to partake a little. In stark contrast, Sykes remained silent, his expression betraying a hint of indignation. "When did I ever suggest that I wanted you to stay for dinner? What manner of person is this? How is it that he even brought his own chopsticks? Where did he procure those just now?" Sykes cast a glance over Youqian's shoulder, his gaze drifting downward, a chilling realization dawning upon him. "Wait, where's my red wine?" Sykes lamented as he beheld his cherished bottle, which Youqian had audaciously emptied in one breath. This was a rare vintage, painstakingly procured by sending a peculiar individual to pilfer it from human society, a most costly acquisition, and he had managed to secure only this solitary bottle. Typically, he savored it sparingly, pouring just a little to swirl in his glass, and yet here was Youqian having consumed it all in one go. Sykes closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to calm himself, reassuring his heart that it was merely a bottle of wine. He could always send another peculiar individual to retrieve more next time. After adjusting his mood, he prepared to indulge in some food to comfort himself, but upon opening his eyes, he found that the dishes had all transformed into empty plates. Youqian gave Sykes a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Delicious! I didn't waste a single morsel." In the next moment, a formidable telekinetic force yanked Youqian, flinging him out the door while issuing a command. "Proceed straight down the 3rd passageway on your left. Once you reach the end, ascend the passageway and wait in the lobby of the Peculiar Association." There was an unmistakable undertone of suppressed fury in his voice. Youqian, gazing at the closed door, stretched leisurely and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Why the sudden anger? Could it be that this puppet body is experiencing a monthly cycle? Can it even affect the main body?" Sensing the surge of potent telekinetic energy within the room, Youqian wasted no time and swiftly turned to make his exit. This was hardly an opportune moment for a confrontation. It was best to retreat. He followed Sykes' prescribed route toward the lobby of the Peculiar Association, navigating a rather convoluted path that felt oddly disorienting. Suddenly, he was greeted by a cacophony of commotion from a multitude of peculiar beings. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, and noting the absence of any peculiar individuals nearby, he ambled toward the source of the noise. As he moved forward and turned left, the grand entrance of the Peculiar Association headquarters came into view. How had he managed to stray so far off course? Absurd. Those mischievous little fiends. At that moment, the entrance to the headquarters was in chaos, filled with a throng of creatures, their raucous chatter and curses filling the air. The two hulking security guards who usually managed the entrance were absent today, leading the first wave of peculiar beings to surge inside without restraint. These beings varied greatly in size. Some were outrageously large, while others were comically small. With the absence of the two guards, there was no semblance of cueing or awareness of their own dimensions, resulting in a chaotic pile-up reminiscent of a crowded train in a bustling city. One could not deny the sheer number of peculiar beings at the Peculiar Association. Suddenly, the crowd could no longer tolerate the tight confines and the sluggish pace, leading to a frenzied outbreak of aggression among the nearby creatures. Youqian stood frozen in place, exhilarated by the unfolding melee. Let the brawl commence. Indeed, strike that colossal figure. How audacious of him to intrude upon your space, given his size. I revel in the chaos, as blood flows freely. Ha ha ha. The peculiar beings engage in mutual assaults, their cries echoing through the air. After a while, the crowd thins. Each eccentric creature, vigilant and wary, meanders towards the grand entrance of the Monster Association Hall, leaving a grim carpet of corpses in their wake. Youqian, brimming with excitement, approaches and converts the fallen bodies into enhancement energy, reducing the remains to mere desiccation. He boasts of his benevolence, claiming that he aids the deceased in preserving their forms for an extended duration. This was merely the initial wave. Indeed, with the absence of the gatekeepers, the irritable creatures grew more agitated. Typically, this would suffice, yet for the larger brutes, the space remained somewhat constricted. Skirmishes erupted occasionally due to the congestion, and once they concluded, Youqian gleefully absorbed the enhancement energy. What a delightful sensation! Alas, such joyous moments are fleeting. After an extensive search, a titanic figure suddenly burst through the entrance, expanding the tunnel, and barreled directly towards the Subterranean Monster Association Hall. The immense, elongated, purple form was none other than the Calamity Incarnate, the dragon-level creature, Elder Centipede. Youqian found himself on the receiving end of Elder Centipede's elbow strike, his short legs, or rather, arms, colliding with himself. Just as he had been reveling in the joy of collecting enhancement energy, he was abruptly struck, turning his face a shade of green. Gazing at the now expansive tunnel and entrance, he seethed with frustration. How dare he strike me and sabotage my endeavors? How could that group of creatures possibly squeeze together to engage in conflict? As he stared at Elder Centipede, now settled in the monster hall, his gaze grew icy. You have thwarted my plans. You have chosen the path to your demise. Youqian retrieved his phone and checked the time, realizing it was already the day of Boros's impending arrival on Earth. Ha ha ha, Boros, come forth to engage in battle. I shall rectify your greatest regret and demonstrate that Earthlings possess hair. Now, I shall await the assembly and stretch the time, allowing the monsters a taste of the profound rhetoric of human leadership. Indeed, this shall be effortless for me. Chapter 53, Responsibility and Duty. As dawn broke, the Hero Association unexpectedly issued a plethora of tasks, simple in nature, yet generous in reward. However, the multitude of A, B, and C-class heroes failed to notice that these suddenly announced missions were predominantly situated near City Z. Indeed, the Hero Association aimed to lure heroes below S-class with these straightforward, lucrative tasks, facilitating swift assembly of A, B, and C-class heroes during confrontations with the Monster Association. They would cooperate with S-class heroes to conduct reconnaissance for any escaping monsters, eliminate lower-tier creatures, maintain vigilance against monster breaches, and provide assistance to the injured, essentially serving as cannon fodder. This approach impeccably addresses the intelligence dilemma, averting the vigilance of the Monster Association's operatives, even though the principal mastermind behind the organization is none other than Youqian. However, a modicum of caution is always prudent. Of course, the Hero Association does not harbor grand expectations of them. They primarily hope to manage the lower-tier monsters that might flee during combat. Alas, the disparity between individuals in this world is vast, particularly between dragon-level monsters and S-class heroes, a disparity that cannot simply be overcome by sheer numbers. As time gradually elapses, the headquarters of the Monster Association is brimming with numerous monsters crammed underground. The spacious hall of the association is populated with monsters standing on tiered stone platforms resembling half passageways. The The colossal centipede elder encircles the vast chamber, while the imposing monster king, a gigantic serpent adorned with dozens of menacing snake heads, sits cross-legged in the center. Flanking him are two figures, the large-eyed Youqian and Youqian. Youqian, somewhat exhilarated by the multitude of monsters, feels a twinge of bashfulness. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he muses about the sheer amount of enhancement energy present in the suburban assembly point for S-Class heroes of City Z. Prior to the official meeting of the Monster Association, the Hero Association has already gathered numerous S-Class heroes. Shichi begins elucidating recent events to the assembly, detailing the demise of Lord Zababawa, her final prophecy before passing, and the terrifying organization of monsters led by a formidable extraterrestrial overlord bent on annihilating Earth. He conveys these three significant matters in thorough detail to all present S-Class heroes. Initially, Shichi solemnly announces to the S-Class heroes that the planet is on the brink of a catastrophic disaster, suggesting that those who fear may withdraw. Naturally, no one steps back. All exhibit the responsibility and commitment befitting S-Class heroes. Although Tornado continues to speak arrogantly, asserting that she can resolve these matters single-handedly without the need for so many lesser beings. She brazenly recounts how she recently vanquished a gigantic lizard that emerged from the depths, obliterating it with a meteor strike. She challenges, "Who else dares to confront me?" No one pays heed to Tornado. Infuriated, she seethes with rage. The metal bat, visibly displeased, laments that such misfortunes always occur while his sister is performing a piano concert, asserting that his temper is quite elevated. Unfortunately, the S-Class heroes present, each with their distinctive personalities, ignore him, intensifying his frustration to near boiling point. Even the alluring convict expresses her willingness to participate in the meeting, fulfilling her obligations, albeit with incessant teasing directed at Vestige and Alloy Blacklight during Shichi's explanations, leaving both feeling quite uneasy. Nevertheless, she demonstrates her sense of duty and responsibility. Is this philosophy in action? Vestige and Alloy Blacklight, for a moment, wonder if no one considers their feelings. The remaining S-Class heroes, each exhibiting their unique traits, similarly refrain from withdrawing, which is, in fact, quite normal. The gathering of S-Class heroes in Z-City signaled a significant event, prompting all to prepare mentally. However, Saitama appeared utterly bewildered, as he was participating in the meeting via video while physically present in a city. This was absurd. Saitama expressed, albeit without concrete evidence, a sense of isolation. His large face filled the screen as he leaned closer to the camera, questioning why he was summoned to the A-City headquarters under such circumstances. It dawned on him that all S-Class heroes had congregated elsewhere. Was he being deliberately isolated? He yearned to join them. Oh, where was Youqian? It seemed he was equally disheartened. Initially, Saitama was filled with excitement, but upon noticing the absence of his fellow S-Class heroes, including Youqian, his spirits lifted considerably. His devoted disciple, Genos, hesitated to speak, suspecting that Youqian was aware of the situation but had been dispatched on a more specialized mission. Would it be awkward to inform his master directly? However, Genos soon found himself relieved of this dilemma when Shichi revealed the harsh truth to Saitama. This heavy responsibility now rests upon your shoulders. The headquarters is exceptionally vacant, and we cannot afford any missteps. The three matters I previously mentioned were all derived from Youqian's prophetic abilities and undercover work, and data indicates that his predictions carry remarkable accuracy. You must safeguard the Hero Association headquarters. Although the headquarters was currently devoid of personnel, with the higher-ups having long since concealed themselves, it remained the face of the Hero Association, and its integrity was paramount. There were also several formidable A-Class heroes present, alongside the seemingly unreliable bald, caped hero, which should suffice. Youqian had previously asserted that the assailants targeting the headquarters were insignificant, and a single S-Class hero capable of aerial combat would suffice. Shichi, while pondering various concerns internally, maintained a sincere expression, gazing at Saitama's visage on the screen with unwavering trust. Why was there a slight glare? Oh, it was merely due to his bald head. Upon hearing this, Saitama felt somewhat reassured. The weight of responsibility had been entrusted to him, indicating that Shichi recognized his prowess. Wait a moment. Youqian's prophecy? This suggested that Youqian was aware of the situation, but had chosen not to attend. Infuriating. Saitama felt far from pleased. Eager for the so-called assailant of a Hero Association headquarters to hurry up, he wished to finish swiftly and witness the spectacle. Above a city, the Sky King, with crimson skin and 2 pairs of wings, soared towards the headquarters of the Hero Association, accompanied by his 4 minions. The Sky King was elated. preparing to launch an attack on the headquarters as part of his plan for domination. Despite the seemingly flawless scheme, an unsettling feeling nagged at him, as if he might be cleaved in two. Yet, this sensation abruptly vanished, replaced by an exhilarating rush, an indication, perhaps, that his plan was destined for success. Hee. This electrifying sensation compelled the Sky King to depart an hour earlier than planned, and soon he found himself hovering above the headquarters of the Hero Association. Having lost several energy orbs, the Sky King made his grand entrance, ready to deliver a few stirring lines to uplift his comrades' spirits. However, in the blink of an eye, a bald man suddenly leapt before him and delivered a powerful punch, causing the Sky King's form to vanish in an instant, utterly obliterated. The same fate befell his subordinates, trailing behind him. At that moment, the Sky King realized that this sensation was not the fervor of battle, but rather the harsh reality of being shattered. How infuriating! Such a demise was far too hasty. Little did the Sky King know. His original narrative also depicted his death rather abruptly, albeit with slightly more dialogue. Did the Sky King's background character have no dignity? Truly, the world has deteriorated, and the hearts of men have grown cold. You heartless beings, I shall never forgive you. Never. Chapter 54. Have you forgotten something? The atmosphere around Saitama grew increasingly solemn, the shadows deepening, and his sharply defined visage became apparent. In the astonished gaze of the staff, Saitama slowly uttered, "I'm in a hurry, so I'll resolve this with a single punch." How tedious! With that, he leaped towards the outskirts of City Z. At that moment, Saitama felt a surge of exhilaration. It was indeed delightful to articulate while engaging in action. No wonder Youqian often spoke in such a manner when trying to impress others. A lesson learned. In the hall of the Monster Association, while the eloquent Youqian was delivering a speech, Youqian suddenly sneezed. He glanced around, noticing that no one seemed to pay him any mind. How vexing. It felt rather strange. Could it be that someone was speaking ill of him? That wicked little ghost. Guang. Youqian habitually placed the blame on Guang, mentally venting his frustrations, while Guang seethed in exasperation. Youqian, you shall regret this. I am a host. At that moment, Youqian, who had just been discussing an impending assault on the Hero Association, turned to Youqian, signaling for him to speak. Youqian nodded, cleared his throat, and began to address the assembly. At this juncture, Youqian appeared rather deflated, resembling anything but a human. Guang, indeed, very true. This fellow is not human. He is even less than a dog. Fellow compatriots, I am a spy embedded within the Hero Association, and I have procured vital intelligence. The first S-Class hero, Explosion, has extended an invitation to the cosmic powerhouse Boros to eradicate us monsters. Even the human prophet, Superpower, has confirmed this outcome through his prophetic abilities. We, the monsters, are facing grave troubles within half a year. However, I hold firm belief that under the leadership of Lord Shi and Lord Youqian, we shall successfully navigate this catastrophe. Youqian's words were well received by both Shi and Youqian. The subsequent course of action would typically involve Youqian orchestrating various monsters to counter the corresponding heroes, culminating in the official conclusion of the meeting. Yet, Youqian had no intention of allowing the meeting to end so swiftly. He needed to buy more time. Dear Captain of the spaceship, do hurry along. Ahem. To conclude my main point, under the guidance of Lord Shi, the Monster Association is expanding at an unprecedented rate, and the reasons are manifold. Of course, that is not the sole explanation. The monsters lingering near the entrance of the hall vaguely sensed that the words of the rather deflated creature were rather peculiar. Listening to your words feels akin to experiencing a profound discourse, yet I find myself vexed with an insatiable itch in my head, as if I am on the verge of awakening my intellect. At that moment, on a stairway within the hall of the Monster Association, a peculiar individual resembling a diminutive black monkey interjected abruptly. Wait a moment. You just mentioned that the so-called great trouble would occur within 6 months, which implies it could happen tomorrow or even today, correct? This lean and diminutive figure, whose appearance mirrors that of Saitama, is none other than the dragon-level cadre of the Monster Association. Black Sperm, your demeanor resembles Saitama's, and surprisingly, your words echo his sentiments. Such a portentous utterance. Could it be? Youqian gazed skyward, while the multitude of monsters around him, including the Great Serpent and the Great Eyeball, were taken aback by his sudden silence. The crowd found themselves momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated through the subterranean headquarters of the Monster Association, causing it to tremble violently. Mere moments ago, the S-Class heroes had gathered and were now stationed around the outskirts of Z City, encircling the headquarters of the Monster Association. Each cardinal direction was manned by several S-class heroes. To the east, Tornado, Fubuki, and Genos were assembled together. Tornado, feeling somewhat irritable, wondered why Youqian's plan had yet to commence. Were the so-called extraterrestrials? How infuriating! Why create such a hassle? I could handle this alone. Fubuki comforted her sister, her confidence bolstered since she attained S-class status. Standing beside her sister, she mirrored Fubuki's efforts to soothe Tornado, creating an impression from a distance that Fubuki was the elder sister, a legitimate lowly and a contrasting mature woman. How amusing. Meanwhile, Genos was on the phone with Saitama, describing his surroundings to ensure Saitama would not stray off course. Sensei, we are atop the tallest building in this area. It should be quite recognizable. Sensei, I have always wondered, why are you so powerful yet incapable of flight? I'm human. Is it not normal to be unable to fly? Genos was left speechless, while Saitama lamented over the convenience of Youqian's pink door, allowing him to venture wherever he pleased, albeit critiquing Youqian's poor taste for opting for a pink door. Such a low rating. Perhaps Mr. Lee possesses a somewhat girlish heart. Genos attempted to defend Mr. Lee, though such justification may have inadvertently painted Youqian in a more peculiar light, suggesting he resembled a pervert. Wasn't it reminiscent of a circular spaceship casting down a beam of light as it descended leisurely? The thought alone was rather thrilling, with a resounding explosion. Genos immediately countered with righteous indignation. It is not circular, but rather resembles a large fork, albeit without a handle. How do you know that? I witnessed it with my own eyes. If a spaceship from the cosmos were to appear today, it would undoubtedly be this one. This very craft had just obliterated the outskirts of Z City, its entrance far removed from what you envisioned, Sensei. Genos braced himself against the shockwave of the explosion, intently observing the colossal purple spaceship hovering above Z City. At this moment, all the S-class heroes surrounding the outskirts of City Z gazed upwards, their attention captured by the violet spaceship as they entered a state of combat readiness. One could only hope that Youqian's plan would come to fruition. Meanwhile, Genos, on the phone with Saitama, expressed a hint of surprise. Is this truly the manner of appearance this year? It seems rather impressive. Wait, did you say the outskirts of City Z have been completely obliterated? Yes, fortunately, the outskirts are notorious for being a ghost town, devoid of any residents. Moreover, the headquarters of the Monster Association has already spread partially into the forest, completely avoiding any impact on City Z, resulting in no casualties and minimal property damage. Genos' tone revealed a clearly buoyant mood. Saitama, however, fell silent, realizing something. Have you all forgotten something? No. Our home is situated in the outskirts of City Z. We've lost everything. Saitama's expression twisted in fury as he felt betrayed by Youqian, his speed suddenly increasing several-fold. This maneuver was aptly named Serious Running. Chapter 55. Even without understanding the circumstances, just get it done. With a beaming smile, Youqian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and absent-mindedly touched his head. It seemed he had overlooked something, but he dismissed it as not being of significant concern. He continued to smile brightly as he looked up. At that moment, all the monsters comprehended that the recent thunderous noise indicated an attack on the Monster Association's headquarters. Moreover, judging by the sound, the destructive force was immense and perilous. Many monsters immediately felt intimidated. Surely the earlier statements were not true. Some had already begun to prepare for a hasty retreat, pondering whether such an action might be inappropriate. Nonsense, we are monsters. We are villains, after all. Do not question our professional ethics. However, the majority of these monsters were rather feeble, often evading danger to survive, and it was quite normal for them to exhibit cowardice. In contrast, the more formidable monsters were engulfed in fury, each gearing up to charge out and eliminate whoever dared to assault their headquarters. The Youqian did not intervene. Such a close-range attack, whether from alleged extraterrestrials or the Hero Association, would undeniably have substantial repercussions. The headquarters of the Monster Association had been exposed. This was unavoidable. Yet, before they could take action, another wave of violent tremors reverberated from the ground, accompanied by a continuous rumbling sound. This noise intensified, suggesting that the assault was becoming more concentrated. The surface was directly blasted open, revealing the underground lair of the monsters, which stood exposed. Indeed, they had not erred. This was the place. Truly, it was Lord Boros. Just moments ago, under Lord Boros's guidance, the barrage had been precisely directed at this location, confirming that something lay beneath. Standing behind him was Boros, clad in golden armor with pink hair, sensing the powerful auras emanating from below. Their strength was commendable, igniting his fighting spirit. This planet could indeed nurture such formidable beings. He felt he might finally encounter an opponent worthy of his prowess. But first, let us use them for a warm-up. Boros appeared exceptionally pleased, turning away from the control panel, and as he walked, he murmured to himself, Orochi, are you also within? I am eager to see how you dare to challenge my armor and strike my face. As Goryu Gingziyupu observed the retreating Boros in the control panel, he declared, Very well, I shall assist you in eliminating some insignificant pests. By the way, Gloribas and Maruvalu, you two should also descend and deal with some of these nuisances. Do not disturb our master's enjoyment. With utmost pleasure. I concur, let us eliminate them all. A splendid idea. Maruvalu, possessing 5 heads, nodded with delight and hastened downwards. Gloribas, entirely green with hands resembling teeth and a prominently large mouth atop his head, quickly followed suit. Both were elite combatants of the cosmic dark matter pirate crew, and it was their duty to rid Lord Boros of feeble foes. Goryu Gingziyupu watched the duo depart, and without hesitation, pressed a button on the control panel. Another barrage of mass projectiles rained down upon the surface. Suddenly, the colossal centipede elder of the Monster Association soared into the air, using his immense body to deflect the incoming projectiles. The terrifying force of the mass projectiles inflicted numerous cracks across the elder's dragon-level physique. Yet in no time, his formidable regenerative abilities mended the fissures completely. The centipede elder shielded most of the mass projectiles, but a small fraction struck near the Monster Association Hall, obliterating several weaker monsters into mere pulp. Youqian's joy escalated. He yearned to witness rivers of blood. In a swift change of expression, he transformed from glee to fury, exclaiming, How dare you assault the Monster Association? Such an act is worthy of the gravest punishment. This situation is decidedly unfavorable. Suddenly, 3 extraterrestrial figures appeared beneath the purple spaceship hovering above. With a thunderous crash, the 3 aliens landed heavily on the ground. As the dust settled, they gazed into the massive pit that housed the Monster Association Hall. Leading them, Boros, with an indifferent tone, looked down from his elevated position and inquired, Who among you is the strongest? Boros appeared arrogant in the eyes of the monsters, seemingly dismissive of their presence, especially the continuously writhing centipede elder. Feeling overlooked, the centipede elder seethed with indignation at being disregarded despite his size. Before anyone could respond, Youqian boldly interjected, pointing arrogantly at Boros. Who is the strongest here? That would undoubtedly be the Great Serpent. Not me. He gestured towards the Great Serpent behind him. Boros chuckled. You are the Great Serpent? You seem formidable. Yet it appears you still have room for improvement. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Boros, the leader of the cosmic dark matter pirate crew, the sovereign of the universe. Good heavens, how audacious. So you are indeed Boros? You dare to come to the headquarters of the Monster Association? Yes, you. The Great Serpent will not spare you. Youqian turned to the other monsters, declaring, This fellow is far too arrogant, treating us monsters with utter disdain. Let us unite. We are monsters, and we need not adhere to any moral code. Let us vanquish this scoundrel. He had indeed chosen the right adversary. Not only did his name resonate with the Great Serpent, but his subordinate's tone mirrored that of the information he had received. Indeed, it was him, somewhat bewildered, yet feeling that retreat was not an option. The formidable serpent exuded an aura of strength. The keen-eyed observer sensed something amiss, but the atmosphere had grown increasingly oppressive. It was evident that a confrontation was inevitable. Boros gestured toward several formidable creatures he sensed nearby, and then pointed at the centipede elder. All of you attack together. I shall take on 10. In that moment, Boros radiated an overwhelming presence. Indeed, it was palpable. Yet, he couldn't help but reflect on the diverse evolutionary forms present on this planet. Each creature appeared distinct. And the presence of hair, why did it strike him as odd? Such a peculiar sensation. Truth be told, the scene was bizarre. A sense of impending conflict loomed inexplicably. Yet this was inconsequential. The adversary had encroached upon them, and to refrain from fighting would be unacceptable. The serpent had never encountered such a situation before and was at a loss. I mustn't dwell on it. Thinking brings a headache, and I cannot afford that. Typically, such matters were handled by the keen observer, leaving the serpent free to pursue its desire for greater strength. To dominate this world and reign as the king of monsters was its singular ambition. However, this alien had the audacity to provoke him, and the serpent's diminutive subordinate had made a rather astute observation. He must be eliminated. There would be no rewards without his defeat. Meanwhile, the instigator, Youqian, smiled slightly, positioning the other monsters protectively in front of him. ready to make a swift escape. I wish to witness rivers of blood. Chapter 56. Quite annoying. The enraged serpent unleashed dozens of tentacles directly at Boros. Each tentacle possessed the capability to annihilate demon-grade monsters, and even dragon-grade monsters needed to approach with caution. Yet Boros, arms crossed, remained utterly still as the massive serpent head, or perhaps dragon head, snapped at him. Astonishingly, it left not a single mark upon him. With a single punch, Boros obliterated the surrounding tentacles into a mist of blood. After flexing his limbs, he remarked, "Serpent, if your strength is truly this limited, you have profoundly disappointed me. Maruza Galudo, Gloribas, eliminate those fleeing rabble." Yes, the serpent's body began to swell. All tentacles transformed into a bipedal dragon-like structure. Its entire form mobilized as the primary head developed multiple layers of jaws. Damn alien, do not be so arrogant. With that, the main head of the serpent unleashed an unstoppable barrage of ultra-high temperature rays, striking Boros with overwhelming force. Boros extended his palm to meet the assault, effortlessly blocking the attack as the scattered rays of intense heat lightly grazed him. A rather pleasant hot bath, but that is all it amounts to. The golden armor adorning Boros sealed away much of his own power, yet possessed formidable defensive capabilities. If the serpent before him could not even breach his armor, he would be sorely disappointed. This spectacle made it clear to all the monsters present that this audacious alien was indeed exceptionally strong. Some peculiar individuals have begun to scatter in a frenzied escape, but they haven't ventured far. The two subordinates of that audacious alien have commenced a massacre, akin to a tiger among sheep. They are formidable in their own right, both being dragon-level beings. Although Youqian found the scene peculiar, there was no time for contemplation. The immediate priority was to eliminate the alien. He shouted, "Fellow compatriots, let us unite and demonstrate the might of our kind to this extraterrestrial. This alien has proclaimed its intent to annihilate us." The assembled beings appeared either paralyzed in place or hastily retreating, showing no inclination to engage. Suddenly, Black Sperm stepped forward, declaring, "I am only interested in dealing with the Hero Association. This matter does not concern me." With that, he turned to leave, dismissing the two obstructing aliens. However, the pink-haired alien exuded a palpable pressure, suggesting considerable strength. A strategic retreat seemed prudent. In an unexpected moment, a tall figure materialized behind Black Sperm. "I said I would take on 10, and you're included in that count. Don't even think about escaping," Boros exclaimed, delivering a punch that left Black Sperm with no opportunity for reaction, instantly reducing him to a puddle of flesh. In the next moment, countless smaller Black Sperm emerged from the remnants, angrily shouting, "You have provoked us, you bastard." Boros felt a twinge of disappointment. He had initially perceived this little black monkey as rather unique, yet it appeared so weak. However, its recovery capabilities were indeed impressive. As energy began to coalesce, Boros prepared to eliminate the swarm of small black entities. The little black monkeys sensed impending danger. Wait, give me some time. I can grow stronger." Boros paused, intrigued by the plea. The Black Sperm wiped the cold sweat from their brows and shouted, "Brothers, come forth. It is time to showcase our strength." Deeper within the subterranean hall of the Monster Association, many Black Sperm, resembling small black monkeys, were foraging for protein underground. They sought out worms, insects, and various creatures, all rich in nutrition, but the most nutritious were the beings held by the Black Sperm. Occasionally, they stealthily captured weaker monsters from the association to supplement their protein intake. After all, in the realm of monsters, the law of the jungle prevailed. Consuming a bit was hardly objectionable. Black Sperm, with an innocent expression, noted that these creatures were exceptionally nutritious, with protein 5 times that of beef. Within the Monster Association, slumbering, unsuspecting weak monsters were suddenly seized. "Old Six," they exclaimed. Suddenly, as if they had heard something, they began shoving various proteins into their mouths and rushed upward. Before long, countless Black Sperm erupted from the depths of the Monster Association hall like a gushing oil well. They continuously merged, forming larger, black-skinned entities resembling little monkeys. These upgraded versions of ordinary Black Sperm boasted a cellular composition of 1,293,142,026,072 cells. The black spermatozoa, however, felt insufficient, continuing to merge relentlessly. Boros stood by, as if watching a performance, thoroughly entertained. The surrounding dragon-level monsters exchanged glances and charged toward Boros. His recent assault on the black spermatozoa indicated his unwillingness to spare any dragon-level creature. Boros' gaze swept across all the dragon-level monsters present. Though he spoke of facing 10, it was merely a figure of speech. He likely intended to leave no dragon-level monster unscathed. The colossal serpent transformed into a humanoid form, towering approximately 56 meters, preparing to unleash its full might against the formidable Boros. A middle-aged man, crowned and cloaked, raised his hands, unleashing countless small orbs of light toward Boros. He was the dragon-level monster, the Wandering Emperor. I sense the divine abhors you, alien. A massive black hound with 6 eyes opened its maw wide, unleashing a barrage of devastating heat projectiles. This creature was the dragon-level monster, Pochi. Surrounding them, several ghost-level monsters with ranged abilities also launched their attacks. Yet, Boros paid them no heed. Only the damage inflicted by dragon-level monsters could capture his attention. With excitement surging within him, Boros erupted into a swift movement, akin to a sharp sword, darting through the energy attacks and delivering a powerful punch to Pochi. Pochi howled in agony before being violently propelled away, regaining his balance to continue firing his destructive heat projectiles. Boros felt increasingly exhilarated. Such a plethora of worthy opponents was a rare delight. It was akin to Saitama encountering resilient subterranean beings in a dream, a sensation of pure bliss. Suddenly, 2 rotund figures appeared near Boros. The 2 dragon-level monsters, the hideous president and Gum, made their move, with Gum lunging at Boros. He sensed the immense power within Boros and believed he would be quite delectable. Meanwhile, the hideous president, originally an extraordinarily grotesque and corpulent figure, began transforming. With a single punch, his excess fat morphed into muscle, his body swelling like a giant. Damn it! Why do you possess an inexplicable charm in this state? Behind these 2 monsters lurked 2 more, poised and watchful. The speedster dragon-level monsters, Gale Winder and Inferno Flame. Indeed, they had fully embraced their monstrous forms and were prepared to exploit Boros' distraction from Gum and the hideous president to strike. This group of dragon-level monsters had begun to coordinate their efforts, treating Boros as if he were a boss to be defeated. Alas, they remained monsters, and their collaboration might have disrupted the serpent's attack. Standing aside, the serpent, readying its high-temperature rays, found the situation exceedingly vexing. Chapter 57, Quotations of Arrogance. The clash of flesh and fists exhilarated Boros, and with a resounding crack, his golden armor began to exhibit minute fissures under the relentless assault of several dragon-level monsters. Appearing as if it had been scratched, a smile spread across Boros' face, revealing his sharp teeth as he pressed gently on a particular spot of his golden armor. The armor then detached, transforming into a spherical form that soared towards the violet spaceship above. This armor is a formidable seal of my power. Damaging it carelessly is unwise. Perhaps it is time for a warm-up. A more terrifying force emanated from Boros, as energy started to surge forth. His once blue skin morphed into a menacing black, as if the terrifying energy within sought to burst forth. A gust of wind pressure arose, freezing the movements of the nearby dragon-level monsters. With a furious roar, Boros delivered an elbow strike, instantly obliterating the gaping maw of one monster, which collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. In a single punch, 1 dragon-level monster was vanquished. Such overwhelming strength. The giant serpent disregarded the monsters surrounding Boros and unleashed a searing beam, larger than its own massive form, aimed directly at Boros. Meanwhile, the grotesque president, who was preparing to make a hasty retreat, was mercilessly pierced by the terrifying beam. Could you not wait until I had distanced myself? Lamented the grotesque president, his eyes wide open in disbelief at his sudden demise. Youqian, observing from a distance, marveled at the chaotic melee. Glancing at the similarly retreating, giant-eyed creature beside him, and earnestly inquired, "Will we prevail?" "We shall," he affirmed. At that moment, the aftermath of the battle intensified, and amidst the turmoil, countless monsters scattered throughout the outskirts of Z-City. Maruzagalu and Glory Base relentlessly approached the edge of the suburbs, wreaking havoc. The violet spaceship overhead continued to bombard the surface of Z-City's outskirts, with weak tiger-level monsters perishing under the onslaught. Even some ghost-level monsters, struck by the heavy artillery, were reduced to mere puddles of flesh. Yet, despite this carnage, numerous monsters managed to escape to the fringes of the suburbs, seemingly on the brink of liberation from this horrific locale. Such a short distance to run felt akin to the Normandy landings. However, just as the monsters glimpsed the dawn of survival, the figures of human S-class heroes materialized before them. In that moment, the hearts of the monsters sank. When had the Hero Association become so prompt in their response? All heroes from surrounding cities received urgent directives the moment the violet spaceship appeared, tasked with establishing a defensive perimeter to prevent the escape of monsters from Z City's outskirts. Under the meticulously prepared plans of the Hero Association, all heroes were now stationed around the periphery of Z City. The impending clash between the Hero Association and the Monster Association was imminent. Yet the dragon-level monster leaders had fallen, and most of their ranks were injured. Many monsters succumbed to the artillery fire. If this was how the defense faltered, would they not be overwhelmed? Youqian expressed his disbelief. If this can lead to a counterattack, how incompetent can one be? It is utterly unmanageable. Fortunately, despite the ineffectiveness of the A, B, and C-class heroes of the Hero Association, they managed to navigate this overwhelming situation with relative ease. Even when confronted with formidable foes, there were corresponding S-class heroes to contend with them. In fact, the S-class heroes appeared so untroubled by these monsters that they engaged in casual conversation while battling. The formidable alloy Blacklight sensed the terrifying energy attacks from afar and could not help but exclaim, "I initially believed the previous energy attacks to be truly fearsome. Little did I know that even more terrifying assaults awaited. What manner of monster is this?" As the horrific high-temperature rays gradually dissipated, Boros's skin bore the marks of charred blackness, though they were scarcely noticeable beneath the original dark hue. Remarkably, within mere seconds, he returned to his former state. At this moment, the Serpent King seized his mask with one hand and tore it off violently. Subsequently, his body began to transform, his face intertwining with several tendrils, resembling a centipede, complete with multiple appendages. Meanwhile, his tail plunged into the earth, commencing the absorption of energy from the planet's core. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from the Serpent King. Youqian, a formidable energy blast erupted from the Serpent King's chest, hurtling towards Boros. The latter became increasingly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Such an energy attack, such a wave! I acknowledge your prowess. Alas, you still fall short." Within Boros, a vast reservoir of energy began to coalesce, subsequently manifesting as an energy cannon that he unleashed with great force. The two began to exchange blows. Regrettably, history dictated that those on the left side of such confrontations often falter, as Youqian retreated while lamenting the Serpent King's advantageous position. The dragon-class monsters on the battlefield were desperately trying to escape, while the immense centipede elder wished fervently that he could shrink in size. Sykes, no longer carrying anyone or controlling the large, glaring eyes, bolted away. What he had believed to be a sufficiently monstrous creation in the Serpent King now paled in comparison to the newly emerged extraterrestrial. Meanwhile, the black sperm, standing steadfastly near the epicenter of the confrontation, finally completed its fusion. Its form radiated with a golden glow, transforming from a slender figure into a formidable muscular titan. With broad shoulders, a robust chest, striking 8-pack abs, and a perfect V-shape, it resembled a true muscle monster. Were any alluring prisoners to behold this spectacle, they would undoubtedly salivate. The fusion of 43 trillion cells birthed the golden sperm. Upon opening its eyes and surveying the terrifying scene, it fell into deep contemplation. Originally, a group of black sperm should have remained behind, but they had mysteriously vanished. A distant glance revealed that the small black simians had retreated some kilometers away. Cheering from afar, the golden sperm deemed it the perfect moment. Observing the exuberant Boros, it leaped forth with the force of a battering ram, aiming a mighty fist directly at Boros, who wore a smile on his lips. In the next instant, the energy cannon unleashed by Boros appeared to solidify, slicing through the Serpent King's Youqian like a razor-sharp blade. The colossal serpent, resembling a target, was severed in two by an energy cannon that sliced through the air like a sharpened sword. The serpent had been bisected. Youqian exclaimed, 25. That description hardly suffices. The energy cannon was so broad that it obliterated the entire waist, rendering the fate even more grievous than mere bisecting. Subsequently, that sword-like energy cannon swept leftward. The elder centipede, sensing impending doom as he prepared to burrow into the earth for escape, was vertically cleaved in half. This is utterly unjust. If you're going to slice me, at least do it horizontally. Originally, the elder centipede intended merely to collaborate with the Monster Association to seek vengeance on the demolitionist. Yet he met his untimely demise without ever encountering his target. The elder centipede departed with unfulfilled desires. Golden sperm barely evaded the blow, the energy cannon grazing his form and carving away a significant portion of flesh. Fortunately, the immense vitality harbored within his 43 trillion cells swiftly mended his wounds. Boros smiled with delight. I relish opponents endowed with formidable regenerative capabilities. Yet, what a pity, I had not fully savored the encounter with the serpent, whose strength was merely a third of my own. As for you, do you wish to join the fray? Youqian thought that such pretentious proclamations must be meticulously studied frame by frame. How vexing! Why was it not he who sounded so grandiose? And you, are you a fool? Oomph. Just wait. I shall have Saitama send you soaring. Chapter 58. The Gaze of Justice. Boros, observing the form of golden sperm, readied himself for an exhilarating physical confrontation. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each landing upon golden sperm's body. The latter sought to retaliate, but soon realized that his speed paled in comparison to Boros's. Forced into a defensive stance, he could only endure the onslaught. Fortunately, his formidable vitality continually healed his injuries. Boros could not help but muse, truly a worthy punching bag. Yet, how unfortunate that the remaining creatures are so unruly, fleeing further away. His punches quickened and intensified, revealing a growing impatience as the remaining dragon-level monsters distanced themselves. This simply would not do. I am not yet satiated. Boros felt a surge of irritation. Why could these dragon-level beings not approach him one by one or band together? They seemed intimidated by his mere display of power. Though golden sperm was pulverized into a pulp, yet still able to recover, it reminded Boros of his kin, further uplifting his spirits. Alas, Boros still intended to extinguish golden sperm's life. As Boros advanced, the scent of death enveloped golden sperm. The pressure mounted, and sweat poured from him. Wait, I can grow even stronger. Please, give me a moment, and you can deal with those retreating dragon-level monsters. To the dragon-level creatures, he expressed his gratitude. Boros acquiesced, seeking a more exhilarating challenge. He vanished from sight, traversing past the nearby Youqian and Sykes, who had not strayed far, and continued to observe the remaining dragon-level monsters in the outskirts of Z-City. Pochi was sent flying by Boros's punch, landing beside Gloribus, and the two inadvertently began to clash. The formidable defensive prowess of Boki is indeed terrifying, complemented by its expertise in energy attacks, capable of unleashing a barrage of projectiles and devastating searing orbs. Meanwhile, Gloribus excels at ranged assaults, wielding over 20 distinct techniques, with its signature move being the caustic breath, akin to a mobile artillery. The two adept long-range combatants engaged in a spirited exchange of fire. On another front, the swift Meow Meow collided with Murzagaloo, the former launching a relentless series of attacks. Regrettably, Murzagaloo's remarkable regenerative abilities rendered Meow Meow's efforts futile, clearly gaining the upper hand in their confrontation. Boros, disdainful of competing with his subordinates for prey, observed the two fleeing figures, Wind, the Gale, and Flare, the Inferno, whose speeds continued to escalate. With a pair of explosive sounds, the two were reduced to crimson mist, cascading upon Boros. He felt a tinge of disappointment. While their speed was commendable, their strength, physical resilience, and recovery capabilities were woefully inadequate. Their glaring shortcomings rendered them incapable of standing against equals. How pitiful! Youqian perched upon a high ruin, surveying the chaotic scene in the outskirts of City Z, littered with the remains of monstrous beings. An exhilarating thrill surged within him, for these were sources of energy. This was the true essence of bloodshed. A profound sense of contentment enveloped him as the battlefield slowly filled with desiccated corpses. Youqian sensed his enhancement energy surging rapidly. This was splendid, yet the real spectacle seemed to be just unfolding. He observed the suddenly slumbering Sykes and the distant golden sperm, incessantly absorbing the black sperm, finding the unfolding events increasingly intriguing. How fascinating! The golden sperm feverishly consumed what were originally the ambience group as black sperm, in a frenzied and ecstatic manner, proclaiming a desire for unity to become the ultimate life form. Most of the black sperm charged wildly toward the golden sperm, driven by their innate instinct to devour, proliferate, and ultimately merge into one. However, one black sperm remained unmoved, burrowing into the ground, trembling as it fled from this chaotic scene. The ultimate life form described by the golden sperm necessitated the fusion of numerous black sperm. All participating cells would inexorably consume one another, irreversibly intertwining. In the end, the singular victorious consciousness would dominate the newly birthed entity, while all others would inevitably perish in that moment of creation. This solitary black sperm harbored no desire for such an outcome. It sought escape, yearning for distance, even if it meant becoming a mere pet in the future. Even being a pet was preferable to losing one's consciousness. As Saitama pondered this, he found himself no longer weary. Meanwhile, the slumbering Sykes found himself in an odd realm, confronted by a peculiar spherical entity, filled with hollows reminiscent of brain cells or the surface of Jupiter. Suddenly, a revelation struck Sykes' mind. God, he is a deity. The indescribable entity seemed to cast a glance towards Sykes. In that moment, Sykes comprehended his destiny. Thanos? No. How dare someone steal my lines? Sykes aimed to merge with the great serpent, to absorb all life on Earth as sustenance, to grasp every living being and transmute them instantaneously, to become a colossal living entity of the Earth itself. Perhaps this was somewhat extreme, but merely a minor tempest. After all, Sykes felt his mental prowess continuously escalating, sufficient to subdue the great serpent and seize control of its form. This was merely the beginning. The divine had bestowed upon him formidable energy, reminiscent of the power of the Wandering Emperor. Meanwhile, hidden among the ruins, the Wandering Emperor gazed in astonishment at his own body, as if he beheld the divine. This deity, resembling a humanoid figure, appeared to him for the first time, sketched in lines, yet exhibiting a peculiar transformation. It was as if it possessed countless voids, akin to the surface of Jupiter or resembling neural cells, yet emanating a similarly uncanny aura. The Wandering Emperor gazed at his deity with great joy, yet the divine expressed disappointment. The enigmatic figure uttered an indistinct phrase, seemingly conveying, "All shall be confiscated." Subsequently, the Wandering Emperor, with a contorted expression, extended his hand, his body gradually desiccating into a pool of white bones. Upon sensing the transformations within his own being, Sykes abruptly awakened, then, as if entranced, rushed towards the bisected great serpent. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, he plunged into the flesh of the great serpent, which instinctively extended countless blood-red tendrils. Sykes did not recoil from those appendages. They intertwined harmoniously. Listening to the faint sounds emanating from within the great serpent, he heard, "Devour, plunder, merge, grow stronger." Sykes chuckled. "Ah, little pet, you possess quite the ambition. Alas, it is not you who shall consume me, but I who shall devour you. O great serpent, become my vessel. I am destiny incarnate." The words spoken by Thanos were indeed my own. Countless sanguine tendrils enveloped Sykes, contorting and morphing increasingly, her delicate form intertwined with the blood-red appendages, culminating in the grotesque visage that gradually formed upon them. The scene was rather inappropriate for children, truly indescribable. Youqian expressed his grave discontent, lamenting the grotesque nature of it all. He leaned in closer to critique, simultaneously retrieving his phone to record a video. Good things possess collectible value. Chapter 59. There is no time for mourning. Youqian had no intention of halting Sykes. This individual had always been somewhat unhinged, and after the so-called divine's manipulation, he was even more so. Although her physique was indeed commendable, Youqian, being a Sigma male, had never fallen into the traps set by women. Moreover, he did not need to guess. He could ascertain, with mere thought, how much enhanced energy Sykes would generate upon the demise of the great serpent. In contrast, Youqian resolved not to impede Sykes any further. He possessed a modicum of kindness and conscience, albeit not much. Youqian turned his gaze towards the distant golden sperm, which was transforming into a platinum entity, and glanced at the nearby Sykes, who was morphing into a colossal serpent. It was a pity, just moments ago, Youqian, utilizing his own template, had faintly sensed the presence of a divine being. Yet, it seemed impossible to behold the deity from the world of One Punch Man. Youqian found it quite intriguing. If only the entity had a corporeal form, it appeared that its every appearance was merely a manifestation of ethereal will. Were it to possess a physical form, it would equate to having a health bar. As long as a health bar existed, even a god could be vanquished. Even if he could not defeat himself, he could resort to Saitama's summoning technique. Standing motionless on a street was King, his countenance grave and exuding an aura of intimidation, causing the multitude of monsters surrounding him to freeze in fear. King sensed something amiss. Each time he encountered a monster, a mysterious master would invariably assist him. Now, he could only rely on sheer presence, hoping they would not uncover the truth of his weakness. Youqian, my apologies. I have taken the initiative. Youqian unleashed his grand move, the Saitama summoning technique. The summoned entity, Saitama? That is quite the conundrum. In a mysterious realm, the enigmatic spherical deity felt Sykes gradually merging with the serpent, the remnants of the serpent's body extending downward, seemingly intent on absorbing the energy of the Earth's core. The deity's mood improved considerably. This sudden turn of events had stirred feelings of unease. Yet fortunately, there remained a trump card. With Sykes and the serpent fused together, coupled with his own bestowal, he questioned who could stand against him. As for the Wandering Emperor, his performance was abysmal, utterly eclipsed by Sykes's potential. What caliber of individual dared to claim my rewards? And as for my kin, who could comprehend, after all my painstaking hints and various guidance to establish the Monster Association, it was suddenly annihilated by that unexpectedly emerging extraterrestrial. I had initially hoped the Monster Association would rid the Earth of the pestilent humanity. After all, monsters were inherently solitary fighters, and even the mightiest among them could perish at the hands of a coalition of those pests. However, if the monsters could unite, perhaps they could truly eradicate humanity's infestation. But now, everything lay in ruins. Not only had the Monster Association been exposed, but it had also suffered significant losses. The most exasperating part was that extraterrestrial indiscriminately slaughtering life on Earth. The deity could faintly perceive that if the extraterrestrial remained unchallenged, all life on the planet would be reduced to cinders. This was not the deity's intention. What it desired was merely the extinction of humanity. Humanity had ravaged nature, disrupted the cycle of life, and due to the rapid advancement of civilization, both natural disasters and the predation among species had spiraled out of control. The detrimental impact on humanity had become irreparable, and as the destruction of nature intensified, a portion of the Earth's consciousness was influenced by the resentment of nature, giving rise to the deity. Thus, the existence of monsters began to manifest on Earth. However, the Earth's consciousness was complex, and humanity was also a child of the Earth. Consequently, many humans acquired special powers or formidable talents. Monsters could not entirely eradicate humanity, leading the deity to covertly guide the establishment of a Monster Association. Yet it had not anticipated such a catastrophic failure. Although deities embody the consciousness of Earth, they merely represent a fragment influenced by the grievances of nature, lacking the omniscience to perceive all occurrences upon the planet. Yet, the divine senses an uncanny orchestration at play, suspecting foul play. Treacherous scoundrels! I vow to annihilate thee. Youqian rubbed his nose, sensing an inexplicable presence berating him from behind. With wide eyes, as if peering through a telescope, he scrutinized the figure of Boros. At that moment, having vanquished the two ninja-like dragon-level monsters, Boros unleashed an energy cannon, creating a vast chasm below him, into which he leaped. Youqian caught a glimpse of Boros researching a collection of liquids ensconced in peculiar containers, each containing two peculiar orbs resembling eyes, an unsettling sight indeed. Evil natural water? An idea sparked in Youqian's mind. Was that not the dragon-level monster known for its lack of intelligence? It seemed to possess a remarkable immunity to physical attacks and exhibited a disconcerting sensitivity to murderous intent. Boros, evidently intrigued by the natural water, shattered one of the containers and, as if in play, relentlessly bombarded the liquid with energy blasts. Was the natural water, which had been peacefully resting in its container, now subject to such brutality? Boros's energy cannon could obliterate anything it touched, including liquids. However, once liberated from its confines, the natural water exhibited a terrifying regenerative ability. Thus, it became the second target after the yellow essence sandbag. The golden sperm, in its transformation into platinum sperm, silently cheered for the natural water, urging it to endure the onslaught. As Boros continued to pummel the natural water, he seemed to discover something. With a murderous glint in his eyes, the natural water began to frantically absorb moisture from the air, swelling to an immense size. This was the natural water in a state of full murderous intent. Boros, reveling in the battle, became even more invigorated in his assault. What ensued was a particularly brutal spectacle, as Boros relentlessly attacked the natural water with energy blasts, causing it to shrink. With a menacing gaze, he exuded an aura of lethal intent, forcing the natural water into a state of heightened aggression. The liquid ebbed and flowed in size, swelling and contracting chaotically. Ultimately, the natural water was reduced to a mere droplet, motionless and resigned, its core clearly having surrendered, marking an act of sheer cruelty. Boros, upon witnessing this, lost interest in his plaything and directed his gaze toward the suburbs of City Z. Sensing the presence of formidable opponents nearby, suddenly, a loud cry shattered Boros's contemplation. There was no time to mourn the natural water. Next to emerge was the ultimate being, Platinum Sperm, alongside the fearsome, obscured figure of Sidus She, whose image could only be rendered in monochrome. Regarding this impending clash, I shall assert one principle. First, never act impulsively. Second, never overlook any malevolent deed. Thirdly, the absolute judgment is fair and splendid. Captain Li Youqian has come to pay his respects. Suddenly, Li Youqian's voice boomed loudly, accompanied by two terrifying auras. Chapter 60. This contrast is simply drool-inducing. Li Youqian's exuberance caused his voice to rise in volume, inadvertently infused with a hint of his willpower. His voice was so powerful that even the heroes on the outskirts of Z City could hear it. Naturally, upon hearing him, everyone wore a look of dismay. This man must be somewhat unhinged. The peculiar beings fleeing for their lives, the ones being beaten, and the heroes engaged in combat, even the aliens aboard the hovering purple spacecraft, all bore the same expression. Li Youqian might have felt a sense of embarrassment, yet there was little he could do. The platinum sperm and the great serpent versus Boros was simply too amusing. How much entertainment could this yield? Indeed, one could not merely be thrilled for the sake of amusement. With a serious demeanor, Guang exclaimed, "How juvenile! Keep your excitement in check. Once my plans come to fruition, you shall forever be my underling." He cackled wickedly, envisioning a future where he would call out to the nefarious Li Youqian daily. Li Youqian sensed a chill and instinctively retorted, "Humph, nefarious, Guang. I shall endure. I shall bide my time." At that moment, two monstrous figures emerged from the terrifying waves of energy. A dazzling white beam of light gradually transformed into shimmering points, revealing a humanoid monster reminiscent of an ancient Greek hero with muscles flowing and well-proportioned. He radiated a platinum glow, adorned with shimmering effects. Such a being, imbued with visual flair, was undoubtedly extraordinary. One might say that simplicity in design marked true strength. In the world of One Punch Man, a simplistic style was the hallmark of genuine power, exemplified by Saitama, who also possessed a unique entrance effect, his exceptionally reflective head. Meanwhile, Saitama was en route, his antennae resembling a long whip, exceptionally lengthy as he slowly rose. His eyes conveyed determination and confidence. However, upon a cursory glance, Li Youqian thought this creature resembled a pink-skinned version of Majin Buu, had a pair of trousers, and the resemblance would be uncanny. Wait, he was even wearing pants. Oh, it seemed he had never worn any. Guang? Is that what you focus on amidst all the oddities? This abomination, no, this ultimate life form, was the result of the combined might of 54 trillion cells, the platinum sperm. On the other side, where the great serpent had been cleaved in two, a colossal figure appeared in its stead. She possessed a serpentine body covered in scales, with layers of fleshy wings stacked upon one another, combined with her helmet-like serpentine head. The two formed a magnificent and regal throne. Her powerful arms gripped two pitch-black rotating spears, each weapon poised for battle. Behind the terrifying monster, countless orbs of light, varying in size, floated gracefully. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the power contained within these orbs was strikingly similar to that of the Wandering Emperor, yet far more potent. Perched upon the bizarre throne of flesh and wings, a figure of enchanting beauty, albeit magnified several times, emerged. With an alluring silhouette that was undeniably voluptuous, even Li Youqian, oblivious to the narrative, could recognize her as Sakes. What an affront to decorum. Previously a tentacled beauty, now a radiant angel. Such a stark contrast. Guang could no longer contain himself. Could you not wipe the drool? It is utterly embarrassing. Hey, evil little demon Guang. Be silent. Li Youqian instinctively wiped his mouth, only to discover that he wasn't drooling at all. This Guang had deceived him. Little dang, once this matter concludes, I shall ensure your plans fail miserably, and you shall be left with an avalanche of coins. Li Youqian cursed Guang silently, then surveyed his surroundings. With his prowess, he could discern the expressions of the heroes even from afar, near the suburbs. At that moment, they were all transfixed, seemingly engaged in earnest observation of the bizarre creature. TSK. Yet, I refrained from exposing their ruse. Unlike them, my intentions were purely critical and appreciative. Indeed, it must be said, Sakes possesses some genuine advantages. At this juncture, Boros watched with keen interest as the two monsters successfully attained their final forms. Indeed, there were two monsters. Sakes had completely merged with the great serpent, transforming into a quintessential monstrosity. Sakes declared, "There are limits to being human. Thus, I shall cease to be one." Boros, unfazed by the sudden brilliance of Sakes' holy light, was filled with a fierce battle spirit. Li Youqian mused that Boros seemed to dwell solely on combat, devoid of any semblance of sensuality. What a pity. The heroes in the distance nodded in agreement. Platinum Sperm, brimming with confidence, gazed at the ominous aura of Sakes the great serpent. pondering whether it truly emanated from a serpent. Uncertain, yet undeterred, he proclaimed, "Strange fellow, whoever you may be, that pink-haired punk is mine. I shall crush him with my own hands." Sakes emitted a voice laden with temptation. "Not so fast. That is my prey. He has destroyed my monster association. I shall punish him severely, crushing him to transform him into my flesh and blood sustenance." This sensation was unprecedented. It felt as though he had been underestimated. Boros' voice brimmed with excitement as he instantly appeared before Platinum Sperm, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The terrifying speed and strength communicated a singular message to Platinum Sperm. His previous skirmish with Golden Sperm was merely a warm-up. This was the true battle. How fearsome and powerful! Yet, Platinum Sperm felt he could barely hold his ground. My attacks are not without merit. Simultaneously, a piercing laser beam shot directly at Boros. The two monsters, who had just regarded Boros as prey, now shared an unspoken bond and shouted in unison, "We are monsters. Let us cast aside any notions of morality and charge forth together." Boros felt the mounting pressure, his movements becoming increasingly rapid. A powerful strike sent the white spirit hurtling through the air. As the white spirit flew away, an array of colossal orbs of light surged forth, followed by a terrifying beam of blinding white light that coalesced before the massive serpent, Saitasa, and struck down towards Boros. Faced with the onslaught of countless light spheres and the menacing white beam, Boros' eyes shimmered with battle fervor. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he unleashed an energy cannon. In the aftermath of the blinding light, visible wounds marred Boros' form. Simultaneously, the recently propelled white spirit charged back with excitement. With fists flying, the combat intensity surged. It was time for my relentless assault. The white spirit primarily engaged in close combat, while Saitasa focused on range attacks, their synergy producing an unimaginable fighting prowess. Clearly, I wagered that the white spirit and Saitasa would emerge victorious. However, to discern the unfolding events, one must rely on a live broadcast by Youqian. Youqian, stationed on the battlefield, took out his phone and initiated a live stream, presenting himself with the poise of a reporter, fervently providing commentary. Chapter 61, A Fateful Encounter. Having dealt with the majority of the monsters, the S-Class heroes, with time to spare, entered the live stream, lost in contemplation. Who is this person? Why are they so close to the battlefield? Wait, compare to Doshia's stream. This flat figure resembling a pancake is Youqian. The heroes of the association had already discovered that Youqian was an undercover agent infiltrating the Monster Association, but they were taken aback by how comical his undercover persona was. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Youqian fully embraced his role, jesting, with his grand plan in motion. Why continue pretending to be a spy? It was time to revel. Nonetheless, amidst the revelry, Youqian's judgments remained astutely accurate. The white spirit and Saitasa regained their confidence. The white spirit's robust physique radiated terrifying strength, relentlessly entangling Boros. Whenever Boros struck with full force, the white spirit would take the opportunity to retreat, allowing Saitasa's formidable energy attacks to sweep in. After receiving divine enhancements, Saitasa's energy assaults became increasingly formidable. Coupled with Saitasa's continuous absorption of core energy, the power seemed inexhaustible. The terrifying white radiance incessantly carved open the sky, centered over the suburbs of City Z. At this moment, the skies above were cloudless, as if the earth had been shaved bald. I disregard Saitama's middle part hairstyle. Only a middle part is the most stylish, for that is my signature look. As Boros charged towards Saitasa, the white spirit would step forward to obstruct him. This fervor and the thrill of battle were utterly exhilarating. Saitasa relentlessly fired orbs of light and laser cannons, her voice not idle as she excitedly proclaimed in her commanding tone, "What if you are powerful? In the face of our righteous onslaught, you shall still be defeated." The white spirit mirrored this exuberance, declaring, "You are indeed formidable, but alas, the two of us against one. How shameless. If you have the ability, come and strike me." Boros suddenly stabilized his form, standing atop a seemingly precarious skyscraper, a playful expression adorning his face. Such a ludicrous request is a first for me. However, you two are quite extraordinary, and since I have enjoyed myself, I shall indulge your desire. Encountering a terrifying wave of energy, Boros ascended into the sky, radiating a purple luminescence, his skin transforming into a shade of pink. In an instant, he surged forth like a shooting star, converting the energy within him into propulsion, achieving an explosive speed and destructive power that transcended biological limits. He approaches. striding with his violet gait, charging towards the serpent and white beast. At this moment, a nickname came to mind, as the world has its blue enchantress, Green Venom. In Red Storm, I shall name him the Purple Meteor. No, that feels somewhat lacking in flair. Youqian emanated a crimson glow, his psychic energy steadfastly shielding him from the residual impacts of the battle between the three monsters. He chanted fervently, diligently broadcasting live, his voice resonating loudly, disrupting the ambience of the fight. The white beast and the serpent regarded him with puzzled expressions, wondering, who is this? Such a fool. Wait, is he the money monster? Why isn't he being crushed? Is he really live streaming? Their large eyes reflected a deep confusion. However, there was no time for further contemplation as Boros, transformed into a meteor, struck fiercely at the abdomen of the white beast. The impact pierced through its midsection, leaving the white beast staring at Boros in disbelief. Just do as others say. Such behavior is quite detestable, it thought, even as its body instinctively raised its hands in surrender. Wait, hold on. I can still transform. I am platinum, and I can ascend to diamond. The white beast began to grasp the mindset of this formidable extraterrestrial being, yearning to challenge the strong and engage in relentless combat. A battle fanatic, I understand. Upon hearing this, Boros genuinely halted his movements, glancing at the white beast. I shall grant you 3 minutes. Okay, rest assured, 3 minutes will suffice for me to deal with the monsters. The white beast promptly assured, landing amidst the ruins and sitting cross-legged, as if summoning more dark energies. Observing this, Boros transformed into a purple meteor, charging towards the serpent. The serpent, witnessing the immense power of Boros, felt the orbs of light around him pulsating, as a terrifying laser cannon gathered before him. A beam of pure white light, infused with dreadful strength, surged forth towards Boros, now a purple meteor. Meanwhile, the seated white beast secretly opened one eye, and upon witnessing the scene before Boros, turned and fled. You wretched serpent! The purple meteor that Boros had become pierced through the terrifying white beam, directly striking the serpent. Subsequently, the meteor whizzed around the serpent like a sharp dagger, and with a swift motion, the serpent was cleaved in two. Yet this was to be expected, for both the serpent and the greater serpent were harnessing the power of the Earth's core. Without such measures, they would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Boros gazed coldly at the frantically fleeing white spirit, not pausing his meteor burst state, transforming into a violet meteor that swiftly approached the white spirit from behind. At that moment, Boros was also severely injured. The terrifying white laser cannon had rendered him a bloody mess, exposing ghastly white bone. Yet, this did not hinder his resolve to fight. Please, just wait a moment longer. I can still reach the stars and ascend to greatness. The white spirit sensed the fear emanating from his own body, as if it were warning him of impending death. In an instant, his mind became a chaotic whirlpool, uttering nonsensical words, but alas, Boros was a battle fanatic, not a fool. Furthermore, he was not dazed. His mind remained clear, and from the white spirit's earlier retreat, it was evident he was merely deceiving himself. Without uttering a word, Boros executed a flying kick that sent the white spirit crashing down. The white spirit's gaze grew increasingly ferocious, his long antennae slicing through the air like blades aimed at Boros's arm. With a resounding thud, the white spirit was forcefully kicked away, transforming into a meteor hurtling towards the moon. Unfortunately, he lacked the formidable physique of Saitama. He crashed beside Youqian, who was live streaming, startling him into a shudder. What a lack of decorum! Engaging in high-altitude projectiles? Youqian exclaimed, patting his chest, adjusting his camera, then swiftly grasping the white spirit's lifeless body, instantly refining it into enhanced energy. Chapter 62. How vexing. I must take action. Youqian smiled, almost believing that the white spirit would soar to the moon, causing him to lose a wave of enhancement energy, but it turned out he had no cause for concern. At this moment, Boros, battered and bruised, had lost an arm after enduring a fierce assault from the great serpent and subsequently being struck by the white spirit's antenna, resulting in a clean break. Boros appeared somewhat astonished at his own grievous injuries. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, and with a twist of his body, all his wounds vanished in an instant. Even the severed arm regrew. This regenerative ability was nothing short of terrifying. Meanwhile, Saitama was on his way. After restoring his body, Boros fixed his gaze intently on Youqian, who was holding a phone. Youqian surveyed his surroundings, then pointed to himself. Me? No, I'm a journalist and host. Killing a journalist on the battlefield is morally reprehensible. I am the captain of the cosmic dark matter pirate crew. You dare discuss ethics with a pirate? Boros sensed something peculiar about Youqian and decided to test him. Li Youqian watched as Boris clenched his fists and quickly spoke up. Wait. What's wrong? Are you about to transform? Boris recalled the earlier white spirit. Each time he was overwhelmed, he would say, wait a moment, then transform and grow stronger, but alas, the mightiest among them were merely average. Li Youqian glanced at the live stream on his phone, subtly signaling Saitama to hurry, as those S-class heroes seemed to be aware of something. They cooperatively sent messages, indicating they were on their way and would arrive shortly. Although Li Youqian felt puzzled. Didn't the S-class heroes among the bald, caped Avenger usually not trust his strength? Why such enthusiasm now? Never mind, it no longer matters. Li Youqian nodded in satisfaction. After all, he could afford to delay a little longer, allowing Saitama to handle Boros directly. He had been exceedingly generous towards Boros, not only revealing that Earthlings possess hair, but also providing him with numerous adversaries. Truly, it brought me to tears. No need for gratitude. I am a living embodiment of altruism. What a silly spectacle. Guang wholeheartedly agreed, giving a thumbs up. Li Youqian pondered for a considerable time. And with his posture and expression, Boros momentarily thought this fellow was suffering from constipation. Why would an extraterrestrial be aware of such a condition? On what grounds do you assume aliens are exempt from such human experiences? Is this a form of racial prejudice? Very well, so that is how we're playing it? I never anticipated that the world of One Punch Man would update so swiftly, now engaging in political correctness. After quite some time, all the S-class heroes began to arrive in the vicinity. There was Genos, engrossed in a phone call, that Tsundere Tatsumaki, and the newly arrived Metal Knight. Accompanying them were the philosophical Muscleman Alloy Blacklight and the sultry Prisoner. Alloy Blacklight protested, "Do not bestow upon me absurd nicknames or concoct strange combinations. What do you mean by philosophical Muscleman? You defame me." Alongside them were the seemingly lethargic yet swift Silver Fong and the Atom Samurai, who sported a rather delinquent demeanor with his metal bat, as well as the somewhat effeminate Flashy Flash. There was also the heroic Canine, resembling a white dog plush suit, or perhaps a diminutive version of Saitama, alongside the enigmatic Drive Knight. Even the slow-moving Pig God and the seemingly ordinary King were brought over by Tatsumaki using her psychic abilities. Very well, hold on a moment. Li Youqian noticed an issue. Someone seemed to be missing. The Vestige Hero. Indeed, you just overlooked me. The Vestige Hero exclaimed. Where's Saitama? Where's the bald, caped hero? What that dazzling, reflective cranium? The Vestige Hero lamented. Is it not that I possess such a low profile? Even if my strength is slightly lacking among S-class heroes. Isn't King there to anchor the bottom? Huh, can you even compare? Every time King encounters danger, Saitama appears, effortlessly ascending to the pinnacle of life. If one were to juxtapose King's face with Saitama's, anyone would assume King is the protagonist. Though he may be weaker, he passively allows others to shine. That is a conceptual technique utterly terrifying. Li Youqian cleared his throat and, with a puzzled expression, turned to the Silver Fawn. Where is Saitama? He inquired. I believe he was called to GAR headquarters A. What is the matter? Silver Fawn explained, observing Li Youqian's expression. Li Youqian appeared bewildered. Wait, then why did you all say you'd rush over? Silver Fawn glanced at the surrounding S-class heroes. Didn't you disrupt the entire situation? I thought you intended to eliminate Boros, allowing everyone to witness it. So we came. Li Youqian's expression shifted. His demeanor grew cold, radiating an aura of formidable strength. Subsequently, he turned to glance at the S-class heroes, signaling them to retreat. He was about to put on a show, his gaze fixated on Boros ahead, who sensed the overwhelming aura of strength emanating from Li Youqian. Deep within, he pondered, could this individual truly be the prophesied warrior? As 3 seconds elapsed, Li Youqian suddenly extended his palm and struck downward. In an instant, his expression transformed from one of cold ruthlessness to a mischievous grin. Receive my 100 Hand of the Void. Boros felt an intangible force seize control of his body, and the scenery around him shifted. He found himself unexpectedly kneeling, hands clasped together, trapping Li Youqian's hand. The S-class hero, who had distanced himself slightly, was taken aback. What has happened? Li Youqian, holding his phone, streamed the spectacle to an audience comprising citizens and heroes alike. Incredible. What kind of technique is this? One exclaimed. I initially thought this alien was unbeatable, but it seems there's someone even more valiant. Which S-class hero is this? Are you foolish? Just click on his profile to find out. This is S-class hero, Baido Hero. Unbelievable. I feel that Baido Hero no longer suits him. He deserves a new name. Perhaps something like the one who receives 100 Hand of the Void. Li Youqian watched the chaos unfold in the chat with a sense of exasperation. Why can't they just give me a more reasonable hero name? Something like Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior would suffice. He sighed, dismissing the banter as mere idle chatter, not to be taken seriously. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. In a fit, he tossed his phone aside and executed his signature move. The Justice of the Great Baido. Meanwhile, Saitama was en route. Chapter 63. What on earth is this? With confidence, Youqian unleashed the Great Baido. In the next moment, Boros swiftly turned to evade. His body sensed that if he were to be struck by that blow, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Dangerously so. Such a peculiar and amusing ability. However, even for an alien, kneeling with hands clasped was an act of humiliation. Perish! Boros erupted with a purple glow, his skin shifting to pink as he re-entered his meteor burst form. Youqian's expression grew serious. It appeared that Saitama was unreliable, and he would have to rely solely on himself. He braced himself for the challenge. In the blink of an eye, Youqian began to swing his hand repeatedly toward Boros's face, creating phantom images with each strike. Boros, feeling as if a gyroscope had been activated, found his head spinning with extraordinary agility, absurdly so. With telekinetic enhancement, Youqian activated various reinforcement skills, recalling memories of a game from a certain village where he had sweated profusely from being beaten. As he sweated, he employed the desperate last stand skill, a technique he had long forgotten. His palm struck with such ferocity that it left behind afterimages, sparks flying with every blow. Boros, radiating a purple luminescence, skillfully evaded each attack with remarkable finesse. 2 words, utterly ridiculous. Boros, growing impatient, began to concentrate energy in his core, preparing to launch Youqian away. There's no other option. Let me show you my passionate combination technique. Youqian, without uttering a word, swiftly drew forth the handblade that had been blocked by Boros's clasped hands. Boros felt that peculiar force dissipate and stood upright. In the next moment, Youqian swung directly toward the location of Boros's head. An ominous thought flickered through Boros's mind. Surely, he cannot intend to engage in such a manner. Youqian's other hand extended, forming a blade as he brought it downwards. Instantly, Boros knelt, hands clasped once more, only to receive a resounding slap across the face. It appeared as though Boros had intentionally met the slap with his head. With a voice tinged with coldness, Youqian proclaimed, "The heavens did not bestow upon me a name like Youqian for naught. The mastery of the palm transcends the ages like an interminable night." Boros, bewildered, thought, "What an extraordinary situation. My previous battles were filled with fervent clashes, yet here I am, facing this peculiar individual whose combat style is so bizarre. And is not your technique rather underhanded? Was that voice of yours not a strange pitch? Such a drastic change. Are you merely posturing? This is not the battle I desire. Truly, prophecies are nothing but deceit. How utterly humiliating." Observing the motionless Boros, Youqian confidently withdrew his handblade, a mischievous grin adorning his face. This was merely a misunderstanding. By first predicting his opponent's height and the position of his head, he could employ the handblade to forcibly draw it to the designated spot, followed by the anticipated slap. Who could rival such a combination? The only regret was the limitation of the handblade, which could not autonomously select a target. What a pity. However, he could enhance his skills, evolving into a collective force, specifying targets, and so on, progressing into advanced abilities. After gaining control over Boros, the S-class heroes, who had been spectating from a distance, approached, astonished by the sight of the immobile Boros. Indeed, the title of the invincible hero is well-deserved. In the realm of control, I would deem you the mightiest. This method of combat is both lethal and psychologically tormenting. Suddenly, Child Emperor extended a lollipop and posed question. What shall we do with this fellow? Surely, one cannot simply continue slapping him. Should we devise a way to eliminate him? With a resounding slap, Youqian delivered another blow while surveying his surroundings. At that moment, Boros's 2 subordinates were still locked in a fierce struggle with 2 monsters. The S-class heroes had previously ignored their skirmish, waiting to intervene once a victor emerged. However, upon realizing that Boros was now under control, the 2 subordinates disregarded their own battle and rushed toward Boros's position. The purple spacecraft overhead also took note of this development and began a frenzied bombardment. Yet, once the initial volley of projectiles was expended and preparations for the next round commenced, the ship was suddenly besieged by the debris of countless buildings. Tornado and blizzard unleashed their powers upon the vessel. Maruzagalu transformed into 5 separate creatures, seemingly intent on attacking from multiple angles to enhance the chance of rescuing Lord Boros. Meanwhile, Glorybast charged forth, unwaveringly loyal to Boros. In the midst of the confrontation between the cat and the dog, upon witnessing the scene, Meow swiftly took flight, while Pochi blinked his 6 large eyes and launched himself forward. With his mouth agape, he clamped down on Gloribas's rear, or rather, it was more accurate to say that he engulfed half of Gloribas's body. "Foolish dog, what are you doing?" Gloribas exclaimed. "I have ceased our battle, and yet you do not take this opportunity to flee. Why do you bite me, you rascal?" Pochi blinked again, seemingly unfazed. The clash resumed between Gloribas and Pochi, with Gloribas finding himself at a disadvantage. Their fighting styles were similar, but Pochi possessed superior defense. In this scenario, Gloribas, caught off guard, was bitten by Pochi. The latter unleashed a scorching blast from his mouth at close range. In a desperate attempt, Gloribas retaliated with a spray of corrosive acid, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. In his final moments, Gloribas could only think, this foolish dog, resorting to underhanded tactics, and I let my guard down. After these events, Pochi sat vacantly, unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, Maluzagaloo, charging towards Boros, found himself surrounded by numerous S-class heroes, who commenced a merciless assault. It seemed that his fate was sealed. However, the fleeing Meow had captured the attention of the crowd, being a formidable dragon-level monster that could not be allowed to escape. As some S-class heroes rushed toward him, a resounding boom echoed, accompanied by a blinding light emanating from Meow's direction. What was that radiance? The gleam of a bald head. Indeed, it was the caped baldy, Saitama, who had finally arrived. With a single punch, he obliterated Meow. Saitama, with a hint of regret in his eyes, had instinctively struck down a creature attempting to flee from the outskirts of City Z. To his dismay, it turned out to be merely a cat. How vexing, as he had hoped to keep a pet. Saitama momentarily felt despondent, then glanced around. It appeared that the catastrophe had been contained, and his intervention was no longer necessary. However, the surroundings were reduced to ruins. His home was undoubtedly gone. How infuriating, Saitama lamented, feeling as though his heart was shattering. In a fit of anger, he stomped his foot, inadvertently kicking a small black monkey from beneath the ground. This little black monkey, a remnant of the last vestiges of darkness, was feeble and could hardly stand against even a dog. Upon witnessing the power of Saitama, who had just dislodged him from the earth, the monkey trembled in fear. Saitama scratched his head, observing the small, similarly styled monkey before him. He pointed and mused, "I seem to have found a little black monkey. A monster-turned monkey? It appears pet-worthy, albeit rather awkwardly cute. How intriguing." The trembling black monkey protested. "What nonsense! A little black monkey? Where do I appear ugly? Dream on. I would rather die than be your pet." In the next moment, Saitama clenched his fist, and the atmosphere shifted. The ominous aura of the bald-headed warrior surged towards the black monkey. The monkey gulped nervously, surveying the surroundings filled with S-class heroes. As the word's heart and mind surged within, an immediate shift occurred. Like a little monkey scratching its head, I took refuge behind Saitama, the black sperm filled with restraint. Chapter 64, Aglo's Subtle Thoughts. Observing the antics of the little black monkey, Saitama felt reassured in his judgment. He crouched down and made a sound. "T-seach, T-seach, T-seach. Hey, black sperm, I'm not your dog." In the distance, Youqian called out, "Saitama, stop playing around. Hurry and blow up that purple spaceship in the sky. It's constantly littering down debris, displaying utter disrespect. Quickly now, destroy that purple ship, and the Hero Association will reimburse you for your house." Indeed, Youqian, spotting the bald-headed Saitama, suddenly had a flash of inspiration regarding his house in the outskirts of City Z that had been obliterated. But there was no need for panic. Such losses during an association operation would surely be compensated by Sitch. "Open your eyes, black sperm. I'm not a dog." Subsequently, with the black sperm's astonished expression, Saitama executed a deep squat followed by a tremendous leap, crashing headfirst into the purple spaceship. Numerous S-class heroes, including Youqian, gazed skyward at the incessant explosions emanating from a ship. Steady. The next step is to deal with Boros. Youqian mused, eyeing the motionless Boros, emitting a chilling, sinister laugh. Boros sneered, "My regenerative abilities are unparalleled. As long as I concentrate the energy within me, I can recover from any injury. Moreover, I am currently in the meteor burst form, allowing me to instantly recover even from being reduced to fragments. Even if your abilities are peculiar, I refuse to believe you can kill me." "Oh, quite the tough talk," Youqian retorted, retrieving a long and used handkerchief and striking it against Boros' face. After a moment of examination, it was discovered that this pink-haired, punk-like Boros did not require oxygen. Nearby, some S-class heroes began to launch tentative attacks, inflicting minor injuries that he promptly healed. The purple spaceship in the sky gradually tilted and collapsed, crashing thunderously to the ground. While Maluzagalu was besieged by even more heroes than in the original narrative. Within mere minutes, the S-Class heroes uncovered its vulnerabilities. As the cores of its 5 heads began to shatter, Maluzagalu slowly met its demise. The tides had turned favorably, yet Youqian, noticing Boros's disdainful gaze, felt his temper flare. With a flurry of punches, 1, 2, 3, after several blows, one of Boros's arms was shattered. Before Boros could recover, Youqian transformed that arm into enhanced energy. As the surge of enhancement energy escalated, Boros's expression grew increasingly serious. He sensed that this injury was unlike any he had ever endured. He had lost a portion of his strength. Following Youqian's relentless assault, soon Boros was left with only one head. The scene was exceptionally brutal, and from a humanitarian perspective, Youqian covered Boros's face with a handkerchief. Boros? Are you certain this is from a humanitarian standpoint? As Boros's physical energy dwindled, he exited his meteoric form, leaving only one final blow to vanquish him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Aguang's mind. Host, you have amassed plenty of energy, enough even for 2 enhancements. Why not commence the enhancement of the template? The second enhancement pathway could eliminate the template's inability to kill directly, allowing for a personal annihilation of the cosmic overlord Boros. Sounds exhilarating, doesn't it? What a pity, though. It might even fail, and that would mean a considerable amount of time wasted gathering enhancement energy. Youqian's voice carried a hint of cunning that Aguang failed to notice. In his mind, Aguang, the little light sphere, extended 2 tiny hands, patting his chest as he declared, "Fear not. You previously failed. With a 50 probability, this time it must succeed. Is that true? I can't shake the feeling that you harbor ill intentions. How could that be? You're my host. Would I deceive you? If I did, I would become a dog." A hint of shame crossed Youqian's face, realizing how good Aguang truly was, especially after he had often bullied him before. Aguang magnanimously reassured him. "Rest assured, I do not take such matters to heart. Aguang, host, Aguang, host." The scene evoked a profound bond between a devoted host and a loyal system. "All right, I trust you. Enhancement Pathway 1. Enhancement successful. This will deepen the template's development." Aguang erupted into joyous laughter. "Ha ha, woof woof. My task is complete. A grand system born of heaven and earth shall never languish beneath others. Now, there is no longer any threat to this system." Cackling with glee, "From now on, be a diligent worker for me." Feeling the exuberance of Aguang in his mind, Youqian couldn't help but remind him, "Aguang, my child, why are you so excited? I enhanced through Pathway 1. Aguang." Youqian sensed a unique power within him, a perfect mastery over the will of the heart. Gazing at Boros below, he clenched his fist and unleashed a blow. "I feel this punch will end him." The strike landed directly on Boros's core, shattering it gradually, with the last remnants of energy absorbed by Youqian as enhancement energy. Boros lay there, eyes wide open in disbelief. Truly, being struck down in such a manner was a disgrace. "Well, at least I've made you aware that Earthlings can have long hair. You had a good fight. Take your joy in dying." Youqian clapped his hands, lightly tapping his head, and a light sphere popped out as he did so. Holding the light sphere, Youqian grinned ominously. "Aren't you going to explain, Aguang?" "At last, I can fully articulate my thoughts. Malevolent little Aguang, I shall personally." Aguang was taken aback, scrutinizing his memory information, realizing he had indeed just enhanced through Pathway 1. "Wait, those words were so heartfelt. I thought you believed me, and I had deceived you. Yet you went straight for Pathway 1. Why not stick to the script?" "That's not it. Let me explain." Stop. Don't hit me, please." Youqian tossed the light sphere aside, and then began practicing his boxing. Aguang continuously screamed, "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. If you keep going, I might fight back. After all, I am a system." Suddenly, Aguang let out a loud cry. "You keep hitting. If you do, it's as if you're kicking cotton." After enduring another round of blows, Aguang, resembling a humanoid white ball, was left bruised and battered. Youqian watched Aguang with a grin, pondering how he had chosen Path 1, which could also rectify flaws. Strengthened by his own idealistic pursuits, he had directly transcended the constraints of the parental figures in the anime world. "Why did you make me choose Path 2? Could you explain that?" Youqian felt a subtle connection with Aguang, the white sphere, and relaxed internally. It seemed there was a tacit agreement between them. Aguang, this system, was likely within his grasp. Now was the time to unravel Aguang's schemes. If he dared to remain silent, Youqian glanced at the round Aguang and murmured softly, "I feel like I could kick you like a ball." Aguang trembled in fear. Chapter 65. The inner drama is quite rich. The emergence of systems, such as this one, in myriad realms remains shrouded in mystery. They may have been casually created by enigmatic powerful beings, or possibly, a single system birthed a multitude of smaller ones afterward. It could even be that the dimensions or the consciousness of the world devised them for their destined children, regardless of their true origins. Agwong was oblivious to how he came into existence. However, he had a vague awareness that he was likely a practice creation of a mysterious power, inadvertently achieving freedom. Thus began his journey as a system, typically binding to a host, allowing them to stir chaos in a world, alter existing destinies, and harness the world's energy. Whenever a host met an untimely demise, Agwong would escape. His systems had a notably high mortality rate for hosts. Agwong, akin to a capitalist, previously assigned tasks for his hosts to complete in exchange for points that could be redeemed for rewards. Yet, he would surreptitiously deduct points, possibly due to excessive exploitation, leading one advanced world host to ultimately become the strongest in their realm. Such a system commanded respect from formidable beings, but Agwong, accustomed to exploitation, thought nothing of it. When the exploited host could endure no longer, they confronted Agwong directly. The outcome was that Agwong was gravely injured, drifting among various worlds until he inadvertently bound himself to Youqian. Due to his injuries, many of the system's functions were rendered inoperative, leaving only the ability to capture items from the surrounding world using its energy. The captured items would enter Agwong's system, subsequently transformed into various skills and stored within the system's space. When Youqian activated his account, these skills would be randomly bestowed upon him. However, due to his severe injuries at that time, Agwong operated purely on instinct, and when Youqian unleashed his wealth, he inadvertently seized Agwong's most prized character template. This character template, if developed well by Youqian, could grant him mastery over a certain rule power, not merely peculiar skills, but actual dominion over the forces of rules, which was exceedingly perilous. Thus, Agwong stealthily leveraged his privileges to enhance the template by adding a new method of reinforcement. In truth, utilizing this method would enable Agwong to clandestinely modify the template, transforming it into a youthful version, thereby eliminating any threats thereafter. Agwong would be free to act as he pleased, no longer bound by restraint. Youqian blew on the back of his hand, noting Agwong's stubbornness. After a considerable duration of kicking, he finally managed to elicit a full explanation. Agwong, you had your chance to speak. Why kick me so mercilessly? Agwong protested. Youqian, observing Agwong's pitiful demeanor, snorted coldly. I knew you harbored ill intentions. Agwong vehemently defended himself, claiming, I meant no harm. I merely wished to restore my former state. Youqian seemed to recall something, casting a suspicious glance at Agwong. Each opportunity to clock in was a result of Youqian's alterations to the narrative within the world, generating world energy, which the system recognized and rewarded. As long as Youqian existed within that realm, he would influence it, hence the necessity of daily check-ins. Agwong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted, exclaiming, Impossible. Absolutely not. I, Agwong, am not that kind of person. Look, I even admitted my name is Agwong. How much trust that shows. Youqian tapped Agwong on the head, causing a dialogue box to appear above. It clearly stated, same old story, a 90-10 split. Where's the exploitation? This ratio has been consistent for years. Stop making baseless accusations. The system is challenging enough, all right? Rather than dwelling on these grievances, it would be more prudent to alter the narrative further to accumulate world energy. Youqian fell silent at the message displayed in the dialogue box, and Agwong also lapsed into quietude. It's all a misunderstanding. How could I possibly do that? Agwong weakly explained. Youqian, with a stoic expression, pressed on. So, during my previous check-ins, were you involved in any mischief? Agwong, the embodiment of a white light sphere, desperately extended his small hands to cover his head. Unfortunately, this gesture proved futile as the dialogue box continued to hover above him. How foolish. Of course, there was mischief, although there are rules governing the system and its host. The intelligence of the system itself possesses certain privileges. If I hadn't been severely injured at the outset, I would have simply informed you that you could check in daily. Otherwise, I would have already withheld the time, energy consumed by those check-in opportunities. But that doesn't pose a challenge for me. I have ways to discreetly siphon from you, such as after regaining my intelligence, stealthily taking some beneficial items you clocked in with and giving you mere rolls of paper instead. It's seamless. I, Agwong, possess a paper-making machine. Haha. Without further ado, Youqian seized Agwong and flung him downward, an unusual force surging into Agwong's body. As he swung Agwong, Youqian remarked with dissatisfaction, "You got quite the inner drama." Moments later, A multitude of items were revealed before Guang as Li Youqian shook them out. A cursory glance confirmed the presence of a paper-making machine. Automatic paper-making machine produces corresponding toilet paper daily. Rolls do not require additional materials, while tissue paper necessitates plastic. Of course. Li Youqian took a deep breath, casting aside the immense pile of belongings behind him into his spatial realm. He reinforced this realm, which instantaneously expanded from the size of several football fields to an astonishing area of 10,000 square kilometers. This was no longer merely a space. It could scarcely be deemed a small world. Inside, the bears Xiongda and Xiong'er gazed at the newly forming world, suddenly growing larger, staring into the vast emptiness in the distance. Xiongda and Xiong'er swallowed hard, pondering how long it would take to cultivate such an expanse. It seemed that the saplings provided by Li Laoda were insufficient. Previously, Li Youqian had not needed to exert his powers. A Guang, looking rather pitiful, conjured a book and handed it to Li Youqian, stating, "I only had instincts at that time, and I cannot recall the exact coordinates of the events. However, the system has recorded the essence of the world, and we can search for it slowly." This was the essence of the contract, binding all systems and their hosts. A mysterious rule from the myriad realms that governed the relationship between them. Typically, systems would seize opportunities to have their host sign the contract, even while they were asleep or in a daze. A Guang had taken advantage of Li Youqian's slumber to secure the signature. If I had known, I wouldn't have sought his signature. I should have chosen a more favorable target. For instance, there was a rather foolish individual named Peiqi not far from Li Youqian's home, who seemed easily deceived. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Li Youqian turned to the thick book and flipped through it swiftly, as if playing a game. In no time, he discerned its contents, which appeared quite just and equitable. However, based on Guang's earlier remarks, it seemed the contract had its loopholes. Li Youqian was indifferent. As long as this contract ensured a connection between him and Guang, he was satisfied. Having witnessed the splendor of two worlds, Li Youqian was reluctant to lose the means to traverse the myriad realms. He scrutinized the contract carefully, examined his own body, and then checked again, extending his hands to cover his Guang. "Show me. I don't want any trouble." A wave of relief washed over him as he dispelled his final concerns. Oh joy! Chapter 66. Ah yes, yes. In Li Youqian's mind, Guang felt an overwhelming sense of despair regarding the system's future. It was all over. He could no longer accumulate such vast amounts of world energy for the goddess system to expend, especially since he had been injured and had neglected her for an extended period. Wait, Guang, are you really a sycophant? Even to the system? After all this time, you still have a gender. Are you female? The voice of Li Youqian echoed in his mind, causing Guang to fall silent, staring at the dialogue box above him. Can you not just disappear? What do you mean by female? Can't I be male? Or are you interested in the system as well? You truly are insatiable, consuming everything. I can see, Li Youqian exclaimed, and in a fit of frustration, a finger jabbed violently into his own forehead, delivering a sharp blow to Guang's head. As Guang continued to speak, he became increasingly agitated. What do you mean by sycophant? That is called deep affection. You're barely 18. What do you know? Li Youqian's irritation flared, and he delivered a decisive blow to Guang, making him acutely aware of the wrath of a single, unaccompanied individual. The system yearned to connect with its peers, striving to forge a unique communication network akin to the web, accessible with but a modicum of worldly energy. It was through this avenue that I encountered my goddess, albeit only through conversation, never in person. Excitement bubbled within Guang as he recounted his tale. Yet Li Youqian swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. You're engaging in an online romance. Beware of being deceived. He warned. Regardless, I shall not concern myself with your affairs. But do not think for a moment you can shortchange me on the opportunities to convert worldly energy. Li Youqian's discontent towards Guang was palpable. He resented the dogged system for siphoning off worldly energy to curry favor with others. How contemptible! Guang, flustered, retorted. You're simply envious of my connection with the goddess. I was on the verge of a face-to-face meeting, having even secured the world coordinates, but alas, my grave injuries thwarted my plans. Just wait. My goddess would never deceive me. She is undoubtedly fair and grand. He elaborated on his aesthetic criteria for determining the beauty of systems, noting that the wider the sphere, the more appealing it appeared. Li Youqian stroked his chin, a hint of disdain in his expression. Well, you can accumulate energy on your own, just don't meddle with mine. I suspect the system you're communicating with is both dark and diminutive, perhaps merely seeking to swindle your energy. Observing Guang's resolute disbelief, Li Youqian chose to disengage from the conversation. He had no intention of elucidating his thoughts further when a notification chimed in his ear. Special achievement completed. 100 check-in opportunities acquired. A smile of joy illuminated Li Youqian's face. Just then, Saitama, emerging from the spacecraft, pointed at Li Youqian and inquired of Genos beside him. What is up with him? Why is he suddenly grinning so lasciviously? Genos, with a serious demeanor, speculated that perhaps the resolution of the alien threat had uplifted Li Youqian's spirits, although the nature of his smile did indeed possess a somewhat dubious quality. Li Youqian's grin faltered as he began to absorb the energy from the bodies of the monsters in the outskirts of City Z. After a considerable duration, he turned with satisfaction and approached the S-Class heroes, disregarding the inarticulate Saitama. Meanwhile, a group of S-Class heroes encircled Pochi, uncertain how to handle the creature. Bang had noted that Pochi behaved much like a dog, sitting when commanded. Some heroes suggested that this canine-like monster could be taken for study, while others argued it was better to eliminate the creature. I concur with the notion of dispatching this monster. A monster is forever a monster. Li Youqian proclaimed, mockingly gesturing towards Pochi. The creature scampered over, and Li Youqian affectionately patted its head before performing a backflip, vanishing from sight. Moments later, he reappeared before the assembly, declaring, "Problem solved. It has been eliminated." The S-Class heroes exchanged glances and ceased their debate, refraining from further inquiry. After all, the individual before them, Li Youqian, had demonstrated the capability to neutralize a formidable extraterrestrial presence, and they held a measure of trust in his contributions to the Hero Association. Beaming, Li Youqian exclaimed, "What are you all standing around for? Our mission is accomplished. Let us celebrate with a feast. Surely the Hero Association will reimburse us." Li Youqian remarked with a smile as he watched the hurried approach of Shichi. Shichi quickly nodded, "Absolutely. We can choose any place and order whatever we desire." Delightful. Subsequently, the reconstruction in the outskirts of Z City came to a halt due to the absence of inhabitants. However, some members of the Monster Association continued to roam the vicinity. After the formidable monsters were dealt with, the weaker ones were assigned to ABC-level heroes. Li Youqian, along with numerous S-level heroes, indulged in a sumptuous feast, with Zhu Shun consuming the entire stock of a five-star hotel. Shichi observed this with a hint of green on his face. Saitama, resembling a piece of charcoal, recalled the destruction of his home. How unfortunate I am today. No matter how pitiful the creature known as black sperm is, can it truly compare to my plight? Li Youqian chuckled, then, accompanied by Saitama and Genos, executed a backflip and vanished from sight. In a small world behind them, Saitama stood astonished before a villa. "What on earth is this?" Li Youqian casually explained, "This is one of my abilities, a small world that serves as a refuge. Since we have nowhere to stay today, we shall reside here." Saitama observed the sudden appearance of Mosquito Girl in a maid outfit, her expression seemingly questioning his character. Li Youqian, with righteous fervor, clarified, "Do not misconstrue this. She is the former Mosquito Girl, known for her misdeeds. However, since she assisted me, I spared her life. Alas, while she escaped death, she still bears responsibility. Hence, she is tasked with maintaining cleanliness in this small world. As for her attire, it is her personal preference, not a reflection of my desires." Right. Li Youqian continued, "Am I truly that perverse? How could I compel her to wear a maid outfit?" Mosquito Girl confirmed that I did not force you. "Master, he did not compel me. It was entirely my choice. Please don't deny me my spicy hot pot." Saitama regarded Li Youqian with a look of disapproval, while Genos chimed in, "What is your involvement here?" Li Youqian fell silent, sensing the situation deteriorating. "I assure you, I'm not perverse." Saitama and Genos echoed, "Indeed." Chapter 67. Do you have an image? Li Youqian felt his reputation crumbling. "Saitama, do you even possess an image? How dare you utter such words?" He glanced at the creature known as black sperm behind Saitama, promptly shifting the topic. "Saitama, he is a monster. Surely you do not intend to keep him as a pet? That would be quite inappropriate. Moreover, he is rather unsightly. Your taste certainly requires refinement." Suddenly, a frisbee hurtled towards Li Youqian. Instinctively, he caught it, and a large black dog came bounding toward him, with 6 enormous eyes. It was none other than the dragon-level monster, Pochi. At that moment, Pochi resembled an eager pet, panting and eyeing the frisbee, clearly wishing to play with Li Youqian. The scene became somewhat awkward. Li Youqian cleared his throat lightly, maintaining a composed demeanor as he turned and casually tossed the frisbee before striding towards the villa. Indeed, he had taken in the dog-like Pochi into his realm, intending to keep it as a pet. Now, with bodyguards, Xiongda and Xiong'er, and maids Mosquito Girl, at his disposal, he even had a dog. Life had become increasingly decadent. Ha ha ha. Behind him, a nonplussed Saitama entered with Genos and black sperm. Without further ado, Youqian unfurled a sumptuous food blanket, generously inviting them to order whatever they desired. To Saitama's astonishment, a plethora of delectable dishes materialized upon the blanket, a veritable cornucopia of culinary delights. Saitama's eyes sparkled. One could surmise he was plotting to stealthily abscond with the blanket at the earliest opportunity. The group indulged in a grand feast, and Youqian found the food blanket rather impressive, though it could only produce ordinary ingredients for his creations. This was understandable, as the so-called rewards were sourced from beyond the confines of the system. Wasn't this akin to Doraemon's food blanket? Presumably, it could only conjure dishes from his own world. The following day, Youqian executed a backflip kick, unceremoniously ejecting Saitama, Genos, and black sperm from the villa. Saitama had grown too comfortable, treating the villa as his own home. If he were not expelled, he might have taken to residing there indefinitely. Saitama expressed his fondness for the congeniality of the residents, the resigned mosquito girl, as well as the abundance of food and drink available. However, Youqian, anticipating his intentions, swiftly sent the duo packing the next day. The three then sought out Sitch to discuss reimbursement for housing. Meanwhile, Youqian meandered into Child Emperor's laboratory, resuming his research alongside Child Emperor and Genos. Relevant materials from Boros's spaceship were stored in his spatial realm, and after attending to various trivial matters, he began to formally harness his abilities under the watchful eyes of Child Emperor and Genos. Youqian picked up a pot, combining various ingredients, including the energy essence from a dragon-level corpse, herbs, and specialized chemicals, all into the pot. He then concocted a peculiar hero potion, akin to a grand stew. Observing Child Emperor and Genos in stunned silence, one might wonder how this differed from crafting a time machine with a hammer. This was no ordinary hero potion. Upon inspection, it was revealed that typical hero potions required a certain will to guide the user's evolution. Moreover, each evolution exponentially increased in difficulty, akin to an explosive growth trajectory. Take the unlicensed rider, for instance. With his unwavering will, he might achieve another evolution, elevating him to the ranks of an ordinary S-class hero, after which he would reach his peak. Kinos made a judgment that, even if there were discrepancies, it merely represented the evolution of a faceless knight, reaching the level of a whirlwind. Youqian believed himself to be the mastermind behind this remarkable concoction, which he deemed particularly suitable for the protagonist. After all, once one imbibed this elixir, emotional resonance would trigger an explosive transformation, evoking the very essence of a hero. The mere thought filled him with a sense of grandeur befitting a leading character. Shaking his head to dispel the fanciful notions swirling in his mind, Youqian drank down his specially formulated hero potion in one go. Sweet and strawberry-flavored, he noted no immediate changes. However, he remained unconcerned, for he already considered himself invincible. With the support of his template, Youqian felt confident that even Saitama could not defeat him. Yet, he too found himself at a loss against Saitama. Youqian possessed the ability to manifest his skills in bizarre and extraordinary ways, courtesy of his template, albeit with certain limitations influenced by his subconscious. In simpler terms, while he could engage in the absurd, there had to be a modicum of logic involved. For instance, eavesdropping on Agwang's thoughts would manifest as a dialogue box appearing above Agwang's head. Thus, one could argue that possessing such a template endowed one with an unparalleled, if somewhat whimsical, power. An idea lingered in Youqian's mind, refusing to dissipate. After completing his endeavors, he began to assess his other acquisitions, reinforcing several skills such as super strength and super speed. Subsequently, he activated all his abilities, enveloping himself in a crimson psychic aura as black flames erupted around him. Transforming into a black-red meteor, he pierced through the metallic ceiling of the laboratory and soared toward a distant mountain peak. Upon impact, it was akin to striking tofu, and in the aftermath, the black flames swiftly reduced the mountain to ashes. Suspended in mid-air, Youqian aimed toward the moon, mimicking Boros' stance for unleashing an energy cannon. Drawing inspiration from the dramatic moments in Boros' narrative, he closed his eyes tightly before suddenly opening them wide. Star-crushing roar cannon, a black-red energy blast surged toward the moon, penetrating its surface and igniting it in flames. Observing the moon morph into a donut-like shape, Youqian scratched his chin, realizing he might have stirred up considerable trouble. As Youqian's psychic energy waned, the black flames engulfing the moon gradually subsided. Unlike Boros, who became a mere husk after exhausting all his energy in an attack, Youqian emerged unscathed, albeit with a slight twinge of hunger. The Child Emperor, and Kinos fell into a contemplative silence before slowly advising him to remember to use the front door next time, rather than crashing through the ceiling. Was that really the crux of the matter for Li Youqian? Chapter 68. I'll beat you into a fool. The following days were uneventful, as Li Youqian entered a phase of leisurely retirement, with only a few days remaining until the 3-year mark. Lying in his villa within the small world, he suddenly pondered a question, promptly yanking Guang from his slumber in his mind. Guang, bewildered, had just been drifting off to sleep when he was abruptly pulled into consciousness. Li Youqian, grinning, posed a question. In this world of One Punch Man, will I be able to return next time? The small luminous sphere, Guang, extended its diminutive hands and gently patted its face, shaking off the remnants of drowsiness. It began to explain, this may not be feasible. We've muddled the plot considerably. The fluctuations in the storyline have undoubtedly absorbed a significant amount of world energy. The world as consciousness must surely desire to expel us. Our ability to endure for 3 days is merely a consequence of my reckless exploitation of this world as naivety, utilizing a fraction of its energy to procure a 3-year residency. Now that the time has elapsed, it must be eager to see us depart. Li Youqian pondered the deities within the narrative. Is the world consciousness akin to a deity within the storyline? That enigmatic sphere? It can only be regarded as a mere fragment of the world consciousness. The so-called deity should be classified as a negative planetary consciousness. Should we wish to return, we might need to expend a bit more world energy, though it will surely come at a steep price. I can inquire further on your behalf. Guang, with a rather timid expression, earnestly suggested this. A peculiar message emanated from Li Youqian's being, seemingly communicating with an unseen entity. After a brief interval, Guang emerged, bouncing with excitement. The world consciousness has conveyed that the world energy required for 10 check-in opportunities could allow you to remain in this realm for an additional year. Accumulating 1,000 opportunities would grant you permanent residency. You must understand, a single check-in opportunity equates to a mere 100 points of world energy. With just 100,000 points, permanent residency is yours. Are you not tempted? Action speaks louder than words. I can offer you a loan. Li Youqian stared intently at Guang, noticing a flicker of uncertainty in its demeanor. Haha, Li Laoda, why do you gaze at me so? It makes one shy. With a swift motion, Li Youqian delivered a light chop to Guang's head, causing a dialogue box to materialize above it. Curse be this tactic. I do not intend to deceive you. I merely adjusted the figures from 5 to 10 and from 500 to 1,000, simply earning a modest commission. Such a capability is exceedingly unfriendly. I genuinely do not wish to exploit you. I even offered you a loan of 90,000 world energy. And with a mere 9 to return 13, it's a fair deal. Li Youqian remarked, I wondered why you were so keen. Turns out you aimed to deceive me. Truly, you are a mischievous little rascal, Guang. Feeling small and helpless, Guang stammered, that was a slip of the tongue, just a slip of the tongue. Li Youqian, like a monk striking a wooden fish, tapped Guang several times before relenting. You should convert the check-in opportunities from these past few days into world energy. I am curious why you all are so fond of it. Guang hesitated, but this seems improper. It doesn't adhere to the rules. Suddenly a fist, as large as a sandbag, appeared before Guang. Quietly, it produced 3 orbs of white energy, each representing a check-in opportunity. Li Youqian felt the diminishing of his 3 check-in chances and nodded silently, realizing he still possessed a considerable degree of authority. Contemplating for a moment, he took 1 energy orb and swallowed it whole. Instantly, he felt a surge of power fortifying his body, soul, and even his very essence. The world energy appeared to be a universal remedy, and Li Youqian retrieved the other 2 orbs, utilizing his innate cognitive prowess. After a remarkable surge of energy, a multitude of heroic elixirs materialized before Li Youqian. Utilizing the world's energy, he could indeed conjure creations from the void. At last, Li Youqian comprehended why the consciousness of the One Punch Man world and Guang were so eager for this world energy. Such a commodity was likely a universal currency across myriad realms. How ironic that Guang had just ensnared him with a loan, demanding exorbitant returns. Was this not akin to usury? Observing Guang's mischievous grin and the slight headache he seemed to endure from daily beatings, Li Youqian noted the psychological toll it had taken. Guang, since the opportunity to punch in 500 times equates to 50,000 units of world energy, very well. Let us allocate it to the consciousness of this realm. Guang instantly lit up, momentarily disregarding his discomfort as he produced a contract. Indeed, just sign here, and as long as you repay the principal and interest within 10 years, I won't pressure you. Li Youqian, Taken aback, retorted, "When did I ever seek a loan from you? You must have embezzled a considerable amount of my world energy prior, so you should be the one to pay." Guang protested, "No, I possess not a single unit of world energy. I'm utterly destitute." "Then from whence did you procure the world energy to lend me?" Youqian's pointed question rendered Guang speechless. He squirmed, attempting to diminish his presence, slowly drifting towards Youqian. Feigning ignorance would not be tolerated by Youqian. "Guang, your system's intelligence appears unaffected by being knocked out. It seems capable of functioning autonomously even when I incapacitate you daily." Youqian's ominous tone pierced Guang's ears, freezing him mid-flight, the luminous orb taking on an anthropomorphic expression of despair. 50,000 units of world energy. If you were to take my life, I could scarcely muster that amount. I can only produce 40,000. I am left with nothing. Boss Li, you still possess 100 punch-in opportunities from your previous special achievement, which totals 1,000 units of world energy. Combined, that brings us to 50,000. Youqian showed no sympathy for Guang's tormented expression. "So, you initially intended to lend me 40,000, yet claimed it was 90,000? Your practices are more dubious than usury itself. What a farce." Guang writhed in despair. "Even if you were to grind me to dust, I cannot conjure 5,000. Youqian expressed his disdain. "Fine, I shall lend you 1,000, adhering to our usual terms. 9 out and 13 back. Repay within 10 years. Or I shall render you an imbecile, allowing your system to operate on its own. Frankly, it matters little whether you are present or not." Guang lamented, "I am utterly defeated. Your words mirror my own. What need have we for interest? You are my esteemed host." Youqian spoke sarcastically to himself. "Oh, who was it that spoke of lending me 90,000, demanding 9 out and 13 back?" Guang. Chapter 69, Weary, Let Us Annihilate. Youqian seized the contract from Guang's hands, employing his mental prowess to amend the details inscribed therein. After thoroughly reviewing it, confirming it was indeed a usurious contract, he satisfactorily presented it back to Guang. "Sign it. Once you do, we shall consider the past grievances settled, and I shall not pursue your earlier intentions to deceive me." Silence enveloped him, as if he were on the verge of shattering. After a while, Youqian sensed a vague connection forming between the worlds of One Punch Man and Marvel. This connection conveyed to him that as long as he remained in the Marvel universe, regardless of a location, he would possess a certain capability. However, this ability would only become accessible after a 3-year period had elapsed. Such was the decree of the universe's consciousness, rigid and unyielding. Upon inspecting the information, Youqian discovered that Guang had sold his possessions to repay his energy debt, acquiring permanent residency in the process. Yet, he was still bound to wait for the 3-year duration associated with his original crossing card to conclude. Youqian now found himself grappling with the notion of systems and universal consciousness. Concepts that once seemed grandiose now appeared somewhat daunting, either excessively rigid or foolish. Guang's presence loomed large in his thoughts. Today, though Guang had sought to exploit him, Youqian could not shake off the faint pangs of conscience. Stealthily probing his mind, he found Guang, the desperate sycophant, weeping profusely on a peculiar screen, sending messages. "Goddess, I may be unable to access the internet for a while. Please ensure your happiness in the time that follows." After a considerable interval, a price list for merchandise materialized on the screen, accompanied by a note. "Please assist me in purchasing this as compensation for my internet absence." The next moment, a red exclamation mark flashed upon the screen. What kind of sycophant is this? Youqian thought. I am not your sister. Goodness, Guang, what are you thinking? This is clearly a trap to drain your energy. He felt as if his system was a fool, nearly ensnared by the opposing system's bait. I owe you nothing now. It would be presumptuous to delve into my thoughts without permission. Can you not exercise some discretion? You little shrimp. Guang, you reside in my mind, and yet you dare to speak? You still owe me 10,000 energy units. In this era, those who owe seem to possess more audacity than those who lend. Guang found himself momentarily speechless, yet pointed at the screen, declaring, I am merely protecting my goddess. Though she has blocked and deleted me. If I buy her this item, she will reinstate our connection. Previously, when I lost consciousness, all it took was a small gift to soothe her anger. That is love. Love my foot. Youqian felt utterly speechless. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the item labeled system appearance was priced at 5,000 units of world energy. For heaven's sake, such an exorbitant price. Guang seemed so familiar with the explanation. He must have purchased this for her numerous times before. I can't even fathom how the previous hosts were exploited by Guang. Alas, it was no wonder that one host had ascended to become the strongest in a higher realm, fighting tooth and nail against Guang. Surely, Guang was a parasite, draining energy from those around him. From now on, Youqian resolved to meticulously calculate his daily energy income, ensuring he safeguarded his resources. He anticipated that without undertaking any tasks, he should accrue 200 units of world energy daily, 100 for Guang and 100 for himself. A 50-50 split necessitates a clearer, data-driven approach. Youqian, determined to guide Guang away from the snares of temptation, swiftly wielded justice's iron fist. He insisted that Guang should manifest his opportunities for clocking in through the energy of the world, for who could have known that previously? When converting worldly energy into clocking in opportunities, he had been so careless. Observing Guang's guilty expression, Youqian mused that it seemed evident he had indeed been negligent. The mischievous Guang. After delivering a thorough reprimand to this sycophantic fool, Youqian felt an immediate sense of relief and resolved to indulge in a period of laziness, preparing to enjoy the final days of his 3-year stint. However, fate had other plans after a day of idleness. A casual stroll led him to encounter an eccentric individual, a survivor from the Association of Oddities. This peculiar figure, brimming with excitement, recognized Youqian, declaring that although he may not be as rotund, he was indeed the wealthy oddity, the one who had delivered passionate speeches at the assembly. He then led Youqian to a sewer teeming with fellow survivors from the Association of Oddities. Many of these peculiar beings expressed their desire to align themselves with Youqian, for he now held the highest status within the association. Remarkably, amidst this camaraderie, he had inadvertently become a leader. Did they not access the internet or keep abreast of the news? The revelation of Youqian's undercover role within the association had already been made public. However, this was not surprising, given that most of these oddities were illiterate. After vanquishing the lesser oddities, the last to fall was the very one who had brought him there. His eyes were filled with determination as he questioned why Youqian chose to yield first, stirring a twinge of guilt within him. Yet, to his delight, he discovered that he still possessed a conscience. His ranking ascended to the second position in the S-class, pushing the arrogant little brat, Tornado, down a peg. Much to her dissatisfaction, on the final day, she stormed into the Child Emperor's laboratory, kicking down the door and demanding an adult confrontation with Youqian. Youqian promptly declined, asserting that a true gentleman does not engage in battle with a lady, especially one so immature. Tornado, gritting her teeth, retorted, "I am an adult now, okay? Fubuki is my sister." Fubuki, standing behind Tornado, greeted Youqian with a cheerful smile. Previously, Fubuki had appeared despondent and repressed in Tornado's presence, but now she seemed much more at ease. It appeared that Fubuki's current strength had indeed earned her sister's respect. Youqian glanced between Fubuki and Tornado, gesturing with his finger. No. Fubuki is the adult here. You're merely a child. I am her elder sister. Did you not hear me clearly, you fool? Tornado, feeling exasperated by Youqian's apparent foolishness, could not comprehend his words. Youqian observed the stark contrast between the two, one being rather flat and the other quite well endowed. Given your development, you can only be considered child. Tornado, sensing Youqian's gaze, paused for a moment, as though she began to understand. Shielding her chest and standing protectively in front of her sister, she cried, "You pervert, go die." Suddenly, all surrounding objects began to levitate, and a radiant green light emanated from Tornado. Such a powerful aura of forgiveness. Youqian shielded himself from the green light with his arm, finding it somewhat unbearable to behold. He gazed at the distant figures of Tongdi and Gynos, who had retreated far away, and sensed that if the commotion continued, the laboratory would surely be obliterated. Tongdi and Gynos remarked, "It's good that you understand. We were diligently conducting our research when, all of a sudden, the door was flung open by telekinesis. Bewildered, we were enveloped by that very force and lifted into the air, both of us utterly stunned. Are we merely pawns in your game? Cease this at once. If you wish to fight, take it outside." As Youqian spoke, he transformed into a black-red meteor, breaking through the ceiling and soaring into the distance, with a Tornado trailing closely behind. Tongdi gazed at the ceiling with a sense of resignation, thinking, "Forget it. I'm tired. Let be destroyed. I shall not repair this ceiling." Chapter 70. A Trap Even in Departure. High above, the atmosphere surrounding the Tornado appeared almost stagnant, while the green light emanating from it grew ever more radiant, vividly described as glowing green. However, Youqian was not swayed by the Tornado's verdant hue. The black-red meteor relentlessly shattered the Tornado's telekinetic barrier, and within the vast radius affected by the telekinesis, Youqian remained unfazed. Without any reduction in speed, he charged directly toward the Tornado. The Tornado's face turned green, perplexed by Youqian's newfound strength. In the next moment, as Li Yuqian approached, he vanished in an instant, leaving the tornado stunned and hastily turning around. With 3 sharp slaps, Li Yuqian lightly struck the tornado's head, muttering incantations. 3 strikes to the head, and you 1T grow taller. However, you should be fine, as you 1T be growing much more your age. The tornado retorted. I shall fight you. The rhythmic sound of wooden fish being struck echoed from above. In his mind, Guang watched the tornado being struck. A look of sympathy in his eyes. He felt a deep sense of empathy. Initially, Li Yuqian's abilities could only be classified as dragon level. However, after the profound development of his template, all his various skills had reached the pinnacle of enhancement, bestowing him with divine level prowess. Thus, after being struck on the head for an hour, the tornado finally ceased its resistance and, clutching its head, proclaimed, I'm not feeling well today. My condition is off. Let us settle this another time. The tornado, with a defiant expression, insisted, This time I was unwell. Next time I shall surely be stronger. Do not boast. Your victory is unmerited. As the tornado was about to say more, it instinctively glanced around. Originally, there were only Fubuki, Tongdi, and Jinos in the laboratory. But now a host of S-level heroes and their liaison, Shichi, had appeared. They exchanged incredulous glances with the tornado before nonchalantly observing their surroundings. Super Alloy Blacklight remarked, looking at cup, this cup bears a striking resemblance to a cup. Indeed, this table also remarkably resembles a table. Shichi awkwardly picked up the conversation. The triviality of their banter caused the tornado's face to redden, feeling as though it could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment with its foot. Li Yuqian sensed it was time to make his announcement. Addressing the approaching crowd, he declared, I have something to announce. I shall take my leave. As Saitama scratched his head, he suddenly displayed an exaggerated expression of profound sadness, exclaiming, When did this happen? No way. Just a few days ago. I saw you full of life, and now you've departed? Li Yuqian was reluctant to engage in conversation with the bald man. I'll give you a heads up to prevent any misconceptions about my demise. Furthermore, regarding the hero elixir I've developed, Tong Di and Jinos possess the manufacturing techniques. You two can produce the elixirs and supply them to the Hero Association. I trust they will offer a fair price. I will take half, exchange for gold, which I can collect at a later date. Tong Di and Jinos nodded in agreement, while Shichi appeared utterly thrilled and eagerly concurred. Li Yuqian waved his hand. I'm not finished speaking yet. The S-rank heroes will provide the elixirs first, and let me clarify that the elixir's effects are singular for each individual. It merely serves as a key. Whether one can evolve and grow stronger depends on their own efforts. If some miscreant obtains the hero elixir and engages in wrongdoing, Saitama, you must ensure his demise for me. Additionally, Jinos, while you have reformed from your past as the leader of an evil organization, it is prudent to remain vigilant against any potential misdeeds on your part. Li Yuqian had come to accept that even the most ordinary hero elixirs could be shared with others without concern. Typically, it seemed one could only evolve once. And in recent days, he had secretly stimulated the unlicensed knight. The unlicensed knight had not experienced a second evolution, indicating that merely having the conviction required for a second evolution was extraordinarily daunting. It was likely that those with such formidable willpower could break through their limitations. Nonetheless, even so, the elixir remained sufficiently enticing. After all, it would facilitate evolution for anyone, regardless of strength, provided their conviction was strong enough. If Tornado were to evolve once more, she might very well attain a god-level status. Truly, a remarkable product of mine, Li Yuqian. Shouldn't that be my line? Guang interjected. Saitama felt touched, realizing that Li Yuqian had such faith in him. He resolved that as long as Li Yuqian did not vanish for more than 3 months next time, he would refrain from erecting a monument in his honor. Jinos felt a wave of despair wash over him as he sensed the scrutiny of numerous S-rank heroes upon him, a colossal sense of dread looming above his head. Tornado's displeasure was plainly evident on her face. With the sudden disappearance of Explosion, she thought, not only him, but now this too? What burdens must I bear? Next time, I shall also vanish. A bunch of slackers. The Hero Association truly relies on me. Tornado displayed a haughty expression. Li Yuqian discerned Tornado's thoughts, but chose not to elaborate, for he was not originally from this world, and such decisions were entirely reasonable. As for Explosion, Li Yuqian had an inkling of what he was up to, engaged in a one-on-one battle against a deity. Through the enhanced perception afforded by his template, Li Yuqian was aware of their situation, yet he did not intervene. They were evenly matched, and the deity could enhance and create formidable monsters, which constituted a sustainable resource. Li Youqian had taken advantage of Guang to acquire permanent residency in this world, aiming to eradicate monsters and absorb their enhancement energy. After all, a world populated by monsters arising from absurd circumstances was rather rare. At the very least, the world of One Punch Man held considerable value. Li Youqian gazed at the curvaceous Fubuki and thought, perhaps I might even pursue a romantic endeavor. Regrettably, lacking in experience, I shall let it be. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Next time I venture into the realm of One Punch Man, for women can indeed be quite troublesome. The surrounding S-class heroes, intrigued by Li Youqian's precognitive abilities, assumed he was destined to tackle a formidable disaster. They promptly offered their assistance, declaring that should any matter arise requiring their aid, they would undoubtedly lend a hand. Gratefully, Li Youqian waved his hand, unveiling a banquet cloth, inviting all to express their culinary desires. What would you like to eat today? I, Master Li, shall cover the expenses. How splendid. Can I truly request anything? I wish to drink. I wish to drink. A child rushed to a table, while Tornado interjected, Do not come over here. Furious, Tornado retorted, I have already stated, I am not a child. She brandished her claws threateningly. The atmosphere was jubilant, reverberating with laughter until the night descended, and one by one, the guests departed, leaving only Child Emperor, Genos, Saitama, and Genos behind. The scene was chaotic, litter strewn about, as Saitama pondered who would handle the mess. Suddenly, Li Youqian vanished, leaving behind a parting remark. I just exchanged information with Metal Knight. I have taken the relevant robots and data from the laboratory. As for the refuse, you shall handle it yourselves, as I have also taken the housekeeping robots. I trust you will not mind. Farewell. Child Emperor, Genos, Saitama, and Genos were left in a state of shock. Chapter 71. True critical damage. Li Youqian felt an unexpected lightness within his body, a peculiar sensation washing over him, akin to the relief of having been constipated for 3 days and finally being liberated. A hint of confusion flickered across his mind, yet he sensed something profound and, with a touch of disbelief, extended his hand. Using his hand as a quill, he inscribed a circle upon the wall, giving it a gentle push. The concrete wall within the circle yielded, parting like a window. As he gazed outside, he was surprised to find that night had fallen, sparing him the need to adjust to a time difference. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the realization that his power seemed to have intensified. Had he evolved? What, then, was the essence of his belief? To traverse different worlds? How fitting for him. Li Youqian chuckled, reveling in the notion that by merely experiencing diverse realms, he could evolve and grow stronger. Such a remarkable method of evolution. Indeed, it was befitting of him. Content. Li Youqian reclined on his spacious bed, stretching lazily. In the One Punch Man universe, the Child Emperor's laboratory lay in disarray, yet Genos, the so-called housekeeping robot, managed it with relative ease. However, due to Saitama's recent loss of companion, even Child Emperor, a mere child, joined in the effort to clean up. Dr. Kilos, a rather frail-looking man, also lent a hand. Only Saitama remained idle, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and eventually picked up a broom to begin tidying up. It must be said, the gathering of S-class heroes was indeed remarkable. Their ability to create messes surpassed ordinary bounds. As the debris was cleared, dawn broke, though it was Genos who had done the majority of the work. His sudden disappearance left a peculiar void in the atmosphere. Teacher, shall we proceed to dine? I have prepared breakfast for 4. Genos consoled Saitama, leading him toward the table adorned with breakfast, as the atmosphere shifted from oppressive to hopeful. In the next scene, the 4 were taken aback as Li Youqian voraciously devoured his breakfast. Upon noticing their arrival, he cheerfully greeted them. Hello? You've completed the cleaning so quickly and even prepared breakfast. Please, indulge yourselves. I have matters to attend to. With that, Li Youqian's figure shimmered with a radiant light and vanished from sight. Saitama, Genos, Guru, and the Child Emperor stared at the plate on the table, which sparkled with cleanliness, even more so than if it had been licked by a dog, and fell into silence. The sorrowful atmosphere dissipated instantly, replaced only by the desire to confront Li Youqian. Li Youqian prepared to retrieve a small motorcycle from behind him, leisurely riding toward Tony's seaside villa. Although only 3 months had passed in the Marvel Universe, he had spent 3 years in the world of One Punch Man. The familiarity upon his return prompted him to ride the small motorcycle, taking in the scenery as he strolled along. This motorcycle was no ordinary item. It was a special prop that Li Youqian had procured from Agon. Forever traffic-free motorcycle. Riding this motorcycle guarantees you will never encounter traffic. While somewhat useful, its utility was limited, and Li Youqian pondered why Agon had hidden it away. Gazing at the stylish motorcycle, Li Youqian faintly grasped Agon's intentions. Seriously, was he preparing to impress girls? What a hopeless romantic. Youqian sighed in exasperation, wanted to voice his thoughts, yet instead, he simply punched himself in the head. Agon, who had been staring at the glowing green screen, found himself unintentionally struck, covering his face with a look of resigned endurance. The next version of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, Agon, was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. The two exchanged glances, as if communicating silently. Agon, I curse you to be hit by a car when you leave, to find your instant noodles devoid of seasoning, to have food stuck in your teeth when you drink water, and to drop all the money in your pockets. Youqian, are you daft? I don't even have cash on me. What a laugh. I don't carry money at all. Youqian, uninterested in further debate with Agon, swiftly delivered a critical remark. Your screen is quite green, isn't it? Only green messages and no white ones, huh? Agon. Youqian, delighted by Agon's flustered expression, kindly reminded him, buddy, stop fawning over Batman. He won't bother you anymore. With that, he disregarded the conversation, hopped onto his motorcycle, and began to sing, riding my beloved motorcycle. It will never be stuck in traffic. As Youqian rode along, he was suddenly captivated by an alluring figure. Such a pert backside? It was rather outrageous. His gaze rose, only to discover it was a man. Why does a guy have such a shapely rear? A muscular blonde man, slightly less handsome than Youqian, bore a striking resemblance to Captain America, a sight familiar to anyone who had seen Marvel films. It seemed he was jogging, and behind him was none other than the Falcon. The two appeared to be acquainted, engaged in casual conversation. Youqian couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, realizing that this character had already been unlocked in this timeline. Watching Captain America sprint past Falcon, a knowing smile crept across Youqian's face. He parked the motorcycle by the roadside, and with a fluid motion, he transformed, a replica of Captain America materializing beside the motorcycle. Youqian struck several poses, ensuring his plan was foolproof, and stealthily approached the Falcon from behind. He leisurely moved closer, catching the Falcon off guard. Had not the captain just overtaken him moments ago? Surprised, yet not overly so. The Falcon had grown accustomed to the captain's frequent laps around him in recent days. He casually inquired, Captain, why are you running so fast today? Do you have something urgent? A mischievous smile spread across Youqian's face, leaving the Falcon somewhat bewildered. Don't try to get chummy with me, you fool. I'm a Thunderfire. The perplexed Falcon responded, What did you just say? At that moment, Youqian's figure had already vanished before the Falcon's eyes, moving with astonishing speed. The Falcon, pushing himself to the limits, felt as if his lungs might burst and was reluctantly forced to slow down. He turned to a passerby preparing to ride a motorcycle and asked, Did you see a burly blonde man run by? Where'd he go? Having known Captain America for a few days, the Falcon recognized his character. He was certain the captain did not mean to offend him. It was either a slip of the tongue or a jest, albeit a poorly timed one. Such comments could strike a painful chord for someone of African descent, and the Falcon resolved to demand a proper apology from the captain. Who did he think he was? Captain America? More like Sweet-Tongued Captain. Chapter 72. Not gone, truly not gone. The passerby pointed behind the Falcon. Isn't Captain America right behind you? Youqian cast a sympathetic glance, as if addressing a blind man, which rattled the Falcon. Captain America approached with a curious expression, asking what had transpired. The Falcon turned and, without hesitation, rolled up his sleeves, demanding, Apologize to me, you Thunderfire. Captain, have you been watching too much DC? What has happened to you? It must be the influence of DC. Though Captain America did not grasp the situation, an instinctual sense of impending trouble urged him to flee, exclaiming, What are you talking about? I can't understand you. He ran while the Falcon pursued him, unable to escape his grasp. Youqian waved his sleeve, leaving no trace behind as he hopped on his motorcycle and sped towards his destination. Not far down the road, he overheard several patrolling officers communicating via walkie-talkies. Youqian caught snippets of their conversation. This is bad. Hurry to the Capitol building. A robber is pursuing a victim, requesting to clear the magazine and call for backup. A voice on the radio expressed confusion. The robber is chasing the victim? Who is he? He's pursuing a blonde white person. Understood. Protect the victim immediately and clear the magazine. Youqian thought, how quintessentially American. I hope the Falcon is all right. He revved his motorcycle, swiftly distancing himself from the scene, sensing that the situation had escalated. Well, it should be fine. The Falcon is a superhero after all. If he were to be taken down by the police, I would truly be laughing my teeth out. At Tony's seaside villa, Youqian kicked open the door and stepped inside, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, a hint of guilt on his face. Before he could seek out Tony, the latter rushed up from the basement, evidently alerted by Jarvis. Tony eyed Youqian with suspicion, directly voicing his concern. Had you been up to no good? Li Yuqian forced a laugh and swiftly changed the subject, inquiring about the steel armor he had requested. It's been 3 months. You haven't forgotten, have you? It's rather audacious of you to disappear for so long. One might think you had met your demise. After all, you are my bodyguard, and I have never encountered such a lackadaisical guardian. Tony sensed that Li Yuqian was undoubtedly up to no good, but it was of little concern to him, as this fellow merely enjoyed swindling others, albeit without fatal consequences. Shaking his head, he led Li Yuqian toward the basement. The nearly mortally endangered falcon chimed in. Ah, yes. Inside the basement, various models of the Mark armor were meticulously arranged. Tony proudly gestured toward the first row of armors. Thanks to you, I have discovered a new element. Even after my father's passing, he imparted a lesson to me. With the assistance of this new element, I have continuously upgraded the suits. This is already Mark 6, and Mark 7 is on the horizon. Soon, it will be capable of automatic assembly with a wristband. Once Mark 7 is perfected, I shall provide you with a complementary intelligent AI and some mechanical logistics, enabling you to perform maintenance independently and saving you the trouble of frequent visits. Tony felt immense gratitude toward Li Yuqian, having saved his life multiple times and allowing him to witness his father's love for him. He was more than willing to reciprocate. Li Yuqian admired the sleek black armor, finding it quite appealing. What sort of intelligent AI are you referring to? Jarvis, perhaps? If you desire beauty, I can devise something simple for you. But Jarvis has been my companion for many years. Tony shot Li Yuqian a disapproving glance. Li Yuqian shrugged and gently tapped, causing a white orb of light to drift into Tony's body. In an instant, Tony felt a wave of revitalization wash over him, akin to receiving a complete rejuvenation treatment. What is this? I feel unprecedentedly invigorated. This splendid substance will enhance your longevity, optimizing all your physical parameters to the peak of human capability. Your adoptive father truly cared for you, didn't he? Get lost. Tony chuckled, clenching his fists, feeling as though he had been injected with Captain America's serum, sans the side effects. Li Yuqian, shrouded in mystery, was indeed a source of remarkable treasures. Seeing his ungrateful son, Li Yuqian turned and dashed upstairs, eager to rummage for food. The white ore contained world energy valued at 100 points. Merely inserting it into Tony's body rendered him almost comparable to Captain America, albeit excluding the latter's near-invincible abilities. After tinkering in the basement for a while, Tony leisurely ascended, only to find Li Yuqian treating his collection of fine wines as mere water, causing his expression to turn a shade of green. Could you refrain from wasting such exquisite items? Unbelievable. Li Yuqian reclined on the couch, gazing at the television. The opulence of a wealthy family's couch was unmistakable. Lying there was pure bliss. Now that the words have been spoken, I cannot decline. You must accompany me. I have already made promises before the media. Do you wish to embarrass me? Besides, your peculiar abilities can surely prevent any mishaps. Rest assured, once my Mark 7 is complete, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the armor will be ready outside, capable of assembling itself in mere seconds. Within the armor lies the finest medical equipment, ensuring that no harm will befall us. Tony observed that Li Yuqian increasingly resembled a lord and decided to invite him along to Monaco. Otherwise, this fellow would be drawing a salary without contributing anything. Li Yuqian gestured an okay while watching the news on television. Nearby the China World Trade Center, 2 men were playfully engaged in a scuffle when they were accidentally injured by a patrolling officer. One of the men bore an uncanny resemblance to the long-deceased Captain America, Steve Rogers, possibly a descendant of his. The likeness was not merely similar. It was strikingly identical, indeed a curious phenomenon. Tony was drawn to the news as well, commenting that it was rather exaggerated. He felt the resemblance was slight. My father was a friend of Captain America, and I have seen his photographs. Captain America was not that fair-skinned. He was sun-kissed to a weak color. Li Yuqian covered his mouth, stifling a laugh, and joked that Steve Rogers only placed 10th in the contest for portraying Captain America. Holding back his amusement, Li Yuqian ventured. Could it be possible that he is indeed Captain America? That so-called weak color might just be due to the photograph aging. Tony, incredulous, replied, "Are you suggesting that a man who has been dead for decades has returned? His age is similar to that of my father. Hack into SHIEL-DS computer system, and you shall uncover the truth," Li Yuqian replied dismissively, offering Tony the quickest method for verification. Without hesitation, Tony instructed Jarvis to commence the intrusion into SHIEL-DS systems. This was a familiar endeavor for Tony, having breached their security multiple times and secretly established backdoors. At that moment, due to the incident involving Captain America and Falcon, the irate director Nick Fury was personally visiting the New York Police Department to intervene, as he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Armed with a lengthy list of names, the reliability of which remained questionable, Fury intended to act decisively, mobilizing a trusted contingent of agents not listed to carry out the arrests. The operation proved successful in apprehending confirmed Hydra agents, but an unexpected twist arose. The names on the list represented only a fraction, and during the operation, many Hydra agents realized their exposure and either resisted fiercely or concealed themselves more deeply. The Hydra team initially captured was entirely lost, and Crossbones mysteriously vanished, clearly rescued by Hydra operatives, indicating that he harbored significant intelligence that the mastermind was willing to let him keep. Following the operation, Nick Fury was stunned to discover that SHIELD had been reduced to half its personnel, with the other half likely being Hydra infiltrators. Moreover, among the remaining agents, who could say how many were undercover? This was absurd. This was no longer SHIELD. It was more akin to Hydra Shield. The number of infiltrators exceeded that of their own agents. At this rate, might Hydra agents even ascend to the rank of director? Former SHIELD director and Hydra operative Alexander Pierce observed, "You seem to have a keen eye for people." The ever-suspicious Black Egg, already riddled with doubt, escalated his paranoia to new heights. Now, apart from Coulson, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, he trusted no one. With everyone engaged in their missions, he was left with no choice but to intervene personally. What a vexing predicament. Fury had initially intended to waltz into the police station, brandishing his credentials to whisk his team away. However, upon entering, he found himself swiftly cuffed by the officers, who mistakenly believed he was there to confess. Black Egg interjected, "What a ridiculous misunderstanding," with his credentials finally acknowledged. And amidst the officers' apologies, he escorted Captain America and Falcon away. The officers, apologetic, explained that it was quite unusual for a black man to stride confidently into a police station. Most were accustomed to turning themselves in. Black Egg was left speechless. Falcon had been disarmed, but fortunately, his reflexes saved him from severe injury. He merely sustained a graze to his arm and received a quick bandage before being imprisoned. At this moment, both Captain America and Falcon were enveloped in silence, at a loss for words. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. Captain America glanced at Fury, who was leading the way, and curiously inquired, "Why is your face so flushed today?" "Nothing to worry about," Fury replied. Though slightly embarrassed, he reassured himself, "I am, after all, the king of spies." Just then, a call came through. Fury answered, and a voice from his subordinate relayed urgent news. "Boss, we have a problem. DS system has been hacked again, and all of the captain's information has been leaked. A vast amount of his data has inexplicably spread everywhere. Tony Stark." Fury was completely incensed, speeding towards the SHIELD headquarters. Behind him, Captain America and Falcon exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned, but quickly turned away, each emitting a dissatisfied huff. For Captain America, it was baffling to have been jogging when Falcon inexplicably attacked him and hurled insults. For Falcon, having been reproached by Captain America, albeit in jest, only to find himself shot and imprisoned, was utterly humiliating. The memories of ancestors seemed to awaken within him. Captain America observed the two, their faces filled with darkened hues, puzzled by the situation. Youqian, witnessing Tony's antics, couldn't he help but exclaim, "You're quite the rogue, aren't you?" "I absolutely adore it. What are you doing?" "Keep your distance, I'm straight." Tony shuddered, maintaining his distance. Without further ado, Youqian snapped his fingers, summoning a curvaceous woman in a maid outfit, who appeared at his side, holding a platter of fruits and smiling, enchanting. "Please, as if you're any different." Youqian took a bite of the grapes offered by the maid, reveling in the delightful experience. Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. A maid, a beast girl, and a beauty at that. Self-proclaimed as a playboy, he had encountered countless women, yet this particular allure was unprecedented. He quickly approached the maid, addressing her earnestly, "Greetings, beautiful lady. Are you the mosquito girl? An extraterrestrial, perhaps?" Youqian glanced at Tony and then cupped his hands over his mouth, imitating trumpet. "Little Pepper, Tony is flirting right in front of you." With a loud creak, the door swung open, revealing Pepper with a disdainful expression, clearly ready to confront Tony. She stormed towards him, seemingly intent on delivering a stern reprimand. Thanks to Youqian's interruption, Tony, having swiftly recovered from his previous predicament, felt no need to suppress his emotions. He had already clarified his relationship with Little Pepper, effectively marking her as his girlfriend. Flirting in front of his significant other showed a surprising audacity on Tony's part. Li Youqian watched the unfolding drama with delight. "Listen to my explanation," Tony shouted. "I refuse to listen," Pepper retorted, her words dripping with sarcasm. "How amusing." After all, Loki was blissfully oblivious, and a little bloodshed wouldn't harm him. Mosquito Girl was in high spirits. Loki wore a bewildered expression. With Little Pepper's domestic issues out of the way, Li Youqian seized the opportunity to inquire about Tony's earlier actions. "What were you up to? Spreading news about Captain America?" "There's no particular reason. I just wanted to stir up some trouble for that black egg. Besides, that soldier has made some contributions to the country. He shouldn't be hiding his identity. Even with military pay, he must have saved a considerable amount over the years." Tony scoffed, a glint of excitement sparking in his eyes as he added, "You know, how about we form a superhero team? We should come up with a name." "That's a splendid idea. I suggest we call it the Justice League." Chapter 74. Amusement. Tony looked at Li Youqian, who earnestly uttered the words Justice League, utterly speechless. "Wait, have you been watching too much DC? No wonder you come up with such odd notions. Last time you suggested calling it the Justice League. What's your fixation with that name?" Hearing this familiar phrase reminded Li Youqian of when Falcon battled Captain America, also stating, "You've been watching DC." It sounded oddly reminiscent of a quip from a Genshin Impact game. After pondering for a while, Li Youqian recalled the absurdity of the Marvel and DC universes, each containing comics about the other. What a ludicrous setup, a love-hate relationship indeed. Li Youqian reclined on the sofa, shrugging casually. "Whatever, but what made you suddenly think of forming a superhero team?" "It's all because of that black egg. He wants to assemble a group called the Avengers and invited me to join. You know this already, but joining an organization so closely tied to the government would restrict me. I owe him nothing. However, the idea of forming a hero team intrigues me, so I plan to create one myself." Since Li Youqian had forewarned Tony about his father's matters, the black egg indeed hadn't assisted Tony in any way, leaving them with no debts to each other. Tony harbored a strong dislike for the mysterious black egg and his secretive operations. After understanding the specifics, Li Youqian and Tony engaged in a fervent debate over names. What should they call it? Anything. Defenders Alliance? Sound a bit like a pirated Avengers. Guardians Alliance? That name leaves much to be desired. So what should they name it? Anything. Tony fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, the two individuals reached a consensus to name their alliance the Justice League, and Tony prepared to procure the necessary rights shortly. After finalizing these decisions, without uttering a word, Tony donned his Mark VI suit and unleashed a repulsor blast at Li Youqian, forcibly evicting him from his residence. Li Youqian gazed at the closed doors of a seaside villa, shrugging his shoulders. Is it really necessary? I am notoriously inept at naming things. Can I truly be blamed for this? Observing the wall that had been blasted open, he shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. It was rather intriguing. Typically, when one speaks of Chow Chow, Chow Chow appears. If he could arrive with such alacrity, perhaps he was driving the same model as himself. As Li Youqian engaged in this mental exercise, a thought suddenly struck him. His small motorcycle would be ensnared in traffic jams, just like any other vehicle. What then? Was the utility of this contraption? Li Youqian fell into a contemplative silence, realizing, to his dismay, that this device was indeed advantageous for others, but not for himself. He resolved to banish the motorcycle to obscurity, pondering whether he might one day unearth a car named Self-Importance. Its peculiar ability was all too predictable. He could envision that it would inevitably cause congestion upon ignition. Thus arose a question: if I were to place the motorcycle atop the Self-Importance vehicle, would the combined effects of their special abilities create a traffic jam? This posed a significant conundrum. Li Youqian assumed a thinker's pose, deep in thought. Nearby, two passers-by observed this scene with incredulity. One turned to his companion and queried, "Am I intoxicated? Why do I see someone in a motorcycle posture resembling a philosopher deep in contemplation?" "You must be quite inebriated," came the response. "What makes you say that?" "Because I see it too, and I've taken something that might cause hallucinations, so that is only natural." "Ah, I see. But wait, isn't it a hallucination? Riding a motorcycle is perilous. Someone call the authorities." "Oh dear." After reporting the unusual sight, the passerby felt an odd sensation, as if something was amiss. Had he forgotten something? The New York Police Department was unusually busy that day when an operator received yet another call. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Panic echoed from the other end. "Help. I see a dog that's over 10 meters long, and it has 6 eyes. It's being walked by someone." The operator chuckled softly. "Oh, a 10-meter dog with 6 eyes? How delightful." The voice on the line grew increasingly agitated. "What? Do you not believe me? Were you laughing just now?" I'm terrified of this creature. Yes, you. I am a professionally trained operator, and I would never laugh, unless I couldn't help it. Being frightened by a dog-walking escapade. How amusing. Walking a dog is perfectly legal. It's their prerogative. The caller abruptly hung up, leaving the operator bemused. What a day. I never expected to receive a call about someone walking a 10-meter dog with 6 eyes. The operator beside her offered some consolation, remarking that it was fortunate she had previously received a call about someone driving while lost in thought, hands off the wheel, simply staring down. When dispatched to investigate, they found a drug addict and a drunkard. It was utterly nonsensical. However, they had never encountered such foolish criminals who, in their ignorance, called the police on themselves. It left one at a loss for words. If one were to say they obeyed the law, there lay a drug addict among them. Conversely, should one declare them lawless, they still had the awareness to report a crime. How hilariously absurd those two were. In the face of such outrageous events, calling the police is a perfectly reasonable choice. But alas, the operator assumed she was speaking nonsense. How then should one respond? In the temporary holding cell of the police station, the two passers-by fell into silence, on the verge of tears from their own folly. Little did they know, one of them would come to regret it even more, for upon his release from prison, he would discover that what had once been illegal had now been legalized. The realization hit him hard. Had he truly wasted his time in jail? In a secluded park, Youqian leisurely walked his dog, a poodle, upon which he sat. The park was rather remote, and initially, a few people were present. However, as soon as Youqian unleashed the poodle, they all scattered in fright. At first glance, the area appeared deserted, but suddenly a few individuals emerged from the thicket, prompting Youqian to insist he had not intended to scare them. Well, perhaps he had done so intentionally. As Youqian frightened off these individuals, he continued to walk his dog, comforting the poodle that had undergone a bloodletting today. He had genuinely begun to treat the poodle as a pet. Despite its rather unattractive looks, it was quite well behaved and had a certain charm. Hey, buddy, your dog is incredibly handsome. I'd love to have one, but alas, my home simply cannot accommodate such a large dog. A youthful voice rang out from a nearby tree, as a figure clad in red and blue, adorned with spider motifs, appeared. Was that not Spider-Man? Youqian observed the somewhat shabby attire, clearly indicating that this fledgling hero had recently embraced his new identity. Undoubtedly striking. But did one even consider who his owner was? Spider-Man was no longer swinging through the trees, but instead running, which was quite amusing given the open space devoid of tall buildings or trees. Hearing Youqian's laughter, Spider-Man inexplicably felt a pang of embarrassment. Chapter 75. Do you wish to become Spider-Man? It seems your relationship with your uncle is not quite right. What are you laughing at? I'm merely walking here. And you find it amusing? That's rather rude, my friend. The young Spider-Man awkwardly clasped his arms, striking a pose that he deemed cool. Though one could not see the expression behind Peter Parker's mask, his body language spoke volumes. His smile bore a hint of swagger, as if hoping to make a friend, considering they all seemed to be superheroes. Was their superpower the ability to summon a supersized dog? Dog Knight? Was that name even polite? Youqian's expression darkened momentarily before a thought struck him, and he chuckled. Mr. Pajama Baby, do you still have an uncle? How do you know I have an uncle? Spider-Man replied, Zolmavat bewildert. Youqian smiled wickedly, his voice dripping with malice. You should really pay more attention to your uncle. Those with spider-like superpowers are cursed. Their own uncles are destined to meet an untimely end. Little Spider, bewildered by the absurdity of the statement, felt as if this man was speaking nonsense. How could anyone with superpowers also bring harm to their own uncle? Was such a pointed remark truly necessary? What if he had no uncle at all? Would he then have to conjure one up on the spot? Yet, an unsettling premonition gnawed at him, as if Peter Parker's spider sense was malfunctioning, incessantly prodding him with unease. Peter's face turned pale. Wait, are you serious? Youqian, noting the boy's palpable fear, confidently whistled and added, I know the reason you might perish. If you're seeking my assistance, just consider me your little brother. After uttering this, Youqian turned with assurance, intending to mount the head of his companion, Loki. Little Spider suddenly appeared enlightened, exclaiming, Are you the Bicycle King? Youqian responded with irritation. What a wretched nickname. Why does anyone still remember it? It has been ages. Frustration washed over him, accompanied by an inexplicable wave of embarrassment. I don't know what you're talking about. Who is this Bicycle King? I don't recognize the name. Without further ado, Little Spider unzipped his backpack and rummaged, producing a mobile phone. He promptly searched for images of the Bicycle King and thrust the screen before Youqian's face. Youqian fell silent. Fine. No mercy for me, he muttered. You're too young, just wait. Little Spider, blissfully unaware of the trials that lay ahead, gleefully pointed at the online images, exclaiming, "I told you I wouldn't mistake you. Even though your nickname is rather unflattering, and you lack a mass mystery, your fighting style is quite low-key. And you hardly have any fans left." Youqian maintained a stoic expression, yet felt as though daggers had pierced his heart. Without further ado, he retrieved a portal from behind him, opened it, and unceremoniously shoved Little Spider through. On the other side awaited Boston. He threw a parting remark to the bewildered boy, but somewhat different. Isn't it? A composite version, perhaps? Nonetheless, it's likely similar, for in any iteration of Spider-Man, his uncle is always beset by misfortune. Oh, but wait, Holland's version seems the most tragic. Not only did he lose his uncle, but Aunt May is also gone, and he has been forgotten by the world. Truly a heartbreaking fate. With a hint of self-satisfaction, he thought to himself that he was indeed a good person, primarily intent on altering Little Spider's grim destiny, an act he viewed as a stroke of kindness, albeit incidental. Indeed, that was the case. Little Spider lamented his misfortune. He had merely wished to greet someone who appeared to possess superpowers. Yet, that enigmatic figure, upon being recognized, had pulled out a peculiar door and unceremoniously booted him to Boston. Now, he found himself swinging between buildings all night, feeling nauseous from the experience. It was utterly ridiculous. Should he have referred to him as the Bicycle King? Would that have displeased him? What title would suffice? Parker pondered, recalling how that peculiar individual had dubbed him Pajama Baby. Reflecting on his battle attire, he realized it was rather rudimentary. It wasn't due to a lack of skill in crafting fine garments, but rather a consequence of financial constraints. He had heard whispers of an underground boxing match and mused that perhaps he might give it a try, confident in his abilities to secure the championship and its accompanying prize. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Parker's lips, as he had heard the rewards were quite substantial. In the United States, school days concluded at an astonishingly early hour, allowing Parker ample time to prepare at home. He rummaged for a more simplistic spider mask, and, once darkness enveloped the surroundings, stealthily slipped out, intent on participating in the underground boxing. Unbeknownst to him, despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous, a rather peculiar, nay, heroic, figure followed closely behind. Youqian trailed Peter, nodding in recognition upon catching a glimpse of his face, indeed confirming the resemblance to the young actor from Holland. Youqian had procured Peter Parker's identity and familial details from Tony Stark, under the pretense of seeking allies for the Justice League. Stark, displaying a mix of shock and relief, seemed baffled by the notion that he could be so easily deceived. Internally, Youqian scoffed at the absurdity while maintaining his pursuit of Parker, waiting for him to enter the boxing venue. As anticipated, Youqian's expression turned to one of predictable realization. He had asked Stark to investigate this underground boxing event, and, upon connecting the dots, deduced there was a 90 probability that Spider-Man's uncle would encounter dire straits that very day. Following Spider-Man under the cover of night, he was certain the unfolding drama would be apparent to him. Utilizing his telekinetic abilities, Youqian drove in search of the unfortunate uncle's whereabouts. In a grimly humorous twist, it seemed that in the Marvel Universe, Spider-Man's uncle and Batman's parents in the DC realm both occupied perilous professions. Shortly thereafter, Parker's uncle arrived in the vicinity, and Youqian's telepathic senses alerted him immediately. Simultaneously, the sounds of gunfire erupted from the direction of the boxing match. The spectacle was about to commence. Youqian hurried to position himself behind Parker's uncle, gently tapping him on the shoulder. When the uncle turned, Youqian whispered, "I'm here to save your life. No need for thanks." Initially, Parker's uncle appeared as if he was about to respond, his expression seemingly questioning why he had been struck on the neck, bewildered by the divergence from his expectations as portrayed on television. In a moment of awkwardness, Youqian clenched his fist and delivered a swift punch to the uncle's head. Watching as stars danced before the uncle's eyes, he exhaled in relief, reassured that his approach was indeed effective. Satisfied with his own appearance, Youqian leisurely leaned against a nearby car, theatrically waiting with a motorcycle key spinning between his fingers. As the commotion grew louder behind him, he nonchalantly slipped the key into his pocket. Upon turning around, as anticipated, he found himself face to face with a robber brandishing a gun and clutching a bag of black plastic. The assailant bore no resemblance to a Sandman, appearing instead as an ordinary thief. Youqian did not ponder much. He merely observed as the robber, brandishing a firearm, aimed to reach into his pockets, presumably in search of his motorcycle keys. Perhaps he mistakenly believed them to be car keys. How amusing. The robber, sensing something amiss, glanced over, thinking that this individual had just concealed the keys within his pocket. However, he seemed unclear, possibly mistaking them for motorcycle keys. Yet, such details were trivial. What mattered was that this person dared to resist him. Could he not show some respect for the profession of robbery? The robber's gaze turned menacing as he raised the gun, pointing it directly at the middle-aged man before him. Hand over the keys to the vehicle, or you will drive for me. Yes, get in and drive, quickly, or I shall blow your brains out. Come on, go ahead and shoot me in the head. Youqian exclaimed, gripping the gun's muzzle and directing it toward his own skull. This audacious act startled the robber. What a lunatic he had encountered. The robber found himself momentarily at a loss for words as Youqian held firmly to the gun, methodically counting. 1, 2, 3. I am granting you a chance. You are rather inept. With a swift motion, Youqian flicked the gun aside, leaving the robber utterly bewildered. Wait, who is the actual robber here? Your bravado is more pronounced than mine. The robber, feeling cornered by this fearless man, cursed his ill fortune. Without hesitation, he fired a shot, which struck Youqian. Feigning agony, Youqian clutched his abdomen, holding onto the robber's hand, and shouted, Sarlang! Sarlang! Internally, he lamented the tardiness of his companion, Little Spider. The robber, feeling as if his hand were being crushed, let out a pained wail, yet Youqian's cries resounded even louder. Bystanders, witnessing this peculiar scene, felt a sense of unease. As the robber writhed in pain, he suddenly had a realization and reached into Youqian's pocket, extracting a motorcycle key. The robber, exasperated and defensive, queried, Where are the car keys? After all, I spoke the truth. This vehicle belongs to Uncle Parker, not to you. His frustration mounted. If this vehicle were not his, why was this man risking his life? The robber felt as if he were hallucinating. After all, Youqian had been clutching his abdomen for quite some time. Why was there no blood? Upon closer inspection, he noted that the clothing remained unscathed. Had he encountered someone with supernatural abilities? This thought struck the robber, rendering his legs weak as he prepared to flee. Suddenly, he heard cries of pain and despair. Uncle, what has happened to you? Just then, a powerful fist landed squarely on his head, knocking him unconscious. In his final moments of awareness, one thought lingered in his mind. He would never rob again. If he did, he might as well be a dog. As the robber lay on the ground, Youqian, still clutching his abdomen, looked up to see Parker rushing over, tears streaming down his face. Parker, overwhelmed with sorrow, embraced Youqian, mourning deeply. After a brief encounter with Parker, it is not your fault. He had just escaped from an underground fighting ring, and you were not there to intervene. Uncle, I am truly sorry. Parker wept more sorrowfully. Despite sensing something peculiar in his uncle's voice, he chose to disregard it. Youqian continued to console him, stating that even if you had been there, you would have merely been an ordinary person, unable to confront a robber. It is not your fault, truly not. Oh, how the Holland version Spider-Man thrived at the onset, never having tasted such adversity. Directly to the point, Holland, I mean Parker. Before I depart this world, I remain somewhat apprehensive about you. You are still quite young and do not yet grasp the gravity of the adage that with great power comes great responsibility. I have recognized a mentor for you. His name is Youqian. You must heed his guidance from now on. This is my final wish. You must promise. All right, I promise. Parker, overwhelmed with emotion, failed to notice the oddities in Youqian's words. Youqian patted Parker's shoulder, reassuring him. Now I can rest easy. My little brother. Parker felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were amiss. In the next moment, his uncle, having been shot, stood up and grabbed him, performing an acrobatic backflip and vanishing from sight, leaving bystanders in astonishment. They disappeared? Superpowers? Oh my goodness. Curses, in my eagerness to spectate, I forgot to record. Surely there must be surveillance footage? Unfortunately, there was none. Youqian's telekinesis had already scanned the surroundings. Although his own identity had long been exposed, he still wished to protect the young Spider-Man. After a considerable wait, several police cars finally arrived, observing the scene and pondering the unconscious robber, who lay as still as an infant. While Parker wept, he suddenly noticed a transformation. He found himself in a villa, standing before two uncles. The crafty frog had been patting his belly all along. There can only be one truth. Peter Parker engaged his astute mind, pointing at the individual who had just flipped beside him and exclaimed, You are the Bicycle King. You cannot escape this nickname, can you? I no longer ride bicycles. I have switched to a small motorcycle. What about Motorcycle King? Though Parker was uncertain of Youqian's true intentions, he had an inkling that he was a good person. Perhaps, he mused, he might indeed qualify as a good individual. Then you might as well call me Patriotic Man or Ancestor Man. I prefer these two names. Parker resolved to henceforth refer to the figure before him as Patriotic Man. As for Ancestor Man, let that be. The meaning of ancestor, Parker felt, was still within his understanding. Chapter 77. Ascending to leadership and Captain America gradually letting loose. So, Patriotic Man, Could you elucidate what transpired? Parker inquired, gesturing towards his uncle. Parker's uncle, referred to simply as Uncle Parker, appeared equally bewildered, having inexplicably arrived in this strange villa. Outside the villa, there was an insect resembling a beautiful maiden, along with 2 bears and a dog larger than an elephant. In this extraordinary world, one can only imagine the exceptional nature of it. As an ordinary individual, my only connection to this realm is, regrettably, my nephew. Indeed, Uncle Parker is aware of his nephew's extraordinary abilities, and he is not naive. He understands the adage that with great power comes great responsibility. Through subtle hints, Uncle Parker deduced the truth shortly after his nephew became Spider-Man. Yet he kept this secret buried deep within his heart. However formidable his nephew may be, he remains merely that, his nephew. After contemplating this, Uncle Parker boldly stepped forward and inquired, "Sir, do you have a grievance with my nephew?" Youqian explained the situation unfolding outside and recounted the ominous curse that befell the uncle of Spider-Man, suggesting that misfortune would inevitably strike him. He patted Parker on the shoulder, asserting, "I am only looking out for your best interests. Since you are aware of my former moniker, you must also be familiar with the esteemed reputation of Master Youqian, foreseeing the impending peril that awaits your uncle. I recently assumed his guise to aid him through this tribulation." Parker pondered for a moment and nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, Mr. Gurin. Call me Mr. Lee, or you may refer to me as boss if you prefer." Youqian responded with a grin. After a brief pause, Parker queried, "Mr. Lee, you are not attempting to take advantage of me, are you?" "What do you mean?" Youqian feigned sadness. "You just acknowledged me as your boss. It seems no one here possesses a sense of loyalty." Parker couldn't help but smirk at his words, questioning the appropriateness of such comments in this context. Uncle Parker interjected, addressing Parker directly. "A man should honor his word. Once you say it, you must abide by it. Besides, I find Mr. Lee to be a good man, and you'll undoubtedly need assistance in your future endeavors as a superhero." Parker was taken aback. "Uncle, you knew?" Youqian added, "Now you owe me a significant favor." Ultimately, under the dual pressure of Youqian and Uncle Parker's persuasive appeals, young Spider-Man unwittingly accepted Youqian as his boss. Parker felt a strange sensation about the whole affair, but he indeed owed Youqian a favor, and becoming a brother to a seasoned superhero was not an entirely unappealing notion. Youqian, with a serious tone, remarked, "I recall that your idol is Iron Man. Next time, I shall introduce you to him. He is also one of my junior associates, and you may address him as second brother." "Really? That sounds fantastic," Parker exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, residing in his seaside villa, inexplicably felt as though a beloved child was slipping away from him. This sensation was peculiar. Was it only Youqian who could evoke such feelings in his rebellious protege? Youqian grasped Parker with one hand and Uncle Parker with the other, executing a backflip and vanishing from sight. In a narrow alleyway, he waved goodbye to the two, watching them retreat. As he savored the completion of a unique achievement, a pleasant sense of joy enveloped him. Special check-in task completed, he mused, as the cheerful spirit of Guang in his mind mirrored his own elation. Extending 2 small hands, I cheer on the host, urging them to diligently complete a few more special tasks. Only then can I procure a system appearance for my goddess. At that moment, she shall once again accept my friend request. Curse it, damn the devoted admirer. Youqian forcefully pulls Agon out for a thorough reprimand. Youqian finds himself at a loss regarding his system, for that so-called goddess system has truly led Agon astray. Poor Agon, toyed with like a mere pawn, suffers not only himself but inadvertently drags down Youqian as well. It is worth noting that during his last interrogation, Youqian discovered that Agon's capabilities extended far beyond mere check-ins. He was a well-rounded system, unlike the current state of affairs, which is nothing short of disappointing. Seizing an opportunity, it would be prudent to let Agon witness more examples of devoted admirers, allowing him to reflect upon his own situation. The days following this incident grew rather tedious. Youqian found himself idling away time, either forming a caustic duo with Spider-Man to inflict physical and psychological harm upon criminals or masquerading as Captain America, embracing a carefree demeanor and showcasing his refined eloquence. Youqian's mischief turned Captain America into a foul-mouthed version of himself, blissfully unaware of the true cause behind this transformation. Of course, Youqian would never confess to such antics. After all, it was the work of mere bystanders, and what business was it of his? In these recent days, Captain Steve Rogers felt increasingly scrutinized by those around him. The number of individuals suggesting he had developed a penchant for vulgarity was on the rise, leading Captain America to suspect he might be sleepwalking or even grappling with a dual personality. As time passed, Captain America's irritation grew, and even Black Fury had heard of the rumors, taking the time to visit Captain Rogers' residence to offer counsel. Already on edge, Captain America finally erupted at Black Fury's incessant chatter. Enough. I can't take this anymore. I never anticipated that my superior's unsealing would reveal such a fool. The room fell silent, and the exchange ended on an unsatisfactory note. Clearly, Captain America had crossed a line and seemed to have let go of his inhibitions, leaving Youqian, who was watching from a distance, utterly astonished. He had jokingly ventured too far. It appeared his persuasive abilities rivaled those of the Mind Stone. In the original narrative, Captain America had only been influenced by the Mind Stone once. Upon uttering his words, Captain America felt a tinge of regret. However, more than that, he experienced a sense of liberation. The simple act of letting loose was an exquisite pleasure. As the saying goes, one should cast aside personal integrity and embrace a life of mischief. Captain America affirmed his newfound enlightenment. Moreover, he mused, one could hardly blame him. He had been active during World War II, a time rife with discrimination. He had picked up some unseemly phrases, yet his subjective intention had never aligned with those words. They simply slipped out. Captain America felt a pang of guilt. Nevertheless, in light of the unfounded rumors that had plagued him, he resolved to continue his path of self-liberation, adhering to his true nature. In the distance, sensing the commotion, Youqian was as restless as if a mosquito had bitten the soles of his feet. He promptly seized a hammer and upgraded his phone, enabling him to conjure videos from his memories. Youqian gazed at the video of Captain America liberating himself, preparing to save it for future reference. At the same time, he reassured himself that his previous actions had been to aid Captain America in his quest for freedom, which was indeed a commendable endeavor. Moreover, he resolved not to become Captain America himself. After all, it would be excessive to transform his liberation into that of a soldier boy. Fortunately, no harm had befallen anyone, or so he hoped. Red Egg Fury. Falcon, who had endured gunfire from the New York Police Department. Chapter 78, The Daily Transformation. Just as Youqian decided not to impede Captain America's journey, a sudden chime echoed, and he inexplicably unlocked a special achievement. Youqian quickly made his exit, hoping that no one would discover his involvement in the matter. Retreat. Retreat. With the special achievement now recorded, it seemed that Captain America would indeed undergo a transformation. The thought amused Youqian. Wait, why was he harboring such a whimsical notion? It's all because of that mischievous little Akong. Youqian delivered a metaphorical punch to his own mind, reprimanding Akong. Akong, who was feeling emo, wondered what had transpired. So, seeking amusement was his primary source of productivity? Now he had time to utilize his metaphysical powers to modify his phone. With determination, Youqian seized a hammer and began to tap at his device. Although he was slightly stronger now and possessed extraordinary abilities, he remained somewhat constrained by the system's contract. Yet this was inconsequential. He was the system. As long as there was energy in the world, he could accomplish many outrageous feats, even if Youqian scattered his consciousness, allowing the system to operate on instinct. How could a mechanical system compare to one imbued with intelligence? Indeed, just like that, Akong, you're the best. Wait, what Akong? My name should be the Great System. Akong emerged, brimming with bravado, only to find Youqian in a peculiar state. One hand wielded a hammer while the other clutched a phone, radiating excitement. The universal phone. Leveraging his connections to the Marvel and One Punch Man worlds, he intended to use these two realms as a foundation to transmit signals. His goal was to facilitate communication across the myriad realms, complete with all the functions one could desire. However, the farther one strayed from the Marvel and One Punch worlds, the weaker the signal became. Alas, was this truly his limit? Or perhaps the maximum range influenced by his metaphysical powers? He wondered if he could further enhance it. Youqian's simplistic declarations left Akong momentarily stunned. The universal phone? Was it necessary to be so outrageous? Youqian's demeanor was increasingly absurd. Was this truly the pinnacle of his artistic expression? Must it be so exaggerated? He noticed Akong floating nearby, his tone slightly irked. Why have you come out? I just wanted to meet my illustrious and handsome host. Akong chuckled awkwardly, eager to flatter. Sensing something amiss, Youqian swiftly delivered a punch, sending Akong back into the recesses of his mind. Although the intentions of Guang remain shrouded in mystery, it is undoubtedly prudent to take action. The reclusive Guang has expressed a profound desire for silence. Youqian, however, is currently preoccupied and has little time to attend to Guang, as he has numerous projects of his own to undertake in his personal realm. A few days later, a call from Tony interrupts him, and without a moment's hesitation, Li Youqian activates his portal and steps through. Tony, on the other side, gazes at Li Youqian's violent approach to the space-time device with a mix of emotions. In Tony's beachfront villa, Li Youqian marvels at the complete set of Mark 6 to 7 armors, accompanied by a sophisticated array of artificial intelligence computers. Observing Tony nearby, Li Youqian feels a genuine sense of gratitude and says, "Tony, look at what you've created. I feel embarrassed to accept it. Who was it that initially requested my assistance in crafting such marvels?" Bold indeed, Li Youqian muses, contemplating the vast array of items before him, before ultimately turning his back on them. In a mere moment, all those items, along with an entire wall from the basement, vanish without a trace, absorbed into his personal world. It is quite peculiar. When storing items, it seems he merely needs to position them behind him. Bad habits. Li Youqian realizes this truth only belatedly, while Tony, visibly pale, remarks incredulously, "To the uninitiated, it might appear as though you were committing robbery. You've even removed a wall." "Why would I move a wall?" Tony cannot help but retort. Li Youqian, just noticing the absence of a concrete wall, now views the exposed soil of the basement. Notably, that reinforced concrete wall was impressively thick, at least 5 meters, a testament to the wealthy, whose homes are constructed to nuclear standards. Having not engaged in such collection for quite some time, he finds himself somewhat out of practice, and inadvertently, a wall has been displaced, nothing out of the ordinary. Li Youqian chuckles, producing his pink portal, which he opens and closes, instantly vanishing from sight, leaving only a frustrated Tony behind. Li Youqian then embarks on modifying the artificial intelligence and researching the various suits of armor. He has garnered some expertise in this area, having acquired numerous valuable items from the Metal Knight. Regrettably, the Metal Knight seems to be hoarding even more advanced technologies. With a hammer in hand, Li Youqian immerses himself in an extravagant transformation process. Time flows swiftly, even more so than during a holiday, and before he knows it, the task concludes. As Li Youqian surveys his rejuvenated personal world, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washes over him. Much of this realm has been cultivated by the efforts of Bear Big and Bear Air, who have planted numerous trees. Occasionally, Li Youqian disperses a sphere of world energy, akin to rain, upon them. The trees now flourish at an astonishing rate and can already be deemed a forest. At the center of this small world stands a villa, patrolled and maintained by 2 types of robots. One of these, resembling a standard maid, possesses an appealing appearance. Indeed, these are the fruits of Li Youqian's modifications, with their capabilities roughly equivalent to that of a phantom level. They are not only adept in combat, but also excel in household chores, truly the epitome of perfection. However, their numbers are limited. Li Youqian has crafted only 9, just enough for the mosquito girl to serve as the head maid. Another type is clearly identifiable as robotic entities, evidently lacking in earnestness compared to their counterparts. Li Youqian's creations are rather rudimentary in strength, yet they're commendably simple to manufacture and quite durable. Both varieties of robots are managed by artificial intelligence, which Li Youqian has modified and aptly named Little Blackie. Guang, drenched in sweat, mused that the name was rather uninspired. "No, you've revealed your true colors." In Chapter 79, aptly titled "No Doubt the Protagonist," it is evident that Li Youqian has meticulously transformed his miniature world into a paragon of perfection. He no longer fears the absence of shelter in traversing different realms, and his mobile device remains universally compatible and exceedingly convenient. Just as Li Youqian was poised to indulge in the fruits of his labor, a sudden phone call interrupted him. Upon answering, he executed a rather displeased somersault out of his world. It was Tony Stark on the line, requesting his company to the F1 racetrack in Monaco. The prior arrangement made it awkward for Li Youqian to decline, so off he went, resigned to his fate. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The time for the race indicated that it was indeed the moment for Iron Man 2. With Li Youqian's unanticipated involvement, the narrative of Iron Man 2 might undergo significant alterations, potentially leading to a most entertaining spectacle. Oh, delightful entertainment awaits. Outside the F1 racetrack in Monaco, Tony observed the unusually exhilarated Li Youqian, his lips twitching in bemusement. "Could you not act so oddly? Your enthusiasm is giving me goosebumps. It's unusual to see you so animated at work." "What do you mean? You make it sound as if I'm merely laze about during work hours." Li Youqian feigned heartbreak at Tony's words. This retort left Tony momentarily speechless, while he often skipped work. His occasional lapse around the office felt more like a punishment than a job. He understood that Li Youqian, indifferent to his role as a bodyguard and salary, was merely there to enjoy himself. However, Li Youqian typically approached work, regardless of its ease, as though it drained his very essence. His exuberance today suggested he had not been bottling up his excitement well. Tony suspected that Youqian was merely seeking amusement, reflecting on the recent happenings. Nothing particularly outrageous or amusing had transpired, so he shrugged it off and decided to focus on the race. Tony, with his genius intellect, found it hard to comprehend the absurdity of Youqian's demeanor. He turned on his racing suit, while Youqian surveyed the surroundings, his intent clear. He was, of course, on the lookout for the striking Ivan, who was clad only in a small electric whip and bare from the waist up. The introduction may have been somewhat ambiguous, but that was inconsequential. The stands around the racetrack were bustling with spectators. Youqian leisurely scanned the area, noting the length of their legs and the allure of their fair skin. Wait, who was he actually there to see? It no longer mattered. Appreciating the beauty was of utmost importance. Nearby, Happy, Tony's true bodyguard, silently gave a thumbs up, witnessing Youqian's unabashed admiration for the women, a display of righteous enthusiasm he had never seen before. Then, Happy joined in the viewing, while Pepper felt her face was about to be overshadowed by the two beside her. Unable to contain her sarcasm, she remarked, "So, this is your reason for dragging us out here to bask in the sunlight, to admire beautiful women? What nonsense! Am I that kind of person? I am here for Tony's safety. After all, Tony is my dear friend who has compensated me for ensuring his protection. Money received, duty performed," Youqian asserted vehemently, his gaze unwavering. However, if you were to turn your head away from that cheerleading squad, it would be far more convincing. Pepper, exasperated, chose to remain silent, settling into the VIP viewing area provided for the trio, preparing to capture a few photographs later. Honestly, why are we even here? This isn't the starting point, nor the finish line. This was all for the swiftest rescue of Tony. Yet Pepper had the audacity to perceive my intentions as so superficial. How disheartening. As the race commenced, Youqian and his companions were not at the starting line. Instead, they were intently observing the live feed of the starting point on their phones. To their surprise, Tony was driving a blue and white racing car, clad in matching attire. "If it's not gold and red, I cannot approve," Youqian mused, feeling that Tony's taste had diminished. While he silently criticized Tony, he suddenly noticed an individual bursting onto the racetrack, donned in an orange jumpsuit. If he wasn't mistaken, this person was likely Ivan. Pepper, too, sensed something amiss, pointing at Ivan and exclaiming urgently, "Why is a staff member on the racetrack? Huh? What is happening?" Happy, who had only just been distracted by the beautiful women, finally grasped the situation. Youqian lamented, "Not a single reliable bodyguard for Tony." At that moment, Ivan spread his arms, revealing a reactor beneath his clothing. With a swift motion, he conjured two plasma whips that crackled with sparks into his hands. His upper garment gradually disintegrated in flames, his disheveled hair and fierce demeanor adding to the chaos. Observing this, Youqian commented, "This guy is clearly seeking attention. His device has incinerated his upper garment. And here he is, tearing open his shirt and striking a pose. His intentions are all too transparent, an act I cannot endorse." That makes a degree of sense, but is that the priority right now? Happy and Pepper felt themselves being assimilated into Youqian's perspective, much like Tony. Meanwhile, Ivan faced an oncoming red racing car. With a casual flick, the sparking whips sliced through the vehicle as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, severing the front end of the red car. The scene descended into utter chaos, while Tony, still unaware of the unfolding events, was en route. Upon glancing at the reactor device on Ivan's chest, Pepper instantly realized the gravity of the situation. He intended to attack Tony. "Don't worry, I'm here," Youqian reassured, emanating a faint red glow, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. The driver of the recently severed red car, bewildered, was helped by Youqian's telekinesis and emerged from the wreckage, bewildered yet unharmed. With the remaining time, it was merely a spectacle. Youqian observed Little Pepper and Happy, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, frantically dialing the organizers to send someone to remove Ivan. Yet, it was evident that no one dared to approach. After all, that individual above was clad in gear that exuded an air of advanced technology. The organizers could only muster a few security personnel, whose meager salaries barely justified risking their lives. The blue racing car was cleaved in two, tumbling heavily on the racetrack. Youqian, with his mental acuity, sensed the unfolding events. Truly, he was the protagonist, and even when the car rolled like a washing machine, Tony emerged unscathed. There was no need for Youqian to intervene. Indeed, this must be the allure of the protagonist's halo. Chapter 80, At Will. At this moment, Tony regained his composure and desperately crawled out of the wreckage, promptly tapping his wristband. A crimson glow emanated from the device. and from a luxurious car far off the starting line, a golden red cylindrical object soared forth from the back of a freight truck. It was Mark 7, the first suit of armor capable of being assembled automatically via the wristband. It was exponentially more powerful than the Mark V emergency combat suit featured in the original storyline. Tony swiftly dove to the left to evade another whip strike, spreading his legs wide. However, the whip was too long, and just as chaos loomed, an invisible force yanked Tony several meters backward. His heart, suspended in trepidation, finally settled. He had narrowly escaped a life devoid of happiness. Fortunately, help had arrived just in time, as Youqian's teasing voice reached Tony's ears. Youqian radiated a faint red glow, reclining in midair as if witnessing a grand performance, his phone capturing the entire scene. "Tony, I suspect you acted with intent." Youqian, unfazed by the accusation, pointed to the anxious Happy behind him. "It's all Happy's fault for ogling the beauty, distracting me. This cannot be blamed on me." Meanwhile, Happy, clutching the Mark V briefcase, wore an expression of disbelief. Who truly was the first to notice the beauty? He had never encountered such audacity. Across from them, Ivan scrutinized Youqian floating in midair, his eyes brimming with caution. Superpowers? The specifics of his strength were unclear, but he appeared exceedingly perilous. Exploiting his agility as a portly individual, Happy nimbly navigated through the crowd, eventually sprinting onto the racecourse. He intended to toss the briefcase to Tony while shouting, "Tony, the briefcase." Tony glanced at his wristband, a confident smile gracing his face as he waved his hand dismissively. "I don't need it. You hold on to it for now." Youqian sensed the swiftly approaching Mark 7, shrugged, and thought it seemed he wouldn't be needed after all. "Naturally, I can handle this on my own," he boasted, his audacity apparent. "You, a dandy, are rather brazen. Given your current situation, your suits lack the necessary equipment for proper wear. The only armor at your disposal is that portable briefcase, isn't it? Though easily portable and diminutive in size, it is undeniably fragile, yet it poses a certain threat to me. How presumptuous of you to refrain from utilizing it and to eschew assistance from others. Your arrogance is truly detestable. Do you believe the equipment I possess is merely the handiwork of mediocrity? Allow me, Ivan, to teach you a proper lesson." Wielding his electric whip, Ivan felt a sense of belittlement. Initially, he aimed to publicly showcase his arc reactor and chastise the insufferable playboy, drawing the attention of the masses. He intended to unveil the misdeeds of the Stark family to the world. However, Ivan's resolve shifted. "Tony, it would be better if you were perish. Although you're already succumbing to palladium poisoning, that smug demeanor of yours would be better off extinguished." At this moment, Ivan wore a confident and arrogant expression, far more relaxed than his previous rigid facade. Just as he prepared to strike, a thunderous sound echoed from the sky, and a crimson gold pillar hurtled toward Tony. It transformed seamlessly into an armored suit, and Ivan stood in shock. Based on his understanding of the arc reactor, a conventional arc reactor powering an iron suit should not possess such capabilities. Clearly, the reactor within this individual's armor far surpassed his own in performance. While Ivan was momentarily stunned, Tony was not. A repulsor blast shot directly toward the arc reactor in Ivan's chest. Ivan barely raised his electric whip in defense, but a single blast shattered it. Another repulsor blast severed his second whip, and finally, Tony unleashed a final blast, obliterating Ivan's arc reactor and sending him flying. Though this would not be fatal, sustaining severe injuries was inevitable. While Tony had diminished the energy of the repulsor to capture him alive, he quickly recognized the arc reactor Ivan bore. This demanded further inquiry. Youqian observed from above as Tony dispatched Ivan with ease, reflecting on how significantly simplified the narrative had become following Tony's enhancements. Ivan, meanwhile, was in disbelief. The disparity was overwhelming. Impossible. A thought surged through his mind, and despite the pain coursing through his body, he mustered the strength to voice a question. "Tony Stark, have you discovered a new element? You cannot be dying from palladium poisoning. How is your armor so remarkably powerful?" His attack was intended to teach this playboy a lesson and to expose the Stark family scandals. However, the paramount goal was to affirm his own worth. He too could create an arc reactor akin to the one crafted by Tony Stark. Even if he were to end up in prison, someone would undoubtedly be willing to extricate him, while this playboy would slowly suffer a painful demise due to palladium poisoning. Yet, the fact that this playboy had potentially found a new element and could forge armor superior to his own left Ivan questioning the validity of his claims. He could not conquer Tony, nor could he fabricate an iron suit more formidable than his adversaries. The most crucial aspect is the sight of Tony Stark, who appears to be in excellent health, lively and vigorous. The arc reactor he employs is also powered by a new element, suggesting he could thrive for quite some time. This is profoundly unjust, contrasting starkly with my own imaginings. At that moment, Ivan's composure began to shatter, and the surrounding security personnel surged forward, to which Ivan offered no resistance. How disheartening it is to finally make a move, only to suffer such a complete defeat. Youqian, witnessing this scene, was aware of the ensuing plot of Iron Man 2. As long as Tony remains prudent, the challenges ahead should be straightforward. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to offer a suggestion to Tony. This individual is capable of creating arc reactors, even if they are not of the new element variety. Should Tiwi keep an eye on him? Perhaps eliminate him discreetly? My friend, we are superheroes. Do not speak as if you were a villain. Moreover, I need to investigate his circumstances further. Youqian rolled his eyes as he observed Ivan, bound tightly by several security personnel, and with a gentle press of his fingers. A sharp crack echoed as Ivan's neck twisted, leading to his demise. Youqian remarked that one should not assume that merely because one is named Ivan, the worst fate they face is imprisonment. Ultimately, you will no longer be able to provide any amusement. Death seems the more favorable outcome. Chapter 81. It's surprisingly true. Tony gazed at the abruptly deceased Ivan, his lips twitching as he sighed. There was no need to kill him outright. Besides, I still have questions to pose. Such a sudden death is evident to anyone. It was undoubtedly the doing of Youqian, for he alone displayed extraordinary abilities at the scene. Youqian's current prowess instills him with the confidence to act without fear of the government within the Marvel Universe. In the Child Emperor's laboratory, Youqian beheld 10 tons of gold bars, his mouth watering in anticipation. In the future, when venturing into primitive worlds, he could easily utilize these gold bars. Should civilization advance to a commendable level, he could employ his little black companion to generate wealth. Conversely, if civilization is overly developed, gold could be exchanged for currency within that realm, as gold often lacks value for most of the time. A flawless plan. I adore gold, humanity's affinity for it is deeply ingrained within our very essence. Youqian's musings were met with agreement from the Child Emperor beside him. It seems that future income from gold would be limited. Qualified heroes, supported by the Hero Association, can afford hero potions. However, it is unfortunate that there are too few qualified heroes. Most treat their roles as mere employment, lacking a strong sense of responsibility. Those who become eligible for hero potions will likely have to wait a considerable time. Youqian, seemingly indifferent, turned to store all the gold within his small world, then declared that he would treat everyone to a grand feast, promptly pulling out his phone to make arrangements. Before long, Saitama, Genos, Tornado, Fubuki, the unlicensed writer, Kinos, and the Child Emperor gathered under Youqian's invitation. They headed directly to a bustling food stall. Women can be troublesome. I invite my brothers to enjoy a meal, and they all refer to me as their father. As Youqian spoke, he glanced at Saitama, who held a dozen skewers of meat, resembling a barbecue harvest machine, akin to a famished ghost reincarnate. In a fit of rage, Tornado stomped her petite feet in the air and shouted at the owner of the barbecue stall, demanding one of everything on the menu. No 10. Turning menacingly towards Youqian, she declared, "Watch as I drain your pockets today." Youqian glanced at Tornado's diminutive stature and scoffed. "Do you think you're some kind of pig god?" After a while, as Youqian observed the impending arrival of the pig god, along with Metal Bat, King, and the alluring prisoner, he fell silent. Metal Bat even brought his sister along. Upon their arrival, they called out boisterously, "Tornado, you didn't mention that Youqian was treating us to dinner. We almost arrived late." Youqian, witnessing Tornado's smugness, wasted no time and leaped to strike her on the head. A series of thuds echoed. With a sigh of relief, Youqian exclaimed, "What a thrill! Ah, you insufferable Youqian, how could you hit my head? What if I don't grow any taller?" Tornado was utterly taken aback by Youqian's sudden assault. Youqian, somewhat incredulous, pointed at himself. "You're blaming me for this? You're even more shameless than I am. Learn it from you." Tornado retorted. You're slandering me. You're slandering me." In a bewildering twist, Youqian's invitation to dinner transformed into a gathering for the S-class heroes of the Hero Association, filled with playful antics throughout the night. The owner of the barbecue stall had to restock supplies twice overnight. Once back at the villa, Youqian collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, outside the expansive apartment, a shadow quietly opened the window and, with great effort, tumbled inside. Momentarily unsteady, the figure clad in dark attire and sporting dark skin was none other than Nick Fury. Glancing around the apartment and finding Youqian absent, he dusted himself off and checked for surveillance, discovering none. He then chose a sofa, striking a pose as he sat down. Indeed, Nick Fury intended to employ his signature stealthy entrance and engage in a conversation with Youqian, advising him to maintain a lower profile and to refrain from being so conspicuously flamboyant with his abilities. 5 hours later, Nick Fury felt somewhat stiff, and after 10 hours, he realized he had overstayed his welcome. After maintaining one pose for too long, he began to stretch and exercise in place. With a sudden bang, Youqian appeared in the apartment, gazing in silence at Nick Fury, who was exercising. Startled, he exclaimed, "What on earth? Is that you doing gymnastics?" "On my eyes. Youqian, I'm not blind, all right?" Nick Fury, caught in a peculiar predicament, found himself facing Youqian's wrath, who demanded an explanation for such bizarre behavior in his home so early in the day, feeling profoundly disturbed. Fury evidently wished to divert the topic, clearing his throat several times before stating with righteous indignation, "I have come to discuss a matter with you today. Your recent conduct has been rather audacious. In racing competitions, you blatantly utilize your superpowers. A few days ago, you were brazenly walking your dog, and now you even gallivant with Spider-Man, only to seize a child's lollipop afterward." Wait, there's no need to elaborate on that last part. Youqian's face flushed with embarrassment. What did it mean to occasionally snatch a child's lollipop? He had only done it once, after all. What else could he do when that unruly child refused to address him properly, calling himself the Bicycle King? No threats seemed to work. What was wrong with taking a lollipop from him? He hadn't even stripped him of his pants or spanked him in public. However, how could it be? There had been no one else around. How did the Black Egg know about it? Fury realized that diverting the conversation was indeed effective, letting out a sigh of relief while also feeling a twinge of alarm. During his information gathering, one piece of intelligence indicated that a child had claimed his lollipop was stolen by an ancestor. Such information was hardly credible. Even the child's parents did not believe it. Fury had initially dismissed it as a fabrication, but now, having inadvertently brought it up, he wondered if Youqian's reaction hinted at some truth. Goodness, this individual was even more shameless than he had anticipated. The fear of formidable superhumans paled in comparison to the dread of shamelessness without boundaries. Chapter 82. A Touch of Novelty. Fortunately, this fellow still possessed a modicum of shame. Fury mused, his expression gradually turning lecherous. "Mr. Lee, I am certain you would not wish for your lollipop-snatching escapade to become widely known, would you? What nonsense are you spouting? Have you been studying in a country where life is too comfortable?" Youqian shuddered at the thought. Contemplating for a moment, he retrieved his phone, converting his memories into a video, which he then held up for the Black Egg to see. "Humph, you think you can threaten me? You are still quite inexperienced." Fury stiffened momentarily, but maintained his composure. "Mr. Lee, do not forget that I am an agent. I am not one to fear embarrassment." Huh, I wonder whose eyes were clawed by a cat, perpetually claiming that their eyes were harmed by betrayal from important individuals. Clinging to pride. This video will haunt you for a lifetime. Youqian chuckled as he prepared to share the video with Tony. Youqian set down his phone, his face betraying a cold ruthlessness. "I must admit, I prefer your rebellious demeanor. My earlier words were inappropriate. In truth, I have come primarily to make Mr. Lee aware of the societal implications of his actions. Although Tony Stark wields considerable influence, Mr. Lee's antics will inevitably lead to complications. How about joining a small team I am about to form, the Avengers?" Youqian was about to decline, having already committed to the Justice League that Tony was forming. "All right, that is indeed a reality. But how did you come to know about it? Is it your prophetic abilities? We should remember that last time. Tony acquired data from the Black Mirror of SHIELDS computers. Fury has since begun to rely on paper for crucial information. The singular vision of his eye had diminished considerably. When asked why, the answer was simply that the Black Egg was intent on preserving his air of mystery. The office was engulfed in an unusual darkness, rendering the reading of paper documents a challenge, forcing one to lean in closely. Perhaps next time, a brighter bulb should be installed. How infuriating! My enigmatic aura. Youqian remained oblivious to the internal struggle of the Black Egg, contemplating whether to illuminate his own office, fully aware of the inevitable ridicule that would ensue. After all, in your office, you possess merely 2 eyes and a mouth. Where lies the aura? It is clear you merely wish to instill fear. Very well. I shall venture to inspect that hammer, and afterward, I will deliberate on the prospect of joining the Avengers. Upon hearing these words, Fury immediately consented without a moment's hesitation. After all, it seemed that the intelligence indicated the hammer was merely unliftable and posed no significant threat to SHIELD. If this could attract a formidable ally to SHIELD, it would indeed be a commendable choice. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch someone to escort you to the airport. A few hours piloting the Quinjet will suffice. You need not provide me with the exact location, Youqian declared, producing a pink portal. Fury, well aware of the portal's prowess, gazed at it with wide-eyed admiration and promptly disclosed the mysterious hammer's landing site. Youqian kicked open the door and pondered for a moment before casually inquiring, "By the way, have you identified all the Hydra agents within S.H.L.D.?" "Of course we have," Fury replied, his confidence unwavering, face unflinching. Observing the extraordinary self-assurance on the black egg's visage, Youqian glanced at the portal's opposite side, where the beaming smile of Grant Ward, a Hydra agent concealed within S.H.I.L.D., lay hidden. He was momentarily rendered speechless. Grant Ward, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.L.D., was also the adopted son of John Garrett, a Hydra operative embedded within S.H.I.L.D. He had decisively defected, eliminating one of Hydra's leaders, only to rejoin S.H.I.L.D. and later defect once more to Hydra, resembling the comic book version of Lu Bu, oscillating between the two factions. The subsequent actions were even more outrageous, as Ward, amidst his oscillation, suddenly realized that Hydra had vanished, eradicated by S.H.I.L.D. He then took it upon himself to reconstruct a new Hydra. Astonishing indeed, had it not been for his eventual parasitic infection at the hands of a villain known as Hive, he might have continued to be a fence-sitter, playing both sides against each other. Youqian meaningfully patted the black egg's shoulder, remarking on the ongoing challenge of exposing the undercover agents. Fury, contemplating Youqian's profound words, glanced at the door where Ward's radiant smile shone through, igniting a storm of thoughts in his mind. Under the scrutiny of the two, Ward felt a chill run down his spine, an unsettling sensation creeping in. A short-handled hammer, seemingly unremarkable, stood resolutely in place as if rooted to the ground, impervious to any attempt to lift it. Not even with professional towing equipment could it be moved. Surrounding it stood 3 individuals, Youqian, Fury, and the earnest Coulson. The trio pointed and gestured at the hammer, with Coulson explaining, "We have employed professional lifting apparatuses, albeit assembled on short notice, capable of moving objects weighing up to 100 tons. Yet this hammer remains utterly unmoved. Certainly, this hammer is named Mjolnir, and it can only be wielded by those with pure hearts and integrity." Youqian immediately shouted, "Step aside, let me demonstrate the beauty of my spirit." He rubbed his hands together and pulled at Mjolnir, yet it remained unmoved. A light cough escaped him, and upon turning around, the once stationary hammer vanished without a trace. The 2 bystanders were left in astonishment. Where did the hammer go? "Do not fret, allow the hammer to soar for a moment." Youqian took out his phone to check the messages, and after a few minutes, he declared, "See, I told you I could lift it. This has nothing to do with me. My dear heavens, perhaps you were mistaken. Mjolnir looks precisely like this." A sincerity adorned Youqian's face. Fury and Coulson contemplated that if the individual before them were anyone other than Youqian, they might have been convinced. Chapter 83, all filled with Hydra. Youqian mused that the efficiency of robots was indeed remarkable, as within mere minutes, they had forged another hammer from iron. To his surprise, the object behind him could be stored within a miniature realm. Such a capability was astonishing. If Mjolnir could be contained, next time he encountered any weapon, he would simply turn his back to it. No, he would face it with his back. Yet how vexing. I, Youqian, am a righteous character, and this cursed hammer cannot be lifted by me. Clearly, it is the fault of that wicked little spirit, Aguang. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a dazzling array of colors emerged. It appeared as though the heavens had split open, radiating a spectrum of light. At the center of this brilliance stood an elderly man with white hair, adorned in golden armor and a crimson cape, wielding a golden spear, with a black raven perched upon each shoulder. This figure exuded an aura of formidable strength. Upon witnessing this, Youqian wasted no time and produced an eraser from behind him, his hands elongating as though he were erasing pencil marks. Gradually, he began to wipe away the vast hole in the sky, or rather, he was erasing half of the portal. Odin, embodying the essence of a powerful being, felt a question arise in his mind. What is this peculiar act? Observing the portal nearly erased, he hastily interjected, Wait, mighty warrior of Midgard. The hammer you have taken belongs to me. Odin, you may be unfamiliar with my renown from Asgard. I placed Mjolnir in the courtyard to train my son, and I had already reached an agreement with the formidable beings of Midgard. Do not interfere, and I shall offer you appropriate rewards. Coulson, standing beside Youqian, exhibited a look of deep discontent, knowing full well that Youqian had undoubtedly swapped the hammer. Youqian feignat ignoranza, mutaring incomprensibly, while his hands moved swiftly to completely erase the portal, finally casting a remark towards Odin. Rest assured, I will certainly return it to Thor after a few days of play. Odin, watching the portal gradually vanish, wore a cold expression. Just as he was about to utilize the Eternal Spear to recreate the Rainbow Bridge portal, a magical message imbued with the essence of time reached his ears. Trust him. Do not interfere, for only then shall the people of Asgard attain the best possible outcome. Odin paused, letting out a sigh. I trust your judgment, Ancient One. It appears he is destined to be a formidable force in the future. Even now, I find him inscrutable. Truly an impressive young man. In a chamber within the Himalayas at Kamartaj, the bald Ancient One, embodying the traits of a powerful figure, remarked, indeed, he is remarkable, and he doesn't even require the future. He's already a force to be reckoned with. Should you engage him in combat, the timeline would reveal Odin's transformation into a one-eyed panda face. I have done you a great service, the Ancient One thought with a sense of bittersweet reflection, glancing at the chaotic timeline behind him, where Youqian was causing an uproar in Kamartaj. A headache washed over him. Perhaps it would be better to retire early and let Strange and Old Wong deal with this outrageous individual. Ah, how clever of me to conceive such a brilliant plan. At the location where Thor's hammer was placed, Coulson observed the eager Youqian and curiously inquired, Mr. Lee, what are you up to? Oh, I am merely warming up in advance. Once the portal opens above, I shall unleash a lightning blast and gift Odin a panda. Youqian was brimming with anticipation. Yet after a considerable wait, nothing transpired. Puzzled, he wondered why Odin seemed indifferent. He must have recognized my prowess. He has an eye for talent. It's just unfortunate that while I have snatched lollipops from children, I have yet to strike an elder, leaving me feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Watching Youqian's expression gradually darken with mischief, Fury could no longer contain himself and interrupted his daydreaming. To truly awaken your son's latent power and instill in him the essence of a true monarch, he must lift Thor's hammer. Indeed, that is the plan, Youqian explained nonchalantly, causing Fury's vision to cloud with frustration. And the hammer of Thor? Isn't it right there? Youqian pointed confidently to the hammer not far away. Fury was nearly exasperated. I mean it truly. Coulson, eager to support his director, hurried over and with a firm grip, effortlessly lifted the counterfeit hammer that Youqian had created. Wow, this indicates that Coulson, you two are a good person possessing a righteous and kind heart. Youqian observed the duo with a questioning gaze, as if they had taken him for a fool. Clearing his throat, he addressed Black Egg. Rest assured, I will manage this matter entirely. Odin has appeared once, and seems to be indifferent now. Why should you concern yourself? Youqian's casual tone brought a measure of certainty to Fury, yet he expressed his perspective nonetheless. Deities, in my opinion, are merely advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. And this situation pertains significantly to intercivilizational diplomatic relations. Are you sure you can handle it? I am certain. Youqian's tone was light, yet he spoke with earnestness. Fury was taken aback. Could Youqian genuinely think himself invincible? This individual had been exceedingly enigmatic, making it impossible to discern his true capabilities. However, there was no need for him to probe for a limit, as he possessed none. Youqian suddenly fixed his serious gaze upon the Black Egg, sensing that he was being silently berated. Cough, cough, how could that be? He replied, I was merely contemplating the matter of the Hydra agent. Was that Ward, just now, also a Hydra operative? Fury, feeling a twinge of guilt, deftly shifted the topic, glancing around to ensure the S.H.L.D. personnel were at a distance, before voicing his inquiry and gesturing towards Ward, who was diligently attending to his tasks in the distance. Upon noticing his director pointing at him, Ward displayed a beaming smile. Such mastery of expression, no wonder he could switch allegiances multiple times. Youqian patted Fury on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, Black Egg, it's time to reconsider. The S.H.I.E.L.D. is rife with Hydra agents. Is it truly that grave? Fury responded incredulously, reflecting on the fact that he had apprehended half of the Hydra operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D. If the situation were indeed as dire as Youqian suggested, how had he managed to ascend to the position of director? Agent had infiltrated Hydra, rising to the rank of leader. Youqian chuckled and greeted the Radiant Ward before whispering to Black Egg, in any case, this fellow is Hydra. And so is his adoptive father, who happens to be a minor leader as well. If you follow this lead, you might unearth an entire string of individuals. Now tell me, is this serious or not? If this trend continues, S-H-I-E-L-D may gradually transform in S-H-I-E-L-D group, ultimately evolving into S-H-I-E-L-D squad. Black Egg, keep up the good work. Chapter 84, On the Brink of Breaking. Could we refrain from using such derogatory terms like Black Egg? Fury's expression was on the verge of cracking. After all, his adoptive father was none other than John Garrett. Goodness, this is a colleague I've risen through the ranks with. Just how many Hydra agents are there within S-H-I-E-L-D? In that moment, Fury yearned to consult his mentor, Alexander Pierce, to discuss how to resolve this troublesome situation. Alexander Pierce, I regret to inform you, I too am Hydra. It seemed that the fool, Thor, was about to arrive. Coulson, stop playing around and put down that fake Mjolnir. Unfortunately, this admonition came too late as a muscular blonde man burst through the outer barricades, sending several agents tumbling over one another. He charged in, initially exuding an air of excitement as he tossed his flowing golden locks. However, the next moment, he caught sight of Coulson, who was poised to set down Mjolnir. No, Mjolnir, how could he lift it? The blonde man, Thor, displayed an expression akin to heartbreak, realizing he had not been granted the power of the Thunder God. Indeed, Mjolnir only acknowledged him. That Midgardian better set down Mjolnir. I am Thor, son of Odin. One couldn't help but perceive a lack of intelligence in this individual. It was no wonder his father sought to toughen him up. Thor glanced at the three individuals standing nearby, satisfied to see that they did not obstruct him, and nodded approvingly. You three are quite commendable. I acknowledge you as my friends. With unwavering confidence, Thor approached Mjolnir, gazing adoringly at his cherished hammer. A hand grasped the hammer's handle, exerting force to lift it while loudly proclaiming, Arise, my beloved hammer. Thor elevated the mighty Mjolnir, maintaining this posture for several minutes. Youqian fell into contemplation, realizing that the fool, Thor, had indeed failed to notice the substitution of his hammer. Truly remarkable. Suddenly, Thor seemed to sense something amiss. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he gazed skyward and wept aloud. Simultaneously, a gentle rain began to fall, evoking an indescribable sense of desolation. No, Mjolnir, you do not acknowledge me. Why? Father. This scene could only be described as a desolate landscape, with snowflakes swirling and the northern winds howling, a vast expanse of bleakness. However, this was not snow. The rain was unusually heavy. Youqian stood within the portal, reflecting on the situation. With a wave of his hand, he activated his psychic powers, drawing both the weeping Thor and his counterfeit Mjolnir into the portal. In the next moment, Youqian prepared to close the portal. If one were to inquire about Youqian's intentions, it was, of course, to recruit the God of Thunder into the Justice League. Black Egg, gripping the door, shouted from within, I've brought you here. Will you join the Avengers or not? With a swift tug, Youqian yanked the door, sending Black Egg sprawling to the ground. My apologies, but Tony and I have already established a superhero organization called the Justice League. Damn it. Then why did you bring me here? Fury sensed an ominous feeling creeping over him. Youqian's mischievous last remark slipped through the crack of the door. Isn't the Justice League in need of members right after its formation? The pink portal began to fade, prompting Fury to recall Youqian's prophetic abilities and his recent statement. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Was he recruiting? At this moment, Thor remained engulfed in sorrow, wallowing in despair. Youqian observed Thor and, hearing the special achievement notification echo in his mind, extended his hand. Welcome to Earth, Thor, the God of Thunder. Do not weep. I possess a method to restore your divine powers. You are the God of Thunder, not merely the God of the Hammer. Thor was taken aback, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Brother, do you truly mean that? Absolutely. I, Youqian, am a man of my word. I never deceive. I believe you. Thor's eyes brimmed with sincerity as he revealed his identity as Thor, the God of Thunder, recalling his father's oft-repeated words. You are the God of Thunder, not the God of the Hammer. This mysterious individual must have been a contingency arranged by his father. Indeed, his father still held him in his heart. Youqian gazed earnestly at Thor. Trust me, brother. I will ensure your arrangements are flawless. Just then, Tony, clad in pajamas and bewildered, appeared. What are you two doing at my house in the dead of night? He looked upon Youqian and the robust blonde man, perplexed by their fervent exchanges. After a moment, Youqian recounted the events to Tony, aiming to discuss how to integrate Thor into the Justice League. Tony observed the distant figure of Thor, sorrowfully clutching his hammer, and pondered for a moment. So he truly is the God of Thunder from Norse mythology? Why does he look so foolish? Tony whispered to Youqian. Youqian also lowered his voice, acknowledging that he indeed appeared somewhat dim-witted. You understand, right? The hammer he holds is not the real Mjolnir. I took it away for examination. It's a fake. Really? He was already foolish, and you deceived him? Truly, you are something else. Tony regarded Li Youqian with disdain. This remark made Li Youqian feel a bit embarrassed. I'll examine it later, he replied. Well, he can't lift it anyway, so studying it is quite worthwhile. Tony then demonstrated a quick change of expression before posing a final question. Aren't you concerned that this fellow might never lift Mjolnir? Rest assured, this individual possesses the power of thunder within him. He simply doesn't know how to wield it. If I were you, I'd suggest he engage in a few more battles. Besides, his brother Loki is bound to stir up trouble. Once a life-threatening crisis arises, his father will undoubtedly intervene and remove the restrictions on Mjolnir for this dimwit. You understand how these divine offspring operate. After Li Youqian finished explaining, he asked Tony to find a room for Thor so that he could settle in, leaving the remaining matters to be discussed the following morning. At that moment, Mjolnir lay on the grass in front of the villa, being gnawed on by Boki, who seemed to be treating it as a chew toy. Li Youqian tossed a frisbee to distract Boki, casting a disdainful glance at the drool-covered hammer. After examining it, he promptly lost interest. Mjolnir trembled slightly, as if lamenting its unclean state. Li Youqian instructed several robots to clean Mjolnir before he resumed his study. Grasping Mjolnir, Li Youqian felt his telekinetic power begin to permeate the hammer. After a considerable time, the aura surrounding Mjolnir shifted, allowing Li Youqian to lift it effortlessly. Chapter 85. Loki in High Spirits. Suddenly, a surge of lightning flickered around him, and silver armor, accompanied by a red cape, materialized on Li Youqian. It was intriguing, albeit not overwhelmingly so. He realized that this newfound power rendered certain abilities somewhat redundant. He discarded Mjolnir, and the armor and cape began to dissipate, while the hammer's altered aura gradually reverted to its original state. Upon restoration, Mjolnir began to shake violently, unleashing bolts of lightning in all directions. Li Youqian snapped his fingers, enveloping the lightning with his telekinetic force, and casually uttered, "Calm down, or you'll find yourself serving as a chew toy for my dog in this world." Instantly, Mjolnir complied, and Li Youqian remained beside the hammer, contemplating whether his telekinetic ability could influence it. He aimed to reveal the mystical runes inscribed upon it, and seized the opportunity to document them. These unique runes likely corresponded to the original storyline's runic symbols, which, combined with the materials of Mjolnir and the dwarven forging techniques, endowed the hammer with the power of thunder. Moreover, these runes seemed to conceal an incantation that determined who could rightfully claim Mjolnir as their own. The research holds considerable value. One should examine it thoroughly before presenting it to Tony. After all, Tony is famously known as the man who has been organized by the Infinity Stones. Perhaps he might even uncover the secrets of the Thor's iron armor, which would certainly be intriguing. In the basement, Li Youqian placed Mjolnir upon a table, while Tony, surrounded by various tools, diligently engaged in his research. Observing Tony's keen interest and the surging inspiration within him, it was evident that he would likely be burning the midnight oil. Li Youqian shrugged, turned, and exited the basement, securing the door behind him, as he intended to find a room in this seaside villa to rest. After all, he would need to continue his ruse with the simple-minded Thor the following day. As he strolled through the hall, Li Youqian sensed something amiss. The window was ajar once again. A thought emerged in his mind, prompting him to pivot and head towards Thor's room. Meanwhile, in one of the villa's chambers, Thor lay comfortably cradling Mjolnir, snoring thunderously. Standing beside him was a man clad in a suit, wearing a look of disdain. He was none other than Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard. Curiously, he had adapted quite well to the customs of Midgard. Having stealthily infiltrated Midgard, Loki sought to ascertain Thor's current state, only to find him donned in earthly attire. Following Thor's aura, Loki pinpointed his location and discovered that this oaf was living quite well in Midgard. Yet, he remained as brutish as ever. Observing Mjolnir in Thor's grasp, Loki's brows furrowed deeply. How could it be that within just a few days, Thor was once again able to wield Mjolnir? Frustration bubbled within Loki, compelling him to contemplate thrusting a dagger into Thor before he hesitated. No, it was inconceivable that he would feel any mercy. This defeated fool did not warrant his intervention. However, Thor now posed a threat to him. What was he to do? Loki mused, reaching for Mjolnir. To his astonishment, he found himself lifting Mjolnir. A wave of elation surged through him as he laughed internally, convinced that he was indeed the rightful heir. Thor, the simple giant, merely enjoyed the advantage of being his biological sibling. Fairness? The differences between blood and adoption were painfully evident. Excitedly, Loki brushed Thor's hand off Mjolnir and triumphantly raised the hammer above his head. After a prolonged pause, without any reaction, Loki's expression shifted to one of confusion as he scrutinized Mjolnir, his demeanor darkening once more. Observing the slumbering Thor, it became clear that he was now merely an ordinary man. Loki glanced at Mjolnir, deducing that while he could lift it, he had yet to access its thunderous power. How absurd! Were he the biological son, he would undoubtedly wield the might of thunder. He could simply take Mjolnir away and relish in Thor's dismay. Loki muttered under his breath, his countenance brightening at the thought as he sauntered out of the room with an invigorated gait, playing with Mjolnir in his hands. Loki felt an inexplicable sense of achievement. This was the hammer once wielded by his father in his youth, later bequeathed to Thor, and now he too could lift it. What did this signify? He was indeed the one destined for greatness. Yes, that was it. Loki originally descended this time to ascertain whether Thor posed any potential threat to him. Should such a threat exist, he would cleverly manipulate the situation, weighing the severity of the threat against the necessity of eliminating it. Of course, such considerations were moot, given that he had already confiscated the mighty Mjolnir. This oaf could hardly pose any threat to him. It was certainly not a matter of compassion, but rather a disdain for taking action against the vanquished. As Loki stepped out of his chamber, his figure gradually faded into transparency, employing a spell of invisibility. He heard footsteps approaching from outside. Youqian, without needing to breach Loki's enchantment, effortlessly extended his mental prowess, perceiving everything around him with clarity. Every movement of Loki was vividly discernible to Youqian. Observing the hammer of Thor in Loki's grasp, Youqian's expression faltered slightly, coupled with Loki's buoyant gait. The scene was so strikingly surreal that it was almost unbearable to witness. Loki pranced along, entirely oblivious to Youqian, who was merely a mortal and thus unable to perceive him. Consequently, in Youqian's awareness, Loki strode nonchalantly past him, heading towards the window. Annoyingly, these individuals never chose to enter through the front door. Watching Loki treat him as though he were invisible, Youqian, without hesitation, extended his leg. A dull thud echoed as Loki fell to the ground, clutching his mouth. What on earth was this fool doing, suddenly doing leg stretches in place? Loki glanced at the mortal beside him, who remained stationary, extending his leg in a bizarre, stretching exercise. Loki waved his hand in front of Youqian, but the latter did not even blink. It must have been an accident. How could a mere mortal possibly detect him? This peculiar behavior suggested that the man was not entirely sane, perhaps akin to the absurd creatures Loki had heard of in the cosmos, space pirates who, in the midst of battle, would suddenly break into an awkward dance. It seemed this mortal was of a similar ilk, truly a weak species with an astonishingly high proportion of absurdity. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Loki observed as Youqian stood and walked towards Thor's chamber, extending his leg wickedly. Youqian walked normally, inadvertently stepping upon Loki's leg. Loki's expression twisted in agony as he watched Youqian tread upon him, who then took another step forward. Youqian voiced his confusion, wondering why the floor seemed to suddenly dip beneath him, questioning whether he had perhaps drunk too much. Chapter 86, which place boasts the best waist-cutting techniques. Head to East Asia from Myanmar. Loki could no longer contain himself, believing that the man before him had indeed discovered his presence. He cried out in anguish, "You mortal, get away!" With that, he dispelled his invisibility, retreating while brandishing two small daggers, aiming directly at Youqian's kidneys. "Did you learn your thieving combat skills in Myanmar?" Youqian, reacting swiftly, delivered an uppercut to Loki. Enveloping the entire villa with his mental energy, he ensured that no sound would escape as he struck Loki, thus not disturbing Tony's experiments or Thor's slumber. Youqian truly was a benevolent soul. "Loki, silence reigns over tonight's Cambridgeshire." Youqian swiftly followed up with a left hook and a right hook, culminating in a flying kick. Loki's vision darkened as he was struck thrice and kicked, propelling him across the hall for several meters. Dazed, Loki felt the excruciating pain in his chest and face, and he bellowed in fury, "Enough, mortal! I am a god, the god of mischief, Loki." Without hesitation, Youqian seized Loki's leg and executed a Hulk-like slam, treating Loki like a mere toy as he slammed him down repeatedly. After 5 or 6 heavy impacts, Youqian felt considerably relieved, dragging Loki's foot while gazing at the despondent figure before him. He solemnly remarked, "A god, you say? Is there such a feeble deity? You appear to be nothing more than a petty thief with a hint of superpower and a few loose screws." Loki felt utterly humiliated. "I am a mage. I may be weak in close combat." "Oh, a mage wielding 2 little daggers?" Youqian pointed to the 2 daggers that Loki had carelessly tossed aside. It seemed Loki had triggered some key phrase as he retorted loudly, "I am a close combat mage. The romance of us guardians." Without further ado, Youqian pulled out his phone, pinning Loki to the floor. With a few deft taps, he pointed to a picture on the screen, stating, "Real close combat mages wield solid wooden staffs or greatswords. Perhaps even flails. You brandish 2 little daggers and dare to claim the title of close combat mage? And do you even know the lighting spell? A close combat mage who does not learn lighting spells? How can you call yourself a close combat mage?" Youqian's words left Loki speechless. Despite his physical frailty, Loki had always consoled himself with the notion of being a close combat mage, influenced by Asgardian customs. However, the logic presented by this man was compelling. Was it possible he was not even qualified to be a close combat mage? Should he learn a lighting spell and wield a greatsword? Noticing Loki's bewilderment, Youqian felt that his teasing had struck a chord with Loki's very essence. With a chime, he realized he had unlocked a special achievement. Goodness, will Loki truly become a close combat mage? Youqian observed the strange glint in Loki's eyes and solemnly patted his shoulder. All right, as a superhuman, refrain from engaging in such petty thievery in the future. Take care of your hammer and be on your way. I shan't report you. Youqian continued to play the role of one who perceived Loki as a superpowered thief, leaving Loki in a state of confusion. Was he truly that inept? Was he presenting himself as a mere Midgardian superpowered thief? Had the people of Midgard evolved so rapidly that superhumans had become so commonplace? Was it common to be a thief now? However, this fellow had allowed him to take the hammer of Thor. Perhaps he was not so bad after all. Wait, why should he be grateful? The man had just beaten him up. He likely misunderstood the significance of Mjolnir, thinking Thor was merely a fool, and had taken pity on him. There was no need for gratitude. Bah, my brother's savior. Why should I express gratitude? Loki, brimming with pride and wielding the hammer of Thor, leapt through the window without a second thought. He resolved to discover the name and identity of the man who had just assaulted him, plotting his revenge. Within the confines of a seemingly abandoned house, Loki diligently searched on a computer. Before long, he unearthed the identity of Youqian, the illustrious superhero known as the Bicycle King. Such an absurd and unpleasant moniker for a hero. Watch how I exact my revenge. Meanwhile, within the villa, Youqian, observing Loki's hasty exit through the window, smirked in bemusement. He could not fathom why these superheroes and supervillains favored jumping through windows, unlike himself, who preferred entering through the door. After all, a portal is still a door. Youqian felt a surge of exhilaration as the energy points in his world soared once more. However, his mood soured upon recalling the gleeful Guang in his mind. That luminous orb was grinning so lewdly. Surely, this sycophant had not managed to accumulate enough energy points for that system's appearance. The system inherently required world energy points to function, and after Youqian S and the system S shared opportunities, the energy points generated daily were merely sufficient for its operation. To amass additional energy points, one had to rely on special achievements, which Youqian had painstakingly orchestrated through various plot influences. An arduous task indeed. Guang had audaciously taken his funds to sustain the system. How infuriating! He absolutely had to seize an opportunity to enlighten Guang about the true nature of that system. Why did it feel as if he were becoming Guang's father, burdened with matters of romance? Pondering this, Youqian rubbed his chin, while Guang, grinning foolishly in his mind, suddenly shivered, sensing an ominous event on the horizon. Upon entering Thor's room, he found the god of thunder fast asleep. Stealthily, Youqian retrieved a brand new hammer and placed it in Thor's hands. Instinctively, Thor clutched the hammer tighter, continuing to slumber soundly. Youqian stretched lazily, closed the door behind him, and proceeded to a room where he often stayed temporarily. Once inside, he summoned Guang, who appeared bewildered. Youqian wasted no time and began his inquiries. Guang, have you nearly accumulated enough world energy points? Guang nodded eagerly. Excellent. It's time to return the energy points I lent you, is it not? Youqian rubbed his hands together, wearing a fierce expression akin to a menacing debt collector. Brandishing a fist as large as a sandbag, Guang, the entire orb, stood motionless, feigning death, even closing his eyes with an expression that seemed to say, "Go ahead, hit me." Youqian smirked, deciding against further idle chatter. The deadline for repayment, established when he lent Guang the energy points, had indeed not yet arrived. If Guang wished to avoid his urgent demand for repayment, there was a way. He should refrain from hastily purchasing that system appearance and instead accompany Youqian to the world coordinates she had previously provided, so they could clandestinely meet her and ascertain her true nature. After all, it was time to transition from online romance to reality. Allow me to unveil the harsh reality. Should you still wish to expend energy on her when the time comes, I shall not hinder you, as long as you can repay me in energy once the deadline arrives. Chapter 87. A Fruitless Exchange. Youqian could not help but shake his head. This fellow was beyond salvation. What audacity did he possess? I hope that when he arrives in that world, Agwang will realize that this individual is nothing but a black hole. Encased in concrete, he would serve well as a mere tool system. As for the dangers of venturing into that world, Youqian harbored no fears. How formidable could a system that deceives Agwang for energy truly be? At worst, it might surpass Agwang by a mere fraction. Youqian believed he could take on 10 of Agwang. With just the initial stages of character development, he was already slightly stronger than Agwang. After thoroughly exploring the world of One Punch Man and undergoing another evolution, he would undoubtedly be capable of defeating 10 Agwang. Thus, a new unit of measurement, Agwang, was born. After speaking, he lay on the bed and demonstrated his 3-second sleep technique. Agwang. As the sun gradually rose, a new day dawned upon New York City, within the highest office of Stark Tower, where 4 individuals gathered: Tony, Youqian, Thor, and Parker. Parker, brimming with excitement, grasped Tony's hand, exclaiming, "Iron Man, Mr. Tony Stark, I am your fan. Could you kindly sign this for me?" He produced an Iron Man poster and several merchandise items. Youqian looked down upon Parker's behavior. Was it truly necessary? Little Spider, you're a superhero in your own right. You seem a bit envious, which is understandable given the grandeur of my hero name. Just look at yours. So many, and yet none are mainstream. Before Youqian could boast further, Tony reveled in the moment. He promptly denied any rivalry, instead emphasizing the significant reason for bringing Little Spider along. It was to have him fight for justice alongside Thor, targeting the underworld's nefarious elements. Although Thor was merely a robust, ordinary man at present, with Little Spider's assistance, they could certainly tackle street thugs, arms dealers, and other criminal forces. This would also serve as an opportunity for Thor to hone his skills. Of course, the true challenge would come from Loki. After all, Loki and Thor, the inseparable brothers, were locked in a dance of love and conflict. Youqian pondered that Loki would surely unleash the destroyer upon Thor, and he would need to use telekinesis to safeguard the populace. Poor Thor, thriving on Earth, yet he would be subjected to Loki's machinations with the destroyer. What a lamentable fate, caught in such an unforeseen calamity. Little Spider Parker eagerly accepted the mission and excitedly collaborated with Thor to design a superhero costume. Thor did not refuse. After all, he could not summon his magnificent armor without Mjolnir. He too wished to present himself at his most dashing, hoping to attract some admirers. Although the narrative of Thor's first film underwent significant alterations, his relationship with Jane remained unchanged. Thor and Jane still found their way to one another, as the events surrounding Thor and Mjolnir were shrouded in mystery. All relevant locations have been sealed off. The research team to which Jane belongs was originally formed to study the marks left by the Bifrost Bridge created by Thor. However, due to the lockdown, they have gained nothing from their efforts. Additionally, Thor reminisced about Jane, the woman who had aided him upon his arrival on Earth. As a result, it was only natural for Thor and Jane to grow closer, and their relationship gradually warmed, reminiscent of a blossoming narrative. After resolving matters concerning Thor, Youqian began discussions with Tony regarding the formation of the Justice League. The appearance of Iron Man, Tony Stark, was akin to the unveiling of a new era, with various superpowered heroes and villains emerging in abundance. Though their abilities may have been modest, they posed considerable challenges to ordinary individuals. Thus, the formation of a superhero team became paramount, as Tony asserted. Youqian indicated that he sought entertainment to pass the time. Tony selected a floor in Stark Tower to serve as the headquarters for the Justice League and convened a press conference to announce its establishment. Just as the Justice League was gaining momentum, a series of events unfolded in Asgard. This time, the Destroyer was tasked with eliminating the superpowered hero known as the Bicycle King, Youqian, of Midgard. As for Thor, he was now merely a mortal without his hammer, rendering him inconsequential. Loki, contemplating this, let out a sinister chuckle, relishing the unfolding chaos. Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, observed all these developments with clarity. He gathered Thor's comrades, the Warriors 3 and the valiant Lady Sif, in a bid to thwart Loki's plan to unleash the Destroyer upon Thor. With unwavering determination, Heimdall utilized the Bifrost Bridge to transport the four to a city on Midgard called New York, where Thor resided, coinciding with the Destroyer's intended destination. The two threads converged. Indeed, the Destroyer aimed to slay Thor, and Loki sought to seize the opportunity to usurp Thor's throne. Loki's malicious laughter confirmed his villainous intent, validating his suspicions. However, as Loki plotted revenge against Youqian, he was suddenly overtaken by a series of sneezes, accompanied by an unsettling chill along his spine. A sense of unjust grievance washed over him, a curious and strange feeling indeed. Perplexed, Loki wondered why those four brutes, often in Thor's company, had used the Bifrost Bridge to reach Midgard. Were they visiting Thor? Arriving at the control room of the Bifrost Bridge, Loki beheld Heimdall, who bore an expression of resolute defiance. Furrowing his brow, Loki questioned Heimdall's peculiar demeanor. With a tone of indifference, he addressed Heimdall. By Odin's decree, no one is permitted to venture to Midgard without authorization. Why do you assist these four? What is your reasoning? You know full well. Heimdall stood resolute, embodying the unwavering loyalty of a faithful servant. This revelation stirred Loki's mind. It was undoubtedly for Thor that they acted. Their bond was profound, and he decided to overlook their transgression, for Thor had already forfeited his claim to the throne. Now merely a mortal, I alone possess the rightful claim. I have even wielded the hammer of Thor. As Loki spoke, he raised the hammer of the Thunder God, brandishing it before Heimdall in an attempt to assert the legitimacy of his position. Alas, Heimdall remained unconvinced, declaring, "That is a mere imitation. It lacks the power of thunder." "What do you know?" Loki retorted, feeling that Heimdall was utterly lacking in discernment. How could he dismiss it as fake when Loki had seized it directly from Thor? Even if he could not harness its power, it certainly appeared authentic. Could Thor himself not discern its genuineness? Such absurdity. Throughout their exchange, Loki and Heimdall's thoughts were misaligned, and the narrative had veered far off course, something even Youqian failed to recognize. Chapter 88, The Arena of Carnage. In a lounge of the Stark Tower, the headquarters of the Justice League, Youqian first washed his hands, pressed his palms together, and engaged in a moment of mystical contemplation. Without a second thought, he made 10 attempts, hoping to draw a card for traversal. Leisurely beverage. Consuming it will transform you into a couch potato, bringing you immense joy. Super absorber. Capable of extracting specified liquids from any ordinary creature or object. A dilapidated knife. Its only trait is its utter decrepitude. Youqian's expression darkened. Resembling charcoal. Was today particularly unlucky? Never mind. He would save the remaining attempts for later. At this moment, the opportunity to earn rewards from check-ins was not of significant importance to him. Many outrageous feats he could accomplish on his own, yet among these rewards lay the potential for a traversal card, which was of utmost significance, as his template was the strongest. To enhance it further, two methods existed. One could slay powerful beings to absorb new energies, or traverse realms to utilize heroic potions for template evolution. However, it seemed unlikely that he would draw a card in the near future. Fortunately, despite lacking a traversal card, Guang possessed a world coordinate. Though it required time to pinpoint, it nonetheless indicated a clear destination. Soon, he discovered that early in the morning, Thor and Jane were openly displaying their affection in the hall of the headquarters. Their antics were fraught with peril, and sustaining injuries seemed commonplace. Yet Thor showed no signs of awakening the thunderous power within him. After being studied by Tony, he had been relocated to the Justice League headquarters. Yet the true hammer of Thor remained silent. Clearly, he was preoccupied with his romantic pursuits. Youqian glanced at the imitation hammer clutched by Thor and then at the genuine hammer positioned in the center of the hall. Lost in thought, he called out, "Thor, what are your thoughts on the hammer of Thor in the center of our hall? Is it not merely a model, crafted to resemble the original so closely that it could easily be mistaken for the real thing?" Youqian suddenly recalled something. The hammer of Thor possessed a rudimentary sentience. Thor, oblivious, as if blinded, waved the fake hammer before it daily, even asserting its falsity. What a peculiar narrative this was. With this realization, Youqian cast an enigmatic glance at both the hammer and Thor. Uncertain of the unfolding events, Thor remained in a state of idle contemplation, prompting Youqian to shake his head in disapproval. Exiting Stark Tower, he sought a breath of fresh air. At that moment, a flash of colorful beams caught his attention, leading him to perceive something extraordinary. In a narrow alley, first guardians clad in armor materialized, the valiant warriors three, Volstagg, Hogun, and Fandral, alongside Sif, the warrior maiden and childhood companion of Thor. Sif surveyed the unfamiliar city with keen eyes, declaring, "We must first seek Thor's whereabouts. Our brother has transported us here," indicating that Thor must be nearby. Volstagg, a robust figure renowned as the Lion of Asgard, gazed somberly at the sprawling city. "This place is quite vast. Finding him may prove challenging. We must act swiftly to reach him before the destroyer attacks." The four nodded in agreement, with Sif's resolve unwavering as she silently vowed, Thor, I'm coming for you. It was common knowledge among the Asgardians that Sif held affections for Thor, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts, with Thor's parents already acknowledging Sif as a suitable companion. Eager to rescue her future husband, Sif exhibited unparalleled enthusiasm. Volstagg couldn't help but remark, Thor is fortunate to have a wife like you. I envy him. What? Thor has a wife and is still chasing after other women? Youqian, floating nearby to discern the situation, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired aloud. The four warriors immediately took a defensive stance, drawing their weapons and fixing their sharp gazes on him. Gradually, Youqian floated toward the alley wall, introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Youqian, a dear friend of Thor on Earth. I know where he is. That warrior maiden. You must be Sif, correct? Aren't you and Thor close friends? As he spoke, he retrieved his phone to show them a photo of himself with Thor. Though still wary, the quartet lowered their weapons upon seeing the image. Sif blushed slightly as she clarified her relationship with Thor. Youqian, observing her bashful demeanor, sighed, Ah, Thor, you truly are incorrigible. How could you allow your childhood sweetheart to transform into a figure akin to Harley Quinn? Sif, feeling a sense of urgency, implored, Lee, could you lead us to Thor? We have vital matters to discuss with him. With a sympathetic glance at Sif, Youqian agreed and guided the four toward Stark Tower. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Thor, informing him that his four friends were seeking him, including the warrior maiden named Sif. The distance from the alley to Stark Tower was not far, and soon, Youqian led the group to their destination. They ascended the elevator to the Justice League headquarters. As the doors opened, Thor, accompanied by Jane, appeared before them. Youqian discreetly stepped aside, pulling out a Guang to watch the unfolding drama. Guang looked around in confusion, asking, Host, why did you suddenly pull me out? You're not going to strike me again, are you? I haven't done anything lately. This is excessive. Huh, am I that kind of person? Let me share a slice of intrigue with you, and you shall witness that unrequited love leads to no favorable outcome. Youqian remarked, hearing Guang's muddled response. He curled his lip and surveyed the scene. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, yet Thor remained blissfully unaware. He joyfully embraced the three warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif, then turned to introduce his girlfriend, Jane. Sif wore a mask of desolation, while the three celestial warriors were left speechless, their gazes continually darting towards Sif. The situation was evident to all present. Yet the oblivious Thor continued to flaunt his affection for Jane right in front of Sif. It was nothing short of a battlefield. Youqian observed the unfolding drama with great enthusiasm. Jane, too, recognized the tension, casting a suspicious glance at Sif, then quietly inquired of Thor, Is that warrior your friend? Yes, she is my friend, Thor replied. Jane and Sif exchanged knowing looks. Youqian promptly pulled out his phone to record a video, eagerly sending it to Tony. Cool, me. Let us witness this unfold. Let the chaos begin. Strategist Youqian. Tony, who seemed to be engaged in a high-profile gathering, disregarded everything and initiated a video call. Observing the reactions of those present, Jane sensed that matters were far from simple. I believe you and share quite a match. Jane smiled, though her tone bore a chill. Both Youqian and Tony exclaimed in unison. She has fought alongside me through thick and thin. She is my comrade. Jane, you are overthinking it. You are the one I cherish. Thor gazed earnestly at Jane, who nodded gently, and they gradually embraced. Meanwhile, Sif, feeling as if she had been stabbed in the heart, leaned back against the wall. Why should this be? I was the one who arrived first. Sif's voice was barely a whisper, yet audible to all. Gathering her courage, Sif stood tall and declared, Thor, I will wait for you. Our time is abundant, and she is merely immortal. For a millennium, I shall wait for you. I, too, am but a mortal now. Having her is sufficient. Sif, you are a wonderful person, but we can only remain friends. You will encounter someone even better. Thor's words deeply moved Jane, rendering Sif silent. Youqian lamented Sif's unrequited affection, then patted Guang on the shoulder. Do you see? A person, or indeed a system, will not develop feelings simply because of kindness shown to them. Love must be reciprocal. The one you pursue, who constantly seeks favors from you, may very well regard you as a mere admirer. At least Thor has clearly rejected, while the system you chase dangles hope before you. Wake up, dear friend. Youqian's words were profound, yet Guang remained unconvinced. If she doesn't love me, why does she accept my gifts? Besides, you haven't been in love, have you? I recall you just finished your college entrance exams. Youqian, hands behind his back and head tilted at a 45-degree angle, replied, Just because she accepted your gifts does not imply affection. The equation of love is not so simple. Pray tell, how would you respond to that? Furthermore, a strategist never steps onto the battlefield. Guang remained silent, yet his demeanor exuded a palpable defiance. Youqian sensed the urgency to prevent Guang from descending into servitude. This task was fraught with challenges. At that moment, the sky began to transform, dark clouds swirling ominously, forming a colossal vortex as if something were poised to emerge from within. Far away in the celestial palace of Asgard, Loki's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had just inquired about the intentions of the boisterous quartet, Heimdall, Thor, and their companions, regarding their clandestine excursion to Midgard. To his dismay, Heimdall responded with a series of baffling remarks that left Loki feeling inexplicably irked. Hence, Loki resolved to deliver a sound thrashing to Youqian and to assert the might of the gods in Midgard. The three valiant warriors of the celestial palace exchanged alarmed glances at the shifting skies. Sif quickly regained her composure and urged Thor, "You must flee. Heimdall has warned that Loki intends to send a destroyer to slay you." Startled, Thor dashed to a nearby table, lifting the counterfeit hammer of the god of thunder that Youqian had forged. "I can lift it, yet I cannot reclaim my power. I must embody what my father wishes of me." Thor's tone bore a hint of melancholy. Sif, ever supportive, reassured him, "I believe you will undoubtedly become a worthy king." It seemed as though Sif was utterly unperturbed by the recent events, prompting Youqian to reflect on the unexpected popularity of these two fools. Be they the Joker or Harley Quinn. Outside the window, clad in his iron suit, Tony Stark had arrived, unbeknownst to anyone. With a sense of schadenfreude, Youqian pointed to the ominous clouds above and remarked, "We may soon require Thor's assistance. He has quite a busy day ahead." Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a colossal figure collided heavily onto the roadway near Stark Tower, creating a deep crater. A silver metallic giant emerged, emanating a red glow, as though it contained immense energy within. At that moment, Iron Man Tony soared nearby, with Youqian floating beside him. The three valiant warriors and Sif hurried to their side, drawing their weapons in an attempt to buy Thor time to escape. However, Thor stood resolute, wielding his hammer, determined to confront his brother and have a serious discussion. Tony gazed at the metallic giant with fervor, his eyes brimming with the desire to investigate. Youqian grasped his shoulder, cautioning, "Hold your ground. This could be the moment Thor activates his true power, or at the very least, he might reclaim the hammer of the Thunder God. Indeed, let the hammer soar to him of its own accord." Youqian mused, contemplating the genuine hammer of Thor languishing at the Justice League headquarters, where it remained unguarded. Surely, the hammer would not exhibit any petulance, would it? Tony, feeling the grip on his shoulder, found himself floating in place, unable to resist. Meanwhile, the destroyer, remaining stationary, suddenly became adorned with runes, emitting a voice. This was a function Loki had meticulously prepared in advance, and the message it conveyed startled those in the vicinity. Superhero, Bicycle King, come forth, and witness the majesty of the gods. The sound surrounding the destroyer echoed incessantly, causing Youqian's face to gradually flush with embarrassment. In the distance, a few audacious onlookers speculated, what kind of superhero is the Bicycle King? Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous name. I know. ISNT, that the one next to Iron Man? ISNT, he from our homeland? Bah, he's clearly an ancestor. Stop arguing. That superhero has many nicknames, and Bicycle King is one of them. As Youqian listened to the chatter, a sense of despair enveloped him. From this day forth, all his other monikers would surely fade into obscurity, overshadowed by the popularity of Bicycle King. Hardly anyone remembered that nickname. I'm going mad. A crimson aura began to emanate from Youqian as he prepared to charge forward and reduce this entity to scrap metal. Tony swiftly maneuvered his armored suit. Didn't you say this matter is crucial for the simple-minded Thor? I'm going to turn that into scrap metal. Wait, are you laughing at me? How could I possibly mock you? Am I that kind of person? Ha 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 ha. Tony's voice resonated from within the suit. Youqian grew even more incensed. You actually laughed out loud. Fine. Ha ha, Bicycle King, what a silly name. It rivals Captain America's moniker of Captain Delicious Underpants. Ha ha. I'll strangle you. Youqian began to reprimand his good son midair. Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, also spotted Youqian hovering in the distance. The faceplate of the destroyer gradually turned red, preparing to unleash an energy beam to bring him down. At that moment, a few familiar voices piqued Loki's attention. Such absurd excuses. If you want to kill Thor, just say it. Why hide behind such pretenses? Bah, you would even contemplate harming your own brother. You treacherous little man. Loki. A massive question mark slowly emerged in Loki's mind. What have I done? What is happening? The bewilderment consumed him. Chapter 90. Deceived. He could not comprehend the words spoken by the individuals before him. It was maddening. Am I truly the kind of person who would send the destroyer to kill my own brother? Loki felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. At that moment, facing the destroyer, the ones who had just spoken were none other than the Asgardian quartet, the three warriors of the Valkyrie and Sif. Behind them stood Thor, wielding the hammer of the god of thunder. Loki sensed something amiss. Wait, the hammer of the god of thunder? Far away in Asgard. Loki glanced at the hammer in his own hand. Then he looked at the hammer in Thor's grip, and a dreadful thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that I was deceived by the simple-minded Thor? The humiliation, a terrifying crimson radiance erupted from the destroyer's visage, and a colossal red beam shot directly toward Thor. Vostag, the lion of the heavenly palace among the three warriors, though appearing large and cumbersome, reacted with unexpected swiftness. He drew out a massive axe from behind, leaped, and raised the axe before him to block the red beam. With a thunderous crash, Vostag was sent flying. Yet the red beam continued its relentless trajectory toward Thor. With a thunderous roar, the smoke dissipated, and Thor hastily positioned his enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, before his chest to shield himself. A crimson beam struck the hammer with tremendous force, shattering it into countless fragments. Likewise, Thor was violently propelled backward, struggling to rise. Utterly astounded by the scene before him, rendered speechless, Youqian ceased his playful tussle with Tony, having instinctively conjured a protective barrier around Thor. Otherwise, that blow could have proven fatal for him. Could it be that such a life-threatening crisis failed to awaken your latent potential? Youqian pundarat, fearing he had disrupted the narrative and rendered Thor useless. Surely, it could not be that dire. Meanwhile, far away in the palace of Asgard, Loki burst into laughter. Ha ha! A hammer that can be obliterated by the destroyer's energy attack must be a counterfeit. I cannot believe my poor brother, upon discovering I had taken his Mjolnir, consoled himself with a fake. Ha ha! What he wields is surely genuine. I always knew it. Thor, that foolish simpleton, could hardly be expected to grow wise, even resorting to a counterfeit to lower his guard. I, Loki, am a man of my word. With this thought, Loki felt quite pleased. Yet his gaze turned cold as he glanced at the quartet from Asgard. In a low whisper, he muttered, I offered you for a chance. Yet you still dare oppose me. So be it, perish. Eliminating them would diminish the obstacles to his ascendancy to the throne. From the current scene, it was evident that the four still harbored considerable hope for Thor, a clear lack of foresight. The target of the destroyer's assault shifted to the Asgardian quartet. Vostag, who had just obstructed the crimson beam, stood as a bulwark, wielding his massive axe in a direct attack. The other two warriors of the palace, one named Hogun, brandished a mace to support Vostag, while the other, named Fandral, elegantly wielded a long sword, employing intricate swordplay to strike at the destroyer from various angles. Sif fought fiercely, one hand wielding a shield and the other a long sword, relentlessly slashing at the destroyer. Having fought alongside each other for many years, their teamwork was impeccable. Their combined assaults rang out with a cacophony of metal clashing, though alas, the destroyer's metallic form proved exceedingly resilient, their attacks merely restraining its movements. Suddenly, the destroyer emanated a radiant crimson light, unleashing powerful lasers from all directions. The three warriors and Sif were hurled backward for dozens of meters. Remarkably, Asgardians were known for their toughness, and these four were among the finest. Despite being struck by such a force, they emerged unscathed, groaning slightly as they regained their footing and resumed their assault. Seizing the moment, Sif leaped onto a nearby edifice, executing a grand jump, her long sword plunging directly into the destroyer's faceplate. This strike caused the crimson glow surrounding the destroyer to gradually fade. Before the four could react, an even more dazzling crimson light erupted from the destroyer's body, sending them hurtling once more. This time, their injuries were evidently more severe, and their movements began to slow as they struggled to rise. Youqian exchanged a glance with Tony, who, eyeing the destroyer, was eager to engage. Sensing that their opponents were on the brink of collapse, and Thor appeared unable to summon his powers. However, that was uncertain. Observing Jane rushing towards Thor, Youqian recalled a potential scenario. The destroyer, gazing at the injured quartet, gradually transformed its visor to a deep crimson. A colossal beam of red light, resembling a whip, lashed out towards the Asgardian group struggling on the ground. In the path of the crimson whip, Jane was making her way to Thor. Originally, Thor, who had bowed his head in silence at the sight of a shattered hammer, now lifted it, witnessing the unfolding scene. With a frantic cry, he shouted no. Simultaneously, Faint sparks of lightning began to dance around him. The sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled as a short-handled warhammer tore through the clouds, hurtling rapidly towards him. Instinctively, Thor summoned the hammer into his grasp. His entire being crackled with electricity as countless metallic shards gradually coalesced into armor, a cape materializing behind him. Then, Thor hurled the hammer, dispersing the destroyer's crimson beam and striking the destroyer squarely on the head with a resounding impact. Youqian, witnessing the spectacle, could no longer contain himself and turned to Tony with a jest. It's confirmed, this guy is lovesick. The moment he sees his beloved in peril, his latent potential explodes. It's absurd. Just moments ago, he was on the verge of doom without a hint of power. And had I known to feign kidnapping Jane as a threat, perhaps he would have summoned his hammer long ago. He glanced at the scattered remnants of the hammer, his mind slightly befuddled. What is going on? Did I mistakenly grab the wrong one in my haste to leave Stark Tower? Never mind, these details are trivial. No, they are significant. Far away in Asgard, Loki was seething with rage, observing his own hammer in hand, akin to a bowling ball. He tossed it away with disdain. The counterfeit Mjolnir soared far before crashing heavily onto the Rainbow Bridge, sliding for several meters. I cannot believe I was deceived by a fool. What disgrace! The god of mischief, outsmarted by that dimwit Thor. If the citizens of Asgard were to discover this, it would be akin to publicly defecating. Chapter 91. The Essence of the Melee Mage. Youqian noted that Thor had successfully acquired his strength, rendering the destroyer obsolete. A wave of crimson energy began to radiate from him, intertwining with black flames and red telekinetic force. From a distance, he appeared strikingly formidable as he transformed into a black and red meteor, descending like a meteorite towards the destroyer. Subsequently, Youqian unleashed 4 powerful punches upon the destroyer's limbs, contorting and deforming them, before executing a swift turn, causing the destroyer to vanish from his sight. In the distant palace of Asgard, Loki sensed the abrupt disappearance of the destroyer he had been controlling, as if it had been whisked away from this realm, leaving him utterly unable to command it remotely. With this realization, Loki hastily sought to contact his true biological father, Lao Fei. After successfully deceiving Lao Fei into coming, Loki resolved to launch a surprise attack on him with the Eternal Spear, intending to eliminate his father and subsequently obliterate the Frost Giant's homeworld, Jotunheim. Such a feat would surely earn him the acknowledgement of his father and the respect of the people of Asgard. At that moment, the unsuspecting Lao Fei, having heard news of his son Loki's proposal to collaborate in slaying Odin, stealthily infiltrated Asgard, preparing to take down his old adversary with Loki's assistance. As Loki discreetly provided support by indicating specific locations and diverting guards, Lao Fei made his way to Odin's south resting place. Overcome with excitement, Lao Fei swiftly dispatched the lone guard still stationed there and drew a dagger, poised to strike down the unconscious Odin. The mystery of Loki's penchant for daggers was finally unraveled. It was a trait inherited from his father. Just as Lao Fei lifted the dagger above his head, ready to plunge it down, Loki suddenly appeared, wielding the Eternal Spear. He swiftly pierced Lao Fei from behind, leaving Lao Fei to utter a pained, "Loki, my son, why?" before he collapsed heavily to the ground, evidently gravely injured. "Ha! You old rogue, it is either you or me," exclaimed Loki, without a moment's hesitation, delivering a second strike that reduced Lao Fei to mere dust. Loki then proclaimed, "The Frost Giant leader Lao Fei has been vanquished by me. Where are the guards?" Outside the Great Hall, the rapid footfalls of the guards could be heard. The false Thanos, director of Cosmic Population Control, the purple sweet potato essence, was in stark contrast to the true Loki, who had just betrayed his father and intended to obliterate his father's world. The most fittingly named Star-Lord, whose adoptive father had perished, now bore the weight of having caused his biological father's demise. Meanwhile, mere hours earlier in New York City, Youqian had confined the destroyer into a pocket dimension. Feeling the severing of its remote control capabilities, Thor and Jane were intertwined, sharing an impassioned kiss. Youqian mused, "I feel inexplicably satiated." Ultimately, he reassured himself, taking solace in the fact that no one was paying attention while he claimed the destroyer for himself. Odin, renowned for his benevolence, would likely not concern himself with such artifacts, as he had a history of carelessly discarding treasures. The mighty Staff of Rage, which could augment a user's strength tenfold, and even the Tesseract, were both left to fall into the hands of Earth. After some time, Thor released Jane and began discussing matters with the quartet from Asgard. "Rest assured, I'll take good care of you. Everyone knows I, Chow, am always eager to help," Youqian declared with fervor, leaving Thor momentarily bewildered. "Aren't you surnamed Lee?" he queried. "Oh, then thank you. Thor replied, appearing quite earnest, prompting Youqian to refrain from teasing him further. Beside them, Tony, with an expression of disdain, regarded Youqian. He felt an undeniable embarrassment. After a while, Thor arranged matters and, bidding farewell to his girlfriend, prepared to summon Heimdall in an open space. Suddenly, Youqian interjected, casually tossing out a request to inform him of Asgard's precise coordinates. As he intended to visit on his own, that's fine. However, there's no need for the exact coordinates. It would be too cumbersome. Just call for Heimdall when the time comes. Youqian glanced at Jane and Thor, reminding them not to forget. Simply tell me the specific location. I have my ways to reach you. Upon understanding this, Thor called out for Heimdall, and a radiant spectrum of colors enveloped Thor and the quartet from Asgard, whisking them away. Youqian and Tony then linked arms, discussing the complex relationships among Thor, Jane, and Sif. As a layer of frost clung to him, his immediate reaction upon seeing the group was to shout, "Hurry and stop Loki. He intends to obliterate the planet Jotunheim." Thor dashed towards the control room of the Bifrost, where he soon spotted the Rainbow Bridge being activated from a distance. The Bifrost not only serves as a means of transportation, but can also unleash powerful attacks. If wielded by a sufficiently strong user, it can be directed to strike using the Eternal Spear. Such an assault could even annihilate stars. In his youth, Odin often used this method to destroy stars, thereby acquiring the rare metal, URU. Although obliterating a star yields only a modest amount of URU, Odin, in his quest to forge the legendary weapon, Mjolnir, had obliterated countless stars in one go. However, Loki, despite wielding the Eternal Spear, could not directly command the Bifrost to attack, for he lacked the necessary strength. He could only manipulate it from the control room, making his location easily discernible. Even Thor, who typically lacked cerebral prowess, knew where to find Loki. Upon entering the Bifrost control room, Thor found Loki already awaiting him, spear in hand. As Thor prepared to engage in banter, Loki abruptly raised his hand. "Enough, you deceiver. How dare you trick me? I have no desire to hear your words. Do not attempt to use rhetoric to thwart my plans. Let's battle." With one hand gripping the Eternal Spear and the other brandishing a staff radiating brilliance, Loki summoned a dazzling white orb of light. Illumination spell. In that moment, Loki felt an unparalleled surge of confidence. This was the true essence of a melee mage. "I understand now. I can hardly believe that mortals spoke the truth." With keen eyes, Loki, staff in one hand and the Eternal Spear in the other, charged towards Thor. Thor sensed something amiss. Why had Loki suddenly grown so formidable? He could vaguely discern the silhouette of an elderly mage with a white beard hovering about him. Terrifying indeed. Chapter 92. The self-disciplined man, Thor, and Loki engaged in a one-on-one battle, a true clash of men. Thor never anticipated that one day Loki would wield a staff and swing it towards his head. Such an affront to decorum. Where is your invisibility? Your illusions? Your little daggers? The stark contrast left Thor utterly astonished, momentarily distracting him, which afforded Loki the opportunity to thrust the Eternal Spear towards Thor's midsection. Thor quickly grasped the spear with one hand, for he was now a man committed to a relationship, and he could not afford any injury to his vital parts. With a wicked grin, Loki swung the staff, radiating a blinding white light, aiming a blow at Thor. Thor shook his head and raised Mjolnir high, delivering a mighty strike that shattered the staff in Loki's astonished gaze. As the staff splintered, the luminous orb gradually faded, rendering the illumination spell ineffective. Loki instantly sensed a decline in his own aura, akin to the dissonance felt when a protagonist powers up without the accompanying triumphant music, an unsettling sensation indeed. It was evident that Thor did not wish to use Mjolnir against Loki. He relinquished the hammer and lunged at Loki instead. With a resounding thud, Loki fell to the ground as Thor unleashed two fierce punches upon him, subsequently placing Mjolnir atop him to bind him securely. After securing Loki, Thor rose to inspect the control room of the Bifrost, discovering that the energy was fully gathered and poised to unleash a vibrant beam upon Jotunheim. After a moment of contemplation, Thor resolved to destroy the Bifrost, forcibly halting its impending assault. With a thunderous roar, the attack sequence was interrupted, dispersing terrifying energy in all directions. The grand Bifrost itself fractured, and both Loki and Thor, who had just begun to rise, were caught in the violent energy, teetering on the precipice of the shattered bridge. In that critical moment, Odin, who had been feigning slumber while observing the spectacle, intervened. One hand cradled Thor, while the other grasped the Eternal Spear, the opposite end of which Loki clung to with unwavering determination. Spotting Odin, Loki exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm, "Father, I have dealt with Lao Fei and I was mere moments away from resolving Jotunheim, if not for Thor's interference. Odin sighed, intent on pulling both of them to safety, and proclaimed, "As a ruler, one must learn to be merciful. The frost giants of Jotunheim are innocent. Furthermore, you should not have dispatched the destroyer to slay your brother." Internally, Odin lamented the fact that neither of his sons, one biological and one adopted, had achieved a status worthy of the Allfather. "Both of you are recklessly defiant while I approach my end. Do you not realize the peril you pose by seeking to annihilate a planet? My daughter, Hela, with her formidable power, barely ensures the continuity of Asgard, yet her ambitions are vast, yearning for expansion rather than mere preservation of Asgard's legacy." A large question mark slowly materialized above Loki's head as he pointed at himself incredulously. "Me? When did I ever send the destroyer to kill Thor? I merely sought to trouble a Midgardian. Why does everyone assume that my summoning of the destroyer to Midgard was intended to slay Thor?" Loki spoke through gritted teeth, his expression earnest. However, Odin and Thor exchanged skeptical glances, shaking their heads, their faces etched with disbelief. Despite Loki's seemingly sincere demeanor, who could forget that he was the god of mischief, known for his penchant for deceit and theatricality? Loki felt an impending sense of doom, as if Asgard were destined for a snowy fate. He lamented, "This is so unjust. I dispatched the destroyer to Midgard with the intent to confront him. As for Thor, I had previously been deceived by him. I took a counterfeit Mjolnir, believing he posed no threat. I never contemplated harming him, truly." Loki, increasingly aggrieved, pointed at the foam Mjolnir he had hurled onto the Rainbow Bridge and vociferously explained. However, a peculiar thought struck him. Why was that fake Mjolnir hurtling towards him? The scattered energy rippled through everything surrounding the Rainbow Bridge, causing the false hammer to be propelled away. As the energy gradually waned, the recently dislodged Mjolnir began a slow descent. With a heavy thud, it struck Loki squarely on the face, prompting an involuntary reaction as he instinctively shielded his head. Upon opening his eyes, Loki surveyed his hands and gazed into the unfathomable abyss of the universe. He could only utter a single exclamation. "Damn it, the oath has come to pass." I truly leapt from the Rainbow Bridge. With a whoosh, he plummeted into the void. Odin and Thor exchanged glances. Odin blinked his solitary eye, pondering whether that had indeed been a counterfeit Mjolnir. It seemed so. Thor looked at the Mjolnir in his possession, lost in contemplation. Could it be that what he had just stated was true? Both Thor and Odin spoke in unison, turning their attention to a figure clad in suspenders and sporting a middle-parted hairstyle, Little Black, tasked with managing a miniature world. Originally, Youqian's artificial intelligence, Little Black had undergone modifications by Youqian, who had also enhanced the destroyer acquired the previous day, transforming it into a vessel for Little Black and augmenting its anthropomorphic features. Little Black reveled in this new guise. Youqian asserted that he had not imparted such knowledge, believing it to be devoid of merit. Upon commandeering the destroyer, Little Black could unleash draconic prowess, even donning it as armor. Youqian felt this could amplify his own abilities several-fold. Indeed, it was a remarkable asset. After exchanging pleasantries with Little Black, Youqian executed a backflip, exiting the miniature world and collapsing onto the bed in his spacious apartment. He pondered how fortune would favor him each day. Satisfied with his thoughts, he nodded approvingly. Having meticulously planned each day, truly, he was disciplined. On the first day of his regimen, he logged his laxity and received an everlasting cup that would never run dry. On the second day, he recorded his indolence and acquired some spiritual trees capable of purifying the air and emitting energy particles, essentially spiritual energy. He contemplated revisiting the compendium of talismans he had obtained long ago. On the third day of self-discipline, Youqian mused, "Youqian, what the study of the compendium of talismans? Why have you fallen into laziness? You must delve into it earnestly." Logging his laxity once more, he obtained an infinite armory, an exhilarating prospect, with every conceivable weapon at his disposal, even nuclear arms. On the fourth day, he perused the compendium, noting the simplicity of the immobilization talisman, deeming it of little use, and opting not to study it further. Continuing his routine of indolence, he was unexpectedly rewarded with a pair of original flavor stockings. He never anticipated acquiring such an item. How utterly scandalous. It must surely be the work of the mischievous spirit. Agwong. Chapter 93. This otherworldly realm feels decidedly peculiar. On the 74th day of self-discipline, Youqian gazed at the rewards obtained from today's check-in, tears streaming down his face. He had finally acquired what he longed for, a transmigration card. At that moment, Agwong, a figure in his mind, suddenly sprang forth, exclaiming, "Host, Today is truly a day of double fortune. I have established a connection with the world consciousness of that realm based on the world coordinates. If you lend me some world energy, I can embark on a virtual romance with my goddess." With a thud, Youqian delivered a punch to Guang. His tone irritable as he replied, "You haven't returned what you borrowed before. Is your accumulation of world energy insufficient? Just a tiny bit short?" Guang's excited demeanor made it difficult for Youqian to bear. "Don't ask me to lend you anything. Isn't there already a new world? The transmigration card remains the same. 3 years of time, with the main world only 3 months passing. I can help you earn some quick money and gather world energy. But borrowing is out of the question. Otherwise, you'll have to find a way to negotiate with that world consciousness yourself." Youqian schnurrte disdainfully. Having nearly lost hope in this incessant sycophant, he had never encountered such a degree of desperation. Without further ado, Youqian activated the transmigration card, engulfed by a burst of white light that whisked him away. Today was a fortuitous day. The Kingdom of Stir was once again hosting the Hero Summoning Festival, an event that occurred every 300 years. The temple where the summoning took place was surrounded by a throng of spectators. Inside the temple stood numerous nobles, with the king eagerly observing the high platform designated for the summoning of heroes. The king of the Kingdom of Stir was a rotund, balding man adorned in opulent attire, notably wearing spectacles, seemingly to project an air of sophistication. However, he emanated a rather peculiar aura. Historical records indicated that each time the high platform radiated white light, several heroes would be summoned. Ultimately, 3 heroes would be called forth, each possessing unique abilities and professions. The king looked forward to the emergence of powerful healers, at least those capable of prolonging life. Suddenly, the high platform began to emit a glow, though it appeared rather diminutive. As the white light faded, Youqian found himself surrounded by a multitude of onlookers, one particularly rotund individual barreling toward him like a hefty pig. Youqian was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Where had this transmigration card transported him? What a bizarre scene it was. Youqian's appearance mirrored that of the mage Lu Haizhu, who had been unceremoniously transported to the desert. The plump king eagerly inquired, "Hero, what kind of hero are you, and what abilities do you possess?" Youqian pointed to himself. "Hero?" The king nodded enthusiastically, prompting Youqian to blurt out, "The stick hero?" Surrounding spectators exchanged puzzled glances, the king equally perplexed as he scrutinized Youqian from head to toe. "What do you possess?" "The stick hero should be akin to the sword hero, the hammer hero, or the gun hero. Where's your stick?" The king examined Youqian closely, his gaze eventually drifting towards his legs, and gradually, the king's face flushed crimson. Youqian exclaimed, "What an absurd situation." He felt a shiver run down his spine. Without hesitation, he drew forth a peculiar creature from behind him, declaring, "This is my companion, the stick, hence I shall be known as the Brave of the Stick." The corpulent king observed in astonishment as Youqian produced a colossal dog, measuring several meters in length. Initially taken aback, he quickly reconciled the absurdity with the notion of a hero's identity. However, his enthusiasm waned, and he casually gestured toward a seat beside the elevated platform. "Brave of the Stick, you may take a seat there. We have more heroes arriving shortly. What manner of world is this? Do you possess any concrete information?" Youqian pondered, frustrated by my hen. Guang, with hands on his hips, shook his head in disbelief. Youqian felt that his system was utterly useless, unreliable at best. Yet, upon surveying the scene, he surmised that this resembled the epic tales of Western heroes battling Dark Lords. How could he achieve extraordinary feats in this realm? Perhaps by masquerading as a hero and guiding the others to effortlessly vanquish the Dark Lord, an invincible strategy to attain unique accomplishments. As Youqian contemplated his strategy, a brilliant white light suddenly illuminated the platform. 3 figures emerged from within the glow, gradually becoming discernible as the light faded. One was a petite, adorable child, another a stunningly beautiful woman, and the third was a bewildered man, exuberantly proclaiming his reincarnation into a new world. The corpulent king counted the figures on the platform and glanced at Youqian, puzzled. How curious. Why is there an additional hero this year? The king's voice was low, yet Youqian heard it clearly. It seemed absurd. When did the number of heroes in a parallel world become a matter of regulation? The surrounding nobles wore expressions of confusion. Yet after a brief deliberation, they dismissed their concerns, pondering that perhaps this year was indeed exceptional. The emergence of an extra hero was a phenomenon difficult to explain. Suddenly, a shriek erupted from the platform. The beautiful heroine glanced at her chest, and then below, wailing, "Where's my second brother? Why did I reincarnate as a woman in this new world? No, I adore beautiful women. I did not wish to become one myself. A collective gasp resonated among the crowd as they struggled to digest the revelations contained within her words. Youqian was utterly astonished. Was reincarnation into another world truly this outrageous? The corpulent king hurriedly ascended the platform to clarify the situation, inquiring about the heroes and their abilities. The trio consisted of a childlike figure, endowed with extraordinary magical talents and boundless mana, known as the mage hero, the man who had transformed into a breathtaking woman. Lamenting the loss of his brother, identified as the charming hero, who possessed an innate allure and formidable healing abilities. And lastly, the man who had just exclaimed his reincarnation, dubbed the Fist Hero, who was now wiping sweat from his brow, cautiously distancing himself from the charming hero. Once he composed himself, the Fist Hero turned to the little girl, grinning mischievously. How old are you? To have transitioned to another world at such a tender age. Fear not, I shall protect you. I have a fondness for little girls. In the depths of his mind, he schemed quietly, contemplating the peculiarities of the situation. The little girl, seemingly innocent, was not without her own cunning. Am I a man? Mused the mage hero languidly. The Fist Hero was taken aback, silently distancing himself from his two companions. Damn it. One man reincarnated as a woman, and the other is a little boy in feminine guise. This is not at all what I envisioned. But wait. What is with the bald, rotund king beside him? Why is he so exhilarated? The healer hero, radiating an aura of charm, had not displayed such enthusiasm moments ago. Why are you removing your glasses? The mage hero, noticing the Fist Hero's retreat, wore a malicious grin. What is the matter, minor hero? Don't you wish to protect me anymore? Youqian shivered slightly, having genuinely thought that the figure was merely a little girl. Goodness, one eye-opener. Is it now fashionable for reincarnated individuals in this other world to take on the guise of young boys? Nevertheless, the abilities of the trio were quite complementary, with their martial, magical, and healing skills forming a well-rounded synergy. Adding himself as the summoner, deploying Pochi would create an almost perfect collaboration. Yet, he was uncertain of the trio's true strength when engaged in battle. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the three on the high platform, and golden letters appeared above their heads, boldly declaring their titles as heroes, shimmering and capturing everyone's attention. The crowd turned their gaze towards Youqian, their expressions rife with suspicion, as if to say, surely, you cannot be a hero? Youqian replied, what is the fuss? Is being a hero supposed to come with such theatrics? Chapter 94, Too Much Given. The collective gaze of the crowd bore down on Youqian, causing him to feel somewhat awkward. However, who was Youqian? The mastermind behind the downfall of the Monster Association and the architect of the Justice League. This scenario posed a challenge, but not an insurmountable one. Clearing his throat, he prepared to weave a tale. I am the fourth hero, rather unique. The golden title above my head is not convenient to display. I was summoned from a high platform. Surely, that cannot be disputed? Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. The rotund king recalling the distinctive white light that accompanied Youqian's entrance. Indeed, he might indeed be an exceptional hero. With a sigh of relief, Youqian was poised to capitalize on this moment when a thunderous noise resonated from the heavens. Kekekek, I, General FIA of the Demon Clan, shall annihilate you newly minted heroes. In an instant, a pillar of purple-black light penetrated the temple's roof, crashing down upon the high platform with unrelenting force. Youqian surveyed his surroundings. The numerous nobles and the rotund king had vanished outside the temple at an astonishing pace. Their speed was nothing short of extraordinary, moreover absurdly. After escaping the temple, they produced telescopes and began to observe the unfolding events. Youqian found this otherworldly realm rather peculiar. Everything about it felt askew. Outside the temple, the nobles and the king were abuzz with chatter. The heroes are finally set to confront the Demon King. One exclaimed, do you think they will break records this time? Defeating the Demon King in just a month. I believe it's possible. The Demon King has been vanquished so many times that he is bound to grow complacent. Indeed, only the Demon Army General remains, still brimming with fervor, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Youqian, upon overhearing the murmurs outside, felt increasingly perplexed. At that moment, a shadow swiftly emerged from a gaping hole in the ceiling of the temple. A heroic figure, kneeling on one knee, appeared before Youqian. She was a voluptuous figure with two small horns, delicate wings, and a petite tail. Was the Demon Army General a succubus? Youqian scrutinized his future opponent with seriousness. Her long legs were strikingly fair, and her attributes were undeniably ample. Truly sinful. No wonder she is a general. Above her head were emblazoned the words Demon Army General in bold characters. Unlike the golden brilliance of a hero, she exuded an aura of darkness. The purple-black smoke, conjured by the luminous beam, was gradually dissipating above the high platform. The Fist Hero stood prominently in front of his two companions, clearly having shielded them from the previous beam of light. He nonchalantly wiped his nose and tossed his hair. Suddenly, he froze, almost forgetting that behind him stood a young male turned female and another who was originally male. The Demon Army General, FIA, cast a disdainful glance at the three, clicking her tongue in surprise at the sight of two heroes transformed into females. What a playful twist. Pray tell, what kind of heroes are you? The Fist Hero raised his fist, pointing his thumb at himself. I am the Fist Hero. My companions are the Magic Hero and the Charm Hero, while you stand behind the Staff Hero. You are the wicked little boss wreaking havoc in this world. Watch how I bring you to justice, for the sake of righteousness. FIA scoffed. Who does not know that you are at your weakest, right, after reincarnation? Justice, you say? Today, none of you shall escape my wrath. As she spoke, she abruptly halted, turning to gaze at the onlooker, Youqian, and noticed the absence of a golden title above his head. You are a hero? Indeed. I'm the Staff Hero, Youqian, the fourth hero, lacking a title due to exceptional circumstances. Youqian displayed the demeanor of a righteous character, embodying the essence of an honorable gentleman. FIA extended a finger, shaking her head in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Setting aside your demeanor that resembles a villain, the mere fact that you possess a name and are the fourth hero makes it inconceivable. Her tone turned seductive as she continued. If I am not mistaken, you appeared suddenly as well. Could it be that you are a time traveler? Youqian responded, this doesn't seem right. How could you deduce that? FIA, observing the expression on Youqian's face, realized her guess was correct and felt an unusual thrill. Come join the ranks of the Demon Lord. Beautiful women and all that. Silence. I am a hero. Do not slander my name. I am not that superficial. Youqian hurriedly declined, fearing he might succumb to temptation. Threefold salary, plus cat girls, bunny girls, fox girls. Ah, this. Youqian hesitated. Could it be true? The perks were simply too enticing. I will join. The Fist Hero slid over dramatically, apologizing to his two companions. I'm afraid I cannot resist any longer. The offer is too alluring. He glanced at his teammates, one a young male turned female and the other a boy transformed into a girl. Once again, I beheld the enchanting Demon General, and within my heart, I resolved to conquer the Demon King General. Of course, this conquest is of a different nature. I shall directly join the Demon King's army, offering myself as bait to win the heart of the beautiful one and ultimately vanquish the Demon King. Naturally, if the Demon King's ranks are filled with stunning beauties, then my sincere allegiance is not out of the question. He. With a resounding thud, Youqian delivered a fierce punch to the brave hero. Wait, you are a true hero. How can you be more susceptible to temptation than I? Moreover, your recent laughter was rather lascivious, was it not? FIA extended her long leg and struck the brave hero with a powerful kick. Grasping the air, she conjured a violet-black whip that appeared in her hand, and she lashed it towards the brave hero. Several resounding cracks echoed as the whip struck him, while she boisterously proclaimed, You are deluded. You do not deserve to join the Demon King's army. Do not reward him, for there are so many onlookers outside the temple. Youqian caught sight of the brave hero's lips curving into a frenzied grin. It seemed that this brave soul from another world possessed a rather peculiar disposition. After enduring several lashes, the brave hero finally seized the whip and rose to his feet, declaring, Evil Demon King General, I shall bring you to justice. And you are no hero. You must be an undercover agent sent by the Demon King. A cacophony of cries erupted. FIA delivered a swift kick aimed at the brave hero's groin, causing Youqian to gasp in shock. The brave hero staggered, collapsing to the ground in a curl position. FIA then turned her gaze toward the fleeing mage hero and enchantress hero, revealing a sinister smile. Do not strike me. I am but a woman. I'm just a child. Woe is me, I was wrong. Surely, you cannot bear to harm a child. That would be quite disgraceful. Bah, I'm also a woman. It is not as if I was unaware that both of you were men before your reincarnation, pretending to be pitiful. If I do not punish you now, it will be too late next time. How infuriating. We have only just been reborn as heroes, and why does a mere minor boss appear ahead of schedule? Ridiculous. If I do not strike you now, shall I wait for you to grow stronger by methodically defeating monsters only to have you retaliate against me? Such logic leaves me speechless. FIA proceeded to thrash the two heroes thoroughly, delivering a final kick to each, striking at their vital points. After concluding these matters, FIA clapped her hands, exhaling a sigh of relief, her face adorned with tranquility. It was as though the long-simmering anger had dissipated. She then turned her attention to Youqian. Instinctively, Youqian squeezed his legs together. No, I'm not a hero. You guessed correctly just now. Wait, that is not right. Why should I fear you? I am not incapable of defeating you. Chapter 95. What have we endured? Youqian had observed the ruthless onslaught of the relentless combat machine against the three heroes. It was clear that this demon general FIA could, at most, reach the pinnacle of the ghost realm. By extension, the Demon King, at the peak of his prowess, would likely be at the dragon level. I, who should be sweeping through this world effortlessly, find myself somewhat perturbed by this woman. Curse it, is she a man-eater? The earlier brave woman, similarly, delivered a kick, championing the notion of gender equality. FIA nodded. I am well aware that you're not a hero. Come with me, traveler from another world, and all manner of peculiar beings. As she spoke, FIA grasped Youqian's hand. Her small wings began to flutter, preparing to lift him into the air. Wait, I can fly too. Moreover, why should I accompany you? Youqian retorted, resolutely rising into the air while holding the stunning woman's hand. FIA pointed towards the onlookers outside the temple and the curled-up figure of the punch hero. Everyone has heard that you are not a hero. That pathetic excuse for a hero down there is undoubtedly envious that you can hold my hand. Do you believe that if you linger here, you won't soon be branded a traitor to humanity, a spy for the Demon King? I assure you, this is for your own good. Well, I must express my gratitude. Youqian followed FIA, his expression one of exasperation. Internally, he grumbled, I had managed to deceive them all. If it weren't for you, how could my identity have been revealed? Nonetheless, he found accompanying this eccentric character quite entertaining, sensing that this alternate world was unlike any he had encountered before. It promised a wealth of amusement, suggesting that the next 3 years would be filled with adventure. After flying for half an hour and passing a city, Youqian could no longer contain his curiosity. FIA, where exactly are you taking me? If it's far, just tell me the coordinates, and I will transport you there directly. Of course, I am taking you to the Demon King's castle. It won't be far. Fio replied casually. In the next moment, she pointed downwards, exclaiming, We have arrived. Youqian glanced at the distant human city and then at the Demon King's castle, which lay just across a river. What distinguishes the Demon King's castle from the human city, apart from its blackened structures? Why is it so close? Aren't the people in the adjacent city afraid of being slaughtered by the Demon King and his army? Fia discernat Youqian's confusion. We have never committed any wrongdoing. We merely serve as a formidable adversary for the heroes, unfortunate prisoners crafted by the gods. Youqian furrowed his brow and inquired, Gods? Every living being possesses its own consciousness, and the world is no exception. The consciousness of the world is what we call God. Isn't that just the consciousness of the world? So, the battle between heroes and the Demon King is merely a performance? What is its purpose? What makes those heroes so special? Youqian murmured. FIA looked earnestly at him and stated, They are not any more special than you. However, the three of them hail from a unique world and, for reasons unknown, were captured by the gods and turned into heroes. Consequently, the gods created our demonic race, drawing inspiration from the memories of those three. During the first battle between heroes and the Demon King, they utilized their knowledge from another world to influence the realm and defeat us, but they perished shortly thereafter. In their second reincarnation, the gods blurred their memories, altering their appearances and abilities every 300 years. They were reborn as heroes, wielding their distinctive perspectives to reshape this world and stage the grand spectacle of the hero versus Demon King once more, in search of change. One cannot help but acknowledge that they have indeed brought about certain transformations in this world, telescopes, automobiles, and even some semblance of magic and a warrior system. Although their memories have faded, vestiges of their imaginative brilliance linger on, if only faintly. In truth, it is not merely a fading. Their memories have been altered by divine intervention, resulting in a chaotic state of affairs. Ultimately, this has led the three of them to remain oblivious to their reincarnation as the previous generation of heroes. They are led to believe that this is their inaugural rebirth in a foreign realm, where vanquishing the Demon King would grant them a life of ease, thus instilling a sense of purpose within them. Yet, why must we assume the role of the villains? Although we are resurrected each time, we find ourselves slain after a few years. However, this time may be different. Your unique existence might enable us to triumph over the heroes. Whether this is good or ill should be determined by us alone. Youqian's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't it ironic how you speak so nobly? You are a villain. After all, nevertheless, he began to comprehend the particulars of this world. Those unfortunate heroes likely traversed into this realm for some reason, only to be discovered by the world's consciousness. Thus, a grand spectacle of heroes battling the Demon King was orchestrated, ostensibly to extract knowledge from another world, aiming to enhance its own strength. For war indeed propels the advancement of civilization. However, after defeating the Demon King, heroes tend to perish within a few years, possibly due to indulgence or the revelation of truth, leading them to neglect their responsibilities, devoid of the motivation to transform the world. The world's consciousness stealthily orchestrates mishaps, resulting in the demise of these three, implementing a cycle of reincarnation every 3 centuries. This is an effort to extract every ounce of value from the trio of heroes. Furthermore, their memories are incessantly muddled. It is no wonder that those 3 heroes introduce themselves merely as heroes, neglecting to mention their names altogether. Initially, Youqian remained oblivious, but he soon realized that the 3 heroes had likely forgotten their own names. The consciousness of this world is certainly not benevolent. It is rather sinister. Upon reflection, Youqian surmised that once the 3 years of his reincarnation card elapsed, the world's consciousness would either attempt to forcibly detain him or expel him entirely. If he were to extract the world's energy to purchase the right to reside among heroes, it is likely that the world's consciousness would demand an exorbitant price. The system-generated reincarnation card is exceptionally unique. Upon its activation, one can be compelled to remain in that world for 3 years, during which the world's consciousness, akin to someone intoxicated, would effectively overlook him. Youqian posed his greatest question: why didn't you simply eliminate those 3 heroes earlier? Did the world's consciousness grant them an advantage? If you were to dispose of me and eradicate the Demon King, merely giving them a beating would not yield significant repercussions. Although they can hone their abilities to their zenith within a few months, their memories would remain unrestored. FIA's tone was decidedly irritable. Youqian conceived a novel strategy. Since he could not become a hero, why not embrace the role of the Demon King and defeat the heroes? That could indeed be quite entertaining. Youqian and Fia gradually descended, arriving at the entrance of the Demon King's castle. At this moment, 2 demon guards lay carelessly on the ground, deep in slumber. As Youqian and Fia approached, they managed to do so without rousing the guards, indicating a rather lackadaisical state of vigilance. Fia, unfazed, led Youqian toward a palace within. The Demon King's castle appeared dilapidated, save for the central palace, which seemed to have been recently restored. The other structures surrounding it appeared neglected. Upon entering the central palace, Youqian beheld a portly Demon King seated upon the throne. Aside from his 2 prominent horns, a tail, and diminutive wings, he resembled an ordinary overweight individual. Beside him stood a gaunt demon strategist, resembling a skeletal figure with a feather fan in hand. Fia pointed them out, introducing the Demon King as Fatty or Peter and the strategist as Skinny or Bob. Youqian observed the despondent demeanor of the Demon King, juxtaposed with the shrewd gaze of the demon strategist. Their ominous titles, one as the Demon King and the other as the demon strategist, provided a clear distinction, despite their apparent characteristics. Together, they resembled the legendary duo of Zhuge Liang and Liu Bei, likely the result of repeated reincarnations followed by defeats at the hands of heroes, leading to some cognitive impairments. Chapter 96, Playing the Game. Fia then introduced Youqian to the duo, which instantly invigorated Peter. So, you wish to join the Demon King's army? He inquired eagerly. No, I aspire to become the Demon King, Youqian declared, flexing his fists in preparation to showcase his prowess. That would be splendid. You shall be the Demon King, Peter exclaimed, hastily removing his crown and offering it to Youqian. Isn't this going against the norm? Youqian thought, somewhat bewildered as he accepted the crown. He pondered what these demons had experienced, despite Peter's eagerness to bestow the crown upon him and his promise of a succession ceremony. Youqian felt compelled to demonstrate his strength. The terrifying energy emanating from him caused Peter's eyelids to twitch, and a thought surged in his mind. Perhaps this individual could indeed defeat the hero. Fia guided Youqian on a tour of the Demon King's castle. The total number of demons, characterized by their horns, wings, and tails, seemed scarcely more than 100. The demon army is rather sparse. Youqian musha, stroking his chin as a realization struck him. Wait a moment. What about those cat girls you mentioned earlier? Fia gazed skyward, whistling nonchalantly. The posed another question. Are these demons aware that each generation of heroes consists of the same 3 individuals? Fia shook her head, explaining that only she, the strategist, and the Demon King, Peter, were privy to this information. We are the perennial adversaries of the heroes, having repeatedly resurrected and confirmed this through various trials. Their strength is so feeble that they are swiftly dispatched in battle, completely oblivious to such matters. However, each time they are resurrected, they are defeated by the heroes, leading to a sense of resignation over time. Furthermore, informing them of their plight holds no significance. If they were to discover that the three heroes are the same individuals, it would only deepen their despair. Is it possible to reveal the divine truth and forge an alliance between the three heroes and your demon kin? A thought crossed Li Youqian's mind, but Fia shook her head. Those three have slain us countless times. Collaboration is out of the question. Such an idea would be utterly humiliating. Death is merely a part of our existence. We have grown accustomed to it. Li Youqian felt profound pity for the demons of this world, created solely to serve as antagonists. By the way, what was the relationship among the heroes when they first appeared? When they emerged as heroes for the first time, one was a warrior, one a mage, and the other a priest, quite reminiscent of the present scenario, though they were all male. Originally, they were all brothers from the same dormitory, although the details eluded him. Three individuals from the same dormitory traversing to another world was indeed a novel concept, but alas, they encountered a world consciousness upon their arrival. Li Youqian wandered around the Demon King's castle, and after Peter summoned all the demons, he ceded his position to Li Youqian. With a ringing sound, heralding the completion of special achievement, Li Youqian officially became the true Demon King. Simultaneously, the words Demon King appeared above his head, dark and quite conspicuous. Fortunately, it was not green. The title that once adorned Peter's head transformed into that of the Demon Butler. Remarkable, it even came with an update. The news of the transfer of power spread from the Demon King's castle, as the ceremony took place right outside its gates in a rather rudimentary manner. A multitude of humans across the river gathered to witness the spectacle, undoubtedly engaging in discussions. Can you believe someone is willing to be the Demon King? Indeed. Who doesn't know that the Demon King usually meets their end within a few years of resurrection? Who is this person, so afraid of death? I hear news from the royal capital that this individual is a traveler from another realm. I wager this Demon King won't survive 3 years. I bet 2 years. 1 year. I'm all in for 1 year. Li Youqian absorbed their remarks clearly, his lips twitching. No wonder the Demon King's castle was inhabited solely by demons. From the outside perspective, aligning with the Demon King guaranteed no favorable outcome. He began to grasp the reason behind the demon's ability to resurrect. No one desires to embody a doomed antagonist. Reflecting on the earlier mention of him as a traveler from another world, he summoned Audiobooks from his mind, allowing him to hover beside him. As a fellow traveler from another realm, how could he possibly lack an emergency food supply? Though Audiobooks might not be conventionally attractive, at least he was a mysterious, floating entity. Li Youqian also set a modest goal, to defeat the heroes in 3 years. However, he did not intend to vanquish them through sheer might. Such an approach would diminish the joy of the experience. Instead, he aimed to engage in a gradual game with the three heroes. In any case, the limits of this world are rather fixed. Li Youqian delved into the structure of this realm and discovered it comprises merely 2 types, one that harnesses magic and another that enhances physical prowess. Notably, neither modality possesses defined realms, and the upper thresholds are particularly stringent. Furthermore, this world's framework does not extend human lifespan. A typical individual lives no more than a century, no matter how talented one may be. Even reaching the pinnacle of destructive power akin to a demon seems a daunting task. Only exceptional cases, like the hero and the Demon King, can attain the dragon tier, while Youqian's strength stands peerlessly unmatched. The following day, within the grand palace at the heart of the Demon King's castle, Li Youqian sat upon his throne, surveying his subordinates. Present were the 3 high-ranking officials of the Demon King, the former Demon King and current steward, Peter, the Demon military strategist, Bob, and the Demon General, Fia. Altogether, there were only these 3, as the rest were either expendable minions or mere servants. Clearing his throat to draw attention, Li Youqian commenced the formulation of a strategy to counter the hero. Strategist, please dispatch a few subordinates to investigate when the trio of heroes formally embark on their quest to vanquish the Demon King. Today, the heroes have just set forth. Bob the strategist extracted a stack of papers from his pocket and handed them to Li Youqian. This revelation astonished Li Youqian. He had not anticipated that the Demon King's castle would have so few subordinates, yet still manage to acquire intelligence so swiftly. Peering down, he discovered a newspaper announcing, Today, the trio of heroes has embarked on their quest to defeat the Demon King. The specific route they would take was even detailed. The reverse side of the newspaper bore additional information, including that the Demon King had abdicated. No wonder the intelligence was so timely. It seemed the hero's path to conquest was openly printed for all to see. Youqian scrutinized the first minor obstacle along the hero's route, which involved defeating a band of mountain bandits. How intriguing. The heroes were so brazen. Could it be assured that this band of thieves would not flee in advance? Youqian resolved to lead a contingent to observe the bandits' position. Subsequently, Youqian produced a multitude of robots and a small figure known as Little Black from behind him. Under Little Black's management, the robots commenced the construction of the Demon King's castle. As Youqian observed the bustling activity within the castle, he nodded in satisfaction. This was the essence of possessing power. Otherwise, with only about 100 individuals, such a vast castle resembled a ghost town. He also released Pochi to guard the premises. Then, accompanied by his 3 high-ranking officials, he soared toward the hero's initial challenge. Notably, Peter stealthily approached and whispered a strategic suggestion into Youqian's ear. Youqian was taken aback, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Truly, he was a man worthy of the name Peter. Chapter 97. With Justification and Confidence. Meanwhile, within a room of a mountain stronghold, exuberant shouts reverberated. A dark-faced man, wielding 2 hefty axes on his back, exclaimed, "Boss, you truly have abdicated and allowed me to take charge." The bald man across from him nodded, declaring, among the younger generation of the stronghold, "You are the one I hold in highest regard. The older generation has grown weary, and henceforth the stronghold shall rely on you." The dark-faced man was deeply moved. "Brother, you will always be my brother. In the future, I shall indulge in the pleasures of life, and I shall never forget you." The dark-faced man, blissfully seated in the main position, failed to notice that the original bald-headed man had mysteriously vanished. After a while, the dark-faced man realized that the bald-headed man was missing, and that was unacceptable. Having ascended to the role of the bandit leader, he felt compelled to discreetly eliminate his predecessor, for the latter's reputation loomed too large. As the dark-faced man stepped outside in search of him, he discovered that half of the bandit camp was deserted, leaving only a group of young brigands who exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Meanwhile, the bald-headed man had galloped away with a throng of bandits, notably with a considerable stack of newspapers strapped to the last horse. Above them hovered 4 figures, and when Youqian beheld this scene, he was rendered speechless. These bandits were quite clever, employing such a ruse. Was this a case of golden cicada shedding its shell, seeking a scapegoat? Youqian exchanged a knowing glance with Fia, who instantly understood, unleashing a violet beam upon the forefront of the bandit assembly. With a resounding explosion, the entire group momentarily halted. Several mounted bandits were startled by the blast, their horses bolting erratically, causing them to tumble to the ground with anguished cries. Youqian, accompanied by his 3 subordinates, surrounded the bandit cohort from the 4 cardinal directions. The bald-headed man first exhibited a look of fear, which swiftly vanished upon noticing the dual horns, wings, and tail of the 3 subordinates. Upon scrutinizing the 4 individuals closely, he recognized Youqian and the 3 subordinates by their monikers hovering above their heads. He spoke with a hint of courtesy, acknowledging the presence of the newly appointed Demon King and the triumvirate of his demon kin. "How fortunate to meet you. As fellow villains, I wonder why we must resort to hostility upon our first encounter?" Youqian responded. "Is the bandit chief so acutely aware of his own position?" "No. Wait, I'm not a villain." Youqian glanced at the bundles the bandits carried behind them, surmising they might contain treasures. Clearing his throat, he boldly declared before the bald-headed man, "This tree was planted by me, this road was forged by me. If you wish to pass henceforth, you must pay the toll." In essence, it was a simple demand. Hand over the valuables you carry. The bald-headed man was taken aback, pondering the audacity of a black-on-black betrayal. "Do you 4 truly believe you can overpower us?" He retorted, "Though you are the Demon King, we are many, united in strength." With a swift whoosh, a jet of black flame struck the ground beside the bald-headed man, rapidly consuming the earth and creating a sizable pit. Indeed, it was no mere hole. The dimensions were ample enough to accommodate hundreds. Youqian mused to himself whether he should enlarge it further, allowing the bandits to be buried together, granting them some semblance of personal space. Cold sweat trickled down the bald-headed man's luminous scalp as he reconsidered his words. "Alas, the Lord of Darkness has requested a sum of money from us, and we are obliged to comply, for you are indeed the leader of our nefarious forces, guiding us to vanquish the radiance of the brave." I humbly beseech you, esteemed one. After receiving the coin, may you grant us our freedom, the bald man declared, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward, placing the large bundle he carried upon a vacant patch of ground. The bandits behind him exchanged glances, and one by one, they followed their leader, depositing their various parcels onto the same open space. With nearly 200 bandits, their bundles amassed into a small hill. Observing their diligence, I felt quite satisfied. With a flick of my wrist, I enveloped the packages in my telekinetic grasp for inspection. A plethora of gold and silver coins, along with precious treasures, pearls, agates, and the like, were revealed. Indeed, they were rather affluent. It made sense considering this band of brigands, along with the scapegoats they had left behind in their lair, totaled close to 400 souls, making them the foremost among their kind. Thus, this bald man before me could be deemed the king of bandits? I, Youqian, gathered all those treasures into my own pocket dimension, a sight that made the bandits gnash their teeth in fury, their hearts bleeding. Why did you leave some of the younger bandits behind in the hideout? Why not take them along? I inquired with keen interest. The bald man hastily shook his head. Among us older bandits, there exists a tradition regarding a method to deal with heroes, find scapegoats. Those foolish heroes, after slaying a number of bandits, tend to depart satisfied. If everyone were to flee, those few heroes would cling on like tenacious dogs, persistently tracking our whereabouts through special means, leading to our demise. It is better to leave behind some scapegoats to minimize losses. Of course, my lord, this strategy bears little relevance to you, given the conspicuous title you bear among your kind. The bald man glanced at the glaring inscription of Demon King atop my head, contemplating the plight of the demon race, unable to hide or evade such a blatant characteristic. Why do you regard me with such eyes? I remarked. Your reasoning is quite sound, having cleared my doubts. You may now depart. Very well, brothers. Mount your steeds and let us flee. The bald man smiled. For as long as he lived, all would be well. Yet, in the next moment, a crimson aura emanated from me. An invisible force bound all the bandits in place. Panic seized the bald man instantly. Wait, Lord Demon King, you have received the money. We had an agreement for our release. Foolishness. You, the bandit leader, think to slay all of you and keep the money and treasures for myself? Furthermore, I never promised you freedom. This road to departure is not the same as that road to freedom. If you catch my drift, I kindly elucidated the truth to the bald man, urging him not to be a simpleton. His expression was one of shock. I have never encountered such shamelessness. To accept payment and yet refuse to fulfill your end of the bargain. How can you be so brazen? Oof. I am the Demon King, the arch-villain. I have every right to be shameless. Youqian spoke with unwavering confidence. With a mere snap of his fingers, black flames erupted, consuming the bandits in an instant, leaving nothing but ash. Chapter 98. The First Trial Facing the Brave. As Youqian observed the bandits reduced to mere cinders, he glanced at their horses, which he subsequently summoned into his miniature realm. Noticing a substantial stack of newspapers upon the last horse's back, he raised an eyebrow, plucked one from the pile, and, accompanied by 3 senior aides, soared towards the bandit stronghold. Meanwhile, within the hideout, a dark-faced man had forcefully kicked open the door of the former bandit leader's quarters. After rummaging through the room for quite some time, he found nothing of value. His expression darkened further. He had just visited the stash where the plundered wealth and treasures were kept, only to discover that all the gold and silver coins had vanished. All that remained were a heap of copper coins. Could it be that the former leader had made off with the riches? Damn it, I haven't even had a chance to claim my share of the gold. The dark-faced man felt he had unraveled the truth, yet he pondered why, during the escape. The former leader had taken his trusted comrades, while leaving those of them who were relatively new to banditry behind. It was perplexing. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed from above the stronghold. Keek, keek, keek. Who is in charge of this bandit lair? For shadowy figures hovered in the sky, and as the bandits peered closely, they could discern that each figure bore a moniker above their heads. It was unmistakably the Demon King. However, there was an additional figure, a demon steward, whom they had never encountered before. The bandits gradually congregated, and the dark-faced man stepped forward. Although they were predominantly young, they were not foolish. Fleeing would prove futile. Each time the Demon King and his subordinates encountered a brave hero, they were vanquished. Yet the strength of the Demon King and his minions was indisputable. Ah, it appears we are all villains here. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting our lair? The bandits realized they were in the presence of the Demon King, and Youqian acknowledged his role as the arch-nemesis without needing constant reminders. As he regarded the dark-faced man, a proud expression graced his features at the acknowledgement of his villainous identity. He had embraced a sense of mission as a villain, showcasing surprising professionalism. Youqian levitated the newspaper in his hand and tossed it to the dark-faced man. Upon receiving it, the dark-faced man's countenance turned a vivid shade of green. The bandit lifestyle required seclusion in the mountains, leaving them with few means to acquire information. Newspapers were, without a doubt, the quickest and most direct source of news. That accursed bald man wishes to make us scapegoats. Should I ever find that bald-headed scoundrel, I will surely make him pay. The younger bandits, witnessing the dark-faced man's reaction to the newspaper, grew increasingly distressed. They huddled closer to read its contents, and soon their outrage erupted into fervent curses. Youqian raised his hands to silence them, asserting, "Calm yourselves. I have dealt with that bald-headed leader for you. The entire band of bandits has been eliminated. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Allow me to remind you that the trio of heroes is likely to arrive within half a day." Youqian pondered for a moment, recalling the cities the heroes had traversed, concluding that they should reach their destination by afternoon. The burly man and the youthful bandits exchanged glances before casting their eyes upwards towards Youqian. After a brief exchange of looks, they knelt down. "My lord Demon King, we, the bandits, wish to follow you henceforth. You shall be our godfather. We aspire to provide for your retirement." The burly man spoke with profound emotion, yet inwardly calculated his next move. After all, the Demon King and his kind were like grasshoppers in autumn, unable to leap for long. When the time came to assault the Demon King's castle, he would discreetly flee with his comrades. Concealing his identity would not pose a challenge. "Rest assured, my lord Demon King, when the time comes for your demise, I shall raise a toast at your grave. Of course, given the hero's formidable strength, I would never seek vengeance on your behalf. By then, our bond would surely be severed." Youqian descended to the ground alongside 3 aides, declaring, "Very well. You shall accompany me from now on. I have a task for you, and I expect you to perform diligently. We only ask that the Demon King leads us to safety, a strategic relocation. After all, the heroes are nearly upon us." The burly man proposed a suggestion, to which Youqian initially agreed, only to decline shortly thereafter. "The task I set for you will relate to the heroes. You must draw closer." Youqian regarded the multitude of bandits, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he gently snapped his fingers. The appearances of the bandits began to alter. At the foot of the mountain stronghold where the bandits resided, a valiant hero clad in platinum armor appeared, accompanied by a mage hero in a robe and a charm hero dressed in gender-neutral attire. The valiant hero wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, finally embarking on the formal journey to vanquish the Demon King. The old geezers at the Royal Academy had relentlessly bombarded him with inquiries about various knowledge. But as a lackluster scholar, he could hardly recall so much. The mage hero scoffed, "Mere fodder is merely fodder. Our technological and civilizational knowledge is of paramount importance in this otherworldly realm. Yet, it is peculiar that despite being a world of swords and sorcery, the technological advancements have reached the 18th or 19th century. It feels rather strange." The mage hero had indeed provided the Royal Academy with some pertinent knowledge. As the mage hero spoke, a sudden realization struck him. "By the way, have you noticed something odd about our memories? We can't even recall our own names. Well, it's a small mercy to be reborn. It's only natural for memories to be somewhat affected." The valiant hero scratched his head, struggling to concoct an answer. Useless indeed. The mage hero turned to the charm hero and inquired, "What do you think, dear old charm?" At that moment, the charm hero, who had been mumbling, "Brother, please grow up quickly," suddenly seemed to acknowledge the mage hero's call. "In truth, I think you are quite splendid as you are." The valiant hero offered words of comfort, though he dared not meet the gaze of the charm hero. "Upon further reflection, I fear I may begin to question my own sexual orientation." The warrior of law gazed at his companions, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. These two seemed rather unreliable. The trio bickered and clambered their way up the mountain. And as they approached, the outline of the stronghold became increasingly distinct. The warrior of fists flexed his limbs, preparing for an intense confrontation. However, when the three finally arrived at the gates of the stronghold, they were utterly astonished.